Chapter 1. It was a summer afternoon, with the relentless sun hanging in the sky, mercilessly radiating its heat. In anticipation of the forthcoming triumphant ceremony, the docks were besieged by countless guards clad in vivid crimson armor, effectively sealing off the port. A mere 100 paces away from the dock, the beleaguered soldiers of the Imperial Capital Security Force were exerting every ounce of strength they could muster. Many of their garments lay in tatters, once gleaming epaulets torn away, proud hats snatched off their heads, and numerous boots trampled beyond recognition. The plight of the 1,000 soldiers tasked with maintaining order at the port's perimeter was exacerbated by the overwhelming presence of over 50,000 enthusiastic citizens of the imperial capital. These exuberant onlookers came prepared with flowers, cheers, and applause, with many young women even ready to offer passionate kisses or their very virtue. Amidst such fervent emotions, the soldiers felt akin to a beleaguered vessel adrift in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. They envied the guards stationed within the dock's perimeter, who stood at ease in formation, showcasing their recently issued, resplendent armor and weaponry, free from the anxiety of being accosted by an overzealous citizen at any second. In preparation for this grand triumphant event, under the orders of His Majesty, the illustrious Emperor Augustine VI, the stretch of the Lansong Grand Canal leading to the imperial capital had been widened to a remarkable degree. The empire had sacrificed the labor of 10,000 river workers over 6 months, with the treasury expending nearly 3 million gold coins. All these costs were merely to ensure that the flagship of the empire's XDH expedition fleet, the Dandong, could smoothly navigate through the canal to the port outside the eastern gate of the imperial capital, receiving the adulation of the populace, thereby demonstrating the empire's formidable military prowess. No one seemed to care whether such extravagant expenditures for a display of might were justified. The former Minister of Finance, who had initially raised vehement objections, had been dispatched back to his hometown by the irate emperor to live out his days in retirement. The newly appointed minister's only option was to exhaustively scrounge together funds from various expenditures within the empire's budget to appease that grandiose old man. Of course, the term grandiose old man was a sentiment deeply buried in the recesses of the minister's mind, far beneath the surface. As the afternoon sun glinted off the expansive surface of the canal, the first silhouette of a sail began to emerge in the distance, prompting the crowd to erupt into uncontrollable cheers. As the colossal warship, measuring 200 paces in length, gradually approached the port, its imposing silhouette astonished the gathered citizens of the imperial capital. The flagship of the empire's 6th expedition fleet, the Dandong, stood as a proud emblem of the imperial navy, the largest warship in the navy's history. In preparation for this grand, welcoming ceremony, the vessel had undergone thorough repainting and refurbishment, its hull adorned in a daunting black hue, and amidst a crescendo of cheers, the Dandong loomed closer to the port like a colossal black beast, its massive thorny flag fluttering in the wind atop the mast. As the anchor was dropped, the throngs of citizens at the port erupted into a frenzy, with countless hats thrown into the air, shoes abandoned, and legs jostled in the chaos. The unfortunate security personnel could only constrict the perimeter of their cordon to the limits of their capacity. At this moment, Count Raymond, commander of the Imperial Expedition Fleet, stood upon the ship's bow, his expression impassive as he surveyed the jubilant crowd at the port. The 39-year-old general of the empire, a count in title, donned his most ceremonial attire, his light armor enveloping him, a vibrant crimson cloak billowing behind him, and 2 medals gleaming on his chest, awarded during previous expeditions. Undoubtedly, this triumphant return would earn him a 3rd medal from the Empire. However, the Count's gaze appeared somewhat unfocused. Not lingering on the jubilant masses below, a closer inspection would reveal the faint furrow of impatience creasing his brow. Blast it! This armor is excessively burdensome and utterly foolish. Count Raymond did not believe that a naval officer should be encumbered by such heavy armor during maritime combat that was the realm of the army. As for donning these medals, he considered it a senseless act, akin to a nouveau riche flaunting his wealth. True nobility would scorn such ostentation. He deemed such behavior beneath his dignity. Moreover, the cacophony of cheers from the crowd was unbearably loud. their voices crashing like monstrous waves in a tempest, eroding what little patience the Count had left. Subconsciously, he glanced down at the deck beneath his feet. The Dandung had been freshly painted 3 days prior in preparation for today's welcoming ceremony. The deck bore no traces of blood. The battle-worn deck had been entirely replaced, and the prow's ram had been newly fashioned infuriatingly. Those sycophants eager to curry favor with His Majesty had even sculpted the ram into a likeness of the Emperor himself, a creation reportedly crafted by a renowned sculptor of the Empire just days ago. For this, the Imperial Navy had paid an additional 10,000 gold coins. Imposing as it was, could those fools not comprehend that in the event of combat at sea, the first casualty of a collision would be the ram? To him, the expenditure of that 10,000 gold coins felt egregiously wasteful. The sculptor's work paled in effectiveness compared to simply finding a sharp stake. On a deeper level, Count Raymond harbored an intrinsic belief that organizing this so-called XDH expedition fleet was an absurdly misguided decision. For decades, the Empire had embarked on one expedition after another in the South Sea region. Undeniably, the South Seas were strewn with countless islands, like scattered pearls upon a vast ocean, home to exotic forests, primitive tribes still mired in clan stages, and treasures of gold, gems, spices, and seafood. However, the Count did not consider bullying those indigenous people with a dozen massive warships to be a form of expedition. It was nothing short of pillaging, slaughter, banditry, an invasion and act of sheer thievery. The Count saw nothing wrong with this. The weak have always been subject to the dominance of strong, and the weak must maintain a posture of submission. Yet, he believed the Empire's approach to the South Seas had erred in its excessive frequency of these so-called expeditions, with diminishing returns becoming increasingly apparent. In the early expeditions, the formidable Imperial Navy had triumphed in the South Seas, returning with shiploads of gold, gems, and spices, creating a sensation throughout the Empire. However, no matter how prosperous the granary, it could not withstand such incessant harvesting. Excessive plundering led to the extinction of many indigenous tribes near the coast, forcing subsequent expeditions to venture farther and farther afield, which posed a significant challenge to the fleet supply lines. After all, the South Seas were not solely home to easily subjugated natives and treasures. They also harbored sweltering weather, unpredictable climates, fearsome waves, and countless reefs, whirlpools, and storms. Overzealous harvesting had rendered what could have been a bountiful granary for the Empire barren. With each expedition, the yields dwindled. Ironically, the triumphant ceremonies grew increasingly grandiose. Count Raymond himself had commanded the last 3 expeditions in recent years, earning a resounding reputation in the South Seas. He held a series of infamous titles: bandit, butcher, executioner. His hands stained with the blood of the indigenous peoples. He was a notorious invader in the eyes of the native tribes, a demon who burned their homes and enslaved them. Yet, the Count remained indifferent to such perceptions. What troubled him was that the relentless onslaught of invasions had, in some respects, grotesquely stimulated the development of these South Sea natives, particularly in terms of military prowess. Even before his return, he had heard whispers of some distant island tribes forming an alliance to resist the Empire's relentless plundering. Fortunately, such vexations were no longer his concern. He was well aware that this would be his final expedition. In the near future, he would remain in the imperial capital, and if fortune smiled upon him, he would secure a prestigious position within the Empire's high command, biding his time for a decade or so until the current Minister of Military Affairs retired. Leveraging his family's influence, he would ascend to become the new minister, and if luck favored him just a little more, he might even indulge in the whims of becoming the chancellor in the twilight of his political career. As for the expedition, let it be someone else's concern. That will be a headache for the next commander of the expedition fleet. Even if those natives have evolved to the point of constructing magical artillery, it is no longer a matter for him to fret over. Amidst the fervent cheers akin to a heat wave, the esteemed Count descended from the flagship's deck, his feet finally touching the soil of the imperial capital. He waved to the jubilant crowd, yet the gesture resembled more of a swatting away of flies. First, a courtier clad in formal attire boarded the ship to proclaim His Majesty the Emperor's commendation, announcing that the Count would have an audience with His Majesty the following morning and receive his honors. His aspirations fulfilled, a bright political future lay ahead. However, shortly thereafter, a servant dressed in gray squeezed through the crowd and whispered another piece of news into the Count's ear, a revelation that plunged Count Raymond's spirits into despair. The news was from home. Having been away on expedition for over 3 years, across the vast and treacherous sea, communication was scarce. Raymond was unaware of the current state of affairs back home. Most pressing of all was his wife. When he departed 3 years ago, she was on the verge of giving birth, and now he found himself in ignorance of whether a son or daughter had been born. The news conveyed was that he had indeed fathered a son. Yet this son, it seemed, was somewhat of a simpleton. This revelation nearly toppled the Count from the pinnacle of his earlier joy. Just a mere fraction away, almost every dignitary present to welcome him could discern the Count's countenance darkening to the brink of despair. In truth, when Dewey 8226 Loring was born, no one dared to label him a simpleton. Indeed, he had once been regarded as a potential genius of the Loring family. 3 years prior, when Dewey emerged from the Countess' womb into this world, he had astonished the midwives in attendance. For he neither cried nor wailed, nor did he ever require the coaxing of adults. His daily routine was more regular than that of an adult, awakening at the appointed hour, eating, and sleeping punctually. Yet apart from the act of consuming food, the child rarely uttered a sound, spending his days staring vacantly with wide eyes. He even had a remarkably low incidence of bedwetting. He learned to gently jingle the bell beside his cradle, and over time, whenever the sound of the bell rang from his cradle, the maid would promptly rush to bring him potty. This behavior led the entire family to unanimously praise the young master for his precocious intelligence, declaring that he would undoubtedly become a genius of the Loring lineage. Regrettably, the brilliance associated with the term genius faded within half a year, for he remained silent. Children of his age had already begun to babble or utter simple sounds such as father, mother, and potty. However, it seemed as though a powerful spell had sealed Dewey's lips, for despite the Countess' fervent attempts to teach him to speak, not a single note emerged from his mouth. Even a naturally mute child would at least be able to hum a tune. Yet this young master remained as silent as a stone. Whether cold, hot, hungry, or in need of relief, he would only jingle his bell. By the time he reached 3 years of age, the young master's lips had yet to part, prompting the Countess to consult countless esteemed physicians and even summon several renowned sorcerers to ascertain whether her son was under some magical curse. Yet all efforts were in vain. Ultimately, even the most optimistic Countess could not help but sigh in sorrow, concluding that her son was, indeed, a simpleton. Fortunately, young Dewey eventually learned to walk at the age of 3. Although he still stumbled, he was not markedly different from other children his age in this regard. Yet, a child who neither cried nor laughed, nor spoke, spending his days in a stupor, could only be described as a simpleton. Moreover, just a month prior, a sudden storm erupted, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing, rain pouring down in torrents, and even the Grand Canal outside the imperial capital nearly breached its banks. Yet a significant event transpired at the Count's estate. The little Master Dewey, while his caretaker was momentarily distracted, managed to crawl out of the room and stood foolishly in the courtyard under the rain, gazing up at the sky. Amidst the crackling lightning and booming thunder, the child appeared utterly unafraid. Perhaps a simpleton does not comprehend the notion of fear. Instead, he clenched his tiny fists and began to shout fervently at the heavens. The child, who had not spoken a word in 3 years, stood in the rain, yelling madly at the flashes of lightning, allowing the rain to drench his small form. By the time the servants discovered him, he resembled a creature pulled from the depths of a river, shivering from head to toe, his complexion ghostly pale, and his lips tinged with purple. Upon hearing the news, the Countess rushed to the scene, only to faint at the sight before her. The servants hurriedly carried both the young master and the lady into the chamber. The Countess regained consciousness swiftly, embracing her unconscious son and weeping bitterly. The physician, flustered and exhausted, labored for hours administering various potions, while 2 magicians were summoned to cast healing spells over the child for an extended period. Yet, despite their efforts, the boy's body grew increasingly cold. In a frenzy, the Countess dashed to the temple of the Goddess of Light in the imperial capital, where she implored a priest clad in black to bestow divine blessings upon her child. Meanwhile, she knelt before the statue of the goddess for an entire night, fervently praying for her son's recovery. By the following day, the child's body finally began to warm, and his life was spared. Albeit after a day and night of unconsciousness, during his slumber, the Countess held her son closely, neglecting food and rest, and by the second day, her once radiant beauty had become greatly diminished. Suddenly, in the midst of his dreams, young Dewey spoke, his eyes closed. Uttering a few nonsensical phrases, the onlookers, perplexed, could not decipher his words, assuming that the poor boy had yet to learn to speak and was merely babbling infantile gibberish. However, the Countess was overcome with joy, leaning closer to her son, and, after a moment, began to discern some meaning. Turning to the silent group of servants, she inquired softly, among those who usually attend to the young master, "Is there one named Mada?" After a prolonged silence, one brave soul stepped forward and replied, "My lady, it appears that none of those responsible for the young master's care bears that name." A thorough search of the estate was conducted, ultimately leading to a stable hand named Mada, who was promptly summoned before the Countess. "My son has been calling your name in his dreams," she declared. The Mada was unaware of the reason behind this. He surmised it must be a divine revelation from the Goddess of Light. By her grace, you need not tend to the horses from this day forth. You are to attend to the young master instead. Mada was instantly elated, having transitioned from the lowest stable hand to a position by the side of the young master, as if a brilliant future had suddenly beckoned him. Little did he know, however, that Dewey had merely shouted at the heavens in a fit of rage, endured a downpour, and narrowly escaped losing his own life. Nor did he realize that his two fleeting exclamations of "damn" during his unconsciousness had inadvertently brought great fortune to another. The illness that plagued young Dewey lasted a full month, weakening his already frail constitution. It was only after this period that a hint of color returned to his once pallid face. Yet, as always, the young master remained silent. Since awakening, he had not uttered a single sound. Even the servant named Mada, whom he had called out for in his dreams, received no warm gestures from him. As he spent his days in a daze, the only change occurred when the maid occasionally recounted the Countess's sleepless nights spent cradling her son and her long vigil before the goddess's statue. During these visits, the Countess noticed that the boy's previously vacant gaze softened with a flicker of warmth whenever it fell upon her. On the day of the triumphant return, the atmosphere within the Count's estate stood in stark contrast to the jubilant celebrations echoing throughout the streets of the imperial capital. No grand feasts, no celebratory ceremonies, not even a simple gathering was held. Upon departing from the docks, the originally planned parade featuring 1,000 soldiers from the expeditionary fleet was scrapped, leaving only the Count's deputy to oversee matters. Upon hastily returning home, the Count declined all visitors, citing that after years of military service, he required private time to soothe the lonely heart of his beloved wife. Although this grand excuse left many who had meticulously prepared to fawn over the new imperial hero disappointed, it was immediately supported by all present. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Count's residence, the returning naval hero locked eyes with his own son. His gaze was profound, melancholic, and complex, were it not for his steadfast belief in his wife's fidelity. The first thought that would have crossed Count Raymond's mind upon seeing this child would have been, "Is this truly my offspring?" For the boy's appearance starkly contrasted with his own. The men of the Rolling family were renowned for their robust and imposing stature. The ideal image of a Rolling man was one of considerable height, a broad chest, muscular arms, a square jaw, a straight nose, embodying the very essence of a heroic figure. Count Raymond himself was a prime example, tall and strikingly handsome within the noble circles of the empire, having been celebrated as a paragon of masculinity in his youth. Yet, the small child before him, despite being only 3 years old, appeared alarmingly frail and delicate for a family famed for producing strong warriors. It was said that the child had suffered a severe illness a month prior, which perhaps accounted for his weakened state. The future heir of the countship, Dewey Rolling, gazed back at his father with an expression of indifference. Unlike other children his age, he did not cry out loudly or robustly, which left the Count feeling dissatisfied. Traditionally, the louder the child cried, the stronger he was believed to be. This child, however, was unervingly quiet, seated on the bed with his hands resting on his knees, gazing up at his father with a look that seemed both curious and scrutinizing. The Count could hardly believe his eyes. How could a 3-year-old possess such a complex demeanor? Meanwhile, Dewey Rolling's emotions were undoubtedly more intricate than his father's, the beautiful and nurturing Countess had. through her motherly instincts and her actions from a month prior, successfully softened her son's heart. Yet the sudden appearance of his father, who did he think he was? Did he truly still lack the ability to speak? The Countess' expression was grave as he glanced at his wife, only to see tears in her eyes. His heart softened at the thought of having been away at sea for 3 long years, neglecting his wife, especially during the time when she needed him most, and the sight of their only son in such a state made him realize he could not blame this unfortunate woman. His tone softened slightly. "Fear not, my dear. Our child will learn to speak. We shall engage the most learned tutor in the empire to teach him." He continued. "His frail constitution is a concern. Our family has always thrived on martial prowess, and my son must follow in my footsteps to become a general of the empire. Such weakness cannot persist. He is already 3 years old. It is time to consider finding him a tutor." When the Countess heard that her fragile son was to begin training at such a tender age, tears welled in her beautiful eyes. "But he is still so small, precisely because he is weak. He must start strengthening his body early. Otherwise, how will he inherit the martial legacy of the Rolling family?" The resolute Earl, seasoned by years of military service, made a swift decision with a mere gesture. The following day, after an audience with His Majesty the Emperor at the palace, during which he was publicly awarded the 3rd-class Imperial Medal of Valor at the celebration ceremony, the Emperor announced the elevation of the illustrious Count Raymond to the position of Vice President of the Imperial Command, making him the second most significant figure among the Empire's martial leaders. After a private conversation with His Majesty in a secluded chamber, Count Raymond voluntarily relinquished his title of Grand Admiral of the Imperial Navy, surrendering his military authority, and then exited the palace, once again declining the congratulations of his peers and numerous banquet invitations. He even politely turned down the invitations from several high-ranking clerics of the Temple of the Goddess of Light before hastily returning home. It was no secret in the capital that the son of Count Raymond from the Lauren family was somewhat simple-minded. Observing the subtle melancholy that lingered on the Earl's face even during the award ceremony evoked a measure of sympathy among many colleagues friendly to the Lauren family. While inevitably, some political adversaries relished the Earl's misfortune in secret, upon returning home, the Earl once again faced his son, but this time without the presence of the beautiful Countess. Instead, standing beside him was Alpha, his loyal captain of the guards, who had been by his side for nearly 20 years, a first-class swordsman of the Empire, wielding the renowned flame sword and acknowledged as one of the foremost swordsmanship masters in the capital. For reasons unknown, Count Raymond harbored an inexplicable aversion towards his son. He sensed that the child's gaze was not merely vacant, but seemed to carry a faint hint of resistance. However, he soon dismissed the notion, reasoning that a 3-year-old child could hardly comprehend such complexities, and considering that he had been away on campaigns since the child's birth, it was natural for the boy to be unfamiliar with him. The captain of the guards first knelt before Dewey's crib in a traditional gesture of respect, then gently lifted the child, removing his garments and meticulously examining him from head to toe. During this process, Dewey struggled, seemingly uncomfortable with the touch of a man, yet the strength of the Empire's first-class swordsman was beyond the child's resistance. With a serious demeanor, Alpha sighed, setting down the Earl's heir. After bowing respectfully to the Earl, he stood and spoke in a low voice. "My lord, I, Alpha, trust you implicitly. Please, speak freely without hesitation." The Earl sighed in response. "Young Master Dewey's constitution is quite frail, and he appears to have some congenital deficiencies. His bones are delicate, and his heartbeat is irregular. This physique is inferior even to that of an ordinary child. If he is to pursue martial arts, I fear," Alpha bit his lip, "that he may not achieve much success. And what is your opinion?" The Earl inquired. "I believe that martial training may not be the best path for the young master. Perhaps we should explore whether he possesses any talents in other fields," Alpha replied, and upon hearing this, the Earl's expression darkened. "My friends, the new book requires your support. Please do not hesitate to contribute." In the wake of the shattered hopes for martial training, the Earl experienced several days of disappointment. However, with the comforting words of the beautiful Countess, he gradually regained his spirits, for after all, this was his only son. Although the Lauren family had established themselves in the Empire through military achievements, history had seen 1 or 2 illustrious strategists renowned for their intellect among their ancestors. These forebears, though not skilled in martial arts, had deftly coordinated military operations from the rear, securing victories from afar. A remarkable general need not necessarily possess unparalleled combat skills to lead on the battlefield. Excelling as a master strategist could equally enhance the family's glory. If martial training was not to be, then he would pursue the path of academia. But how could a child who could not even speak embark on such a journey? even if a learned scholar were to be engaged to teach him. The child must first be able to articulate words. Unlike the Countess's kind and innocent maternal heart, a strange thought emerged within Count Raymond. He could not shake the feeling that his son was not incapable of speech, but rather reluctant to speak. The more he observed his son, the more he perceived that the child was not the simpleton he appeared to be, but rather a boy who seemed to reject the world around him. The look in his eyes was one of both strangeness and resistance, indicating an emotional depth rather than ignorance. Where there is a generous reward, there will be brave hearts. The Earl promptly announced a substantial bounty throughout the capital, offering 1,000 gold coins to anyone, regardless of status, be they learned scholars or humble farmers, who could coax his son into speaking. This intriguing prospect quickly spread throughout the city, attracting an array of applicants, including a few wandering minstrels from afar. Their methods varied widely. Some played flutes before Dewey for an entire afternoon, others clanged cymbals near his ears, while some audacious individuals attempted to startle him with loud shouts from behind. One particularly audacious suggestion was to throw the Earl's son into the river, reasoning that he would likely cry out for help. However, those who proposed such outrageous ideas found themselves swiftly dealt with by the Earl's guards, who broke their legs and expelled them from the Earl's estate. What nonsense! Even if my son is a simpleton, he is still my son. Throw him into the river. I'll be the one to throw you in first. As the entire capital treated this matter as a curious spectacle, the greatest dilemma was inadvertently resolved by a servant in the Earl's household. The solution came from a servant named Mord, who had been chosen in Dewey's delirious dreams during his unconscious state. Once a stable hand, Mard was a kind-hearted and honest man who devised a plan to take Dewey to see the Earl's stables. Typically, children of such tender age would be curious and delighted by animals. Though the idea was somewhat rustic, the Earl, with a spirit of experimentation, consented. Mard carried his young master into the stables, only to find that the stable hand who had replaced him had unfortunately neglected to clean up the manure that day. As they entered, a wave of overpowering stench enveloped them. The aroma was so potent that when Mard opened the door, he nearly stumbled backward. That moment, Dewey, almost instinctively, exclaimed, "It stinks to high heaven." The outcome of this incident was that Mard immediately received a reward of 1,000 gold coins. And even the negligent stable hand was not punished, but instead rewarded with 20 gold coins. However, observing his son's defeated expression only solidified the Earl's conviction. This boy was deliberately withholding his speech. "From this day forth, he shall be your tutor." The Earl pointed to an elderly man clad in white robes and addressed his son. "This is Mr. Wretched, a distinguished astrologer of the Empire, as well as a learned historian. He will be your mentor henceforth." Initially, the erudite scholar Wretched performed exceptionally well in his role. Within a year of instruction, the 4-year-old Dewey had already learned to write in the imperial script. While this accomplishment might not seem extraordinary for a typical child, it was indeed a notable achievement. Even the Earl, who had previously harbored reservations about his son, could not help but feel a flicker of hope. Could it be that his son was indeed a prodigy? However, once Dewey reached the age of 5, even the capable Mr. Wretched encountered challenges. One evening, as the Earl engaged in lengthy discussions with Mr. Wretched in his study when Dewey was 5.5 years old, the elderly astrologer appeared quite dejected. "My lord, I must implore you to seek another educator. Your son is exceptionally gifted, yet as an elderly man, I simply lack the energy to nurture such a pupil," he lamented. Upon witnessing the old scholar's distress, the Earl's heart sank. Even a simpleton could discern that the phrase exceptionally gifted was mere platitude. Did this mean his son truly was a simpleton? If even the wise and learned Mr. Wretched could not educate him, what did that imply? However, the Earl maintained his composure and spoke. No, esteemed Mr. Wretched." The old scholar, visibly apprehensive, responded, "I beseech you, do not attempt to retain me. Such a daunting task is beyond my capabilities." The words of the venerable scholar were resolute, prompting the Count to let out a wry smile. Is it truly such a formidable task to educate my son? If even the Count's erudite old astrologer cannot accomplish it, then it is perhaps futile to expect any success from others. Observing the Count's somber countenance, the old scholar, Rosette, was equally filled with trepidation. Alas, if it were merely peculiar statements likening the sun and moon to two grand spheres, one could reluctantly dismiss them as the childish musings of Master Dewey. However, upon hearing a child barely 5 years of age articulate that the excessive concentration of imperial power is the root of corruption, The old scholar was nearly struck dead with astonishment. In truth, after a full year of instructing Master Dewey, the old scholar had come to understand that this student was far from the fool the rumors suggested. In fact, the child was remarkably astute, even more so than his peers. Yet, no matter how intelligent a child may be, they would not typically broach such profound topics as the critique of imperial authority. Thus, the old scholar naturally surmised that these astonishing viewpoints were most likely the inadvertent echoes of the Count's own sentiments, carelessly uttered by an ignorant child, Count Raymond, a figure of substantial power. Second in command of the military command, and well-connected within the Imperial Navy, clearly harbored discontent towards the monarchy and the privacy of his home. If one were to contemplate further, he was merely an aging scholar. Unwilling to become entangled in any political strife, it would be prudent to extricate himself as soon as possible. The old scholar's firm resignation was met with the Count's reluctant acquiescence, and he hastily packed his belongings. Departing the Count's estate almost as if in flight, this display was not lost on the Count, who could only manage a bitter smile. Could it be that his son was truly beyond redemption? Dewey stood quietly at the window of the attic, watching his teacher, who had accompanied him for over a year, gather his belongings and disappear into the carriage. Young Master, Mad, sensing the child's disquiet, could not help but call out cautiously. Having successfully coaxed Dewey into conversation, he had since assumed the role of the young master's devoted servant. Mad. Dewey did not turn, but his tone revealed his low spirits. Do you think ignorance is a form of happiness? Mad was at a loss for words that in truth. This former coachman was not particularly learned, and the young master's question left him bewildered. Ignorance? Was the young master troubled by his own condition? Yet such a topic was one Mad dared not engage. Never mind, Dewey turned back, a faint smile gracing his youthful, cherubic face. Yet it bore an air of fatigue. In comparison to the people of this world, I possess far too much knowledge. I understand why the sun and moon grace the sky. The reason for the daily cycle of day and night, the transitions of the 4 seasons throughout the year, and why spring gives way to autumn. Yet it is precisely because I know these things that I find myself in distress. Perhaps, to exist in this world, ignorance might indeed be a form of bliss. Please kindly support this book, and do not forget to collect it. The tale of the foolish young master of the Roland family, who drove away his learned teacher, has become one of the most talked about jokes in the imperial capital these past few days. Many idle souls have been discussing this incident with a sense of schadenfreude. After all, Count Raymond of the Roland family is currently basking in glory, and witnessing the misfortune of such a prominent figure aligns perfectly with the dark inclinations of some bored individuals. Furthermore, Count Raymond had made a blunder of his own. His earlier lavish reward for finding someone to prompt his son to speak had transformed into a fresh topic of gossip, a minor yet notable news item. It was this very incident that propelled the Roland family's foolish young master into the limelight, becoming a focal point of public discourse. In fact, in the past 2 years in the imperial capital, many families, upon the birth of their children, have taken to casually remarking, "Oh, whether it's a boy or a girl doesn't matter, as long as they are healthy. Let us hope they don't turn out like that unfortunate Roland family with their little fool." On this day, Master Dewey once again welcomed his father. Accompanying the Count was someone Dewey found exceedingly disagreeable. Dressed in a gray robe and a pointed gray hat, the man possessed bony fingers and murky eyes, exuding an unsettling odor of decay and antiquity. Moreover, the chilling aura that surrounded him made Dewey shiver. "Master Clark, this is my son." The Count addressed the man with courtesy. "Might you assess whether he possesses even the slightest potential on the sacred path of magic?" It seemed the Count was at his wit's end. This time he had summoned the renowned Master Clark from the imperial capital to instruct his son. If one were to consider magic as a profession, it would undoubtedly rank among the most revered vocations, albeit laced with a hint of trepidation in any locale. A magician symbolizes noble status, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with any aristocrat and receive the most generous treatment. A powerful magician can wield influence in warfare equivalent to that of a small army. Thus, all magicians are fervently sought after by the leaders of nations, not merely for their extraordinary abilities, but also because they pose no threat to the authority of these leaders. A magician devotes the majority of their life to the study of magic or the meditation required to accumulate magical energy. Virtually all magicians are devoid of worldly desires. They are not greedy, as a competent alchemist can effortlessly transform stubborn stones into gems or gold through magic. Precious gems are to them merely tools to assist in their magical endeavors. Furthermore, magicians harbor no aspirations for power. Their lives are devoted to uncovering the mysteries of magic, and they hold no interest in mundane ambitions. This renders them highly favored by those in power. One could assert that in the entire Roland world, magicians represent the pinnacle of nobility, actively courted by all figures of authority, enjoying the finest privileges. However, Count Raymond harbored no desire for his son to become a magician. Not even if there were any other options available, for nearly all magicians are feared as monstrous beings. They're aloof, reclusive, eccentric, and disinclined to interact with others, preferring to isolate themselves and immerse themselves in the study of magic. No noble maiden would wish to engage romantically with a creature that spends its days sequestered in a laboratory. No noble banquet would invite a cold-hearted magician to disrupt the atmosphere. No emperor would grant a magician a title of nobility or appoint them as a high-ranking official in the empire. Yet Dewey, after all, was his own son. He was the heir of the Roland family. He would need to court, to marry, to bear children, to perpetuate the family line, and to participate in the various social engagements of the aristocracy. Yet, how could he reconcile the fact that his son was a fool? Incapable of mastering martial or scholarly pursuits, it seemed that becoming a magician was his last remaining recourse for achieving any semblance of success. If the illustrious Roland family could produce a skilled magician, albeit somewhat unconventional, it could still be considered acceptable. With hopeful eyes, the Count watched as Master Clark led his son into a prepared, enclosed chamber. "All right, young man." Upon entering the room, Master Clark swiftly produced a small vial. Pouring a pinch of golden powder onto his fingertips, he quickly traced a large circle within the room and then turned to face Dewey. "I have cast a silencing spell. Now, our conversation here shall remain unheard by anyone outside." Then, the coldly imposing magician approached Dewey, gazing down at the diminutive child. "Now, tell me, young one, what is magic to you?" What is magic? The question caused Dewey to hesitate. Deep down, he harbored a genuine curiosity about the magic of this world. After all, he was familiar with many splendid legends regarding magic. Yet, what magic truly was, in Dewey's mind, typically conjured images of magicians chanting incantations invoking the wind god, asking for their heed, followed by the manifestation of swirling sands and wailing spirits. Observing the child's silence, Master Clark surmised that such a question might be too profound for the young lad. He chuckled softly, then spoke in a deep, measured voice. "Magic is the divine gift of omnipotence bestowed upon humanity, a means to unravel the mysteries revealed by the deities. It is the path through which humanity seeks the ultimate power in this world. It is the understanding of oneself, the comprehension of the world, and the source of the greatest gift bestowed upon humanity by the divine." The gray-robed Clark's voice resonated with a hint of sanctity. Regrettably, such rhetoric fails to resonate with Dewey. These seemingly lofty words carry an air of pretentiousness. The young Dewey did not display any outward reaction. His silence led the arrogant sorcerer to mistakenly assume it was a sign of fear. He was quite pleased with the heir's response. Subsequently, the sorcerer retrieved a crystal orb, roughly the size of a fist, from his ample gray robe. Mental power is one of the criteria for assessing a person's magical aptitude. Albeit not the sole measure, yet it remains the most crucial aspect. "Now, let me test your magical potential," he declared. Dewey finally voiced his lingering query. "Mental power? Magic? But isn't it only sorcerers who possess magical abilities?" Clark widened his eyes in disbelief. "Who fed you such a preposterous notion? Good heavens, are there truly individuals in the Earl of Roland's household who lack even this fundamental understanding?" The sorcerer was incensed by such a basic error in comprehension. Mental power is the term used by ordinary folk. For sorcerers, mental power equates to magical energy. Sorcerers can amplify their mental prowess through meditation, allowing them to perceive the world with extraordinary clarity, sensing the mysteries of nature and the myriad forces within it. Only those with formidable mental strength can achieve this. Accumulating and enhancing one's mental power enables sorcerers to perceive the various magical elements of the world with greater clarity. Magic, in essence, is the ability to manipulate these elements through clever techniques. Allowing sorcerers to command the forces of nature, Dewey sighed. "I understand now. Mental power is indeed magical energy, and this so-called magic is merely a lever, a means for sorcerers to draw upon the power of nature." A flicker of surprise crossed Clark's murky gaze. "Incredible! A child of just over 5 years possesses such insight, yet others label you a fool." Dewey chose not to respond, silently regarding the sorcerer. The haughty Clark would not squander time on such trivialities. His momentary astonishment was quickly dismissed. This world, This natural realm teems with magical elements, each drop a wellspring of power: rain, thunder, blizzards, gales, even the cyclical dance of the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the blossoming and wilting of flora. These are all sources of strength within nature. An adept sorcerer can keenly sense the subtle movements of the world. Your earlier mention of a lever is a fascinating metaphor. Simply put, the more powerful your lever, the mightier the natural forces you can summon. Conversely, a feeble lever limits the natural powers at your disposal. Du sighed once more. So that is how it is. I had thought a sorcerer's strength stemmed solely from their own magical energy. Clark furrowed his brow anew. I must question who imparted such ignorant notions to you. My previous statements are common knowledge, even to the most novice of apprentices. Strength comes from one's own magical energy? My goodness, I must correct you. Human strength is finite. Even the strongest among us has limitations. Sorcerers can achieve feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, like leveling a small mountain with a wave of their hand or conjuring a tempest, but that is not a reflection of their inherent power. Rather, it is the result of harnessing the natural forces of the world. This world was crafted for us by the divine, so fundamentally, when a sorcerer wields magic, they are drawing upon the strength of the gods. Remember, humanity is the creation of the divine, and we can never possess their power. That is a profound taboo. A sorcerer's strength originates from nature, from the very deities who fashioned this nature. He lowered his voice. Eyebrows knitted. I find it perplexing that the Roland family harbors a child so rife with misconceptions. Should you, upon reaching adulthood, utter similar statements about sorcerers' powers deriving from within, I cannot guarantee you will not find yourself burned at the stake before the temple. For your words fundamentally cast doubt upon the divine. Du Wei fell silent, his eyes returning to a blank stare, and he lowered his small head, effectively concealing his expression. Chapter 4. The magic fool. Clark was quite satisfied with the child's reaction and glanced at the crystal orb in his hand. Come now. Let me gauge your potential. That I have promised your father to instruct you, but only on the condition that you possess magical aptitude. Otherwise, Du Wei lifted his head. What must I do? Place your hands upon the crystal orb and grip it tightly. Then, endeavor to evoke any emotions within you, be it joy or anger. In essence, stir your feelings in every conceivable way. Clark replied in a detached tone, let me witness your potential. That Du Wei fell silent. Stepping forward to rest his hands on the orb, gripping it firmly, it felt cool yet smooth to the touch. Concentrate, he thought. Now begin to contemplate the most vivid memories. Anger or joy, it mattered not. Clark's serious voice echoed in his ears. That Du Wei closed his eyes, delving into his memories. Clark observed as the crystal orb began to emit a faint glow, initially dim, but soon brightening incrementally. The proud sorcerer could not suppress a flicker of astonishment, glancing between the orb and young Du Wei with a sense of incredulity. However, Du Wei's feelings were not entirely pleasant. He felt a surge of emotion, vaguely recalling his previous life, how he had inexplicably arrived in this world, how all his prior aspirations, dreams, and pursuits had dissolved into emptiness. The longer he adapted to this new realm, the more his memories of the past faded, becoming increasingly nebulous. While it is natural for memory to wane, this realization filled Du Wei with a profound sorrow, an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly. Am I living in the dream of a butterfly? Or did I dream of a butterfly? Du Wei's breath quickened, and the orb's ethereal energy seemed to amplify his emotions. His heart raced, an indescribable discomfort washing over him, as if his chest were being constricted. At last, a cold hand pressed upon his head, sending a chill cascading down his forehead, forcibly cooling his already heated thoughts. That will suffice, my child. Clark's voice was devoid of warmth. Yet the shift from boy to my child signified his satisfaction with Du Wei's potential. Quite commendable, I must say. You are merely a child under 6, yet your magical aptitude rivals that of an apprentice. Your mental power is nearly double that of an ordinary person, considering your age. I am thoroughly pleased with your potential. The haughty sorcerer even allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. My mental power truly formidable. Du Wei thought wryly. Perhaps it was due to his reincarnation. Retaining the memories of a past life, effectively possessing the mental strength of 2 lifetimes. Clark the sorcerer stowed away the orb, gesturing for Du Wei to sit. Now, I need to assess your second talent. I shall teach you a most rudimentary spell. I require you to meditate earnestly and sense the forces of nature. Then relay to me what you perceive. Du Wei attentively memorized the simple, ancient incantation, imbued with an air of mystery. You must meditate with intention, focusing your spirit. This is a pivotal stage. Many individuals, even those with greater innate talent than you, fail here and falter. What must I do? Due inquired, brow furrowed. You need not do anything. Simply recite the incantation in silence, allowing your heart to wander, to perceive your surroundings. Feel the cold, the warmth, or the sounds. Anything will suffice. It is not difficult. Due complied, sitting down and naturally adopting a cross-legged position. This posture intrigued Clark. The sorcerer then produced an hourglass from his gray robe, placing it beside them to measure time. As the fine sand trickled down. Young Dewey sat in quiet contemplation for an extended period. At last, he opened his eyes, hesitating briefly. Sorcerer, sir? Oh, what did you sense? Dewey, somewhat exasperated, replied, I feel hungry. Clark found himself somewhat disheartened by this response. It was evident that although the child possessed remarkable magical talent, he lacked the delicate sensitivity necessary to perceive the world. While the magnitude of one's magical abilities is indeed significant, it is not the sole criterion for success. Mental fortitude can be cultivated through diligent meditation over time. Those with innate strength in this regard merely start at a higher level than others. However, the ability to sense the magical elements within nature is the most crucial hurdle to overcome. Clark had previously instructed several apprentices, some of whom had lesser magical potential than young Dewey. Yet they still emerged as exceptional talents. One such apprentice, during his initial trial, had barely sat for half an hourglass before standing up and conjuring a flickering flame from his fingertips. He later specialized in fire magic. Another apprentice, at this same juncture, could already hear the whispers of the wind in the sky. Eventually mastering wind magic, Clark's most distinguished student, upon passing this trial, caused the water in a vase to levitate and coalesce into a fist-sized orb. Defying gravity. In summary, those truly gifted in becoming magicians exhibit various extraordinary phenomena during this initial test. Yet, young Master Dewey, who seemingly possessed commendable magical aptitude, appeared utterly oblivious to it all. This could only mean he was ill-suited to be a magician. Alas, it was a pity that the divine had bestowed upon him such innate mental strength. Had he passed the test, his mental acumen would have afforded him a slight advantage over others. Clark felt a twinge of regret, but swiftly dismissed it. Humph, what use is a slightly elevated mental capacity? It is akin to a brawl. A stronger individual may not necessarily triumph over a weaker one. Just as a bull, despite its great strength, cannot compete with a leopard. What a pity indeed. When the gloomy-faced Clark emerged from the room, the Count, who had been waiting outside for some time, already discerned the outcome. As expected, my lord. I regret to inform you that your son lacks the aptitude to become a magician. It seems the divine has not chosen him, but I suggest you seek a field in which he may excel. Clark added, unable to restrain himself. Forgive my boldness, but in my 36 years of magical research, I have never encountered a child quite like yours. With a sigh, Clark made no further farewells and turned to leave. However, after a couple of steps, he abruptly recalled something. Oh, if you insist on having him pursue magic, I would recommend allowing him to study potion making. After all, potion masters can be considered a form of magicians. With that, Clark waved his hand, scattering a handful of golden dust, and vanished in a burst of flames. The Count fell into deep contemplation, his expression sombered at that moment. Dewey emerged from the room, quietly observing his father. Raymond and his son exchanged glances for a moment. He sighed without speaking, but the disappointment on his face was palpable. In 36 years, I have never encountered a child quite like yours. What did he mean by that? A fool? An imbecile? A simpleton? A person devoid of talent? The Count sighed in despair. However, it was evident that due to Clark's arrogance, his unfinished sentence had misled the Count. What the magician had intended to convey was that Dewey was a paradoxical being, one endowed with excellent magical potential, yet utterly incapable of sensing the elements of natural magic. Yet, the result and the facts led the Count to conclude that his son was indeed a fool. It must be said that the ambiguous words of both the venerable scholar Rosiat and the proud magician Clark, due to their reservations or personalities, bore some responsibility for this misunderstanding. For Dewey, despite lacking the aptitude to become a magician, was far from being a fool. On the contrary, his innate mental strength, being slightly superior to that of others, rendered him seemingly more intelligent. This advantage in mental acuity endowed him with greater energy and superior memory. Yet, this individual was now nearly branded as a fool. He had begun to convince an exceptional warrior of his lack of martial talent, then drove away a learned scholar, and ultimately disappointed a renowned magician. The cumulative effect of these events only heightened the interest of the entire noble circle of the empire in this so-called fool of the Rollins family. Even some nobles, while attempting to educate their unruly children, could not help but utter phrases like, "No matter how foolish you are, you can't possibly be worse than that little fool from the Rollins family." Thus, using Dewey as a cautionary example in this manner, Dewey was cast as a negative model. And what path lay ahead for this young master? This question plagued every member of the Rollins family, except for Dewey himself. Chapter 5. The relentless blows of disappointment left Count Raymond profoundly disillusioned with his son. Yet, in the wake of this disappointment, he resolved to work even harder. Do not misunderstand. He no longer wished to invest effort in such a talentless fool. The Count redirected his ambitions towards his beautiful countess. Since this son was destined to be a failure, incapable of inheriting the family legacy or elevating it, he must strive to beget another son. After a month of diligent efforts with his lady, the Count was soon rewarded. In the winter of the following year, Count Raymond joyfully welcomed the birth of his second son. While the entire Count's estate celebrated this joyful occasion, Dewey remained in his room, engrossed in the study of the hard-won tomes on potion-making. Thank goodness, the final remark of the magician Clark had proven beneficial. With the thought, what could be worse, lingering in his mind, the Count had decided to have his fool of a son delve into potion-making. For nearly several months, the Count had shown no inclination to visit his thoroughly disappointing son. Even the Countess, once tender towards Dewey, reduced her visits due to her pregnancy and impending delivery. On the day following the birth of her new son, Dewey was escorted by a servant to the Count's chamber to visit his weary mother and newborn brother. It was evident that Count Raymond was quite pleased. The newborn, true to the Rollins family tradition, emitted a robust and powerful cry, and despite being freshly born, it was clear he would grow to be a strong child. Count Raymond could barely muster the interest to spare even a glance at his waste of a son, offering only a perfunctory greeting before dismissing him with a wave, though the Countess lying in bed felt a pang of sympathy. The cries of the newborn drew her attention away. Dewey quietly retreated, accompanied by the Count's satisfied laughter and the infant's wails. Despite feeling numb inside, a flicker of disappointment stirred within Dewey, but he reminded himself, "Do not entertain such thoughts. You are not of this world. He is not your father, nor is she your mother." Recalling that stormy night when this beautiful woman had knelt before the goddess's statue for him, Dewey felt a twinge of sorrow and shook his head vigorously. Focusing his mind, he redirected all his attention to his studies. Undeniably, Dewey held a profound interest in the magic of this world. Although Clark had deemed him talentless, the unwilling Dewey still clung to a glimmer of hope. The Count's estate naturally boasted an impressive collection of books, many of which pertained to magic. After perusing numerous texts, Dewey had to concede that Clark was correct. He indeed lacked the aptitude to become a magician. Even sitting for an entire day and night, he could not perceive the slightest fluctuation of magical elements. On one occasion, he even unknowingly drifted into slumber. Undeterred, Dewey shifted his focus to the field of potion-making, as it seemed that potion-making, too, was a form of magic. Moreover, the potion master can be reluctantly classified as a type of magician. Although Dewey inquired with the servants of the manor to understand the true standing of this so-called magician in the hearts of the people in this world, in this realm. While everyone outwardly claims that potion masters are indeed a kind of magician, an assertion even publicly affirmed in writing by the Magic Academy, their true sentiments reveal a different narrative. Can this truly be considered a magician? Potionology, as its name suggests, is the study of the concoction of various magical elixirs. Through repeated exposure, Dewey has crafted an apt analogy, if one were to compare it to the medical field of his previous life. True magicians would equate to the various specialists within a hospital, while potion masters would merely serve as the little nurses assisting the doctors, although both work within the hospital. The status and income of nurses pale in comparison to those of the esteemed physicians. Yet, upon delving deeper, Dewey found himself profoundly intrigued by the field of potionology. To him, it represented a remarkably novel domain. For instance, the method of using the eyes of a dorg frog combined with purple absinthe to create a potion that temporarily renders one mute, or how to utilize the saliva of a stardust sword dragon alongside clover and the liver of a kiki triangular scale fish to grind a powder that can petrify an individual. Furthermore, the substance extracted from fire scale grass, when dried and ground into powder, can ignite instantly upon being scattered. However, among the names mentioned, whether they be of animals or plants, especially those like the dorg frog, the sword dragon, and the Kiki triangular scale fish. 9 out of 10 are terms Dewey had never even heard of. It was as if he had stumbled into an entirely different world's chemical system. Dewey had never fathomed that the so-called magic could be interpreted in such a manner. Potions that could render one mute, petrify a person, or ignite spontaneously are indeed fascinating, are they not? In Dewey's heart, the profession of potion master resembled that of a physician, the difference being that physicians save lives, while potion masters are more adept at crafting lethal toxins. Unbeknownst to him, this very notion aligned perfectly with the general populace's perception of potion masters in this world. Poison makers. As the days passed, Dewey remained engrossed in the study of potionology. However, his knowledge remained confined to theoretical readings on paper. After all, the myriad of bizarre raw materials mentioned in potionology were absent even in the grand estate of the noble Roland family. Only the true magicians' laboratories possessed such materials. In the realm of magic, potion masters typically served as assistants to the actual magicians. Moreover, no one would dare provide dangerous magical ingredients to such a young child, even if he were the son of a count. Unbeknownst to him, 6 years slipped by. During this time, Dewey's younger brother thrived, this child named Gabriel appearing far more like a typical heir of the Roland family, in stark contrast to the dim-witted Dewey. From a young age, this brother had been healthy and lively. At the age of 6, he had already begun training under the watchful eye of the captain of the guards, Sir Alpha. It was said that the captain held a favorable view of the count's second son. Almost everyone in the manor regarded him as the future hope of the Roland family. The count evidently lavished all his care upon his second son, even deciding to wait 2 more years before officially imparting the family's martial techniques to Gabriel when he turned 8. The affection of the servants, the praise from the captain, the concern of his father, and even the admiration of a tutor they had engaged all pointed to the belief that this second son of the count possessed remarkable talent. Rumor had it that the count had decided to arrange a marriage alliance with a prominent family in the imperial capital for his 6-year-old son, securing a prestigious engagement for the family's future. Meanwhile, Dewey, the eldest son of the family, was left forgotten in the shadows. The count could scarcely find time to see his eldest son even once a month. The only one who frequently visited was the countess, who would often sneak in to see her son. Occasionally, during the quiet of the night, she would come barefoot in her nightgown to Dewey's room, cradling her pitiful child in her arms, singing lullabies to soothe him to sleep. It was during these moments that Dewey's heart would soften. At times, he would feign sleep to escape the urge to weep, often falling asleep to the sound of the countess's tears and sighs. Finally, when Dewey turned 13 and Gabriel turned 7, news arrived. The count's final decision. Beginning next year, he would personally teach Gabriel martial arts and pass down the Roland family's cherished skills. Concurrently, Count Raymond had also arranged a marriage alliance with the Minister of Finance of the Empire, solidifying their political partnership through this union. Gabriel's future bride would be the granddaughter of the current Minister of Finance, who was 9 years old. There were even whispers that this engagement had been arranged long before Gabriel's birth. Originally, it had been intended for Dewey to marry the minister's daughter. However, as Dewey was now deemed a hopeless fool, the responsibility of this pivotal alliance fell to his younger brother, the prodigious Gabriel. As for Dewey, on a dark and stormy night, he departed the imperial capital in a carriage. His intended destination was the Roland family's estate located in the southern province of Kota. The public announcement proclaimed that the 13-year-old heir was to oversee the family's holdings. In truth, Dewey understood. He had been exiled. Overseeing family affairs, that was mere jest. Everyone knew that the family's significant enterprises were in the imperial capital, the political heart of the empire. The estates and farmlands in the family territory, the farmers, the taxes, these could easily be managed by a few stewards. In reality, Dewey had received clear information that he was likely to be sent to the family's ancestral home in the countryside of Kota. And without the count's summons, he would never return to the imperial capital. It was clear to all that the title of heir to the Roland family had shifted from Dewey to his 7-year-old genius brother. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in fiery hues, a lavishly adorned carriage slowly traversed a road in the southern province of Kota on this spring evening. This exquisite 4-wheeled vehicle, crafted from the finest materials, boasted a somber yet noble black exterior, adorned with intricate carvings and gilded patterns that unmistakably signified the noble status of its owner. Particularly striking was the family crest displayed upon the carriage. A circle of irises entwined around the blades of 2 crossed long swords, with a crown perched upon the hilts, all enveloped in a blaze of flames. Such a crest would be recognized as extraordinary only by a noble well-versed in heraldry. Among all the families in the empire, Few could boast of having two crossed swords etched upon their crest, symbolizing that at least one marshal had emerged from their lineage. The crown above further signified a blood connection to the royal family. Surrounding the carriage were 10 knights clad in light armor, mounted on splendid steeds, their knightly swords at the ready, and their armor gleaming. Yet their expressions were all downcast, incongruent with their splendid attire. Matter sat beside the coachman, idly chewing on a blade of grass, glancing at the darkening sky, then sighed deeply before bending down to knock on the carriage window. Young Master Dewey. Should we find a place to rest? The night is drawing near. Inside the carriage, Dewey, interrupted from his reading, lifted his head and peered out at the setting sun. Very well, Matter promptly acknowledged. And at that moment, a horse galloped towards them, swiftly reaching the carriage's front. A family guard knight, clad in light armor, slightly breathless, called out, "Master Steward, there is a small town ahead. It seems to be our only choice for rest tonight." Once a mere stableman, Matter struggled to adjust to being addressed as Master Steward, yet this honest man nodded respectfully to the young knight before him. "The master has spoken. We shall rest ahead." Observing the young knight's loyal and resolute visage, Matter couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a naive youth. Accompanying young Master Dewey back to the ancestral home of the Llewellyn family are merely 20 family guard knights. As the esteemed second-in-command of the Imperial Military Command and the eldest son of Count Raymond, it is somewhat disheartening that he embarks on this journey home with such a meager entourage. Consisting of only these 20 guardians, himself, a steward, and a coachman, such a sparse retinue seems rather inadequate. One must consider that in the capital, among the affluent families and noble clans, even a simple outing into the countryside would warrant the attendance of numerous servants and guards. The 20 family knights in attendance have been meticulously selected. It is common knowledge that young Master Dewey has fallen completely out of favor within the family, with the family's future now resting upon his younger brother. Though unspoken, it is evident that Dewey has been stripped of his status as the heir. Undoubtedly, following such a relegated master to oversee the family estate portends a bleak future. Human nature is inherently self-serving. Everyone aspires to remain in the vibrant capital, and no one wishes to accompany a seemingly ineffectual master back to a rural life of mediocrity. This sentiment rings especially true for the knights. Who wouldn't yearn to stay in the capital, by the count's side, hopeful that their martial prowess might earn them favor and lead to prosperity? Thus, when the arrangements for accompanying young Master Dewey back home were made, every knight sought to evade the duty. Not a single knight desired to squander their youthful years in the drudgery of watching over farmers alongside a master deemed worthless. Consequently, the final selection of these 20 knights was undoubtedly a stroke of misfortune. They were either inept in their combat skills and of little use, or socially awkward and ostracized by their peers, or simply young and naive, easily manipulated. Observing the young knight returning from scouting ahead, Mata has already formed a conclusion about this lad. He is likely one of those inexperienced youth, blissfully unaware of their relegated status. After departing from the capital, the mood amongst the group has been rather subdued, with only young Master Dewey maintaining an air of tranquility. Despite his demotion, no one has ever heard him utter a single complaint. Each day, he sits in the carriage, engrossed in the books he brought from home, rarely speaking, and exhibiting a demeanor that is quite mild-mannered. Shaking off his own distractions, Mata called out to urge the party to quicken their pace. The former coachman, now the steward, maintains a relatively positive outlook. After all, he reassures himself, whether relegated or not, he was once merely a humble coachman. To have reached this point is already a stroke of fortune bestowed by the young master, though merely a relegated steward. The truth remains that his monthly salary has increased by several gold coins. As he fondled the weighty coin pouch in his pocket, a smile spread across Mata's face. It is said that in the Kote province, located in the southern part of the empire, the local women possess delicate skin and petite figures. Perhaps I, old Mata, might find a wife here. Jammu town is the sole settlement within a 100-mile radius, consisting of several hundred households, and it boasts but one small tavern, simply named the Jammu Tavern. As the only establishment of its kind, its business thrives moderately well. Cheap alcoholic beverages, affordable roasted meats, and low-cost companionship ensure that even those residing at the fringes of society can partake in a modicum of life's pleasures. Upon the arrival of Dewey's caravan at the tavern's entrance, he lifted his head, closed the book in his hands, and extinguished the lantern within the carriage. Stepping out, Dewey glanced at the rusty metal sign swaying in the wind above the tavern's entrance. The sounds of raucous merriment emanating from within, Illuminated by lively lights spilling through the windows as Du Wei and his entourage entered the tavern, they immediately garnered the attention of the patrons. After all, a group of knights clad in light armor entering such a modest establishment is quite the spectacle. Du Wei was the last to enter, and by the time he did, the knights had already accomplished their task, clearing a space, setting a clean table, and forming a protective circle around Du Wei. The patrons scrutinized Du Wei, assessing this seemingly youthful scion. That Du Wei stood tall, a testament to his lineage from the martial Luo Lin family. Yet his physique appeared somewhat slender, adorned in a splendid attire with lace trim accentuating his noble status. Apart from his striking red hair, a hallmark of the Luo Lin bloodline, he exuded an impression of fragility. Pale-faced, tall, fair-skinned, and silent, holding a book close, the other guard knights began to unload their belongings, and Mata tossed a few gold coins towards the tavern owner, who promptly arranged for several clean rooms and provisions for the horses. Meanwhile, Du Wei endured the various curious glances cast upon him. It appears we have a noble lord among us. How curious for a noble to venture to such a place. Tavern owner, you ought to preserve the chair this gentleman sits upon. It may fetch a good price. After a brief silence, the tavern erupted once more into lively chatter, with patrons discussing the arrival of Du Wei and his party. Clearly, in such a small town, the appearance of a well-dressed nobleman in an inexpensive tavern is a rarity. A few heavily made-up women, clad in revealing attire, attempted to approach Du Wei, but old Mata diligently fulfilled his role, shooing them away. In the ensuing scuffle, two of the women were pushed aside, unable to refrain from hurling a few insults at Mata, but he paid them no mind. Nearby, a drunken man staggered over, wrapping his arms around one of the women. "Ah, my little treasure, what interest is there in that young lad? Allow me to shower you with affection instead," he concluded by pinching the woman's backside, eliciting laughter as she promptly settled into his embrace. Du Wei maintained his composure, quietly sipping his drink, even as the surrounding patrons pointed and whispered about him. The knights beside him appeared lackluster, unable to resist lamenting their future prospects amidst the overpowering sense of cheap alcohol and perfume. Oh, how splendid it would be to remain in the vibrant capital. Just then, with a loud bang, the tavern door swung open, and a group of four entered, 3 men and 1 woman. Their dusty appearances and conspicuously extravagant attire revealed them to be outsiders, much like Du Wei and his companions. The tavern fell silent as the eyes of all the men were drawn immediately to the young woman among the newcomers. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, with flowing chestnut hair and a strikingly beautiful face, exuding an alluring charm that captivated the attention of the opposite sex. Clad in form-fitting leather armor of exceptional quality, the armor shimmered in a deep blue hue, adorned with intricate patterns. Her lower half was equally provocative, sporting short pants that left her fair, voluptuous thighs fully exposed. A leather belt was strapped around her thigh, featuring a dagger, while a curved sword hung at her waist, and a beautifully crafted small bow rested on her back, its quiver filled with gleaming silver arrows. The brilliance of the silver suggested that they were crafted from pure silver, an extravagant choice indeed. The sight of this striking young woman instantly became the focal point of many male gazes within the tavern. As she casually bent over, the unique neckline of her leather armor revealed a glimpse of her fair skin, causing 2 nearby drunken men to drop their drinks in shock. Among her male companions was a brawny figure, clad in heavy armor and bearing a substantial shield on his back. His muscular arms, adorned with scars, and the fierce demeanor he exhibited marked him as a warrior of formidable strength. Another tall and slender fellow appeared, exuding an air of keen awareness. Slung over his shoulder was a longbow, and judging by the sleek black bowstring, his elongated yet powerful fingers, and the dark iron ring adorning his finger, it was evident that he was a character of an archer. The final individual, however, captured Du Wei's utmost attention. He was a man draped in a gray cloak, possessing an unremarkable visage, yet his eyes sparkled with a piercing, cold light. His attire was exceedingly simple, to the point that those around him seemed to overlook his presence entirely. Nevertheless, Du Wei was particularly fixated on this man, for concealed beneath his robe was a silver leaf-shaped emblem upon his chest. The locals may not recognize this insignia, but Du Wei certainly did. Moreover, some of the well-informed knights from the Lauren family accompanying him also recognized it. This last figure, clad in gray, was unexpectedly a magician, although merely a novice, as indicated by the silver leaf emblem he bore. It was undoubtedly a mark of legitimate certification from the Magical Academy. After scrutinizing the emblem for a moment, a thought immediately sprang to Du Wei's mind. several inebriated patrons were eyeing the striking young woman. Their mouths watering. One had already risen, unsteadily clutching a large goblet as he staggered toward her. "Hey, beautiful girl," smack. Before he could finish, he was sent sprawling by a warrior resembling a raging bull. Eliciting uproarious laughter from everyone in the tavern, Du Wei's gaze brimmed with interest. A close combat warrior akin to a raging bull, and a ranged archer, the girl is surrounded by her companions, suggesting her status as their leader. Could this be the fabled adventuring party? Upon familiarizing himself with this world, Du Wei had learned of the existence of adventuring teams akin to mercenaries, ranging from hundreds to just a handful of members. In the southern forests, low-level magical beasts frequently emerged, enticing numerous adventuring teams to test their luck, hunt these creatures, and sell their spoils for a reward. Additionally, local governments, constrained by manpower shortages, were also inclined to hire these adventurers to resolve various issues, such as capturing notorious bandits for hefty bounties. Essentially, the Empire had yet to witness the emergence of a large-scale mercenary guild, as the laws of the Empire prohibited the formation of such substantial armed forces. Fearing that such organizations might threaten the imperial authority. In Du Wei's view, this measure was undoubtedly prudent, as controlling civilian militias was vital for maintaining national stability. Yet, to discover a magician among these individuals was astonishing. After perusing numerous texts, Du Wei had learned that magicians were exceedingly rare in this world. Becoming a magician required not only exceptional talent but also years, if not decades, of relentless effort. Only through this arduous journey could one attain the status of a magician. According to Du Wei's readings, the entire empire boasted merely a few hundred magicians. Even some noble families found it challenging to recruit magicians to serve them. The scarcity of magicians rendered their compensation remarkably high. Those with slightly lesser means could scarcely afford to support a magician. Even within the palatial households of nobility, successfully enlisting a magician was a matter of great pride. Thus, the presence of a magician within what appeared to be a ragtag adventuring party was indeed a rarity. The trio of men and the woman settled at a table in the far corner. The bull-like warrior guzzled from a large barrel of ale. The archer meticulously savored a piece of roasted meat. The magician meditated with closed eyes, while the striking girl exhibited evident impatience toward the multitude of male gazes directed her way. Fortunately, their group, clearly not to be trifled with, deterred anyone from approaching to engage or provoke trouble. However, hushed whispers were unavoidable, especially among Du Wei's entourage. These knights hailing from an earl's estate, proud of their noble lineage, regarded a ragtag adventuring team with disdain. Moreover, after a few rounds of drinks, fueled by their frustrations from being dispatched, they felt an urge to vent. Others may have hesitated to confront the girl's group, but the knights of the Lauren family were not so timid. Yet, these knights maintained a degree of decorum around their master, refraining from direct engagement, confining their discussions to whispers. After consuming a couple of drinks, Du Wei found amusement in hearing his subordinates discuss the girl's beautiful legs. Reminiscent of past escapades with friends at bars reveling in discussions about attractive women. However, these fellows grew increasingly bold after a couple of drinks, their voices rising slightly, and they seemed to show a lack of respect toward their diminutive. Unfortunate master, the striking girl, akin to a fiery pepper, met the leering gazes with defiance, unaware that her fierce glare only heightened the allure for the last. A knight, emboldened by drink, chuckled softly. "Look at those legs. My heavens, I've never seen such exquisite legs. A fiery little thing like that in the capital's pleasure district would surely command at least 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. Have you ever been to a pleasure district? Humph. The girls there start at 300 gold coins," retorted another, mocking his companion's ignorance. Du Wei, observing his disgruntled entourage, suddenly felt a spark of inspiration and smiled as he remarked, "Is she truly that beautiful? I find her rather ordinary, though those legs certainly have their appeal." The knights were taken aback, astonished that this previously taciturn young master would utter such words. Wasn't this young master reputed to be a dimwit who rarely spoke? It was precisely due to this reputation that the knights felt emboldened to speak so recklessly. "What's the matter? Are you not men?" Du Wei chuckled heartily. "She's merely a girl. You are all skilled knights. And if you find her appealing, do you dare only sit here and wag your tongues?" he continued. "I'll offer 10 gold coins to whoever dares to approach her for a chat." The knights erupted in laughter, finding this young master's unconventional behavior posthumously amusing despite his fall from grace. Immediately, one bold soul declared, "My lord, let me have those 10 gold coins." rising to his feet. He pounded the table and called out to the corner, "Hey, girl, how about a drink on me?" The striking girl glared angrily in response, seeming poised to rise, but her companions gently restrained her. The magician gestured discreetly toward Du Wei, whispering a few words. Likely, they sensed Du Wei's noble attire and status, wishing to avoid trouble. Seeing the girl's lack of response, the knight scratched his head, about to speak again, when Du Wei abruptly stood, whistled at the corner, and then raised his middle finger. The knights were left dumbfounded. After all, they were trained guardians from prestigious families, and had never witnessed a nobleman of such standing engage in such crude behavior, especially the son of the esteemed earl. While the knights stood in shock, the striking girl reacted swiftly, hurling a large goblet toward Du Wei. One knight seated in front of Du Wei reacted quickly, standing to shield himself, deflecting the goblet, yet the contents splattered everywhere, even dampening Du Wei's sleeve. Fury erupted among the knights as they unsheathed their swords and cried out, charging toward the corner where the girl and her companions stood. The girl had already drawn her curved dagger, and amidst the exchange of insults, a brawl ensued. The tavern erupted into chaos, with some frightened patrons fleeing, while the bold remained to observe the spectacle. The bull-like warrior attracted the attention of 5 or 6 family knights, and although they had all indulged in drink, the initial exchanges were restrained. The magician in the corner had shouted a warning, likely advising his companions to refrain from excessive force. However, as the bull-like warrior found himself cornered and accidentally took a punch to the nose, blood gushed forth, and his nose shattered, leaving him unconcerned with restraint. With a mighty swing of his shield, he struck out, sending one knight flying, who crashed into the tavern's counter, reducing it to splinters. However, the space was too confined for the knights to fully unleash their prowess. As they struck in unison, the formidable warrior bore several new wounds. The archer fared the worst. Typically adept at long-range combat, he found himself at a disadvantage in such close quarters, his towering bow rendered useless. Forced to rely on a dagger, he struggled against a knight's assault, but was soon felled with a swift kick. The strikingly beautiful girl deftly parried a knight's long sword with her curved blade. Although her movements were graceful, she could see her companion faltering under pressure. Spotting Du Wei seated nearby, clearly the leader of this group, a thought crossed her mind. She sidestepped the knight and swiftly darted towards him. Yet the family's guardian knight did not forget his duty. As soon as she moved, a nearby knight hurled a table in her direction, causing her to stumble. Another knight then struck down, piercing her leather armor. Fortunately, the armor was enchanted, and a flash of white light repelled the blade, leaving her unharmed. The mage, who had been lurking in the background without intervening, grew grim at the sight of the girl being struck. Rising, he raised his hands high, his fingers swiftly tracing intricate symbols as he chanted a series of peculiar incantations. A faint glow radiated from his fingertips. The knights of the Roland family, engaged in combat, suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy. Their movements slowed, and their swords felt as if they had gained significant weight. This unforeseen turn of events left them at a disadvantage, and several knights soon found themselves wounded by their opponents. Du Wei's eyes lit up as he observed this. Slow spell. This is genuine magic. He watched as the mage retreated, fingers dancing to conjure another fireball, which launched towards several knights. One knight, skilled in combat, managed to deflect the fireball with a swing of his sword, but the resulting sparks ignited chaos, causing the others to scream in pain and disarray. The room erupted in flames, with the mage now resembling a massive flamethrower. The Roland family's guardians, who had once held the upper hand, found themselves swiftly losing their advantage. 20 against a handful had become a mere stalemate. However, Du Wei sensed something amiss. The mage had unleashed several fireballs in quick succession. Although uncertain of the true capabilities of a first-level mage, he noted that this mage hardly seemed to chant at all. Each fireball was cast with astonishing speed, far exceeding what a novice mage should be capable of. Recalling his studies on magic, where it was stated that mages excelled at ranged attacks, but were weak in close combat, Du Wei observed that the mage was unaccompanied by any warrior guards. He seized a bottle of wine and hurled it at the mage. Though mages could wield powerful spells, their hand-to-hand combat skills were typically lacking. The bottle struck the wall with a crash, sending shards flying and cutting the mage's face. In a flurry, Du Wei lunged at the mage, grasping his neck and bringing him down to the floor. Du Wei's strategy was sound, but he had underestimated his own strength. After all, he was merely a 13-year-old boy. How much strength could he truly muster? Though the mage's combat ability was diminished, he was still an adult, and soon Du Wei found himself pinned beneath him, his arms immobilized. Just as he was about to cry out, a sudden thud echoed. The mage's eyelids fluttered, and he fainted, collapsing atop Due. Pushing the unconscious mage aside, Due was met with the anxious face of his loyal servant, Maid, who stood before him, brandishing a wooden table leg. With the mage incapacitated and the slow spell no longer in effect, the Roland knights regained their composure and charged forward once more, in the ensuing tumult. The once dominant guardians quickly turned the tide, overwhelming the foes. The formidable warrior was soon brought down by 2 swift strikes. While the archer had already been knocked unconscious, the striking girl proved to be the most formidable. Her agility enhanced by her magically reinforced leather armor, which allowed her to deftly evade capture. However, as several knights finally managed to subdue her through sheer numbers, they pinned her to the ground. Panting, Due was assisted to his feet by a few contrite knights, who offered him an undamaged chair to sit upon. The knights felt a twinge of shame. As guardians, they had allowed their young master to be frightened. Yet Due was unconcerned. He had quickly grasped the situation. These adventurers were rather ordinary. Their combat skills were subpar, with only the burly warrior standing out due to his brute strength. Most telling was the absence of any skilled combatants among them. Not a single one possessed the ability to wield fighting energy. They were nothing but a ragtag group, hardly worthy of note. This also served as a reflection of Due's own lack of favoritism. The 20 guardian knights assigned to him were evidently the most inept of the Roland family. To struggle so against a mere 4 adversaries was telling. It seemed his father had truly given up hope. Dispatching such a pitiful assembly as his entourage, Due couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. After all, in the prestigious Roland family, a prominent figure in the imperial military command, there surely existed skilled warriors. It was hardly surprising that those with exceptional combat prowess would not deign to accompany a seemingly ineffectual young master. Only the inept would be left to accept such a fate. As his knights offered apologies tinged with shame, Due paid them no mind, instead inspecting the weapons they had seized. He quickly lost interest in the burly warrior's massive shield, but was drawn to the striking girl's leather armor. After scrutinizing it for a while, he exclaimed in delight, "Just as I suspected." Having studied numerous tomes on magical knowledge, Due's interest in magic had only intensified. He quickly discerned that the armor was imbued with at least 2 enchantments, one enhancing agility, and the other augmenting strength. The fact that such powerful enchantments could be placed on a single piece of armor signified its considerable value, even in the high-end weapon stores of the imperial capital. It could fetch a handsome price. Many skilled warriors would be eager to pay a premium for such an item. How curious it was that this rather mediocre warrior possessed such a remarkable artifact. As Due examined the curved blade in his hand, he noticed a gem on the hilt that resembled a tool he had read about for storing magical energy. Yet another magically enhanced weapon. He mused. Furthermore, the most precious item was undoubtedly the silver bow and arrow set that the girl possessed. Silver, a relatively soft metal, was not typically used for conventional weapons. However, it was renowned for its efficacy against mages. As it inherently repelled many forms of magic, many high-level mages would cast protective spells to counteract their own vulnerabilities in close combat. Thus, this silver bow and arrow set was a prime tool for ambushing mages. Such rare, anti-magic weaponry might not hold much value against ordinary foes, but it was perfectly suited for dealing with magic users. Unable to resist, Due's gaze lingered on the long-legged girl. Here was a low-level warrior. Yet she carried such high-caliber, magically enhanced weaponry, including a notably rare anti-magic weapon. Perhaps it was the extended duration of his scrutiny that led to misunderstandings. Even the family's guardian knights began to wonder about their young master's intentions. As a boy of his age gazed intently at the girl's figure, "Remove this girl's leather armor," Due commanded nonchalantly, driven solely by his interest in her magical weaponry. He felt an overwhelming impulse to seek out a quiet room where he could thoroughly study these matters, meticulously verifying the myriad questions of knowledge that resided within his heart against the texts before him. However, the knight in attendance found himself in a predicament. "Esteemed young master, do you truly wish to disrobe her in this very place?" The knight's words were somewhat ambiguous, and his expression carried an air of ambiguity, for it was evident, from the tantalizing curves accentuated by the long-legged maiden's attire and the revealing nature of her garments, that beneath this leather armor, she was clad in naught but a scanty undergarment. Instantaneous casting. Due nodded, coming back to his senses. "Then let us find her a room and allow her to undress at her leisure." He chuckled, gazing at the long-legged maiden. "I harbor no ulterior motives. I am merely intrigued by your leather armor. Curse you, demon. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall ensure you face the wrath of my girl." The knight's demeanor shifted as he approached her, boldly extending a finger to poke her face with considerable force. "Do, I've touched you. What shall you do about it?" The others were bound with ropes, and the brawny warrior was secured with chains typically reserved for livestock, procured by two knights from an unknown source. Meanwhile, the long-legged maiden was rendered unconscious by the guards of the Roland family and unceremoniously tossed into Du Wei's chamber. Since the young master seemed quite taken with this girl, it would be wise for his subordinate to seize the opportunity to curry favor, with no concern for the sordid thoughts of his comrades. Du Wei cleared his mind, preparing to examine the magician in solitude. Stripped of his gray robes, the magician stood before Du Wei clad only in undergarments, his hands and feet bound. Initially, he attempted to intimidate the young nobleman. "Do you not fear the ire of the Magic Society for treating a magician in such a manner?" In response, he received a resounding slap, which promptly silenced him. Du Wei rubbed his aching hand, realizing that his own physique was still somewhat frail. "If you can answer a few questions obediently, I may consider granting you your freedom," Du Wei stated, settling into a chair and regarding the magician, now tied like a dumpling. "I did not observe you uttering any incantations when you cast those fireballs earlier. Have you mastered the technique of instantaneous casting?" This was what piqued Du Wei's curiosity most. The casting of magic typically necessitated the recitation of incantations, a fundamental truth gleaned from all the texts he had perused. Although a select few distinguished magicians in this realm had reportedly mastered a method of mental invocation, allowing them to complete spells silently within their minds. Such prowess required extraordinary mental fortitude and an extreme precision in understanding magical techniques. Only the most renowned archmages on the continent could achieve this feat. The art of instantaneous casting was certainly beyond the grasp of a mere novice magician. Naturally, aside from relying solely on inherent abilities for instantaneous casting, there existed alternative methods, the most widely recognized being the magical scrolls. These scrolls contained pre-drafted spells, enabling a magician to unleash stored magic instantaneously in the heat of battle simply by unfurling the scroll. Yet, magical scrolls were precious consumables, and the complexity of crafting higher-level spells into scrolls increased significantly. At present, the majority of scrolls in circulation contained only low-level spells, while those capable of crafting mid-level spells into scrolls were rare treasures indeed. As for high-level spells, it was exceedingly rare to hear of their successful transmutation into scrolls. Thus, Du Wei found himself deeply intrigued by this seemingly lowly first-level magician, for during their previous encounter, the magician had cast spells without uttering a single word, seemingly embodying the fabled instantaneous casting, albeit with the simplest of fireball spells. In this realm, the hierarchy of magicians was clearly demarcated, primarily by the strength of their magical power and their mastery of magical techniques. Among these, the use of incantations served as a crucial metric for assessing a magician's proficiency. The necessity of reciting spells was universally acknowledged. Often, the same incantation, when invoked by different magicians, would yield varying results. Some exceptionally skilled magicians had developed alternative methods for reciting spells, allowing them to articulate even the most complex incantations swiftly, thereby gaining the upper hand in combat by casting spells before their adversaries. The research and discoveries surrounding magical incantations were often regarded as a magician's most guarded secrets, fiercely protected to maintain their advantages. The pursuit of instantaneous casting was something that could drive any magician to madness or compel them to sacrifice everything in its pursuit. Du Wei was no fool. He did not genuinely believe that this mere first-level magician, only slightly above the rank of an apprentice, had truly mastered the art of instantaneous casting. Instead, he surmised that the magician had likely uncovered a method akin to instantaneous casting or a substitute for it. Otherwise, if the magician before him were indeed a master of instantaneous casting, he would not have found himself ensnared like a dumpling. The outcome of their recent confrontation should have seen Du Wei's side vanquished. This individual undoubtedly harbored some secret. That was the source of Du Wei's fascination. Upon facing Du Wei's inquiries, the magician's countenance darkened. He seemed evasive, tightly sealing his lips in silence. That Du Wei merely shrugged. Not expecting immediate cooperation, they were in the kitchen behind the tavern, and with only the two of them present, Du Wei had ample time to engage the magician in a war of attrition. He began meticulously examining the spoils he had confiscated from the magician. One magical robe caught his eye, which he promptly tossed into the nearby hearth, where it ignited in flames, consumed as firewood. However, the silver leaf emblem he held in his hand, after a moment of contemplation, also found its way into the flames. This emblem served as the official certification of a magician issued by the Magic Society. From Du Wei's perspective as an outsider from another world, it possessed a unique property. It was designed to prevent theft or loss. Having undergone magical certification by the Magic Society, it could only be worn by the magician to whom it belonged and could not be separated from their person beyond a certain distance, or it would automatically dissolve. Furthermore, the emblem emitted a faint magical signature, serving as an anti-counterfeiting measure, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to forge such an emblem to impersonate a magician. Consequently, this emblem held no value for Du Wei. Yet, as he watched it being cast into the flames, he noted the magician's pained expression at witnessing the destruction of his certification. "You see, I harbor no ill will," Du Wei remarked with a smile, a devilish grin illuminating his youthful, pallid-visaged. "I am merely a boy with a keen interest in magic. Should you consent to answer a few questions, I may grant you your freedom." The magician remained mute. Du Wei continued his examination of the spoils. Among them, he discovered a small pouch, which, when emptied, revealed several gemstones of varying quality. While precious to ordinary folk, to a magician, they were but tools for storing magical energy. Du Wei accepted them into his pocket without hesitation. In addition, he found 2 sheets of parchment inscribed with a few low-level magical incantations. Upon glancing at them, his eyes brightened, despite having perused numerous tomes on the subject of magic. The stringent regulations governing the field dictated that no genuine magical incantations could be recorded in books. Only theoretical knowledge regarding magic could be found in written form, with not even the simplest incantation, such as that for a fireball, being included. This meant that while anyone could read about magic, they could not become a magician merely through study. For instance, Du Wei had amassed considerable theoretical knowledge and understanding of magic, yet he did not know a single incantation. This ensured the preservation of the ancient tradition of magical transmission. The teachings of a magician could only be imparted directly from an experienced mentor to a disciple, never to be disseminated publicly. It bore resemblance to the stringent regulations surrounding firearms in that world. Du Wei held this assessment in his heart. In that world, everyone had access to the internet or could learn about various weapons, firearms, their specifications, models, principles, and so forth through reading. However, it was utterly impossible to rely solely on one's own strength to craft a genuine firearm by hand. What is this? After tallying the spoils, what remained before him were several transparent vials, sealed at the top, containing powders of various colors. Du Wei dared not open these vials recklessly, for the items carried by a sorcerer were likely to be perilous. Perhaps one of these vials contained a dangerous substance capable of turning a person to stone. It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. Du Wei straightened his posture, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded his captive. "Your true power is rather feeble. You are merely a low-level first-tier sorcerer. This is beyond doubt. The instant casting techniques you displayed during the battle must surely be some sort of clever trick. Am I right? Now, I present you with 2 choices. Either you comply and satisfy my curiosity, and I shall let you go, or you shall face some discomfort." The sorcerer attempted to play tricks. "You are a noble. Do you not think that treating a sorcerer in such a manner is unbecoming of your status?" Du Wei remained silent. Noble? And what of it? In truth, Du Wei had always felt a sense of detachment regarding his inexplicable arrival in this world. In this entirely unfamiliar realm, he perceived his existence as devoid of any purpose. Having lost everything from his original world, his ideals, friendships, familial bonds, love, he found himself in a completely alien world, severed in a manner that felt almost brutal. For the preceding years, Du Wei felt as though his life was a haze, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of direction. Now, in this strange world, the sole aspect that piqued his interest was the realm of magic. As for everything else, Du Wei cared little, and to satiate his curiosity regarding magic, orchestrating an ambush against these strangers in the tavern, was such behavior ethical? Du Wei was indifferent. He, Du Wei Roland, whether in this life or the last, had never been a virtuous person. Chapter 9. Ruo Lin's seduction plan. The sorcerer's resistance proved more formidable than anticipated. Yet Du Wei had means to deal with him. Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him escape. Do not forget that he is a sorcerer. As long as you prevent him from regaining his magical energy, all will be well. That a sorcerer stripped of his power is no better than an ordinary person. Du Wei instructed the 2 knights tasked with guarding the captive. Remember, every so often, douse him with cold water. You need only ensure that this sorcerer has no opportunity to sleep or meditate. continuously stimulating him to maintain his utmost alertness. Magical energy is akin to mental fortitude when a human's mental energy is depleted. The most common method of recovery is sleep. Sorcerers, however, can also replenish through meditation that as long as he is denied the chance to restore his mental energy, a sorcerer becomes nothing more than a feeble, ordinary individual. Dewey subsequently returned to his chambers, but at the door, he encountered his loyal servant, Mada, accompanied by two knights whose expressions were ambiguous. "What is it?" Dewey asked with a warm smile. "Young master, everything is prepared. Shall you enter now?" One of the knights inquired with a hint of deference. Dewey merely smirked, failing to grasp their intent, and waved his hand as he entered his room. The servant promptly shutting the door behind him. This humble tavern, of course, boasted no luxurious suites, yet this room, having been tidied, was relatively clean. To Dewey's slight surprise, he quickly comprehended the meaning behind the ambiguous smiles of his subordinates from earlier. Inside the room, a slender young woman sat on a chair, her expression weary, her hands and feet bound. To ensure that their master's interest remained unbroken, his meticulous subordinates had not used ordinary rope to restrain her, but rather tendons from an ox. As this little rascal approached, Ruo Lin truly felt fear creeping in. This fellow appeared quite young. Perhaps at such a tender age, he would refrain from committing any heinous acts against her. Yet Ruo Lin was acutely aware of the allure her femininity held over men. What Ruo Lin genuinely pondered was, she feared not that he would covet her fiery beauty, but rather that this young noble seemed rather too youthful, indicating he might not be the type to indulge in carnal desires. This realization left Ruo Lin bereft of the opportunity to wield her most potent weapon. In truth, she understood the lethal impact her appearance had on men. Moreover, her sultry exterior had always been a weapon she adeptly wielded. Within the empire, adventuring teams and mercenary organizations flourished like weeds. Her modest group was merely an inconsequential band of adventurers. The reason they had managed to sustain their existence and maintain independence without being subsumed was that Ruo Lin was adept at leveraging her feminine charms. When necessary, she did not mind occasionally accepting minor losses, provided there were sufficient conditions for exchange. For instance, the curved dagger bestowed upon her by the infatuated captain of a mercenary band, and this time, the laborious recruitment of a sorcerer, all had been drawn by her alluring visage. At 20 years of age, Ruo Lin was akin to a cunning little fox, a quintessential streetwise vixen. She was skilled at using her beauty to beguile men who approached her with ulterior motives, while simultaneously adept at safeguarding herself, ensuring she would not suffer undue losses. For instance, she had not anticipated attracting a sorcerer to her ranks, undoubtedly. This was the most proud accomplishment of her brief adventuring career. With the sorcerer's addition, her otherwise inconsequential band of adventurers would see a significant enhancement in strength. Her journey to the province of Kota was merely an act of evasion. Previously, in the territory of a noble in the north, she had seduced a lovesick baron, who, utterly enchanted, gifted her a family heirloom, a magical enhanced leather armor, only for Ruo Lin to slip away before he could truly benefit from the encounter. Alas, she had not anticipated encountering such circumstances on her journey south. She had not foreseen coming across a noble accompanied by such a large retinue in this remote place, nor could she have imagined that this noble would brazenly flirt with her in public, and even less so that her adventuring team, now boasting a sorcerer, would prove so easily overwhelmed by this young noble's forces. Damn it, when the sorcerer drooled over her, had he not boasted of his unparalleled prowess? Yet he was ultimately vanquished by a mere child. Had she known, it was simply a matter of him whistling at her, she could have endured a little longer. Perhaps, after acquiring the sorcerer, she had indeed grown a tad too complacent. As she observed the approaching young noble, Ruo Lin sighed inwardly and steeled herself. Very well. If he truly intended to bully her, then she would simply endure it as if being pressed by a ghost. Compared to that, what pained her more were the three magical weapons that had fallen into his hands. The curved dagger was a gift from the mercenary captain who admired her beauty, and the leather armor had been bestowed by the foolish baron from the north. That was all well and good. However, the broken magical bow and arrows were ancestral treasures. As the noble boy drew near, his hand reaching out, Ruo Lin sighed. Already resigned to a certain sacrifice, she even began contemplating how to please this young lad, hoping that once satisfied, he might release her, should she feign terror to satiate his desire for conquest, or adopt a pitiful demeanor to elicit his sympathy, or perhaps she should simply be as gentle and compliant as possible. Weighing her options rapidly, considering his age, Ruo Lin decided to adopt the guise of innocence. Yes, that would do. A hint of bashfulness, coupled with a touch of trepidation in her eyes, an expression of innocent naivety. These would surely captivate a boy of his age. Perhaps, by doing so, she might not only escape unscathed, but also gain some advantage. Ruo Lin began her performance, closing her eyes, slightly parting her lips, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, exuding an air of timid rabbit-like fear and trepidation, accentuating her pitiable appearance. Though it may seem somewhat incongruous for a 20-year-old to adopt the guise of a young girl, one must consider that such a youthful, half-grown lad likely possesses little experience with women. Furthermore, the few attendants and guards accompanying him suggest that he is not of a distinguished noble lineage. He may merely be a provincial landowner with a hereditary title of nobility. Roland felt quite confident in her expression, believing that upon seeing her appearance, he might soften, perhaps even reveal a glimmer of sympathy. Or better yet, stir his desires. "Please, do not take note of his hand as it glides down my shoulder," she implored softly, her voice laced with a feigned fragility. Simultaneously, she gently twisted her body, fully aware that such movements would likely ignite the burgeoning desires of a lad still inexperienced in these matters. The hand began to unfasten the buckles of her leather armor from behind, deftly loosening the straps, and Roland felt a sudden lightness as the snug garment slipped away. Instantly, her exquisite upper curves were fully unveiled. Roland was acutely aware of her physical allure and adept at showcasing it. Beneath the leather armor, she wore only a delicate bandeau, her proud bosom standing defiantly, with a subtle arch of her back. She discreetly opened her eyes a fraction to steal a glance at him. His hands ventured beneath her ribs, deftly untying the myriad of ropes, completely removing her armor. A wave of anxiety washed over her. What would this young rogue do next? Would he suddenly leap forward to embrace her, or perhaps pin her down? Or might those hands soon traverse her bosom? Amidst her tension, she felt an odd sense of anticipation. Although he was somewhat younger, he was not unattractive. Just as Roland's thoughts spiraled, she felt a sudden pang of realization that it was eerily tranquil. Yes, too tranquil. His hands moved with remarkable steadiness and gentleness, and most importantly, as he divested her of her armor. There was no hint of lewd intent. Every movement was clean, and though his fingers occasionally brushed against her sensitive areas, his breathing remained undisturbed. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Roland opened her eyes, only to find the noble youth engrossed in examining her leather armor, utterly captivated, his attention not straying to her at all. Blast it! How infuriating! Roland's anger simmered. Did he not see her current state? She lifted her chest, her bandeau subtly rising and falling, and under the agitation of her emotions, a physiological response became evident, revealing faint protrusions beneath the delicate fabric, coupled with her exposed alabaster skin and the deep valley between her curves. Was this fellow not a man? Or was he blind? Unable to restrain herself, she coughed lightly, attempting to draw his attention, but her ire seemed futile. The young noble continued to ignore her, instead moving a few steps away to sit down on a chair. Quietly observing, Roland coughed more insistently, her throat growing sore. She began to feel absurd. Was this young noble perhaps unwell? Though he appeared quite young, surely he should grasp some matters by now. Finally, just as Roland felt she might cough her throat raw, he casually inquired, "Is your throat sore?" Dewey finally lifted his gaze towards her. Yet, there was a distinct hint of mockery in his eyes. Roland felt an overwhelming urge to bash her head against a wall. But thankfully, he finally acknowledged her presence. Biting her lip, she continued her act, speaking in a soft, trembling voice. "What are you planning to do with me?" Following her words, she cast him a pitiful look. Dewey smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over Roland's figure, and that seemingly mocking look sent a shiver down her spine. She sensed that when he looked at her body, there was merely a playful curiosity, devoid of any desire. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, enveloping her, and as she struggled to emerge from the darkness, she found herself covered by a bedsheet that Dewey had carelessly tossed her way. The sheet concealed her half-naked form beneath. "When I am engaged in serious matters, I find myself distracted by the presence of a half-naked woman," Dewey stated in a calm tone. As if merely stating a simple fact, he cast a fleeting glance at Roland. "Regardless of your intentions, I found your recent performance lacking. I have other matters to attend to. If you wish to entice me, perhaps you should consider a different approach." Roland felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her. This young lad, with such eyes and demeanor, he was no mere child. His calm and collected gaze revealed that he likely possessed far more experience than she. Dewey settled into a comfortable position on the chair, producing a small magnifying glass to scrutinize the patterns on her leather armor. He even retrieved paper and a pen to sketch the magical designs, closing his eyes in contemplation for a moment. Throughout this process, Roland remained silent, her mind racing to decipher the intentions of this young noble, all while her curiosity about him grew. This seemingly youthful noble, with his pale, delicate features, spoke with an air of authority that suggested he was well-versed in matters of women. "I am quite curious about your 3 weapons," Dewey remarked, still not looking up as he continued to examine the magically enhanced leather armor. "The patterns on this armor are magical in nature, bestowing enhancements to strength and agility. Judging by its texture, this piece is quite old. I perceive it more as an antique than a weapon. Additionally, there is a family crest upon it, if my memory serves me right. It hails from a certain family within the Stuttgart system of the North. Stuttgart originated from an ancient lineage that flourished during the empire's resurgence 3 centuries ago, only to decline a century later, eventually fragmenting into several mid-tier families. Your armor likely comes from a noble household in the northern reaches of the empire." As he spoke with such confidence, Roland found herself momentarily stunned. "And your curved dagger. In essence, a girl is not suited to wield such a weapon, as it requires considerable wrist strength. Only the tribes of the Northwest tend to favor such arms." At this juncture, Dewey glanced at her casually. "Your hair is brown, and your eyes are blue. These traits indicate your lineage hails from the southern regions of the Roland Empire, and you likely possess no ancestry from the Northwest tribes. While I am unaware of your martial prowess, your earlier performance suggests you are more adept with a sword. Fortunately, although your strength may be lacking, the armor compensates for this, allowing you to wield the dagger." Albeit somewhat wastefully, Dewey smiled, adding, "This dagger contains a magical crystal capable of storing mana, and the blade bears wind magic patterns, enabling skilled users to unleash wind blades. However, I doubt you possess the capability to do so at your current level." Roland was taken aback. This young noble spoke with such precision. The armor had indeed been gifted to her by that lustful baron from the north, and the dagger was a token from a mercenary leader who had coveted her beauty. "A man from the Northwest tribes." Dewey furrowed his brow, observing Roland. "What intrigues me most is your broken magic bow and arrows." He slowly placed the silver bow on the table, smiling as he added, "The striped patterns on the bow represent vertical slants, symbolizing lunar power or the strength of the moon. According to the texts I've encountered, those who revere lunar power are likely descendants of an ancient family on the continent, the Moon family. This family once basked in the glory of their prominence 7 centuries ago. At the height of their power, possessing half of this continent's territory, they revered the goddess of the moon. Yet, alas, during the chaotic wars that ravaged the land centuries ago, the kingdom of the Moon family was annihilated. Subsequently, the continent entered the era of the unified Roland Empire, leading to the extinction of the Moon lineage, which is said to have become, how shall I put it, extinct." His fingers caressed the smooth surface of the silver bow, his gaze imbued with a hint of amusement. "I find it curious that you, the leader of a mere adventuring band, with rudimentary martial skills, possess 3 treasured weapons imbued with magic. One hails from the north, another from the northwest, and one astonishingly originates from an ancient family that has long ceased to exist. What exactly is your identity?" Were Dewey's mentor, the erudite old scholar Rosiat, to overhear this exchange, he would undoubtedly swell with pride for his pupil and bristle at the thought of such a student being labeled a fool. For Dewey's seemingly simple remarks encapsulate a profound mastery of several disciplines, including heraldry, insigniology, totemology, and the history of the continent itself. Moreover, it is likely that even the venerable scholar could not instantly identify the origins of these 3 weapons upon seeing them. It is noteworthy that Dewey spoke with such ease, without consulting any materials, almost as if all this knowledge was firmly etched in his mind. For Roland, her mind was consumed with disbelief. "How do you know all this?" Roland stammered. "Books," Dewey replied, setting down his bow and arrow, and smiled. "Books record all of humanity's knowledge, and knowledge is the beacon guiding human progress. I have been reading since I was 6. 6? Roland whispered in astonishment. "You must be a genius. Have you read many books?" "Indeed, quite a few," Dewey chuckled. "However, I am no genius. In fact, a long time ago, I had no fondness for books, nor for knowledge at all." Then Roland could not help but probe further, but as she began to speak, she realized that this was perhaps not the most opportune moment for such a conversation. Dewey, however, seemed unfazed, chuckling softly, as if to himself, and said, "There is a story. In a fine porcelain shop, the owner devoted much effort to crafting a new piece, only for it to be accidentally shattered by a sudden intruder. The intruder, feeling remorseful, resolved to create a new porcelain piece to compensate the shopkeeper. Yes, compensation, compensation. Roland was somewhat bewildered. Dewey smiled, glancing at his female captive. You seem more interested in the affairs of others. If I were you, I would be more concerned about my own predicament. Yet, you seem unconcerned about discussing this with me, she retorted. Doe, that is because you are a beautiful girl, and you possess lovely long legs. Dewey shrugged nonchalantly. Most men cannot help but speak more when faced with a beautiful girl. It is simply in their nature. Roland gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of helplessness from within. Standing before this youthful nobleman, she felt as if she were merely a child. Each of his words, every smile, even his gaze appeared profoundly inscrutable, as if his calm eyes could see right through her. What do you intend to do with me? Roland's voice was resigned, but Dewey chuckled. Weren't you just planning to seduce me? Now, why not give it another try? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Roland. What did he mean by that? Gazing at the nobleman's smile and his eyes, she felt an urge stirring within her anew. Dewey rose and slowly approached Roland, his fingers lightly brushing her face. Savoring the softness of her skin, his touch was gentle, gliding from her cheek down to her slender neck, before gradually slipping beneath the sheet that covered her, resting delicately on her shoulder. His fingers were slender and soft, devoid of any roughness typical of most men, yet carried an air of leisurely seduction. Indeed, seduction, much like a cat toying with a captured mouse. Under Dewey's caressing fingers, Roland began to tremble slightly. Unable to help but close her eyes, letting out a soft hum through her nose. Suddenly, Dewey yanked the blanket off Roland, who had closed her eyes in preparation for what was to come. But whoosh! Roland felt the bindings on her hands loosen. The ropes had been severed. Dewey held a gleaming small knife, stepping back with a smile. There you go. You are free to leave at any time. My subordinates will not impede your departure. Your companions may leave with you, but your magical companion must remain. Roland's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Dewey. You mean to let me go? Indeed. Dewey replied casually, I am merely interested in your magical companion. As for your 3 magical weapons, I have studied them and no longer require them. You may take them with you. Roland found herself increasingly perplexed by this noble youth. She opened her mouth to speak, but you suddenly attacked us in the tavern. I have stated, I am only interested in magic, not in you. Dewey replied coolly, I am quite busy and somewhat weary. You may leave now, and please do not disturb my rest. I dislike having someone watch me while I sleep. He took 2 steps back, gesturing toward the door, clearly indicating that it was time for her to leave. Roland felt as though she were in a dream. Accepting the small knife, Dewey offered to cut the ropes binding her feet. She flexed her now sore limbs and walked to the door. Still seemingly in a daze. Oh, by the way, our meeting is indeed fateful. If you do not mind, I believe I can offer you one more piece of advice, Dewey called after her with a smile. Pardon, what is this advice? Unconsciously, Roland's tone had become much more respectful. You, Dewey replied, his smile light and carefree. A girl like you should find a good man to marry sooner rather than later. Seek a tranquil, peaceful countryside, what a humble little noble, and live a contented life. What is that saying? Yes, I once had a distant friend who said, the world is a treacherous place. Those who venture out will eventually have to pay the price. A girl, alone, finds it difficult to persevere. If you do not wish to marry, you might consider other options. A woman is like a vine. It is best to find a sturdy tree to lean on. I believe there are very few living descendants of the Moon family left in this world. Roland's body stiffened. What did you say? The Moon family? Indeed, the Moon family, who worship the goddess of the moon. Dewey smiled. I noticed that your ring finger is longer than your index finger. Furthermore, there is a slight protrusion at the back of your head. These are the most standard characteristics recorded in books for individuals of pure moon lineage. While these 2 traits alone do not definitively indicate you are of that lineage, you also possess a weapon bearing the Moon family's totem. You wish to deny it, for the first time in her life. Roland felt as though she had run into a brick wall. Even when faced with greedy, lecherous nobles or ruthless, brutal mercenary leaders, she had never experienced such a sense of powerlessness. Could this young noble truly see through the secrets of her heart at a glance? Moreover, his smile, his pale yet delicate face, wore an expression of calm indifference, as if he cared little for anything, like a demon. As she watched the long-legged girl leave in a daze, Dewey sighed and began to organize the books he had brought. At that moment, his loyal servant, Mard, knocked and entered, hesitating as he spoke. Master, are you about to rest? Do you need anything? It seems you haven't eaten much this evening. Observing Mard's somewhat awkward demeanor, Du Wei smiled. Knowing that Mard had likely been waiting outside, and upon seeing the girl exit his room, rushed in to check on him. Well, aside from my mother, this servant is perhaps the one most concerned about me in this world. Not much. Oh, by the way, Mard, how much do I have left in my private purse? Du Wei casually inquired. A full 1,000 gold coins, Mard replied, his spirits lifting immediately. Master, this was given to you privately by the esteemed lady before your departure. I have kept it very well. Du Wei contemplated for a moment and then spoke softly. I have heard that the province of Kote is renowned for producing a type of water orchid gemstone. Once we arrive, could you assist me in procuring some? I wish to send them back to my mother. I am certain she would be delighted. Ma chuckled, but then could not resist adding in a hushed tone. Young master, while others may not see your brilliance, I, Mada, certainly do. If the madam and the count were aware of all this, they would undoubtedly take immense pride in you. But why? Why do I enjoy being perceived as a fool? Du Wei smiled and interjected, and Eda immediately displayed a hint of trepidation, lowering his gaze. Yet he persisted. Young Master Gabri is hailed as a genius, while you, if it weren't for you, I dare say Gabri's tutor is hardly remarkable. As I know you often visit him. I've even seen you teach him how to write. A genius. Very well, Mada, I am weary. You may leave now. Du Wei blinked and smiled. We must set out early tomorrow. He watched as his loyal servant reluctantly exited the room. Du Wei slowly sank into a chair and stretched his body languidly. A fool, am I? If so, then let it be. Yet, I do not belong to this world. The beautiful countess, that admirable woman, remains oblivious to the fact that I have usurped the body of her firstborn. It is nothing short of theft, blatant and unadulterated theft, though it was never my desire. Thus, one might argue that I owe a debt to the Roland family, particularly to that esteemed woman, to that lovely and kind mother. I owe her a good son. And what of the count? My father, alas, I have resorted to certain means, granting them a prodigious son, and then quietly departed, which perhaps serves as a semblance of atonement for my transgressions. Reflecting upon it, I can only hope that Gabri proves satisfactory to them. Having left the imperial capital, I shall no longer clandestinely visit the child to impart knowledge. I truly lack the patience to oversee a child. In my quest to become a competent secret tutor to my younger brother, I have labored tirelessly over the years, diligently studying and seeking every opportunity to clandestinely teach him what I have learned. Yes, it must be done in secret, for my father seems fearful that foolishness is a contagious affliction, wary of passing it on to my brother, and thus prefers I maintain my distance. However, despite my fervent dedication to learning, such passion had never been present in my previous life, when my brother was 4 years old and first learned to write his name. The Count, in his elation, likely had no inkling that his foolish eldest son had secretly invested considerable effort to teach that 4-year-old child how to write. Moreover, I painstakingly crafted the history of the continent into stories to share with my young brother, thereby educating him in a manner that reveals my aptitude for teaching. A fool. Such a label holds little weight for one who does not truly belong to this world. Do I care? Of course not. Though I owe a debt, my heart cannot accept that another pair of parents occupy the cherished place in my mind. Thus, after attempting to make amends, quietly departing may indeed be my wisest course of action. Being exiled, in truth, is not so bad. Gabri, you rascal, you must strive diligently, for I shall no longer sneak into your chamber at midnight to regale you with tales, nor will I compose complex martial arts techniques into rhymes for you to memorize. I recall the first time you ingeniously turned those convoluted martial arts secrets into songs for easier recollection. When the child unwittingly showcased this talent before the adults, the Count was thoroughly impressed, lauding the child as a genius. Yet, he could never fathom that this masterpiece was the work of his foolish eldest son. Indeed, I have taken one of your sons, and then endeavored to return to you a genius son. To the Roland family, this is my humble compensation. That night, Roland did not stray far. She lingered outside the town with the barbarian warrior and the archer for quite some time, although her 2 subordinates urged her to leave this cursed place. Roland seemed to have other intentions. Her eyes reflected hesitation as she sat, hugging her knees, gazing at the moon throughout the night. At dawn, Du Wei and his party set forth, but this time their caravan was accompanied by an additional cart, which contained a wizard bound tightly. The poor wizard wore a defeated expression, his face weary and drenched, for Du Wei's knights had diligently executed his orders. Every so often, they doused the wizard with buckets of cold water. denying him any chance to sleep or meditate to regain his strength. Young Master Du Wei, as per his habit, nestled in the carriage with a thick tome, seemingly engrossed in his reading. The exquisitely crafted carriage traversed the bumpy road with such smoothness that one could hardly feel the jolts. Du Wei reclined comfortably on a plush velvet blanket, curled up as he read and pondered. Yet soon he was interrupted. A gentle knock sounded at the window, followed by Ma Da's somewhat awkward voice. "Young Master, there is a matter that may require your attention." Du Wei opened the window to see Ma Da wearing a furrowed brow. He had ridden ahead with a fresh batch of horses. Leaning forward in his saddle, "Young Master, those individuals from the tavern are following us." Du Wei paused momentarily, then leaned out to glance back. Indeed, trailing their party at a distance of about 100 paces were the tall girl from the tavern and her two companions, a warrior as robust as an ox, and the archer, 3 horses following closely behind. The other knights of the Roland family, witnessing this scene, exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying suppressed amusement. The girl had emerged from the young master's quarters. Could it be that he had successfully won her over? And she was reluctant to part ways. However, the knights dared not display their mirth before their master. Du Wei pondered briefly before instructing, "Stop the carriage. Have that girl come over." Roland, having trailed Du Wei's caravan for the better part of the morning, found her thoughts in disarray, even uncertain of her own motivations for following. Was it concern for the unfortunate wizard? It hardly seemed so. His fate was of little consequence to her. Suddenly, the caravan came to a halt, and 2 knights swiftly rode towards her. "Miss, our master wishes to see you. Please come with us." Given the possibility that the tall girl was involved with their young master, the knights conveyed their message with unusual courtesy. Roland, somewhat bewildered, nodded and instinctively urged her horse forward, her 2 companions trailing behind with expressions of curiosity and concern. "What are you following me for?" Du Wei remained seated in the carriage, nearly opening the door to regard the girl who approached on horseback. Roland dismounted, biting her lip, and in that instant, the question that had tormented her throughout the night found its answer. Why? Perhaps it was the sight of that devilish smile resurfacing on his face. Standing beside the carriage, Roland inhaled deeply, then suddenly knelt on one knee alongside Du Wei's carriage, bowing her head solemnly. "I, Roland Mun, pledge my fealty to you. My lord, I vow to safeguard this oath with my blood and life for the remainder of my years. Will you accept my loyalty?" Du Wei remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing the girl kneeling before him, before finally speaking. "What compels you to pledge your loyalty to me?" "I do not know," Roland admitted candidly. "Perhaps you are right. I am utterly exhausted." "A girl, maintaining all of this has revealed my inadequacies. Perhaps I am in search of a sturdy tree upon which I can lean, and I am willing to be a vine that relies on a great tree to survive. Do you consider me to be a suitable tree?" Du Wei chuckled. "Indeed." This time, Ruo Lin responded promptly, "Although I still do not know your esteemed identity. The impression you give me is that you must be an extraordinary individual, or rather, you are destined to become one." "How troublesome," sighed Du Wei, turning to inquire of Ma Da. "Oh, Ma Da, I almost forgot. I should now qualify to recruit my own honorary knights, correct? How many knights can I enlist in total?" Yet, Du Wei seemed indifferent to this inquiry. "Well, my master's former groom, now the steward, Ma Da." Fortunately, he had done considerable groundwork before his promotion. At least he had diligently memorized some of the essential rules and traditions. "My master, you are the eldest son of the count, and even if you cannot inherit the count's title in the future, according to imperial law, you will at least be granted the title of baron. Moreover, the imperial law grants you, a noble of such rank, the authority to recruit 10 honorary knights of your own." "Thank you," Du Wei rubbed his nose. "Only 10 slots, though it feels a bit insufficient. However, knights can also have attendants, correct? A knight can have several attendants. Thus, when calculated, the direct honorary knights along with each knight's attendants would sum to quite a number. That is not insignificant at all." After receiving Ma Da's affirmation, Du Wei massaged his temples and then smiled at the girl before him. "Very well, I accept your allegiance. From this moment forth, I bestow upon you the title of my subordinate honorary knight. You are indeed the first individual to receive such a title from me, and furthermore, you are a lady knight." Ruo Lin seemed somewhat hesitant to meet Du Wei's smiling gaze. She lowered her head and murmured, "Thank you, and since I have pledged my loyalty to you, may I be informed of your identity, my lord?" "Oh, my identity? I am Du Wei Roland, the eldest son of the current head of the Roland family. Count Ramon, vice president of the Imperial General Staff." Du Wei chuckled and continued, "I almost forgot. in the imperial capital, I also have a rather notorious nickname. They call me the Fool. The Fool. Ruo Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, this lad is a fool. If he is a fool, then there are no geniuses in the world. If he is a fool, then the vast majority of people must be dim-witted. She dared not reveal even the slightest smile and quickly stood up, pointing to the two subordinates beside her. Esteemed master, these two are my companions. Their names are… No. Due interrupted her without hesitation. Apologies, but I have little interest in their names, and as you have heard, the law grants me only 10 slots for honorary knights. I certainly won't squander these slots. I intend to reserve the remaining ones to recruit a few paladins or grand swordsmen of higher caliber. Due didn't even glance at Ruo Lin's two subordinates. What nonsense! Individuals of such caliber, that brute knight is merely somewhat strong, and as for that archer, a few hundred gold coins could easily recruit 3 or 5 of them. Even considering this lady knight, if it weren't for her beauty and those lovely long legs, Due wouldn't even regard her skills. Lady Ruo Lin Moon, henceforth, you are my direct honorary knight. Your two subordinates will be counted as your attendants as for your knight's insignia and equipment. Upon reaching our destination, I shall have the family servants provide you with everything you need. Now, please have your people integrate into the ranks. Let us be on our way. If all goes well, we should reach home by tonight. Ruo Lin remained silent, while her two subordinates could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment at losing the opportunity to be granted the knightly title. This truly was a chance to become a knight. Generally speaking, there are 3 main avenues to obtain a knightly title. The first is to possess formidable martial skills, then receive evaluation from the Knight Association, thus acquiring legitimate knightly medals of varying ranks. Such knights are regarded as the most legitimate knights. The second path involves dedicating oneself to the Temple of Light from a young age, serving the church, and after rigorous training, qualifying as a temple knight through strict selection. The third path is to pledge allegiance to a noble and receive the title of direct honorary knight bestowed by that noble. However, these two fellows lacked powerful martial skills and could not pass the Knight Association's assessments. They were not affiliated with the church either and could never become temple knights. The only way to ascend the knightly ranks was to be noticed and recruited by a noble. Yet, those who possess the authority to recruit knights are predominantly high-ranking nobles, who would hardly take an interest in individuals of such mediocre skill. Observing her two somewhat dejected companions, Ruo Lin could only offer a few words of consolation. Meanwhile, Ruo Lin's own feelings were complex. Once she pledged her loyalty to Due, it signified the loss of her independence. The small independent group she had painstakingly maintained was now disbanded, and she was no longer the leader, but rather a subordinate serving another. However, what Ruo Lin did not yet realize was that many years hence, when people look back at history, they would mention this day, for it was on this day that the first official member of the legendary Demon Knight Brigade. Among the 10 famed Demon Knights, the early pledge of loyalty to the demons, Lady Ruo Lin Moon, would be forever etched in history. Due to this momentous occasion, the rankings have surged. Please support Xiao Wu with your votes. Chapter 12. The legendary family. The caravan traveled for a day. Clearly, this newly joined Lady Knight drew particular attention from her colleagues. That, of course, this was not solely due to her being the only woman among the travelers, but also because of her connection to the young master. Last night, she had exited from the young master's chamber. In the span of a single night, she had voluntarily come forward to pledge her allegiance. However, this attention was tinged with a hint of jealousy. Indeed, jealousy, for this woman had attained the genuine knightly title. It must be pointed out that so-called family guardian knights are not regarded as true knights. Family guardian knights are merely a title, a designation that carries the name of a knight, just as a seahorse bears the word horse in its name. Yet no one genuinely considers a seahorse to be the same as a thoroughbred. In essence, they can only be regarded as a group of cavalry, merely guards, not true knights in the noble sense that a woman whom they had only just met, a woman of mediocre martial skills, suddenly obtaining what these men yearned for was enough to stir their jealousy. Being assigned to a remote, impoverished area with this ineffectual young master was already unfortunate enough. Their only aspiration was to hope that one day this master would suddenly favor them, promoting them from guard cavalry to honorary knights. That was their sole ambition. Everyone understood that this young master would not inherit the title of Count. At most, he would only become a baron. And a baron is legally permitted to recruit only 10 knights. Now, just a day had passed, and a woman of unknown origin had taken up one of those precious slots. This was sufficient to create feelings of unease among them. The most plausible explanation was that this 13-year-old young master probably did not comprehend what being a knight truly entailed. He likely viewed this precious title as a childish game, casually bestowing it upon others. Moreover, and perhaps more critically, who could blame the young lady for her beauty and those lovely, shapely legs? Acceptance was the only option. Ruo Lin could already sense the indifferent gazes directed at her by her new colleagues. It seemed even her original two companions were somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, Ruo Lin resolved to trust her instincts. This new master, the young gentleman named Du Wei, was undoubtedly destined for greatness. Choosing to pledge her loyalty to him could not possibly be a mistake. As the evening glow once again filled the sky, Du Wei's caravan had just crossed a grand river. The round stone bridge, constructed nearly a century ago, stood resilient, its stones near the riverbank adorned with lush green moss, reflecting beautifully in the clear, rushing waters, creating a stunning emerald hue. This grand river was aptly named the Emerald River, although it bore a more official name, Roland River. This river was named after the Roland family. The Roland River traverses the southern province of Kota, dividing the bounteous region of the empire. The southern half of Kota province belongs entirely to the Roland family. On the southern bank of the river lies a vast and level plain, which, in contrast to the hilly terrain predominant in the southern regions, boasts a considerable expanse. This land is graced with fertile soil, lush forests, numerous farms, a temperate climate, abundant sunlight, and adequate rainfall. It stands as one of the most prosperous territories of the empire and serves as a significant site for its agricultural production. This plain occupies precisely half the area of the Kot province and is officially known as the Rolling Plain, named after the illustrious Rolling family. Such a peculiar naming convention commenced approximately 2 centuries ago. 200 years prior, the Roland Empire endured a monumental war of national defense. Historical records indicate that foreign tribes from the northern continent launched an invasion, dragging the entire Roland Empire into the quagmire of conflict. While internal strife further threatened the decaying empire with collapse, during this tumultuous period, a cadre of exceptional figures emerged, including a general from the Rolling family, who, through his numerous accolades, ultimately ascended to the rank of a marshal of the empire, the sole individual from the Rolling lineage to achieve such a distinction in over 300 years. Notably, in a bid to win the favor of this illustrious marshal, the emperor arranged for his sister to wed him. Prior to a crucial battle, the emperor sought to embolden his brother-in-law with a stirring proclamation, raising his whip and gesturing towards the southern bank of the Emerald River, declaring, "If you return victorious, this river shall serve as a boundary, and all the land south of the Kot province will be bestowed upon you. Furthermore, this river and this plain shall be forever associated with your family name." As a testament to the extraordinary contributions of the Rolling family to the empire, this encouragement invigorated the martial spirit, leading him to skillfully command the decisive battle, ultimately securing victory and rescuing the empire from the brink of disaster. Consequently, the Emerald River was renamed the Rolling River, and the southern plain was designated the Rolling Plain. Now, 2 centuries have elapsed, and many have forgotten the plain's former name, as all official documents and local registries clearly denote it as the Rolling River and the Rolling Plain. Though 2 centuries have passed, members of the Rolling family, even those as humble as the lowly cavalry guards, cannot suppress their exhilaration upon crossing the river and stepping onto this ancestral land. It evokes a profound sense of belonging and honor. Behold, this is the domain of the Rolling family. It is the very place where their illustrious ancestors etched their names into the annals of history. Here, the great Rolling family has inscribed their legacy upon the empire and this land itself. Seated in the carriage, Du Wei sensed the pace of the wagon slowing, accompanied by a commotion outside. He opened the window to witness the knights ahead shedding their hats and cheering, their faces radiating with genuine joy and pride. A stark contrast to their recent weariness from the journey. We have returned home. The Rolling people are back. We have returned to our own land. The cavalrymen cheered, with some even forgetting discipline and galloping exuberantly. The rhythmic thud of hooves echoed on the dark earth, and even their commander, instead of restraining his spirited subordinates, simply smiled and observed the jubilant scene. Unlike other families of the empire, the Rolling family has preserved an ancient tradition. The knights and warriors of the family are exclusively recruited from the inhabitants of their territory. Many of the cavalrymen accompanying Du Wei were born on the Rolling Plain, true descendants of the Rolling lineage, having lived here for generations. According to tradition, the family's private soldiers, the guard cavalry, and even the personal guards of the head of the family are carefully selected from their own people. Each successive head of the family believed that such practices would ensure loyalty and cohesion among their subordinates. For instance, the current head of the family, the Earl, has a captain of guards who is the distinguished Alpha swordsman, a native of the rolling plain, though these guards were initially disheartened by their expulsion from the Empire. The joy of returning home ultimately overshadowed their previous gloom. Du Wei, observing the jubilant cavalryman, pondered briefly before realizing the reason behind their elation. He then smiled and remarked, "Mard, have we crossed the rolling river?" "Indeed, my lord," Mard responded, riding alongside the carriage, his face also reflecting a hint of joy. "We have arrived home." Du Wei glanced at Mard. "Oh, Mard, tell me, are you also a child of the Kop province?" "Yes. Although I grew up in the imperial capital. My father was a native of the rolling family." Mard smiled broadly. "My father served as a stableman for the rolling family his entire life, and I have inherited his occupation." After a pause, Mard cautiously regarded his young master and lowered his voice. "My lord, I must remind you of something." "What is it?" "Your earlier statement may be somewhat inappropriate." Mard's face revealed an unusual seriousness. "What is inappropriate?" Du Wei inquired with a smile, encouraging Mard to point out his error. "You asked me if I was from the Kop province. Such phrasing is somewhat incorrect." Mard observed his master's expression carefully as he continued. "While the rolling plain lies within the boundaries of the Kop province, a true descendant of the rolling family would never refer to themselves as a person from the Kop province. Instead, we would say, 'I am from the rolling plain.' A genuine member of the rolling family feels an innate pride and honor in their identity as a rolling." "My lord, thus when addressing other members of the rolling family, please refrain from saying Kop province. It is imperative to refer to them as rolling plain people. Otherwise, your words may inadvertently wound their sentiments. As the eldest son of the family head, you must be cautious not to offend the feelings of the family members." Observing this former stableman express such prideful sentiments, even Du Wei felt a flicker of surprise. "Perhaps I have underestimated this family." Watching the jubilant cavalrymen, witnessing the genuine pride etched upon their faces, one can only conclude that it takes a truly great family to inspire such sentiments. In light of this, one can only imagine the disappointment and anxiety that must have plagued the Earl. Residing in the imperial capital, upon realizing that the heir he had high hopes for was, in fact, a fool. As the leader of the family, he bore the weight of preserving the family's honor and legacy, making his disillusionment all the more understandable. In this moment, Du Wei found himself lost in thought. Mard, surprised by the bewildered expression on his young master's face, had never witnessed such a display of confusion since he became Du Wei's personal servant. "My lord, may we proceed on our journey home?" Mard inquired cautiously. "Home? Yes, home," Du Wei replied instinctively, and suddenly, a wave of uncontainable realization surged through his mind. Home. In that instant, a glimmer of clarity seemed to blossom within Du Wei's heart, which had long been clouded with uncertainty. "Yes, home. For one who does not belong to this world, what I have lacked most is a sense of belonging to it. My years of indifference, my reluctance to express my feelings. Even the deliberate suppression of my inner emotions can ultimately be traced back to the fundamental truth. I have yet to genuinely accept myself as a part of this world. Consequently, many times, in various situations, I have viewed the world from the perspective of an outsider, a mere observer. This mindset has bred an emotional detachment within me. Home, what a splendid word it is. Yet, do we not lack a sense of belonging to this world? For years, Du Wei has approached life with a certain detachment, but now, deep within, he feels an unusual anticipation at the thought of returning to the ancestral estate of the Roland family. Observing the proud horseman, he wonders, the Roland Plains, will he find even a sliver of belonging in this land? One can only hope, since a true return home is no longer feasible. It seems only right to seek a new sanctuary within his heart, a place to find solace and belonging. After all, having arrived in this world, life must continue. As the last rays of the setting sun bathe the landscape, Du Wei Roland steps down from the carriage. Emerging from the dim confines of the carriage and into the warm embrace of the beautiful sunset, the golden light dances upon his face, dispelling the shadows that lingered. The smile finally graces the youthful visage, and a long-forgotten emotion stirs within him. Expectation. The ancestral home of the Roland family is situated in the southwest of the Roland Plains, where a tributary of the Roland River meanders through. Its banks rich and fertile, dotted with several farms, and surrounded by towns. Following this tributary leads one through a picturesque valley, the very cradle of the illustrious Roland lineage. Centuries ago, when the forebears of the Roland family were but lowly nobles presiding over a small village, their bloodline began to flourish in this very soil. The carriage traverses a stretch of dark woods, lush greenery flanking both sides, the air crisp and invigorating. Along a smooth path, Douay catches sight of a small valley to his left, and to the right, a distant tower, his ancestral home. After centuries of glory, the once modest village has long since vanished, and the original estate, shaped by countless renovations and reconstructions over the years, has grown into a considerable stronghold. A deep crimson stone wall encircles the castle, constructed from the massive white stones quarried from the nearby valley. Once a small hill, now carved into a valley after centuries of extraction, the arrival of the family patriarch's eldest son naturally draws significant attention. The 300 private soldiers stationed in the castle don their finest attire well in advance, forming ranks beneath the red walls, their imposing archway instilling a sense of grandeur in Douay. To his discerning eye, the thick stone wall could serve as a formidable defense if ever needed. These soldiers, a testament to the martial prowess of the imperial military family, are evidently well trained, sitting tall upon their steeds, displaying remarkable horsemanship and commendable gear. Later, Douay would learn that these 300 defenders were the elite selected from the private armies scattered throughout the Roland plains, their training rivaling that of the imperial local forces. The surrounding dark forest also serves as a natural hunting ground, where annual hunts are conducted, providing the soldiers with a unique form of training. The castle's main structure boasts 2 towers, one of which rises higher than even the distant hill. Having studied the family history, Douay recalls that this was due to an eccentric patriarch in a previous generation, a martial figure with a profound interest in astrology, who even married a female astrologer. The tall tower was constructed to facilitate her nocturnal observations of the celestial sphere. A red carpet stretches from the castle's grand entrance to the spot where Douay's carriage halts. As he bends to disembark, an elderly gentleman with silver hair approaches, having awaited this moment with great anticipation. The tall, slender figure dons a meticulously tailored gray suit, exuding an air of formality and respect. As Douay's feet touch the ground, the old steward bows deeply and, in a slow, resonant voice, announces, "Young master, I am the steward of this estate, Hill Roland, that I received word of your impending arrival 3 days ago. All within the castle are prepared to welcome your esteemed presence. Please, allow me to escort you." With that, the steward carefully leads Douay up the steps, his demeanor impeccable, respectful yet not obsequious, guiding Douay along the red carpet while he himself walks alongside, ensuring that the young master enjoys the honor of his status. With no time to thoroughly admire the castle's interior decor, the most striking impression comes from a massive flag emblazoned on the wall directly ahead upon entering the family crest. Soaring 7 or 8 meters high and 6 meters wide, dominating the space. It features 2 crossed swords entwined with irises and crowned by flames, topped with a regal crown. The first hall of the castle, upon entering, is immediately imbued with a solemn and majestic atmosphere by this imposing banner. All the servants, clad in neat uniforms, line the hall's sides to greet Douay. However, he shows little interest in this peculiar display of honor, merely nodding in acknowledgement before quietly instructing, "My dear steward, please take me to the study. As for the rest, you may return to your duties." The old steward, adhering diligently to Douay's command, swiftly ushers him into a study. If it were up to him, Douay would prefer to call this expansive space a library. The circular room boasts a lofty domed ceiling adorned with ancient plasterwork, flanked by statues of notable figures from the family's illustrious history. Surrounding the room are towering bookshelves, some 2 stories high, filled with a myriad of books, leading Douay to estimate that thousands of volumes are housed within. Numerous iron cabinets store important documents, such as family genealogies and ancient records. And yet, as a family of martial prowess, even within the study, hints of this legacy remain. On the wall directly opposite the entrance hangs a colossal 2-handed sword and an enormous battle axe. These weapons, crossed with gleaming blades, are evidently well cared for, reflecting the light with a sharp glint, suggesting they are regularly polished. One wall of the bookshelves features several large cabinets displaying an array of weapons, all appearing to be antiques. Here lies a short bow standardized by the imperial military over a century ago, alongside an old knight's sword, a long saber, and a black ironwood bow. Drawn to these artifacts, Douay notes their excellent condition, some still exuding a hint of sharpness despite the passage of time. each a relic once wielded by the family's distinguished ancestors, the old steward, in his unchanging tone. Remarks, these relics bear witness to the glorious legacy of our noble ancestors. In this room, the acoustics amplify their voices, creating a resonant echo that enhances the gravity of the moment. Gently running his fingers over the aged rosewood desk, Dewey silently surveys his surroundings. It is evident that, despite meticulous care and cleaning, the marks of time are unmistakable. Many spots on the bookshelves are smooth and polished from years of handling. The massive desk likely older than even the venerable steward himself. This room once served as the power center of the Roland family, a place where the heads of the family contemplated and made pivotal decisions. Every item here carries the weight of their former glory, the old steward softly adds. Although the family's decision-making center has since moved to the imperial capital, tradition dictates that any patriarch returning to the castle for a visit or brief stay must spend the first night here in the study, to remind them of the family's illustrious history and the responsibilities they bear. After a brief pause, the old steward cast a glance at Dewey and lowered his head. You are the eldest son of the current patriarch, Count, and you have come to the castle in his stead for an inspection. May I inquire what your intentions are for this evening? Dewey immediately nodded in agreement, smiling as he replied. Tradition is tradition. It must be adhered to. I am no exception. Although I am not the patriarch, I am my father's eldest son and have come here as his representative. Tonight, I shall abide by tradition and spend the night in the study. The steward's demeanor softened considerably, and a touch of warmth crept into his voice as he replied, Very well. I shall make the necessary preparations. I am also aware that you are here to represent the Count in inspecting the estate's holdings. Where would you like to begin your work? Upon learning of your return, I have already arranged for the accounts and ledgers of this year's family enterprises to be organized and ready for your review. When do you wish to commence your examination of these materials? Dewey smiled and interrupted him naturally, gracefully navigating around the desk to take a seat in the spacious study. The sofa was somewhat firm, yet still comfortable. After a moment of contemplation, he said, My dear steward, having journeyed a long distance, I find myself rather hungry. Please prepare some food for me first, and then I shall begin to peruse the materials you have prepared. It seemed the efficiency of operations here was quite commendable. Soon after, Dewey enjoyed a quintessential Southern noble afternoon tea in the study, after savoring a sweet pumpkin pie and wiping his mouth. The old steward, Hill, directed two robust young servants into the study. They pushed a cart piled high with thick tomes that resembled a small mountain. The stack of ledgers was likely taller than Dewey himself. Is all of this the accounts for this year? Dewey frowned, beginning to suspect that the old steward might be playing a trick on him. Indeed, young master, all of it, Hill replied earnestly. This material includes land measurements, cultivated areas, and financial income and expenditure from 6 towns within the entire southern Kota province. It also details the logistical expenses, military salaries, provisions, and weapon consumption of the family's private army, as well as grain harvests and budgets for new constructions this year. I have also prepared some preliminary budgets for next year, though I have yet to finalize them due to time constraints. However, I believe you will not be leaving here anytime soon, so we have ample time. Dewey could not help but rub his nose as he gazed at the mountainous pile of accounts before him. Is all of this here? This is merely a portion, the old steward, in a rare moment of levity, remarked. As for the remainder, I suspect you may need a week to review it all. Dewey's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the steward before him. The old steward did not appear to be jesting. Yet, he could not naively believe that this 13-year-old boy could comprehend such accounts, much less shoulder the responsibilities of the entire family estate. He must realize that being dispatched back to his ancestral home by the family head was akin to a form of exile. If so, what was the steward's true intent in presenting him with such a mountain of accounts and formally requesting his review? Was it displeasure from the old steward regarding the return of a young master who might undermine his authority? Or perhaps he sought to manipulate the family's assets for personal gain, using Dewey as a facade? All possibilities seemed plausible. Nevertheless, Dewey remained silent, not voicing a single doubt, as he picked up the top ledger, dusting off its cover, and calmly seated himself to open the first page, diving into the content. After a while, he raised his head. The old steward still stood by. Steward, is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Dewey inquired nonchalantly, his tone growing colder. I prefer solitude while reading. At your command, young master, Hill replied, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but swallowed the words. Turning to leave with the servants, Once the heavy door of the study was closed behind him, Dewey gently set down the ledger in hand. He stood up and paced a few steps in the vast study, stretching his limbs before murmuring to himself with a smile, "It seems there are indeed intriguing developments on the horizon." As the hours passed and night fell, the old steward returned to the study twice. Once to pour tea for Dewey and again after dusk to personally bring in candles. To Hill's astonishment, the young master was genuinely engrossed in the accounts. He was not merely feigning interest, but was sincerely engaged in his reading. Several ledgers lay open on the desk, and it appeared Dewey was diligently calculating something. When Hill returned with his entourage to light the 20 grand candelabras in the study, Dewey casually inquired about a few specifics regarding the accounts. His questions were not trivial. Each one struck at the heart of the matter. This indicated that the young master was indeed earnest in his endeavors. He had truly absorbed the tedious accounts. Was this the young heir deemed a fool by his family in the imperial capital? Though he endeavored to mask his surprise, Dewey caught the steward's astonishment. He said nothing further, only slowly closing the ledger he had flipped to the last page once Hill exited the room. In truth, these accounts were quite fascinating. Dewey had spent an entire evening not merely skimming through the dull numbers, nor was he intent on detecting any potential forgeries. After all, he was no genius. Discerning the authenticity of the accounts was beyond his understanding of the family's enterprises. Little did anyone know that Dewey was reading in a way that eluded others' comprehension, who said ledgers were solely for accounting. At the very least, Dewey gleaned a wealth of knowledge from them, knowledge that was absent from history books and family chronicles, from the various headings and contents within the accounts. He swiftly developed a comprehensive understanding of the Rowland family's grasp over their territory. In the estate, the Rowland family functioned almost as an autonomous entity, wielding considerable authority. The financial power of taxation belonged entirely to the family, and even the appointments of local officials were predominantly at their discretion. While tax rates were ostensibly aligned with imperial law, the family could manipulate, reduce, or augment them under various pretexts, as long as a prescribed proportion of the collected taxes was submitted to the imperial treasury each year. They retained control. Moreover, concerning military power, the accounts indicated that the imperial presence was minimal, with only 2 small reserve infantry battalions stationed on the outskirts of the estate as a symbolic gesture. Notably, the provisions and supplies for these battalions were provided annually by the Rowland family. With the imperial military having no oversight, the family's private army largely maintained law and order within the territory. Through these accounts, Dewey effortlessly grasped the current state of the Rowland family's influence across economic, political, and military domains. Perhaps if the old steward realized how adeptly Dewey was reading the ledgers, his eyes would bulge in disbelief. From the accounts, Dewey confirmed at least 2 significant points. First, the family held complete control over taxation rights in this locale. Second, their military authority was equally unchallenged. Coming from another world, Dewey had learned a crucial piece of knowledge. A nation's sovereignty over its territory is fundamentally reflected in 2 key aspects: taxation and military presence. Currently, both were predominantly under the control of the Rowland family. What did this signify? It indicated that the imperial central authority had nearly lost its grip over the Rowland family's domain, the southern Cote province. Where the central power had effectively forfeited sovereignty, this territory had almost become an independent little kingdom. Leaning back on the sofa, Dewey pondered, finding the situation rather astonishing. As a nation's central authority gradually loses its legitimacy, it often heralds the impending curtain rise of chaos. Dewey sat in silence for a moment. The room was tranquil, save for the occasional crackling of candle flames. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, turning to gaze at the wall behind him. There loomed a grand floor-to-ceiling bookshelf, laden with an abundance of books, seemingly devoid of anything unusual. Yet, an unsettling sense began to stir within Dewey. That fleeting sensation moments ago felt undeniably real. Possessing a sharper mental acuity than the average individual, Dewey was acutely attuned to the subtle movements around him. Just moments ago, he had been struck by an eerie feeling of being watched, as if a pair of eyes from an unknown, concealed corner were quietly observing him. The bookshelf revealed no abnormalities, prompting Dewey's gaze to ascend further. Above the shelves hung a series of portraits. These oil-painted likenesses were arranged in a row, spanning generations from distant to recent times. They depicted the successive heads of the Rowland family, the first and oldest among them, whose visage appeared somewhat distorted with age, portrayed a middle-aged man clad in an imperial military uniform. This man was none other than the esteemed imperial marshal of Ur. He had been a pivotal figure in securing victories for the Empire and had earned the rolling plains from the Emperor himself. A revered ancestor of the rolling lineage, the man's visage exuded vitality, his eyes bearing a striking resemblance to the cold yet resolute gaze of Du Wei's father, Count Raymond. That very gaze seemed to be fixated upon Du Wei. A stirring sensation coursed through Du Wei as he took a few steps back, then moved sideways, all the while keeping his eyes locked on the painting. That a smile crept onto his face as he sighed softly. Murmuring, perhaps I am merely overreacting to a mere painting. He turned away, casually picking up a ledger. At that instant, the Marshal's portrait behind him suddenly blinked. Indeed, the figure within the oil painting animatedly blinked its eyes. Fixated on Du Wei's retreating form, those eyes, which should have been frozen in time, suddenly sparkled with life. The gaze settled upon Du Wei, imbued with a hint of curiosity. In that moment, Du Wei, engrossed in his ledger, abruptly spun around, locking his gaze upon the painted figure. Two beings, one living and one painted, exchanged a sudden, electrifying connection. No need for pretense. I know you are watching me. Du Wei slowly raised his hand, grasping a silver spoon, the very one he had used earlier while savoring pumpkin pie. The gleaming spoon shone like a mirror. You are observing me, and just moments ago, I was using this to observe you. Du Wei smiled, his eyes fixed on the wall painting. There is no need for further masquerade. Yet, are you not aware that sneaking a glance at someone from behind is rather impolite in the ancient castle's dimly lit study? Amidst the flickering candlelight, Du Wei stood, head raised, gazing at the portrait on the wall. After a brief silence enveloped the two, Du Wei awaited a response that never came. A frown creased his brow. Not willing to answer, the painted figure continued to regard him with unwavering eyes. Du Wei chuckled, though his smile bore a hint of malice, as he stepped closer, clambering up the tall staircase towards the bookshelf, extending his hands to attempt to remove the painting. The figure's expression shifted to one of alarm, its eyes reflecting a growing panic as they locked onto Du Wei's face. With a heave, Du Wei managed to pry the heavy painting from the wall. Though he struggled under its weight, feeling his arms ache. To his astonishment, however, there was nothing behind the painting. No hidden mechanism, no one lurking behind the canvas, just the painting itself. Du Wei's demeanor grew serious as he carefully descended the stairs. Cradling the artwork, the painted figure wore a look of distress, its eyes fraught with unease. What exactly are you? Du Wei asked, his voice low. A character come to life from a painting. The eyes within the canvas flickered. Evasive. This painting is a portrait of an ancestor of the Rolling family, an imperial marshal of the Empire. Surely, you cannot be that ancestor returned to life? Du Wei chuckled, shaking his head. That makes no sense. For that ancestor has been gone for over 2 centuries. This portrait was clearly created by descendants in homage. He pressed on. I still ask, what are you? After a prolonged silence without a reply, Du Wei's expression darkened, unwilling to speak. You may come to regret that. He gestured towards the surrounding candlesticks. You see, there are many flames here. If you refuse to converse, I might just set you ablaze. Do you think I would dare? With that, he turned and grasped a lit candle, inching it closer to the painting. The figure's face paled, unmasked terror evident in its eyes, as it watched the flickering flame draw nearer to the canvas. The painted figure could only plead silently, its expression a portrait of desperation. Just as the flame was about to touch the fabric, Du Wei withdrew the candle, nodding. It seems you truly cannot speak. Can you utter a word? The figure shook its head vigorously. Then, what exactly are you? Du Wei's eyes glimmered with intrigue. A living painting. Could it be some form of sorcery? The figure within the painting remained silent, unable to respond to Du Wei's questions. After escaping the threat of incineration, the painted figure seemed to exhale, its gaze now filled with interest as it regarded Du Wei. Du Wei attempted to pose several more questions. Yet communication remained elusive, the figure only able to nod or shake its head in response. Despite earnest efforts, no substantial information was gleaned from their exchange. They both stared at one another. The silence was abruptly interrupted by the resonant chime of a large clock on the study wall. Signaling midnight, Du Wei suddenly perceived a glimmer of light emanating from the painted figure's eyes. Following that, he distinctly heard a soft sigh. Though the sound felt ethereal, Du Wei could discern it clearly. It was unmistakably the sound of a human sighing. Listen closely. I am ensnared by a curse, and I can only speak briefly as the clock tolls midnight. Once the chimes cease, my voice will be silenced. It continued, I shall say this, but once. There exists a hidden chamber within this study. Within that chamber lie treasures. I can guide you to those treasures, and among them is an artifact that can lift my curse." Du Wei's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the painting. "Is it truly you speaking?" "Indeed, there is no time to explain," the painted figure urged hastily. "Start your search with the third painting on the wall, for it contains the clues. Follow the instructions, and if you are not a fool, you should be able to uncover them." With the final toll of midnight echoing, the light in the painted figure's eyes began to fade, and its voice trailed off into silence. Du Wei scrutinized the painting, noting that the figure within still watched him, its face etched with a pleading expression. "Do you claim to be under a curse? Do you?" Du Wei mused. "You say there lies a secret chamber in this study, containing an artifact that can free you from your curse. Is that correct?" With each question, the painted figure nodded in affirmation, its face radiating a yearning expression. "Very well. Then what benefit do I derive from this endeavor?" Du Wei queried with a smile. "Why should I assist you?" The figure's expression shifted, its eyes pleading more fervently, as if desperate to convey something, yet unable to articulate a single word. "Very well. I find this all rather peculiar. Consider it a means to sate my curiosity." Du Wei raised his hand, then ascended the ladder to the bookshelf, meticulously examining the third painting on the wall as per the figure's earlier guidance. The third painting, too, depicted an ancestor of the Rolling family, this one clad in the uniform of a naval general, his expression stern and gaze fixed as if peering into the distance. Du Wei scrutinized the painting for a while, but could discern no markings or indications on it. He even exerted himself to move the oil painting aside for a closer inspection, yet found nothing of consequence. Du Wei stood on the stairs, contemplating with meticulous care. He was not anxious but rather patient, re-examining each detail one by one. After 3 fruitless inspections, an idea suddenly struck him, prompting him to scrutinize the figures within the painting more closely. The eyes of the figures in the painting were fixed straight ahead. A spark ignited in Du Wei's mind. He immediately followed the direction in which the figures were gazing. It was towards the wall opposite him. The characters in the painting seemed to be looking at a knight's sword hanging on the wall across from them. Du Wei quickly pushed the ladder with considerable effort to the opposite side of the room. The back-and-forth exertion proved somewhat taxing for a 13-year-old boy. Nevertheless, an intense curiosity propelled him onward. After examining the knight's sword on the wall, Du Wei noticed that the sword's blade was pointing towards a nearby bookshelf. He then began to explore that bookshelf. At long last, he discovered something. On the crossbeam of the bookshelf, Du Wei felt a series of uneven marks. He concentrated momentarily and realized that they formed a line of text. However, these words were inscribed backward. Thus, anyone who accidentally touched this spot, without careful observation, would likely assume it to be merely an ordinary pattern. He meticulously read the line of text written entirely in reverse. The answer lay within the night sky, and the enormous spoon served as the key to progress. Du Wei couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. What was this? A riddle? He sighed and slid down the stairs, sitting cross-legged on the floor, cradling his head as he pondered over this conundrum. The night sky's colossal spoon. Finally, Du Wei sprang to his feet, his face illuminated once more with hope. What stars could be found in the night sky? And the enormous spoon? Without a doubt, it referred to the Big Dipper. The shape of the Big Dipper in the heavens resembled a gigantic spoon, did it not? With this realization, Du Wei swiftly began searching the bookshelf in the study. Stars, stars, the bookshelf pertaining to astrology, naturally. Soon, through the index, Du Wei located the shelf dedicated to astrology books. He climbed up with difficulty, searching diligently, and then, following the indication of the spoon, he meticulously explored the 7th row of the bookshelf. He nearly examined each book one by one, and finally, when he pulled out one particular tome, he distinctly felt its unusual weight. It was a book made of metal. Moreover, after pulling it, a series of dull, rumbling sounds emanated from the wall, resembling the grinding of machinery. Ultimately, with a resounding whoosh, the entire bookshelf began to rotate slowly, revealing a dark, gaping entrance in the wall behind it. Du Wei picked up a candelabrum. After a moment's consideration, he also retrieved a weapon hanging from the wall, opting for a short sword due to his current lack of physical strength. After a brief contemplation, he stuffed a few new candles into his pocket. Subsequently, Du Wei stepped into the secret chamber within the wall. The faint candlelight illuminated only a space of about 2 or 3 steps ahead. Fortunately, Du Wei was naturally endowed with a stronger mental acuity than most, allowing him to sense his surroundings more keenly. This was a secret passageway embedded within the massive stone walls, flanked by cold, unyielding rock, its age indeterminable, and filled with dust. despite Du Wei's best efforts to move quietly. He inevitably stirred up dust, causing him to sneeze repeatedly. His feet occasionally crunched over small pebbles, and in the flickering candlelight, he could only advance cautiously. Fortunately, the area seemed to be ventilated, although the candlelight flickered. It did not extinguish due to a lack of oxygen. After traversing the passageway for a while, a staircase appeared before him, winding downward. The steps were narrow, constructed of rough stone, yet sufficiently sturdy. After descending approximately 30 steps, he finally spotted a small door. The metallic doorknob was rusted. Du Wei grasped it and twisted it forcefully twice, only to find it locked and unyielding to his side, suddenly recalling the inscription on the bookshelf. The spoon is the key. Du Wei pondered for a moment, lifting the candle to illuminate the area around the door, and at last, he glimpsed a design on the ceiling above the door. It was a carved pattern, and from the depiction, Du Wei could barely discern that it resembled a celestial chart. Though he was not well versed in astrology, he remembered the question about the spoon, which made it clear to him that the Big Dipper, which bore a shape strikingly similar to a spoon, was depicted in the celestial chart. The spoon is the key, Du Wei mumbled. The ceiling was rather high for a 13-year-old. Even if he stood on his tiptoes, he could not reach it. Using the dim candlelight, Du Wei began to study the pattern closely. As one candle nearly burned out, he lit a second when an important thought struck him. A key? Nonsense. If this passage were to be discovered, wouldn't anyone lacking a key simply use tools to pry the door open? Without a key, one could still forcefully break down the door. If that were the case, then the key could not be that significant. Yet, the clue had emphasized the key so distinctly, indicating a deeper meaning. This implied that without the key, any attempts to force the door open would be futile. This key, it seemed, could not be interpreted literally. Du Wei sat down and contemplated for a moment. When he stood up again, he leaped with all his might, raising the short sword to strike the image of the Big Dipper on the ceiling. Bang! Du Wei's eyes brightened. The sound seemed somewhat hollow. He abandoned his attempts to strike the door and instead bent down to search for a crack in the stone floor, then forcefully thrust the short sword into the crevice. Standing it upright, supporting himself against the wall, he stepped onto the sword, elevating himself slightly. Though he swayed a bit, he could just reach the ceiling. There was a thick layer of dust above, and after feeling around, Du Wei noticed that the celestial pattern of the Big Dipper had a distinct unevenness compared to other areas. He tried various methods, knocking, twisting, turning, and so forth. Finally, unbeknownst to him, he touched the right spot. Turning with force, and a piece of the celestial stone rotated. With a click, a section of the floor at the corner suddenly collapsed. A black passageway appeared beneath, leading downward. Success! Du Wei exclaimed softly, smiling as he jumped down from the hilt of the sword. Indeed, this was a deceptive ruse. Du Wei was now convinced that his hypothesis was correct. The rusty door beside him was merely a distraction. The true secret lay not in the door at all. If someone arrived here without heeding the clue regarding the Big Dipper, even with brute force to open the door, they would never uncover the real secret. Du Wei was certain that the genuine mystery resided in the dark passageway that had just opened in the ground. Approaching the passage, he noted that the entrance was exceedingly narrow, barely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through. Inside was pitch black. So Du Wei first tossed a candle inside. As the candlelight fell, he could see that the steps below were not very deep, only about 2 or 3 meters high, suggesting it led to a hidden chamber. Du Wei did not descend immediately. Instead, he sat at the entrance of the passage, waiting for a moment. Seeing nothing amiss below, he carefully made his way down the steps. This was a room enclosed on all sides, surrounded by solid stone walls, with rows of iron cabinets lining both sides, many of which were sealed, and all the locks were rusted. In the center stood a massive stone platform, its height reaching precisely to Du Wei's waist. The surface of the platform was adorned with numerous intricate and enigmatic patterns, with a large arc at its center, surrounded by the positions of stars. After gazing at it for a while, Du Wei felt utterly perplexed and decided to abandon his study of the patterns, turning his focus instead to the iron cabinet beside him. All the iron cabinets in this room were securely locked, and given their age, it was likely that the locks had long since rusted shut. After toiling for quite some time, and feeling somewhat disheartened, Du Wei finally let out a cheer as he discovered a drawer that had not been locked. This was the only unlocked drawer among the entire array of cabinets. Upon opening it, he found a stone box lying quietly inside. The front of this stone box was inscribed with the emblem of the Roland family. Straining, Du Wei lifted the box and settled onto the ground, carefully prying it open. Inside, he found a scroll of parchment. The parchment was densely covered with writing, and as he unfurled it, A hexagonal, gem-like green crystal dropped from the roll. With patience, Dewey lit the third candle he had brought with him and began to read the text on the parchment. To the seeker, dear reader, you must surely be a descendant of the Roland family. The first thing you must know is that this is a letter left by your ancestors that I, the wife of the seventh head of the Roland family, and an astrologer named Semmel, am the one who penned this letter. Upon reading those opening sentences, Dewey could not help but feel a surge of surprise. An astrologer, Semmel? Dewey was well aware that within the annals of Roland family history, there had once been a remarkable patriarch who possessed a keen interest in astrology and even married a female astrologer. The very castle where Dewey currently found himself, the tallest structure, a lofty white tower, had been constructed by that patriarch to allow his astrologer wife to observe the celestial phenomena more effectively during the night. Dewey was astonished to discover that this letter was indeed penned by the wife of that illustrious patriarch. The female astrologer, he continued to read on. When you read this letter, I hope you comprehend that what you are about to face is a venture fraught with substantial risk. You may be on the verge of opening a door that has been sealed for countless ages. For behind this door lies a realm forbidden to humanity. Moreover, this represents the culmination of my lifelong research. If you are prepared for this adventure, take the gem that accompanies this letter and carefully explore the stone platform in the room. You will uncover a receptacle. Once you place the gem within, you shall receive the most complete information I have left behind. To ensure that this knowledge does not fall into the hands of outsiders, the activation of this information requires the blood of a Roland family descendant. Please let a drop of your blood fall upon the gem. The blood of the Roland lineage will guide you to the knowledge I have left. At the end of the letter, there was an additional line. May the great Roland family prosper, for I have loved this family deeply because of my husband, your ancestor, Semmel Roland. Dewey read the letter in one breath, and his heart was filled with a profound sense of awe. From his studies of the family's history, he was well acquainted with the name Semmel Roland. Her birth name was Semmel, and she adopted the Roland surname upon her marriage. She was the wife of the seventh patriarch and a renowned female master of astrology, a figure worthy of admiration in the field of astrology. Dewey's mentor, the venerable scholar Rosiate, who had educated him for a year and a half, had spoken of Dewey's ancestor's wife with great reverence. He had even casually mentioned that this Semmel was arguably the most exceptional astrologer the empire had seen in nearly 2 centuries. What left a lasting impression on Dewey was not merely her prowess as a great astrologer, but another, more poignant reason. According to the Roland family records he had perused, this esteemed female astrologer was also a woman deeply in love with her husband. The seventh patriarch, who had wed her, did not enjoy a long life, passing away around the age of 50. Semmel, the female master of astrology, was clearly a devoted woman. Just 3 days after her husband's death, she took her own life in the very white tower he had constructed for her. Before her demise, she inscribed a poignant phrase on the walls of the tower: "For love, we shall live eternally." It was this final testament that etched this remarkable woman into Dewey's memory. Without a moment's hesitation, Dewey immediately knelt beneath the stone platform and began to search. He soon located the receptacle indicated in the letter. Its size was perfectly compatible with the shape of the gem. Dewey promptly and decisively cut his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the gem. As the gem was inserted into the receptacle, Dewey instinctively stepped back 2 paces. In the dim chamber, the intricate patterns on the square stone platform erupted with intense radiance, illuminating the entire room as if it were daylight. The brilliance was so overwhelming that Dewey could hardly keep his eyes open. Gradually, the radiant light coalesced, forming a beam of light upon the platform, within which an apparition began to materialize. This was not a living person, but rather a strikingly lifelike specter formed from the gathered light. The size of this apparition was indistinguishable from that of a real human, causing Dewey's eyes to widen in astonishment. He suddenly realized something crucial. This Semmel, the legendary female master of astrology, was likely also an extraordinary sorceress. The events unfolding before him in the presence of this apparition were unmistakably magical. As the brilliance of the apparition began to dim, it settled into a brightness that was bearable to the human eye. At last, Dewey could discern the figure standing within the beam of light. A woman clad in a crimson robe, her long hair shimmering like freshly fallen snow, was enveloped in the vibrant red garb. Her face was strikingly beautiful, with a gaze imbued with tenderness, yet her black eyes emanated an otherworldly allure. "Seeker of knowledge, I am your ancestor, Semmel Roland," the apparition spoke slowly. "This is the final magical message I left behind before my demise. The magic circle I have created requires the crystal imbued with my essence, in conjunction with the blood of the Roland lineage, to activate. Since you are able to perceive this message, it signifies that you are a descendant of the Roland family. And thus you may inherit all my secrets without reservation. Du Wei gazed at the vividly beautiful figure before him, his heart racing with astonishment. To preserve a message for a century using a magical circle was the hallmark of an extraordinary sorcerer. The prowess of this symbol was indeed remarkable. I cannot ascertain how many years have passed since you activated this message, nor can I gauge how much power remains within the magical crystal I left behind. Therefore, please listen attentively to every word I utter, for it is likely that no magic will ever allow this circle to be activated a second time. The apparition of Semmel spoke with a measured calmness. Despite knowing that the symbol before him was but an illusion, Du Wei could not help but nod in acknowledgement. First, I must clarify. What I bequeath to you may bring you boundless benefits. Yet it could also lead to insurmountable troubles. My lifetime of research, aside from my husband, has been known to no one. Since you have ventured this far, it is evident that you possess a certain understanding of astrology. At the very least, a grasp of astral phenomena. Thus, the most pivotal revelation I must impart is this. All astrologers in this world are mistaken. Every single one of them is wrong. For astrology is not merely a superficial tool for predicting the future based on celestial changes. Although society currently perceives astrology as nothing more than a prophetic art, however, I must convey to you that astrology is, in essence, a form of magic, a powerful and profound magic. Astrologers should not merely be perceived as scholars of celestial phenomena, nor should they be regarded as superficial and pretentious seers. A true astrologer ought to possess a formidable power that rivals that of all magicians, just as sorcerers can summon the forces of wind, harness rain, storms, flames, and all the might of nature. Why then should astrologers not be able to wield the power of the stars? Indeed, we astrologers can venture even further, for I have discovered a force that magicians cannot grasp, one that is eternally beyond their reach. The law. Support the new book by Xiaowu with your votes. The celestial phenomena in the night sky, the positions of those stars, are shrouded in infinite mystery. Their positions change in strange ways over time, changes that have long been interpreted as divine omens bestowed upon humanity. People often believe that astrologers are merely those who study the riddles left by the deities for humankind. Yet, all of this is a misconception. Among the stars lies a boundless power, one that may even surpass the tremendous storms, raging floods, and cataclysmic flames we witness. Powers so formidable that they provoke my skepticism. Is such immense strength truly the handiwork of the divine? Moreover, these stars seem to have hung in the heavens since time immemorial, long before our understanding, even perhaps before the creation of our world. So, were these stars indeed fashioned by the gods? According to all the texts and religious scriptures available today, the most unified assertion regarding the stars is this. They are adornments left in the sky by the deities to embellish the beauty of the night as they crafted this world. And the deities alter their positions based on their whims and the changes in worldly affairs, leaving behind revelations for humanity. Indeed, according to these assertions, it appears that the stars were created as mere adjuncts to the night sky when our world came into being. But is it truly so? 6 years ago, when I was 34, a celestial anomaly occurred. The stars fell from the sky during the night. All astrologers desperately sought to decipher what divine message this phenomenon conveyed. However, I chose an alternative path. Based on the direction of the falling stars I observed that night, and through extensive research, I resolved to locate the fallen star. I dedicated 3 years to traversing the northern reaches of the continent. And at last, I found it. Speaking thus, the apparition of Semmel gently raised her hand, revealing a palm that emerged from her crimson robe, cupped upward, delicately holding a small, fist-sized piece of blackened stone. This is what I discovered. The fallen star, behold. Its exterior appears merely as a rock. Of course, I possess only a small fragment that I chipped off. When I found it, it was as large as a house. The local terrain bore witness to its impact, having created a vast crater upon its descent, and I could discern where a dreadful conflagration had once raged, reducing the forest to ashes and transforming the plains into valleys. Such destructive power could only be wielded by the most potent of forbidden spells and magic. I presumed that Du Wei could no longer suppress a sigh. This astrologer named Semmel, in Du Wei's eyes, was indeed remarkable, at the very least. In this place, where faith in the divine creation of all is fervent, she dared to question, and in certain respects, she had genuinely approached the truth. It is unfathomable that what we call stars are merely enormous stones. More importantly, this stone is entirely unlike any known material in our world. It is hard and imbued with a magnetic allure of magic that I spent considerable time seeking out many experienced alchemists and even some elderly blacksmiths, yet none could identify this new substance. This implies that the stars do not belong to our world at all. The apparition of Simmel began to flicker, a clear indication that her magical energy was waning. Dewey quickly gathered his focus, internally praying for her power to endure a little longer. From that moment, I began to question all the literature regarding the divine creation of this world. If the gods indeed created this world, endowing it with life, delineating day and night, and orchestrating the changing of the seasons, then who established these laws? Was it the deities? I devoted nearly my entire life to the study of celestial phenomena, ultimately discovering that the notion of the stars' position shifting as divine revelations for humanity is utterly absurd. I spent 10 years documenting and examining the positions of the stars visible in the sky, and throughout that decade, I studied and recorded their positions every night. Gradually, on certain nights when the sky darkened and clouds obscured the celestial bodies, I found myself incapable of observing the stars with the naked eye. In such instances, I sought alternative methods that I considered magic, since magic can sense the subtle changes in nature. Could I not employ it to discern the positions of the stars when they eluded my sight? Ultimately, I discovered the power of the stars. If I could harness this power, then I could, like sorcerers tapping into the forces of nature, draw upon the strength of the stars. After discovering a means to sense the power of the stars, I stumbled upon another astonishing revelation. This power is not confined to the night. Even under the blazing sun of day, I can perceive the presence of the stars by meditating and expanding my spiritual sensitivity. They exist in the sky, regardless of day or night. The only difference is that during the day, their brilliance is obscured by the sun's intense light. A decade has passed, and I have recorded the positions of the stars I observed, noting that while they undergo some changes, they actually follow a specific cyclical pattern. It all resembles a great cycle. For instance, a star may appear in the east during summer, only to shift to the west in winter, then return to the east the following year. Everything seems to revolve in a specific trajectory, endlessly repeating. Thus, this is not a divine revelation to humanity at all. Neither is it a riddle left by the gods. All of this unfolds according to the established rules of the stars, the laws of the stars. The apparition of Simmel grew increasingly faint, signaling the final moments of her waning spiritual energy. Her voice became gravely serious. The temple tells us that the stars are riddles and revelations left for humanity by the gods, yet I have discovered that the shifting positions of the stars seem to follow a fixed set of rules, utterly unrelated to any divine enigma. The temple claims that the stars are embellishments left in the night sky by the deities, yet I have found that the existence of stars is not limited to the night. Even in the bright light of day, although invisible to the naked eye, they persist. The temple also maintains that this world was created by the gods, yet I discovered that the stars are composed of an unprecedented stone, wholly unlike any known material in our world. The great astrologer raised her head, delivering her final summation. I have begun to question whether the stars are indeed creations of the divine. And ultimately, I have begun to doubt the very concept of God. Gazing at the apparition of this astrologer before him, Dewey suddenly felt an overwhelming respect for this woman, for she was the first person he encountered in this world who dared to challenge and question established knowledge and authority. In stark contrast to those who blindly revere the divine creation of all, this woman, bold enough to raise questions and challenge authority, dedicating her entire life to her research, evoked in Dewey a profound sense of admiration. My lifetime of research resides within this room. The several rows of cabinets hold the knowledge I have bequeathed to you. The other door outside is a riddle I left behind, should one fail to heed my hints regarding the celestial phenomena. They may find only the false door outside, behind which lies nothing but mundane treasures, while here lies the true legacy I, Simmel Loring, leave in this world. Suddenly, a beam of light flickered, and the radiance began to dim. The apparition of the female astrologer gradually became indistinct, her voice weakening. The final clue lies within the oil painting in the study. It encapsulates a magical creature of my own creation, sealed within the canvas. This creature shall serve as your guide in mastering all that you seek to learn. Every object in this room will aid and direct you during your studies. For safety's sake, I have not left any of the incantations of the stellar magic I devised in written form. They reside with that magical being. You must release it from its seal. My child, though I cannot foresee how many years it will take for you to discover this place, I firmly believe that a genius in magic will emerge from the illustrious Roland family. You should understand that my lifelong research and discoveries have challenged the authority of the divine, and such endeavors are inevitably met with resistance from this world, especially from those who embody authority, who will go to great lengths to obliterate these truths that I cannot leave everything behind openly. Hence, I resort to this clandestine method. The magical creature is bound by a spell I placed upon it, allowing it to awaken only at night, while it remains in slumber during the day, much like the stars, invisible to the naked eye in daylight. Furthermore, only those with formidable mental fortitude can perceive its existence during the night. I trust that since you have reached this point, your mental prowess is sufficient to become an exceptional sorcerer. I am prepared to impart all the stellar magic I have created to you. Remember this incantation. It will unlock the seal on the painting outside, and upon its release, it shall unconditionally obey your commands. From then on, everything depends on your diligence. The female astrologer articulated the final incantation slowly, enunciating each syllable with clarity. While her fingers deftly formed several sigils, Dewey diligently committed everything to memory, and with a sudden burst, the light flared brightly before vanishing abruptly. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness. Dewey hastily lit a candle and surveyed the space, concluding that there was nothing more to be done for the moment. He cautiously retraced his steps along the secret passage. Upon returning to the study, Dewey was covered in dust. Fortunately, a pile of dusty ledgers provided a plausible explanation for his soiled appearance. After closing the hidden door on the bookshelf, he approached the oil painting. I have been inside and witnessed everything, including her final words. The eyes within the painting seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, revealing a glimmer of pleading. Dewey understood its intention and smiled. You wish to inquire about how to break your seal? Oh, I have already discovered the method. She left behind an incantation. However, it appears there is a slight error. Dewey chuckled ruefully. The initial clue left by Samir was the oil painting on the wall. Yet, only those with strong mental faculties could see the painting come to life, and those with such mental strength were almost certainly sorcerers. Even if they were not sorcerers, they could still learn magic. Samir's stellar magic required a sorcerer to learn and inherit it. Hence, she devised this intricate puzzle that if one could not see the animated figure within the painting, it indicated a lack of mental prowess and magical aptitude. Conversely, those who could see it were destined to learn magic, and thus, Samir's incantation could unlock the seal upon the canvas. Yet, even the astute Samir could hardly have anticipated that years later, the Roland family would produce an anomaly like Dewey. He evidently possessed extraordinary mental prowess, yet when it came to magical sensitivity, he was utterly devoid of talent. This meant that Dewey could not utilize Samir's incantation to break the seal of the painting. Without the magical creature left by Samir, he would likely be unable to learn the stellar magic she had entrusted to him. All the magical incantations were recorded by the creature within the painting. It felt as though he were caught in a peculiar deadlock, did it not? Dewey could not help but chuckle in frustration. Here he stood, guarding a vast treasure, with the door wide open before him. Yet he could not enter. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Suddenly, Dewey's eyes brightened. Had he not captured a sorcerer? That individual could wield the most basic first-level magical abilities while executing the highest-tier instantaneous spells. Who knows what possibilities lay ahead? As dawn broke, the old steward, Hill, personally wheeled in the breakfast cart to the study. Upon entering, he found the family's eldest son standing on the staircase before the bookshelf. Engrossed in a thick tome on astrology, it appeared that this young master had not slept a wink the previous night. Though his face bore traces of fatigue, his spirit seemed quite lively. However, he was notably dirty. Had he spent the entire night rolling in those ledgers? Moreover, a short sword had been removed from the wall and placed upon the desk, an antique once wielded by their ancestors. The old steward sighed and promptly summoned assistants to help the young master freshen up. After breakfast, Dewey stretched and inquired, "Have the guests from the imperial capital settled in?" "Indeed, they are residing just behind the castle. Your nightly guards, as per family protocol, have been integrated into the castle's guard unit. Forgive my impertinence, esteemed young master, but it seems you have taken in a night during your travels, a female knight." "No less. I had intended to arrange for her to rest within the castle, but she declined, as you also brought back a captive. That captive, for reasons unknown, offended you. I have arranged for them to be confined in the castle's dungeon. Last night, the female knight and her retinue stayed in the rooms above the dungeon." "Very well." Dewey sighed. "What shall I do during the day? Should I continue reviewing these accounts?" I imagine it will take at least 3 or 4 days to finish. Which sounds dreadfully dull. Hill, I must find something to occupy my time. 3 or 4 days. Completing them within 10 days would be commendable, the old steward thought to himself, yet maintained a respectful demeanor. Indeed. You are the master here. All within the castle are your servants, and here, your will shall be manifested to its fullest extent that I ask for these accounts. There is no urgency to complete them immediately. After all, they pertain to the past year. I believe that if you find the time, you could allocate a precious moment to survey 1 or 2 areas of the family estate. It may prove more beneficial than poring over these tedious ledgers. Dewey smiled, raising an eyebrow. A splendid suggestion, Hill, indeed. What shall I do today? Are there any activities available? The old steward hesitated. Well, you see, the vibrancy of this place pales in comparison to the imperial capital. The nearest town is a day's journey away, even by horseback. As for the castle, there are typically few pastimes to pass the time, but the surrounding scenery is quite pleasant. If you're interested, you could ride out with your knights to the forest for a hunt. Although the season may yield little game, a leisurely outing could be a delightful choice. Dewey nodded, sipping his tea before a thought struck him. I wonder if there will be any issues with the person I brought back? I mean, do I possess the authority to? Are you referring to your law enforcement powers? My goodness, young master, this is Roland Plain. The entirety of this plain belongs to the Roland family. Here, as long as you do not rebel against the empire. The will of the Roland family is law, and you, at present, are the highest authority of the Roland family within this castle. Very well. Dewey rose, and a nearby maid promptly approached, carrying a long leather coat. Eager to drape it over him, Dewey glanced at the garment, made of an unknown animal's hide, and shook his head. The weather is still quite warm. There's no need for such attire. By the way, Hill, I require 1 or 2 attendants. I prefer having familiar faces around me. Let us have maid come. I enjoy his company. As for the rest, have you integrated the 20 knights I brought from the imperial capital into the castle's guard unit? Excellent. I shall set aside some time today to inspect them and review the warriors of the castle's guard unit. Lastly, my childhood mentor, the renowned astrologer, the distinguished scholar Mr. Rosiate, instilled in me a profound interest in astrology. During my stay at the castle, I wished to utilize the room on the top floor of the White Tower. Atop the White Tower, the venerable steward opened his mouth, revealing a look of discomfort upon his face. Young master, I fear you are unaware. A long-standing family decree forbids anyone but the clan leader from ascending the White Tower. Dewey's eyes sparkled with interest. I asked that so? He exhibited no signs of disappointment. Rather, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Since it is a forbidden place, it must harbor the remnants of some ancient relics, perhaps even those left behind by the illustrious Seimer. Who knows what discoveries await? As for the prohibition against entry, if the front door is barred, I shall simply find a way to ascend stealthily. Very well then, I have a few items I require you to procure for me. Upon finishing his statement, Dewey swiftly grasped a quill made from a goose feather and began to inscribe a list of items on a piece of paper. These were essentials for his celestial studies that he had conceived the previous night. To delve into astrology, one certainly requires a telescope, preferably an astronomical one. However, such instruments are non-existent in this world. It seems I must craft one myself. Glass, at least, is available here. And the craftsmanship of mirrors is notably refined. With a bit of experimentation, I should be able to produce a rudimentary telescope. In truth, the utility of telescopes in this realm is rather limited, as they are primarily employed for military purposes. Yet here, magic exists. A mage employing an eagle-eyed spell far surpasses the capabilities of any telescope. Alas, magic, magic. It appears I must devise a method to acquire the art of sorcery. With this thought in mind, Dewey promptly rose to his feet. It seems I must carve out some time today to visit my captive in the dungeon. Exiting his study, he soon found that the steward had summoned Mart. The former groom, in accordance with Dewey's instructions, Mart appeared somewhat despondent, for he had previously served as a chief steward, commanding 20 cavalrymen along the way, a position that had brought him considerable satisfaction. Yet upon arriving at the castle, those guards had been immediately assigned to the castle's garrison, stationed at a small encampment to the left of the castle. Now, he found himself a mere figurehead. A steward without subordinates. After a night of restless slumber, Mart harbored concerns for his future. Had the young master forgotten about him, especially since he had not been summoned to serve the previous night? Thus, upon hearing Dewey's call, Mart rushed over, his hasty demeanor drawing a frown from the meticulous steward, Hill. However, Mart was oblivious to such concerns. Upon entering the castle hall, he spotted Dewey standing there and rushed forward, nearly wishing to embrace his master. "Oh, my lord, I am your loyal servant, Mard. What are your commands?" Dewey discerned Mard's somewhat flustered demeanor. In this place, Mard was indeed his only confidant. The others, well, only Jolin could be considered a half-hearted ally. Rather than hastily visiting the imprisoned mage in the dungeon, Dewey issued a decree: "From this day forth, no one is permitted to enter the study without my express permission to this peculiar command." The steward said nothing but complied. Subsequently, Dewey led his entourage to the military encampment outside the castle, where 300 of the Lauren family's private soldiers were stationed, including 100 cavalrymen organized into 5 squads. Each consisting of 20 that the 20 knights he had brought from the imperial capital were conveniently formed into the 6th squad. These men quickly donned new gear upon entering the encampment and were soon ready to meet Dewey. During their journey, Dewey conversed with Mard and instructed him to select 6 men to serve as his personal attendants. Mard had observed these 6 men during their travels and deemed them loyal and diligent. Without hesitation, the 6 cavalrymen stripped off their armor, donned lighter attire, and mounted their steeds to bid farewell to the encampment. Their comrades watched with envy, for being in the master's presence might open doors for future promotions. Leaving behind the oppressive atmosphere of the Duke's estate in the imperial capital for the relative comfort of the Lauren family castle was indeed refreshing. Here, Dewey held the highest rank, and he relished the privileges of noble life. As he ventured out, a servant promptly brought forth a gentle steed, adorned with the finest saddle and bridle. It was said that Mard had personally selected this horse to please Dewey, showcasing his discerning eye for equine quality. Throughout the morning, Dewey and his 6 attendants wandered through the woods surrounding the castle, ultimately settling on a location at the forest's edge. A small stream, an offshoot of the Emerald River, flowed gently. After inspecting the area, he noted the absence of large predators. Dewey decisively declared his intention to construct a wooden cabin here, envisioning it as his inaugural magical laboratory. Although he was not yet a mage and had been deemed lacking in magical aptitude, Dewey remained undeterred. There would surely be a way. After marking the site, Dewey continued to explore the surroundings. His peculiar behavior was indeed noteworthy. During the morning, aside from surveying the woods, he engaged in conversation with the castle's servants. The first individual he received was none other than the gardener and florist. Subsequently, he provided a list of unusual flowers and plants for the gardener and florist to procure. This list swiftly reached the hands of the elder steward, Hill, who, without a word, set about fulfilling the request. As evening descended, Dewey finally found time to visit the captive in the dungeon. Having endured 2 days and nights of torment, the mage must surely have suffered greatly. Would he be willing to submit? With confidence, Dewey returned to the castle, only to be met by Hill. "Young master, I have successfully assembled all the items on the list you provided today." "That was remarkably swift," Dewey replied, satisfaction mingling with surprise. "Naturally, this is the domain of the Lauren family. Your commands are our utmost duty. Upon receiving your lists, I dispatched messengers to the nearby towns for procurement, and the items are already en route back. However, there is a minor issue." "What is it?" "Your funds may be insufficient." The steward's tone remained unruffled. Dewey was taken aback. Funds, indeed. The elder steward maintained a calm demeanor. Yet this very tranquility irked Dewey, for he sensed a hint of schadenfreude in Hill's gaze. "Young master, since you have yet to come of age, the clan leader's regulations stipulate that, aside from your daily necessities, you may withdraw only 300 gold coins per month for your expenses. This sum is the entirety of your accessible funds. Should you exceed it, the excess will be deducted from the following month's allowance." Dewey found himself at a loss for words. Funds? How could it be that the heir of a duke would encounter such financial constraints? The elder steward swiftly produced a single-eyed lens to affix to his left eye and began reciting the items from Dewey's list. For pieces of premium crystal, 20 glass mirrors, 1 refining furnace, and half a cart of coal. Regarding the florist, you ordered seeds for the first generation of golden-scaled flowers, seeds for the first generation of arrow lilies, and a large vial of black rose pollen. Along with the finest set of floral tools. From the gardener, you procured 2 tiger leaf trees, 100 clovers, and, having rapidly recited the list, the elder steward slowly added, "The total expenditure for these items amounts to approximately 420 gold coins. This means you have not only exhausted this month's allowance, but have also preemptively withdrawn from next month's funds. Furthermore, I have heard you intend to construct a wooden cabin by the stream outside the woods. I have calculated that building a modest two-story cabin will require an additional 300 gold coins, along with approximately 200 gold coins for the furnishings and decorations you requested. In total, it appears you have already depleted the funds for the next 4 months. That Du Wei found himself speechless. He realized he had miscalculated funds, the heir of a duke, reduced to a state of financial distress. Yet the flowers and plants were absolutely essential. Those were some of the most fundamental raw materials essential for Du Wei's study of potion making. Du Wei gazed at the elderly steward, his expression darkening. Is that so? Are you implying that I, the eldest son of my father and the steward of our family estate, am permitted to utilize merely 300 gold coins each month? I must be mistaken. Correct? The steward maintained a respectful demeanor. Indeed, that is the regulation as stated in the letter from the esteemed clan leader. Although the family holdings yield tens of thousands of gold coins monthly. You must understand that those funds are public. As you are not yet of age, have not received your own title, nor your own territory, it follows that I am left with a mere 300 gold coins for my personal expenses. Is that right? Du Wei's voice was laced with indifference as he waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I comprehend. For the forthcoming months, it appears I shall have to refrain from extravagant purchases. Yes, I regret to inform you that this is the directive from the Count. You may only withdraw funds for a maximum of 3 months in advance. The steward, noticing the displeasure of his young master, promptly took his leave. Once the steward had exited, Du Wei turned to Mad, who cautiously interjected, Young master, I still have the 1,000 gold coins you entrusted to me for safekeeping, which the Count has provided before departing the capital. Du Wei sighed. Ah, I once wondered why Mother clandestinely gifted me such a sum, and now I comprehend that it seems Father harbors concerns that I, in my ignorance, might recklessly squander our family estate, thus granting me only the faade of guardianship without access to our funds. We can indeed curtail some expenses. In truth, 300 gold coins a month is not insubstantial, Mad noted, but then fell silent. Sensing his master was deep in thought. Very well, if that is the case, we shall devise a means to procure additional funds. After a brief moment of discontent, Du Wei quickly reassured himself that, after all, within the secret passage left by Simire, there lies a substantial treasure behind that deceptive door. If need be, he could always resort to the wealth hidden therein. However, it appeared that the days of confinement would not be as leisurely as he had imagined. Let us proceed to the dungeon, Du Wei commanded, waving his hand nonchalantly. I hope that wizard will not refuse me again today. My spirits are rather low. Outside the castle dungeon, Du Wei encountered his first recruited female knight, Jolin. Since her arrival at the castle, Jolin had voluntarily taken on the duty of guarding the captured wizard. This was understandable, as the wizard had once been her companion, though she had sworn allegiance to Du Wei. She still felt a lingering sense of loyalty to their past. While she dared not defy Du Wei by secretly releasing the wizard, she could at least provide him with some care as a gesture of goodwill. At the very least, since his arrival, the wizard had been well fed under Jolin's watch. Though he was still denied sleep and meditation, Jolin's 2 retainers, a burly warrior and an archer, took turns watching over the wizard, ensuring he had no opportunity to regain his magical powers. As Du Wei entered the dungeon, he found the damp and eerie atmosphere quite unsettling. However, upon seeing Jolin clad in knightly attire, he was momentarily captivated. The long-legged maiden, who possessed a bewitching visage, had seemingly altered her appearance. Her hair was trimmed, a ribbon adorned her forehead, and her eyebrows had been tidied, lending her an air of vigor that tempered her femininity. Dressed in knightly garb, she exuded a newfound solemnity, though her previous short skirt had been replaced, concealing her shapely legs. Nevertheless, with a slender sword at her side and light knightly armor adorning her upper body, she certainly embodied the essence of a knight. Esteemed master, Jolin greeted as Du Wei stepped into the dungeon. You are? I have come to see my prisoner, Du Wei replied. His expression frosty. He glanced at Jolin, his mood souring. Have you been here all night? A flicker of hesitation crossed Jolin's face. Master, this individual is, after all, a former companion of mine. I wish to plead for him. Du Wei shook his head. There is no need for that. I have no intention of making things difficult for him. As long as he answers my questions, I shall release him immediately. With that, Du Wei brushed past Jolin, leaving her with the instruction, I wish to speak with him privately. You all remain outside and do not enter without permission. The chamber where the wizard was confined was the largest in the castle dungeon. By the time Du Wei entered, the wizard appeared pale. His eyes nearly closed. Although the wizard possessed formidable mental prowess, he had expended considerable energy during their previous journey, engaging in a scuffle at the tavern and casting spells, having subsequently been captured. He had been deprived of any opportunity to meditate and restore his waning strength. Furthermore, he had been unable to sleep for the past 2 days, and was now on the verge of collapse. After a night spent in the dungeon, he had been doused with cold water whenever he dared to close his eyes. Though Jolin had treated him with some degree of courtesy, her 2 subordinates showed no such restraint. Within their small adventuring party, the burly warrior and the archer had always regarded the wizard with disdain, as he had been drawn to Jolin's beauty, creating an uncomfortable dynamic between them. Now, witnessing the arrival of the young noble, the wizard felt himself nearing the brink of despair. He bore no chains, for a powerless wizard posed no greater threat than an ordinary man. Yet the dungeon's chilling dampness and the countless buckets of water poured over him had rendered him cold. His lips turning pale as Due entered. The wizard was curled up on a stone bed, and the burly warrior barked at him. "Hey, don't you dare close your eyes, otherwise I'll just have to douse you again. I've spent all night fetching water." Upon seeing Due, the warrior promptly silenced himself. Due gestured for him to leave and approached the wizard. "So, how do you fare, esteemed wizard? Is everything satisfactory here?" "Satisfactory? Do I appear to be well?" The wizard silently cursed, his face betraying a look of desperation. "Sir, why must someone of your esteemed status make things so difficult for me, as the heir of the Lauren family? If word gets out that you mistreat a wizard, it will surely hinder your family's ability to forge alliances with other wizards in the future." Still attempting to threaten me, Due scoffed. "Oh, is that so? What do you suppose would happen if word spread that a mere novice wizard had mastered the art of instant casting?" The wizard's complexion turned even paler, panic flickering in his eyes. The consequences? They were straightforward. If other wizards learned of such news, he would swiftly become a target for all wizards across the continent. Every wizard yearned to acquire the knowledge of such a prestigious skill. And when a novice wizard could command such power, it would be akin to a defenseless child wandering about with a fortune in gold. "Speak up," Due smiled. "In truth, I am aware that your so-called instant casting is not genuine. You must have employed some underhanded method to achieve it, correct? I am not a wizard. Even if you divulge your secret to me, it would not harm you. Did I merely seek to sate my curiosity?" The wizard lowered his head, a look of struggle crossing his face. What was there to hesitate about? Due sighed. "You are but a novice wizard. While wizards are indeed rare and respected in this world, that respect is reserved for those of intermediate rank and above, the lowest tier of novice wizardry. Should I choose to kill you here or imprison you for eternity, I doubt anyone would care. Even the Magic Society would not risk antagonizing a powerful noble over a nondescript novice wizard, would they?" The wizard's resolve began to waver, the defenses of his mind crumbling as he bit his lip in anguish. "If I tell you, you must swear not to reveal it, for it concerns my identity as a wizard." "Certainly, I can do that." Due immediately raised his hand and swore. "I, Due Lulin, hereby vow that everything you tell me today shall be etched in my mind, never to be spoken of to another. Should I falter, may the goddess of light punish me." The expression of the magician grew somewhat complex, a flicker of guilt surfacing in his gaze, and his lips trembled slightly. "In truth, I am merely a magic apprentice." "What?" Due was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The magician seemed to exert great effort to articulate his thoughts. "What I mean is, I am but a magic apprentice. My true magical prowess is limited to that of an apprentice. My qualifications as a first-level magician were obtained through dubious means." Deceived, Due's heart began to stir with intrigue. To attain the status of a magician through deception? As far as Due understood, the examinations conducted by the continent's magician guild were not easily circumvented. If the title of magician could be so easily acquired, it would indeed be a farce. "I commenced my magical studies at a young age. My master was a low-level magician who believed in my potential and took me as his disciple. It was not difficult for me to secure my status as a magic apprentice by the age of 13. The magician's tone carried a note of melancholy. There are only a few hundred true magicians on the continent, yet the number of those holding the status of magic apprentice is in the thousands. Unfortunately, the path to becoming a true magician is fraught with hardships. The vast majority of magic apprentices, even with a lifetime of effort, may never pass the first-level examination, forever remaining at the apprentice level. I, too, am among these unfortunate souls. Each magician tends to take on a few apprentices, yet they are well aware that not all of these apprentices will ascend to the rank of magician. and it is likely that they may never produce a single true magician from among their pupils. Nevertheless, every magician on the continent continues to recruit numerous apprentices. The status of a magician is revered and awe-inspiring, and such individuals naturally require attendance. Thus, each magician is accompanied by a varying number of magic apprentices. Most of these apprentices harbor dreams of magical grandeur, yet only a scant few ever realize their aspirations. What is most detestable is that many magicians are fully aware that these apprentices possess little to no chance of becoming magicians, yet they refrain from disclosing this truth. Magicians require obedient apprentices to assist them in their magical experiments, effectively serving as their aides, or even as subservient attendants, all without needing to expend a single coin. I experienced this firsthand. At 13, I encountered my master, who informed me of my talents and took me away from my home, claiming he would teach me to become an exceptional magician. With boundless hope, I followed him, only to later discover that this was an unattainable dream and my master had over a dozen disciples, each of whom passed the magic apprentice examination. He merely utilized us as free servants and assistants. He continued to deceive us with falsehoods, fully aware that many among his disciples would never become magicians that he knew, yet he chose to remain silent. After a decade as a magic apprentice, I ultimately realized that I possessed no aptitude for magic. While my mental fortitude was slightly stronger than that of the average person, and I could sense a modicum of natural energy, that was the extent of my capabilities. My talents were limited. Consequently, I reluctantly turned to the study of potion making. Potion making. Dewey's eyes brightened. This individual's experience bore a striking resemblance to his own. However, he lamented inwardly that he could not even pass the most elementary examination for magic apprentices. In truth, Dewey himself was unaware that the situation was not as he perceived. Magicians are a peculiar breed. They are often solitary and proud, viewing themselves as beings above the masses, capable of commanding the elements and harnessing divine power. To most magicians, the so-called common folk are little more than expendable ants. Many magic apprentices taken on by magicians possess even less talent than Dewey, yet magicians require attendance, despite their wealth. They cannot simply hire servants like ordinary nobles. It would be unbecoming. As exalted and enigmatic beings, magicians cannot be accompanied by mere commoners. That would diminish their stature. However, those endowed with magical talent are, after all, a rarity. Therefore, most magicians, in order to ensure they have some magic apprentices by their side, even lower their standards when recruiting. Individuals lacking sufficient talent, even if only marginally superior to the average person, are lured in by the promise of training to become magicians. Those who do not possess the aptitude for magic thus resign themselves to a lifetime of servitude as their master's cheap labor. This situation has led to a chaotic state of affairs in the examinations for magic apprentices on the continent, with standards varying widely. However, the examination Dewey experienced in the imperial capital was conducted under genuinely rigorous standards. The magician Clark would not dare deceive the second-in-command of the imperial military, the eldest son of the Roland family. Precisely because of Dewey's status, Clark was unable to take him on as a mere laborer. Otherwise, had Dewey been an ordinary individual, Clark would have seized the opportunity upon noticing his extraordinary mental prowess, taking him in as an apprentice without hesitation, even knowing that Dewey lacked magical talent. Clark would have certainly accepted him as a disciple, for having an apprentice with exceptional magical potential would greatly facilitate his future experiments. In fact, many magicians on the continent operate in this manner. Were it not for Dewey being the Count's eldest son, he too might have fallen into such a trap, spending his life under the delusion of becoming a magician, serving as a magician's inexpensive labor, ultimately squandering his life and jeopardizing his future. It was in a rather fortuitous circumstance that I discovered a truth. My master had long known that I could never become a magician. The captive's voice bore a hint of bitterness. Even at the time he took me from my home, he was fully aware of this. However, he saw my potential and thought that having me as a free servant would make his magical experiments more convenient. Many of his disciples were akin to me. Some possessed strong magical energy, while others had decent sensitivity. Yet, they all harbored significant flaws, ensnared by an illusory dream, wasting their lives in servitude to their master. And then, Dewey sighed. As I mentioned earlier, upon learning the truth, I was initially filled with rage, but later I resolved to change my destiny. Since I could not learn true magic, I decided to delve into the study of potion making. The magician captive sighed, for potion makers are also recognized as a type of magician by the guild. Though this perspective is deemed laughable by most, and many believe that potion makers cannot truly be considered magicians. And then, Du Wei felt his heart quickening. Could it be that this individual, like himself, lacked magical talent? Yet he had managed to become a magician. Moreover, he truly wielded magic in the tavern. If he, a person devoid of talent, had somehow mastered magic, then perhaps he could also uncover the means to do so. If a pathway to learning magic could be found, then the astrological studies left behind by Simel in the castle's secret chamber, the celestial magic he had devoted his life to researching, could they not be learned? Mastery of potion making could lead to becoming a magician, could it not? Du Wei gazed at the captive. However, as far as I know, the guild's qualification examination for potion makers is entirely different from that of other magicians on the continent. True magicians are categorized into 10 levels, with each level passed. The difficulty increases significantly. Thus, the higher the level of the magician, the greater their power. However, while the examination for potion makers is also regarded as a type of magician, it is far simpler in fact. It is so uncomplicated that it may seem somewhat dismissive. The potion maker's examination is not tiered. There is but one level. As long as you pass the examination, you are a potion maker. The guild will then award you a badge, signifying official recognition as a magician. Though this recognition is largely disregarded by the majority. Moreover, even the badges issued by the guild itself carry a certain degree of stigma. The alchemist of magic is awarded a copper circular badge, crafted with simplicity and devoid of any magical anti-counterfeiting spells. Perhaps the magic society itself is aware that few would find interest in impersonating such a profession, one that is largely looked down upon. A magic alchemist, commonly referred to as a poison master, holds a social status even lower than that of an ordinary physician. In contrast, a true magician, even one of the first rank, receives a silver badge. A first-rank magician is distinguished by the silver leaf badge. Du Wei certainly cannot forget that. During the tumultuous battle in the tavern, he seized a genuine silver leaf badge from the captive magician. This signifies that he had not merely passed the alchemist's examination, but had indeed undergone the assessment of a true magician. How did he accomplish such a feat? The pursuit of magic had seemed like a shattered dream. Yet at this moment, hope surged anew within Du Wei's heart. My innate talent lies in exceptional magical power, with a naturally stronger mental acuity than the average person. For a common individual, this would merely manifest as heightened energy and resilience against fatigue. Yet I lack the ability to sense, and no matter how much I meditate or strive. At the outset, I could not detect even the slightest fluctuation of the natural forces. The captive magician slowly continued. After a decade of studying alchemical magic, I suddenly found myself grappling with a question. What exactly is the so-called natural force? My mentor told me that it encompasses everything. It is the essence of this world. It is the wind, the fire, the water, and even the minutest details. However, this explanation remained too vague, but a thought took root in my mind. If I could comprehend what the so-called natural force truly is, perhaps I might still have hope. Du Wei listened intently, carefully pondering the words of this individual. For instance, in fire magic, a magician can summon flames by invoking spells that harness the fire elements of the natural world. In alchemical studies, there are also numerous methods to create flames through potions, the simplest of which, the captive magician glanced at Du Wei. Do you understand what I am saying? Please continue. I am able to comprehend. Du Wei smiled faintly. I have perused some texts on alchemical magic as well. Very well. The magician continued. In alchemical studies, there are numerous methods that can achieve the same fundamental principle of igniting fire as fire magic. For instance, the most basic approach involves using a powdered form of fire phosphorus grass, which ignites spontaneously. This led me to ponder. If fire phosphorus grass can produce fire, and fire magic can also conjure flames, does it imply that fire phosphorus grass contains the magical elements of the so-called natural force? Or perhaps there exists a substance within fire phosphorus grass that embodies the elements of fire magic? Du Wei's mind sparked with a realization, yet he struggled to grasp it fully. The captive magician proceeded. I also discovered a subtle truth. All magical spells, I mean all of them, although the potency of spells varies. Let us consider fire magic again. The most rudimentary fireball spell pales in comparison to the legendary Inferno of Destruction, a cataclysmic forbidden spell. While their powers differ by countless magnitudes, the underlying principle remains the same. They both utilize flames to incinerate. However, here's the nuance. Everything that can be accomplished by various schools of magic can also be achieved through alchemical studies. For example, While alchemical methods may not replicate the overwhelming might of a forbidden spell like Inferno of Destruction, the principles of igniting fire remain identical. Furthermore, this applies to wind magic, water magic, and so forth. All forms of magic can be realized through alchemical studies. Though only the most basic principles can be achieved, they can be accomplished. Why is this so? Perhaps, I pondered, perhaps within the precious raw materials of alchemical studies lies the so-called magical elements of each school of magic. The captive magician's face displayed a hint of pride. Since I cannot extract the magical elements from nature through meditation, I shall employ the alchemist's methods to extract magical elements from potions. Genius. This individual is undoubtedly a prodigy in the study of magic. Duvet silently appraised the captive magician before him. If this individual continues his research, he may very well become a master of his craft one day. Yet at this moment, Duvet's primary concern remained how to utilize magic through alchemical studies. The magician expressed excitement over the achievements he had painstakingly developed, which he had previously kept secret, unable to share his life's work, leaving him with a sense of regret. Now, he spoke without reservation, his eyes gleaming with pride, his demeanor animated as he gestured excitedly. Individuals like myself possess sufficient magical power. Yet my sensing ability is somewhat lacking that I cannot perceive the magical elements in the surrounding natural environment. That it is akin to a person with diminished hearing. If the surrounding sounds are faint, they are naturally inaudible. However, if the sounds are loud and cacophonous, they might be heard. Duvet's eyes lit up, interjecting. So you sought to enhance the concentration of magical elements in your surroundings using the substances extracted from alchemical studies. Precisely. The fundamental element of fire magic is the fire element. Yet even the most accomplished magicians do not comprehend what the fire element truly is, as they only know how to wield it without understanding its essence. Those combustible potions, since they can burn, must contain fire elements. I formulated a hypothesis. My sensing ability is too poor, which means that in the same environment, individuals with stronger sensing abilities can perceive the magical elements, while I cannot. Therefore, if I could augment the concentration of magical elements in my surroundings to a certain level, even someone with my dulled sensing ability should be able to perceive them. Right? If so, would I not be able to wield magic? And then you succeeded? Duvet sighed. Indeed, the magician replied solemnly. I conducted a multitude of experiments, focusing primarily on fire magic that I hypothesized that those combustible potions contained fire elements. However, extracting these fire elements proved to be time-consuming. I departed from my mentor and ventured south, where I established a modest magical laboratory, crafting various refining tools. After several years of research, I finally made a breakthrough. Duvet could not help but feel a surge of excitement. You discovered the fire element. What is the fire element? Well, I do not know, the magician admitted with a hint of helplessness. I experimented with over 100 formulas and more than 300 refining methods until recently, when I completed an experiment using a specific formula to extract a substance from several plants, resulting in a black powder. Subsequently, I suddenly felt it. You felt it? Duvet raised an eyebrow. Yes, I felt it. My original magical sensing ability was woefully inadequate, and I could not perceive any magical elements around me. However, when I produced this powder and, following my experimental protocol, used a fan I crafted to disperse the powder into the air, I finally sensed it. I attempted a fire magic spell and was astonished to find that I could distinctly feel the pulsation of the fire element within nature. I had succeeded. At this point, the magician became animated. I embarked on the path of magic at the age of 13, and after 20 years, I could finally wield magic, although it was merely the most trivial and rudimentary fireball spell. Witnessing that fist-sized fireball shoot forth from my hands brought me immeasurable joy. Duvet gazed at the magician's face, sighing. So, the fireball spell you cast during the battle in the tavern was also? Yes, the magician nodded. I carried sealed vials containing the powder I had extracted. When I needed to use magic, I would discreetly open a vial hidden in my sleeve, allowing the powder to escape, thus enabling me to sense the presence of fire elements and wield magic. A peculiar method. Yet this individual is undeniably a genius. However, Duvet suddenly pondered another question, his expression somewhat strange. So your magician's qualification was obtained through this method? The magician's face flushed. I know, this method could be considered cheating. However, my insatiable yearning for the title of wizard is something I find utterly uncontrollable. I can comprehend that. Duvet remarked. Yet, I find it curious why you only aimed for the most basic level of a first-tier wizard, given your innate magical talent and the resolution of your sensitivity issue. You should be capable of attaining a higher rank in wizardry. Should you not? No, I cannot do it. The captive shook his head. Although my method resolved the sensitivity problem, it immediately presented me with a new conundrum. This dilemma has plagued my thoughts for quite some time, and I have yet to find a solution. What issue? Dewey was genuinely concerned, for his ability to learn and wield magic hinged entirely on this individual. I conducted an experiment. Despite having refined a yellow powder rich in fire elements, my sensitivity is so lamentably poor that I can only conjure the most rudimentary fireball spell. The wizard smiled wryly. Do you think I do not wish to wield more advanced magic? I have even fantasized that since I can enhance the concentration of fire elements in my surroundings, theoretically, I might eventually be able to cast the ultimate fire magic spell, Flame Conflagration. To become a master of forbidden spells would be an unparalleled honor. A remarkable achievement. In that case, I could leap to the pinnacle of wizardry on the continent in an instant. His expression was fervent, but alas, as he neared the end of his thought, his tone grew somber. Unfortunately, my sensitivity is severely lacking. Therefore, if I aspire to wield more advanced fire magic, I must employ methods to increase the concentration of fire elements around me. The higher the concentration, the more advanced the fire magic I can use. However, it is important to note that the yellow powder I have refined already contains a substantial amount of fire elements. I truly cannot fathom any other means to further elevate the concentration of fire elements. I even conducted a rough calculation, and even in an environment with such a high concentration of fire elements, I could still only manage the most basic fireball spell. Thus, if I wish to cast intermediate fire magic, the surrounding fire element concentration must increase by several dozens of times. Dozens of times. What does that even imply? Unless I were to be thrown directly into flames. Only within flames can such a dense concentration of fire elements exist. But if I were to do that, I would surely perish in the blaze. So, even though you have conquered the challenge of sensitivity, you are still confined to the realm of the most basic magic. Dewey concluded. Indeed. Then what of your instant casting technique? Dewey remained intrigued by this individual's ability to launch fireballs without reciting incantations. That is merely a clever trick of alchemy. The wizard felt somewhat embarrassed. My magic is not derived from manipulating the natural magical elements. Rather, it is crafted from the magical elements I have created myself. Ordinary wizards must recite incantations to summon and locate the magical elements in the air when casting spells, but I do not need to summon or seek. For the fire elements reside within my sleeve. That Dewey's expression finally shifted. If that is the case, then, hypothetically, should we overcome the current dilemma, this individual could successfully wield more advanced magic and still cast it instantaneously. Imagine, a wizard capable of unleashing advanced fire magic without uttering incantations. What an immensely powerful being that would be. Subsequently, Dewey patiently engaged the wizard in conversation for some time, deliberately steering the dialogue towards the topic of alchemical studies. The wizard was astonished to discover that this seemingly youthful nobleman, although initially unaware of Dewey's true identity, now recognized that such a grand castle on the Roland Plain must belong to a member of the illustrious Roland family. It is indeed a rarity for a noble of such high standing to possess profound knowledge in the field of alchemy, which is often looked down upon by those of higher status. However, this young noble truly demonstrated remarkable expertise in alchemy. His erudition left the wizard feeling a sense of quiet admiration. The atmosphere between them grew slightly more amicable. Dewey finally shared his own experiences. He had once aspired to become a wizard but was deemed talentless and subsequently failed. This revelation instantly evoked sympathy from the captive. A sense of shared suffering arose within him. This young noble had faced a similar fate. Both were filled with longing and desire for magic, only to discover their lack of talent. Curiously, both possessed exceptional magical potential, yet suffered from poor sensitivity. Given these circumstances, despite any previous discord and the fact that he was currently a captive, the wizard found his aversion towards this young noble diminishing significantly. After all, the young noble had merely acted out of a desire for magic when he captured him to the very least. Their shared determination to become wizards was strikingly similar. Salscher, Dewey gently called the wizard's name, having learned this genius wizard's name during their earlier conversation. He regarded the wizard thoughtfully. May I pose a question? Why do you wish to become a wizard? What do you hope to gain from it? Well, Salscher pondered, the duty of a wizard seems to be the pursuit of the ultimate mysteries of magic, dedicating oneself to the study of magic and immersing in its secrets for a lifetime. However, I am destined never to become a high-level wizard. so the exploration of the ultimate mysteries of magic does not pertain to me. Hence, I merely wish to acquire what I desire. You mean the status and benefits of being a wizard? Du Wei chuckled. Your response is quite candid, and you are correct. The status of a wizard is invariably esteemed. Wherever one goes, a proficient wizard is always sought after by the powerful and influential, receiving the highest levels of respect and privilege. But do not forget, you are merely a first-tier wizard of the most rudimentary level. No prominent figure would expend great resources to recruit a lowly wizard of such inferior skill. Salzgier fell silent, fully aware that Du Wei was speaking the truth, although he had attained the acknowledgement of being a wizard. As a first-tier wizard of the most basic level, he discovered that he was not as sought after as he had imagined. Initially, when people learned he was a wizard, they were filled with astonishment and respect. However, once they realized he was merely a first-tier wizard, their enthusiasm diminished tenfold. This was precisely why Salzgier ultimately had to humble himself and join that insignificant adventurer team led by Roland. He had longed to join a larger mercenary group, yet no one deemed him worthy. Observing Salzgier's expression of resignation, Du Wei sensed the moment was ripe that he smiled and spoke. Salzgier, since your dream is to attain the status and respect of a wizard, why not pledge your loyalty to me? You could become my personal magical advisor that I will provide you with excellent benefits, everything you desire, respect, status, and the means to achieve your goals. I can fulfill. Surely you are aware of my affiliation with the Roland family. The name of the Roland family should bring you no disgrace, correct? Salzgier's heart raced. Aligning with this young noble seemed a splendid choice. Although they had had some conflicts previously, it was evident that the noble's motivations were driven solely by his passion for magic. Furthermore, their recent conversation had been quite pleasant, and more importantly, this young noble, like himself, had turned to the study of alchemy after facing the hopelessness of pursuing magic. Such a shared experience stirred within Salzgier a sense of kinship. Moreover, becoming a magical advisor under the auspices of the Roland family would guarantee him generous benefits. What more could he possibly hesitate about? I, Salzgier, contemplated. I am willing to accept your offer, but I must return to the south first. My laboratory is located there that I have many essential tools and precious materials that require relocation, as well as various powders I have refined. These tasks must be undertaken by me personally. You know that a wizard's laboratory should not be handled by ordinary individuals, as it can be perilous. Du Wei pondered briefly. Allowing him to return to the south is not an issue. However, could this individual be contemplating an escape? Moreover, this cunning individual who had deceived his way to the title of wizard now held immense value in Du Wei's eyes. There could be no room for error. Thus, Du Wei made a decisive resolution. Very well. I too am quite interested in your laboratory. I shall accompany you to the south, the path of the future Roland. The Demon Road commences from this very day. Do remember to bring your tickets. The laboratory of Salzgier lies to the south, as his research inclines towards the domain of fire magic. I and the warmer southern climes. It is evident that the natural world is imbued with a greater abundance of fire elements. It would be rather absurd to venture into the icy north to study fire magic. Though not entirely impossible, nonetheless, it would carry a hint of folly. Du Wei made a decisive determination and acted swiftly. Salzgier was promptly released from the dungeon, and his mage's robe, along with his equipment, including bottles of powder, magical crystals, and scrolls inscribed with spells, were returned to him. Naturally, the mage's robe was newly crafted. The elderly steward of the castle was initially astonished that such a young master could attract a mage to serve as his subordinate. However, upon learning that Salzgier was merely a first-level mage, the steward sighed in relief, understanding the situation. When Du Wei expressed his desire to embark on a journey, the steward found himself unable to refuse. Moreover, he had previously suggested that Du Wei might explore some of the family's properties within their territory, which would be far more enlightening than remaining in the castle poring over tedious ledgers. Soon, the carriage, horses, and luggage were all prepared. Unlike the meager procession when he journeyed south from the imperial capital, this time the arrangements made by the steward were far superior. After all, it would be somewhat embarrassing for the family's eldest son to travel in such a shabby manner within the territory of the Roland family. Mudun continued to accompany Du Wei as his steward, but this time he was joined by 10 additional servants from the castle, tasked with attending to the young master throughout the journey, within the castle's guard. 2 cavalry squads were designated to escort Du Wei, and the deputy captain of the guard, a knight of considerable skill, would personally lead the escort. This deputy captain, named Robert, was a legitimate knight, certified by the Knights Association with a genuine 4th-level knight's insignia. Among the 2 cavalry squads, one was Robert's direct unit, while the other comprised those who had accompanied Douay from the imperial capital. Robert, the 4th-level knight, cut an imposing figure with broad shoulders and a robust physique. His square jaw lending him an air of steadfastness. He treated Douay with great respect, indicating a straightforward warrior demeanor. Douay held a favorable impression of him. Besides these individuals, there was also a female knight among the entourage, who was none other than Douay's first direct subordinate, Jolande. As they journeyed southward from the castle, Robert diligently fulfilled his duties, meticulously arranging scouts ahead and ensuring vigilance during their stops. Occasionally, when Douay expressed a whim to camp outdoors for the night, Robert offered no objections, silently nodding his agreement. Following their descent, he also meticulously organized the night watch and security details, a quintessential soldier. As Douay would remark, that it was clear that Robert had experience in the military. As a retainer of the martial lineage of the Roland family, many knights within the family had served in the military. Compared to the somewhat irksome elderly steward, this loyal and diligent knight was undoubtedly more pleasing to the eye. For 7 days, they traveled, observing the sights, until they finally arrived at a town located at the southernmost edge of the Cot province. Beyond this point lay the borders of the Cot province, signifying their departure from the territory of the Roland family. Overall, Douay was quite satisfied with the conditions of the Roland family's lands. Throughout the fertile Roland plain, he beheld vast stretches of farmland, prosperous estates, and leisurely farmers. Even when passing through slightly larger towns, it was evident that the inhabitants enjoyed a good quality of life. As their caravan traversed the roads, they often passed by a few farms, where farmers would stand by the roadside, waving their hats in salute upon spotting the knights bearing the Roland family banner. Clearly, the Roland family was well regarded in this region. Robert also perceived that Douay was not merely inspecting family properties. He was, in fact, indulging in leisure and exploration. However, considering Douay's age, Robert thought it rather unrealistic to expect a 13-year-old boy to manage family affairs. Such matters were not his concern. His duty was to serve as a capable protector. On the day they reached the southernmost edge of the Roland family territory, Douay suddenly expressed a desire to continue traveling southward. Although Robert found this request somewhat peculiar, he did not oppose it. After all, this was an excursion, and since the young master was keen, they would proceed southward as he wished. Furthermore, beyond the Cot province lay the Lyre province, where the governor was notably amicable and respectful towards the Roland family. Thus, Douay's visit to the Lyre province would surely be met with hospitality, leaving little cause for concern. Douay quickly grew fond of this obedient knight, noticing that Robert was also well-liked among the cavalry. During their camping nights, younger knights often sought his guidance on martial skills. To Douay's discerning eye, Robert's prowess was remarkable. He could wield a massive broadsword with astounding strength when instructing the young soldiers. It was evident that 7 or 8 of them could not approach him. Even Jolande's retainer, the formidable bull warrior, held Robert in high regard, having witnessed Robert effortlessly topple him with a single-handed sword strike during a duel. A 4th-level knight, indeed a formidable force. In light of this, Douay felt an itch to request some martial training from Robert. The knight was taken aback by the young master's request, for according to family protocol, the son of the family head, like Douay, would typically seek instruction from the most skilled knights in the family, not from a mere cavalry captain like himself. Nonetheless, Robert readily agreed, as the techniques he practiced were taught within the imperial army and were not particularly secretive. However, after a brief period of instruction, Robert had to inform Douay, much like the esteemed captain of the late Count Raymond had, that he truly lacked the aptitude for martial arts. Douay's current physique, having been frail in his youth and having suffered a serious illness, was inherently lacking. Nevertheless, Douay was not disheartened. He did not aspire to become a martial master, but merely felt it prudent to strengthen his body. Even if he could not achieve mastery, improving his physical health would be beneficial. Thus, under Robert's guidance, Douay began to learn the most fundamental martial skills, primarily focusing on methods to enhance his physical condition. This adjustment in their routine also slowed their pace southward. On the 9th day of their journey south, the group arrived at a small town called Half-Angle City, situated in the northeastern part of the Lyre province. This peculiar name derived from the city's location beside a valley shaped like a half-angle. The town was strategically positioned along a vital trade route, resulting in its bustling atmosphere. To Douay's surprise, They encountered a mercenary group of approximately 20 individuals escorting a merchant caravan northward, coincidentally lodging in the same inn as Duway's party. The Lyre province was not a noble's territory, but rather a directly governed province of the empire. Thus, there were no high-ranking officials in this small town, and Duway preferred to avoid dealings with local authorities, finding the inn a more liberating choice. Consequently, their arrival did not attract the attention of local officials. During lunch, Duway and his companions occupied the main hall of the inn, while the merchant caravan gathered at a nearby table. Suddenly, the sound of hurried hooves echoed from outside, followed by a commotion as the doors swung open, revealing 3 knights clad in the standard armor of the local militia. The foremost knight, adorned with a knightly insignia indicating his status as a 4th-level knight, strode in confidently, flanked by several subordinates. This individual was evidently a senior officer of the local militia, the captain of the 2nd Cavalry Unit of Half-Angle City. Knightspan, according to the Imperial Local Military Armament Law, I hereby officially requisition your escort team on behalf of the local garrison of Half-Angle City. Due to our current insufficient military strength, we require your escort to assist us in executing a mission in the Half-Angle Valley outside the city. Under Imperial law, you have no right to refuse. His voice resonated with authority as he spoke, casting a glance at the escort of the merchant caravan. I am aware that you are all mercenaries. I am now requisitioning you to join my ranks for this task, and the Imperial Army will compensate you afterwards. You have half an hour to prepare your equipment and mounts. I expect everyone to gather at the inn's entrance in half an hour. Although the mercenaries serving as the caravan's escort were somewhat reluctant, the weight of Imperial law left them with no choice but to comply, especially since compensation was assured. However, the merchant, witnessing the requisition of his hired protectors, felt a surge of anxiety. One of them, with a sharp gaze, approached in hopes of persuading the officer to relent. No, the knight firmly rejected the plea. I regret to inform you that your journey will be delayed, but I assure you it will not be for long. By this time tomorrow, your escorts will return. You may choose to remain in this city for an additional day, and the military will cover the accommodation costs for that extra night at this inn. Please refrain from further discussion. This is a military operation, and I cannot make exceptions. I must also insist you take back your gold, as attempting to bribe an officer is a serious offense. With that, the knight turned away from the merchant leader and approached Duway and his entourage. Initially intending to announce the requisition of Duway's attendants, he stepped closer but was suddenly struck by the attire of Duway's companions and, more importantly, the presence of Robert and the others behind him. The armor Robert wore was clearly not standard issue of the Imperial Army. It resembled that of a noble's private militia. The authority to requisition another noble's private troops was beyond the reach of a mere local garrison cavalry captain. Knightspan regarded Duway with hesitation. However, with a pressing task at hand and no available personnel, he ultimately steeled himself and strode towards Duway. He bowed slightly in acknowledgement of his knightly status and spoke in a serious tone, "Esteemed sir." At this point, Span's voice faltered. He had not noticed earlier, but now clearly saw the insignia of the Roland family emblazoned on the light armor of the escort cavalry behind Duway. Originally, he had intended to employ some tactics to borrow the services of the other party's escort, but the renowned scions of the imperial military nobility were not individuals one could simply borrow at will. By the gods, Roland family members, what brings them to Half-Angle City? How did I receive no prior notice? Span sighed helplessly within. Please, continue, Sir Knight. Duway raised his cup with a smile and took a small sip. The mild ale was quite pleasant, reminiscent of the rice wine from his previous life. Esteemed sir, forgive my boldness. May I inquire if you hail from the illustrious Roland family? Span's tone grew increasingly respectful, even causing him to unconsciously bow slightly. Indeed, we come from the Roland Plains. It was Robert who stepped forward, his imposing figure towering over the Knightspan. This is my master, the eldest son of Count Raymond of the Roland family. Young Master Duway. Span immediately bowed once more. The son of the head of the Roland family held a status equal to that of a governor. Sir Knight, may I ask what troubles you face? Duway inquired with a smile. Indeed, Span contemplated for a moment before responding earnestly. I have just received an urgent mission requiring approximately 100 soldiers. However, as it is currently the spring training season, most of the garrison soldiers in Half-Angle City have been dispatched 200 miles south for exercises. I currently have fewer than 20 personnel remaining. Therefore, in accordance with the Imperial Local Military Armament Law, I can only temporarily requisition local warriors to serve the military. Duway nodded. So you intend to requisition my guards? No, No, I dare not. Span was taken aback, although he had indeed considered this. The realization of Du Wei's identity rendered him hesitant. Count Raymond is a high-ranking official in the Imperial Army. To requisition his son's guards, if anything were to happen to the young master due to a lack of protection, no amount of punishment would suffice. Then, what exactly has transpired? Du Wei asked, curious. After all, we are here as well. If something is amiss, it would be prudent for us to be prepared. Span Knight pondered for a moment, his expression a mix of helplessness and distress. The situation is indeed peculiar. The half-angle mountain outside the city has always been tranquil. It is not high nor densely forested, and there have not even been larger wild beasts in the past. Even if there were, the local garrison would hunt them down periodically. Yet, just yesterday, out of the blue, a beast of unknown origin appeared. Du Wei's eyes lit up. A beast, indeed, while we cannot yet ascertain its exact nature. It is undoubtedly a formidable creature, as hunters in the mountain have witnessed its tracks. This is without a doubt. What is perplexing is that magical beasts typically do not inhabit areas close to human settlements. If they exist, they would likely be found in the untamed woods along the southern borders of the empire. Moreover, it has been decades since any reports of magical beasts have surfaced in the entire Riel province. One wonders where it could have emerged from. Span chuckled wryly. My men and I have been ordered to hunt this creature, but based on my estimations, taking down such a beast would require at least 20 soldiers. Given the size of Half-Angle Mountain, we would need no less than 100 men for an effective hunt. Magical beasts sound rather intriguing. Du Wei could not suppress his excitement in fact, since discovering a glimmer of hope in learning magic. He had developed a keen interest in all things related to the arcane. The emergence of a rare magical beast in this central region of the empire was an opportunity not to be missed. Excellent. I have 40 guards with me, each a seasoned cavalryman of the Roland family. And this gentleman here is a 4th-level knight. I am willing to let them accompany you to Half-Angle Mountain for this mission. After all, it would be against my principles to stand idly by while a magical beast wreaks havoc. Du Wei declared with noble intent. Span was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying you wish to lend me your guards? My lord, that cannot be. Robert interjected for the first time, opposing the idea. You cannot be without protection. If you must go, I can take 20 men along. Robert was eager to assist, being a true knight himself. Devoted to the chivalric spirit. No, do not worry about my lack of escorts. Du Wei smiled. I intend to join you on your expedition. I believe being in your company will be the safest option. Will it not? Both Robert and Span were quick to protest, especially Span. He began to regret having disclosed this matter to the young master of the Roland family. Bringing him along, whether they could capture the beast was secondary. If any mishap were to befall the young master during the ascent, his own fate would surely be dire. You need not oppose any further, Du Wei decisively proclaimed. Do not fret for my safety. Do not forget, I have a formidable mage by my side. He gestured towards Salzger. Salzger wore a helpless expression. While he may not have been exceptionally powerful, his identity as a mage was undeniably authentic. Span's eyes brightened. A mage? If a skilled mage could assist, this mission should pose no issue. Yet, the safety of this young master, if one must speak of reason, then it must first be acknowledged that this very act of traversing is the epitome of absurdity. Thus, the existence of this book becomes entirely moot, does it not? After all, this is an online novel, not a scientific report. Nevertheless, I reiterate my gratitude for everyone's support. Xiao will certainly strive to pen this tale with utmost dedication. Lastly, do not forget to show your appreciation financially. Unable to withstand Du Wei's insistence, Robert is troubled by the fact that this young master seems resolute in his desire to venture into the mountains to behold the visage of that beast. Robert regards the eyes of this knight from Spain with a hint of animosity. In his view, this predicament is entirely of the fellow's making, should the young master suffer even the slightest harm or fright. The burden of responsibility will rest squarely upon his shoulders, although he harbors a certain fondness for this unassuming and amiable young master. The decision to delve into the mountains in pursuit of a magical beast strikes Robert as rather juvenile folly. Resigned, Robert lets out a sigh, privately resolving to remain steadfastly by his master's side once they enter the mountains, believing that with his sword in hand, he could ensure the young one's safety. Moreover, it is likely that any beast encountered in such a plain region would not be of a particularly high caliber, that he reassures himself, and it must be said that his self-comfort proves quite effective. For within the Roland continent, the existence of magical beasts follows a peculiar rule. Magical beasts are generally understood to be creatures inherently endowed with magical abilities, yet their level of danger is measured by an unusual standard among the majority of known magical beasts. Their threat level is inversely proportional to their size. In other words, larger beasts typically wield less power, while the truly perilous ones are often diminutive in stature. Since this Spaniard has claimed that a large creature has been sighted nearby, Robert reassures himself that his martial skills should suffice to handle the situation at this moment. Span finds himself in a rather precarious position in light of the magical beast dilemma. He is far more concerned about the safety of the young master from the Roland family. However, Dewey has already declared his intent to investigate, seemingly unwilling to accept the assistance of Span and his retinue. Yet Dewey's words are clear. Even if Span rebuffs his goodwill, he will ascend the mountain with his own entourage. After weighing the options, Span concludes that it would be wiser to accompany Dewey, as this would at least ensure a larger group and greater safety. The mercenaries prove to be quite efficient. Half an hour later, over 20 of them are fully armed and awaiting at the inn's entrance. Dewey leaves a contingent of servants behind to guard the inn, while he himself departs with 2 squads of cavalry. Clad in light armor, Dewey appears somewhat frail, yet it at least provides a measure of reassurance. Jolene, aware that this expedition entails seeking out magical beasts, recalls her previous experiences. Hunting magical creatures to exchange for gold has long been a source of income for many adventuring teams across the continent. Span has mustered the last 20 men from the half-corner city garrison. With this, the total number barely reaches 80 or 90. While still somewhat meager, Span feels a touch of relief upon seeing the Roland family's guards. Resplendent in their armor and equipped with fine weaponry, truly, they are a testament to the Empire's regular forces. Span and Robert, the 2 highest-ranking knights, confer and divide the group into 3 teams, ensuring that the local militia, mercenaries, and Roland's guards are mixed by type. Each team is guaranteed a variety of soldiers, including those skilled in close combat and archers. The other 2 teams are led by Span's 2 lieutenants, while Span himself and Knight Robert, the 2 most skilled fighters, remain at Dewey's side. Span has resolved that, even at the risk of this mission's failure, he must ensure the safety of the young master from the Roland family. For if anything were to befall the eldest son of the second-in-command of the Empire's military, it would surely spell ruin for Span's future in the army. In comparison, capturing the magical beast has become secondary. It is worth noting that the other 2 teams consist of only 20 men each, while Dewey's squad boasts a full 40 subordinates, 30 of whom are Roland's guards, and the remaining 10 are Span's rare archers. Span even gifts Dewey a precious military crossbow for self-defense, discerning that the young master is unlikely to possess archery skills. Having this military crossbow will undoubtedly enhance his safety. Thus, Dewey's team is equipped with 40 of the most elite regular soldiers. The quality of Roland's guards is certainly on par with that of the regular army. Along with 2 4th-level knights and a bona fide magician, such strength is indeed considerable. The 3 teams promptly set out from the city, entering Half-Corner Mountain via 3 different paths, each team searching from a distinct direction. Armed with devices akin to signal flares known to Dewey, should any team encounter a magical beast, they are to engage it immediately while signaling for their comrades. The agreed-upon rendezvous point for the 3 teams is the central area of Half-Corner Valley. Dewey, surrounded by his entourage, rides into Half-Corner Mountain as if utterly oblivious to the fact that he has become a burden to them. Or perhaps he is simply feigning ignorance. The 40 fully armed subordinates, upon entering Half-Corner Mountain, immediately fan out in a fan-shaped formation, meticulously searching for any suspicious signs. Span and Robert, the 2 knights, vigilantly guard Dewey's side. The initial trace of the magical beast was discovered by a hunter from a small village on the southern slope of the mountain. According to Span's account along the way, the local hunters first noticed tracks on the forest floor. Mistakenly believing a large wild beast had strayed into the woods, they summoned several experienced hunters to pursue it, only to discover the presence of the magical beast on the southern mountain. Realizing they were ill-equipped to confront such a creature, they promptly returned to report the situation to the city garrison. The hunters described the beast as quite large, akin in size to a lion or tiger. However, due to their distance, they could not discern its exact nature. Nonetheless, it was evident that the creature emitted a luminous aura, confirming that it was no ordinary beast. As they ventured further into Half-Corner Mountain, everyone dismounted, including Dewey. The soldiers spread out to search along the sides, while 5 of the most skilled warriors were positioned at the front to scout ahead. In this scenario, Due would be hard-pressed to catch a glimpse of any magical beasts. Each step he took was meticulously cleared for him. Not even a rabbit could hope to hide in the underbrush. Feeling somewhat bored, Due gazes at the dense forest surrounding him, punctuated by the occasional chirping of birds that he glances at Span, who appears somewhat anxious, and smiles that he is well aware of the thoughts occupying Span's mind. Sir Knight Span, have you ever encountered a true magical beast? Span pauses for a moment, then reflects. Indeed, I have. I served for 4 years in the Northern Empire's Storm Legion, where my unit was stationed on the eastern side of the continent's frozen forest, a region recognized for its abundance of magical beasts. During our patrols, we encountered some. However, fortunately, the creatures on the forest outskirts are generally of a lower grade, posing limited threats to humans that we never dared to venture deep into the forest, as the higher-grade magical beasts residing within are not something ordinary soldiers can contend with. Due ponders this. So, what do magical beasts look like? Span contemplates briefly. Magical beasts are, in essence, merely wild animals. They are simply far more formidable than ordinary beasts. Regular animals rely on their claws and teeth to inflict harm, whereas magical beasts possess innate abilities to wield low-level magic, making them rather troublesome to deal with. Have you ever hunted a magical beast yourself? Due inquires. Span's face reddens as he replies softly. Young Master Due, at that time, I was merely a second-level knight, and my abilities were insufficient to single-handedly hunt a magical beast. However, during one patrol, my squad did encounter a rather formidable creature, a storm magic wolf, which is unique to the frozen forest of the north. Such a creature is incredibly swift, evading arrows with ease. Its fur can instantaneously crystallize into ice, its hardness rivaling our armor, rendering swords ineffective against it. Moreover, it can unleash wind blades from its howls, making it quite a formidable adversary. In those early days, our small battalion of soldiers encountered that formidable creature. Not a single one of the 10 soldiers could stand against it. That I recall that fateful battle vividly, during which 4 of my comrades perished, and the few who survived bore wounds aplenty. Ultimately, it was our captain who, despite enduring a slicing wind blade, managed to sever the tail of the demonic wolf with a single stroke. The weakness of such a beast lay in its tail, and upon losing it, its magical prowess diminished significantly. However, the pelt we stripped from the beast proved to be quite valuable, and its magic core could fetch a handsome price. The magic cores of magical beasts are highly coveted by sorcerers, for they serve as excellent vessels for storing magical energy and are essential materials for crafting various magical scrolls. As Spawn reminisced about his youth, a wave of sentiment washed over him. I remember during my service at the edge of the frozen forest, numerous adventuring parties would heedlessly venture into the woods to hunt magical creatures for profit. Despite our warnings, alas, about a third of them would not return alive. The number of souls lost within that forest remains unknown, with even some sorcerers meeting their demise there. Due sighed, casting a glance at Sorskia beside him. Both understood that sorcerers would seldom hunt magical beasts for mere monetary gain. Yet, the allure of magical cores was undeniable, as they represented crucial raw materials for sorcery. As Spawn spoke, he cleaved a protruding branch from their path with his sword, offering a reassuring smile. Do not fret, young Due. According to established lore, larger magical beasts tend to be less potent. The creature we are about to face should not pose a significant threat. With myself and the esteemed Knight Robert by your side, rest assured, we shall protect you from any harm. Due nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to comment further as he turned his gaze to the usually taciturn Robert. And what of you? Robert, have you ever hunted magical beasts? Robert's expression grew solemn as he pondered, gently brushing aside his thick curls to reveal a startling wound upon his neck. That was evidently a puncture wound, as if something had violently pierced through from one side to the other. Although it was an old scar, it still bore a reddish hue, a testament to the severity of his past injury. This is a mark left by a magical beast, Robert intoned gravely. I once ventured into the southern Sunset Marsh, where we encountered a pack of griffins. Before Due could respond, both Knights Spawn and Sorskia, along with the trailing Jolin, gasped in unison. Spawn exclaimed in disbelief. A pack of griffins? By the heavens, how did you survive? Griffins, are they truly that formidable? Due inquired. Sorskia shook his head. They are not merely formidable. Griffins are aerial magical beasts. If we exclude the legendary monstrosities, they are widely regarded as one of the most troublesome foes. These creatures resemble large birds, akin to eagles, yet they emit roars reminiscent of lions. Their feathers are as tough as iron, and their talons can easily rend through our armor. Their beaks are capable of snapping a knight's sword. Most troubling is their ability to soar, rendering ordinary arrows ineffective against them. Their cries can incite panic, with the more powerful among them capable of inducing outright dizziness. Psychic attack magic. Dewey inhaled sharply. The dire aspect is that such fearsome creatures alone may not be an overwhelming threat. But griffins are unique among magical beasts as social creatures. This implies that they often operate in packs to eye in the southern marshlands. Even a small army would think twice before confronting such a foe. For if a multitude of these powerful creatures descended from the skies, it would be a nearly insurmountable challenge. Jolyn, however, looked intently at Robert's neck wound, furrowing her brow. How did you manage to survive? Robert shook his head. I thought my end had come. Half of our party perished in the marsh. A griffin clawed at my neck, nearly piercing it entirely. However, we discovered a massive tree hollow where we sheltered for an entire day. The entrance was narrow, denying those beasts the advantage of aerial assault, allowing our situation to improve slightly. By guarding the narrow entrance, we held our ground until the griffins finally departed. Ultimately, I was rescued by a family relief team. And I lived to tell the tale. Pausing, Robert's expression darkened. My younger brother perished there, too. He, like me, was struck by a griffin, but he was less fortunate. His head was taken clean off. Dewey felt a jolt in his heart. Looking at Robert, he quickly murmured, I am sorry, Sir Robert. I had no idea. No, it's nothing, the knight replied, shaking his head with a forced smile. This happened many years ago, and having sworn allegiance to my family, we are prepared to sacrifice our lives for them at any moment. The group gazed at Robert with newfound respect. Even Jolyn couldn't help but regard him with admiration. Yet, she soon posed a pressing question. Sir Robert. Sir Spawn, I have a query. What is it? Please speak, Lady Jolyn, Spawn replied, showing respect for the noble knight by Dewey's side. Jolyn continued. From what I understand, magical beasts predominantly inhabit forests, rarely venturing into the central lands. They require magical energy to survive, so they are found in those peculiar locales at the fringes of the continent, such as the frozen forest to the north and the sunset marsh to the south. These areas are teeming with magical flora, serving as essential ingredients for potion makers. Alternatively, regions rich in particular minerals also attract magical beasts. However, Halfhorn Mountain is merely a common woodland, devoid of magical plants. Populated only by ordinary pine and maple trees, and lacking any notable minerals. Thus, the sudden emergence of a magical beast here seems rather peculiar, does it not? Both Spawn and Robert halted in their tracks, their expressions grave, while even the sorcerer Sorskia furrowed his brow in contemplation. Lady Jolyn, are you well versed in magical beasts? Dewey inquired. I have had my fair share of adventures and have accompanied several mercenary groups into the frozen forest to hunt magical beasts. Jolyn explained. Thus, I may be among the few here with substantial experience dealing with them. You have ventured into the frozen forest to the north, on several occasions. Spawn's face reflected surprise that I in his view. This lady knight had likely obtained her honorary title through her beauty, but he never expected her to possess such experience. Even Robert's expression shifted slightly. Jolyn whispered, Indeed, I have entered a few times. I am not particularly familiar with the habits of magical beasts, but if what Lady Jolyn says is true, then we must consider this matter carefully. Robert spoke earnestly. The appearance of magical beasts is indeed suspicious. While Spawn remained silent, his expression conveyed a hint of skepticism. Clearly, he did not fully trust Jolyn's words. An experienced knight, he could discern the lady's skill level and deemed it lacking. Her favor with the noble young master likely stemmed from her striking appearance and graceful legs. To have entered the frozen forest multiple times, preposterous. After searching for an entire afternoon, they found nothing, no trace of magical beasts or even their droppings. The other two search parties remained silent as well. Observing the fading light and setting sun, Knight Spawn suggested they rest momentarily before returning to the city while it was still bright, intending to resume their search at dawn. This decision stemmed from the necessity of accommodating Dewey's presence. Without the noble young master, Spawn's original plan would have involved continuing their search through the night. However, with such a delicate and esteemed figure among them, Spawn felt compelled to prioritize safety, venturing into the mountains at night. Seeking magical beasts would undoubtedly heighten the dangers they faced. During their rest, Robert set watch around them, while Spawn dispatched two of his archers to scale nearby trees for a better vantage point of the surroundings. As Roland prepared to organize the saddle, Dewey suddenly called out to his female knight. What is your command, my lord? Roland inquired. I believe in you, Du Wei murmured, his words causing Roland to shudder. The knight turned her face to regard Du Wei. He toyed with an unknown wildflower in his hand. His expression relaxed. I know that knight from Spain does not trust you. He thinks you are merely boasting. A faint, bitter smile appeared on Roland's face. Is it merely boasting? He likely perceives me as a base woman who trades beauty and flesh for the status of a knight. And it is not just this Spaniard. I fear that most of the soldiers accompanying the Roland family think the same. A sense of helplessness surged within Roland. I believe in you, Du Wei reiterated softly, taking a few steps closer. Observing the helpless expression on Roland's face, he smiled and added, because, coincidentally, I know you are a descendant of the Moon Clan. Moreover, it is fortuitous that a tome I once read states that the Moon Clan possesses an innate ability. If the book's accounts are accurate, I believe entering that so-called frozen forest should pose no great challenge for you. Even if you encounter a horde of magical beasts, it would not be a significant danger. Roland was increasingly astonished, exclaiming, You know this. Books, Du Wei chuckled, are the wellspring of human knowledge. There are myriad benefits to reading. As he spoke, the young lad approached Roland, gently patting her shoulder, and said, My lady knight, we must strive to excel, otherwise, we risk being looked down upon. For instance, did you not notice today? They consider me a burden. And you, as my first honorary knight, we must both endeavor to make a mark. Roland gazed intently at the young boy, and his words ignited a warm current within her heart. Indeed, they all regard me as a woman who ascends through the bedchamber. Yet the one who truly respects and trusts me is this young master before me. Unable to contain herself, Roland bowed deeply to Du Wei, her voice trembling as she vowed, Yes, my lord. Roland will strive with all her might and will not allow your honor to be tarnished. After a brief respite, Spain immediately summoned his men, preparing to descend the mountain. He signaled to establish contact with the other two teams, and soon a response was received. Another group was surprisingly close to Du Wei's party. Approximately a mile away based on the signal's origin, the two knights promptly ordered their men to form ranks and set off to reunite with their comrades. However, as they progressed halfway, even the knight Robert, leading the front, could see their companions waving from ahead. At that moment, a piercing roar echoed from the side. Suddenly, a massive figure darted from the nearby woods. This creature was ablaze with flames, scorching the trees and underbrush in its path. A magical beast? Someone shouted first, and immediately the crowd erupted in alarm. Form ranks. A steady voice commanded from the rear. Knight Robert drew his broadsword and shouted, Do not panic. Form ranks and encircle it. Do not let it escape. Archers, prepare. Shield bearers, raise your shields. Orders flew swiftly from Robert's lips. With the majority of the men being Roland family guards, his voice quickly restored their composure. Spain acted swiftly as well, gathering the archers and ordering them to climb the trees. The beast, seemingly unperturbed by the throng of humans, charged recklessly. Du Wei finally achieved his wish, witnessing the legendary magical beast with his own eyes. This creature was even larger than he had imagined, towering like an elephant, with a gigantic horn on its forehead, its rough hide thick and coarse, its limbs like columns. It trampled the ground with ferocity, emitting a chilling roar as it blazed through. Such a grotesque and fearsome beast, engulfed in flames, made it difficult for the assembled soldiers to block its path. The soldiers, holding their shields, dared not confront it head-on, reluctantly parting to allow it passage. The archers in the trees released their arrows. However, the projectiles seemed to barely harm the creature. Fortunately, its enormous size rendered it slow in movement. Amidst the chaos, soldiers brandished their spears to intimidate it from a distance. Fear not. It is merely a flame rhino. Roland spoke up, seemingly relieved. The female knight stood beside Du Wei, stepping forward to shield him. In a voice barely above a whisper, she explained, The flame rhino is among the lowest tier of magical beasts. Aside from its brute strength and fiery disposition, it poses little threat. Moreover, it runs slowly. With a few sturdy bows, it becomes little more than a flaming target. Hearing her, Robert instantly commanded, Raise the spears, block its path. The flame rhino charged a few steps but found itself surrounded by humans, with rows of spears pointed at it. Realizing the danger, it hesitated to charge, aware that while its hide was tough, it was no match for the advanced magical beast that could shrug off blades. After letting out a few cries, it ultimately retreated, turning to escape in another direction. Yet its slow speed became its downfall. The soldiers quickly flanked it, effectively cutting off its escape route, while the archers continued to fire arrows. Though the arrows inflicted little damage, Their sheer numbers resulted in a few sticking into the flame rhino's back. As the creature grew increasingly encircled, its area of movement dwindled, and its roars became more frantic at that moment. Du Wei's mage, Salsjer, took action. The mage raised his hands, his sleeves billowing as he swiftly conjured several fireballs that shot toward the flame rhino. With a resounding explosion, the fireballs struck the beast, igniting a dazzling conflagration that momentarily blinded the onlookers. Amidst the chaos, a roar of anger and defiance erupted, and suddenly, the flame rhino was enveloped in a brilliant red glow. Then, with a whoosh, it vanished before the eyes of the crowd. The soldiers stood in stunned silence before erupting into cheers. It seemed the mage had triumphed. However, the ignorant soldiers failed to notice Salsjer's bewilderment. Vanished? I cast fireball. While it could slay the creature, it should not leave no body behind. Ordinary soldiers may not grasp this, but the fourth-tier knights Robert and Spain understood. At the moment the flame rhino inexplicably disappeared. Both displayed expressions of shock and unease. Just as the cheers subsided, Robert shouted, "Everyone, retreat. Be cautious." Du Wei, equally astonished, asked, "Roland, do magical beast corpses vanish upon death?" "No." Roland's face paled. "I have never seen a corpse disappear." Just then, a blue flame erupted from the spot where the flame rhino had vanished. A sharp, piercing howl followed, unmistakably a wolf's cry. From the blue flames, a colossal wolf leaped forth. This giant wolf boasted a coat of icy blue fur that appeared crystalline. Its massive, powerful body and razor-sharp claws moved with the swiftness of a tempest. In an instant, the cries of several soldiers could be heard. The wolf howled again, unleashing a blade of wind from its maw. "The storm wolf! It's the storm wolf!" Spain exclaimed, his complexion paling with deep-seated dread. The creature that had suddenly emerged was indeed the very beast Spain had mentioned to Du Wei earlier, one he had encountered in the past, having sacrificed several companions to hunt it down. Yet what truly instilled fear in Spain was not the infernal wolf itself, but rather the sheer peculiarity of the situation. Never had he heard of a flame rhinoceros transforming into a tempestuous demon wolf upon its demise. There was no time for excessive contemplation. Indeed, this demon wolf, just as Spain had described, possessed a crystalline hide, impervious to blades and swords. Moreover, its speed was extraordinarily nimble, and with its sharp fangs and claws. Several soldiers were swiftly dispatched with anguished cries beneath its onslaught. A gust of wind sliced through the air, striking two soldiers who were brandishing shields, shattering their defenses and sending them flying through the air. Du Wei, observing from a distance, could not help but exclaim, "What a formidable creature! Roland, can beasts transform? Can a flame rhinoceros become something entirely different? Yet the disparity in their appearances is quite significant. No, master, something feels amiss. The beast we are confronting appears to be of a kind I am unfamiliar with. It is certainly not an ordinary flame rhinoceros." Roland's expression darkened as she brandished her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Du Wei. Her eyes fixed intently on the demon wolf in the distance. With a resounding shout, Robert charged forward, his great sword emanating a silvery glow as he swung it fiercely at the demon wolf. Roland's eyes widened with realization. Fighting spirit. The demon wolf seemed to sense the threat posed by the glimmering blade, evading a direct confrontation by leaping aside, then lunging towards Robert's shoulder with its claws. With a fierce roar, Robert bent slightly, his sword crossing in defense as a beam of light erupted from its edge, thrusting toward the demon wolf's abdomen. Remarkably, the demon wolf twisted mid-air to evade the onslaught, landing gracefully while swiftly raking its claws across Robert's arm. A sharp hiss escaped him as he felt several deep gashes appear on his arm, though the wounds were not grave, likely due to the wolf's hesitation in delivering a more lethal strike. At that moment, a shout echoed as Spain launched a nearby soldier's spear with great force. The spear transformed into a shooting star, striking the demon wolf's back with a resounding clang, yet it failed to penetrate. Merely bouncing off, a testament to the creature's crystalline hardness. Despite withstanding Spain's attack, the demon wolf appeared to be affected, rolling several times before it regained its footing. Its speed evidently diminished. "Sorskjar, strike now," Robert commanded. And with a flurry of swift strikes, he pressed the demon wolf back. In the distance, the summoned mage hastily raised his hands, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless fireballs rained down, some striking the ground. Yet only 3 found their mark on the demon wolf. Clearly repulsed by the fire magic, the beast howled, its movements growing increasingly cumbersome. Seizing the opportunity, Robert delivered a decisive blow to the demon wolf's tail. recalling Span's earlier words that the creature's weakness lay there. Indeed, as Robert's blade severed the tail, the demon wolf howled in agony, collapsing momentarily. Yet, to Robert's astonishment, a radiant light emanated from the tip of his sword. In that blinding glow, not only did the demon wolf's corpse vanish, but even the severed tail disappeared, disappearing again. Dewey shouted from afar, "Everyone, be wary. This creature may transform once more." Robert's expression hardened. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a deep roar reverberated from the heavens, reminiscent of a lion's roar. The sound multiplied, echoing as if an entire pride was approaching. Could it be a pride of lions? This is a plain. How could there be such a multitude? Realization dawned upon Robert, his expression twisting in terror as he bellowed, "Be cautious. Everyone, be alert," for, before he could finish, the skies darkened with a swarm of winged beasts diving down. They blotted out the sun. Their sharp talons and feathers as hard as steel, their roars echoing like lions. Griffins, a horde of griffins. The recollection of a nightmarish encounter flooded Robert's mind. Despair etched across his face. Thought he had faced a horde of griffins before. An experience fraught with terror. With their current numbers, encountering such a formidable force would surely spell slaughter. Before Robert could complete his warning, the screams began. Two soldiers were swiftly dispatched, their bodies flung through the air by the griffins' talons. Amidst the carnage, the griffins descended one after another. Roland's face paled as she threw herself over Dewey. "Stay in formation. Do not panic. Do not panic." Amidst the chaos, Robert's authoritative voice rang out, instilling a sense of calm among the frightened soldiers. His armor was battered, hair disheveled, blood smeared across his body as he forcefully pushed one of his men, shouting, "Form ranks. Protect the master. Fall back in formation. No straying." The griffins swooped down, their piercing cries possessing a disorienting power. Several of Robert's men succumbed to dizziness, dropping their weapons. Robert seized a bow from an archer on the ground and shot at a descending griffin, his arrow imbued with fighting spirit, yet the ordinary bow shattered upon release, exploding into radiant fragments. Fortunately, the griffin seemed startled, allowing Robert to retreat, gathering a group of a dozen men to form a protective circle, swords and spears raised in defense. Yet, more griffins continued to descend, inflicting wounds with their claws and beaks, screams reverberating as soldiers were snatched from the ground, only to be torn apart mid-air by their vicious beaks. The scene was one of pure horror. Span's sword had been reduced to half, having narrowly evaded a griffin's attack, but blood streamed from his thigh, barely able to stand. Both Span and Robert were engulfed in terror and shock. How could a horde of such ferocious beasts appear in the heart of the Empire's southern territories? As Robert's voice rang out, urging the protection of their master, more of the Roland cavalry gathered around Dewey, forming a protective barrier. The griffins continued their relentless assault, each dive resulting in another scream, each attack claiming a soldier's life. The ground was soaked with blood, and the sight of dismembered bodies was chilling. Many met their end without a trace left behind. Dewey, witnessing a griffin swoop toward him, felt Roland push him to the ground just as a piercing cry echoed behind him, followed by a fleeting flash of yellow light before him. "Master, rise quickly. We must leave at once." Roland's urgent voice pierced through the chaos as she pulled Dewey toward a large tree. Surrounding them were several Roland guards, and Robert dashed over, his noble lineage and loyalty evident as they remained steadfast in the face of danger, refusing to abandon their posts. Despite their fear, each soldier bravely clutched their weapons, rallying around their master. "Sorskjar, Sorskjar," Dewey shouted in fury. "I'm here," came the reply from the ground as Sorskjar stumbled to his feet, disheveled and dirty, having fallen amidst the initial griffin attack. "What in the world are you doing?" Dewey roared, seizing the mage by the collar. "My men are bleeding. Why are you not using magic? Hurry, if you wish to survive. Unleash your magical attacks without delay." The wizard's hat was jostled off by Dewey, who promptly nodded and swiftly raised his hand to launch several fireballs into the sky. Alas, Sorskjar's abilities were limited. Among his repertoire of direct attack spells, he could only muster the most rudimentary fireball incantation. As for spells like slow, that would likely prove ineffectual against the swarming griffins. At this moment, the griffins were driving the soldiers of Span's garrison into a frantic retreat, while the members of the Roland family exhibited a remarkable resilience, gradually consolidating their forces into a formidable entity. Despite the relentless assaults from the griffins, each attack met with rows of swords and spears, which seemed to deter the griffins from a direct confrontation. They merely circled the periphery, striking intermittently, Nevertheless, these magical beasts were fiercely dangerous, and the soldiers of the Roland family were falling rapidly. Each strike from the griffins seemed to claim a life. The formation was slowly retreating, and Solskjaer's fireball spells provided some measure of hindrance and intimidation, but more and more griffins were encroaching. Having completely dispatched Span's forces, the ground was littered with corpses, and even the knight Span lay motionless in the distance. His fate uncertain. Robert's countenance paled to an extreme, his fingers gripping the hilt of his sword so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In a hoarse voice, he uttered, "My lord, I fear." The knight shook his head vigorously. Suddenly pulling the female knight, Jolin, close to in a low voice, he said, "In a moment, I will lead the charge. You must take the lord and flee down the mountain immediately. Be swift. You must be swift. I will do my utmost to draw their attention. I entrust the lord to you." Jolin's expression was one of concern. "Are you seeking death?" Robert's voice was strained. "I understand these creatures. They relish the hunt. We are their prey, and the distance to the mountain's base is far too great. At this rate, escape seems impossible. We must create chaos to allow the lord to slip away." But what?" exclaimed Jolin. "Do not forget that you are now a knight." Robert suddenly erupted, his eyes blazing as he reprimanded. "You are no longer that little mercenary. If you cannot grasp the spirit of knighthood, then you do not deserve the title. I am injured and unable to flee swiftly. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to let you escort the lord away. Do you wish to be a true knight?" "Jolin, then prove it to me." Jolin trembled, astonished by Robert's fervor. In that moment, a spark of determination ignited in her eyes. She raised her longsword high and declared, "I shall prove it." Robert let out a hearty laugh, then turned to glance at his lord. Dewey, however, was still squinting, fixated on the griffins darting about, seeking opportunities to attack the ranks of men. That he seemed entranced, oblivious to everything around him, including the earlier exchange between Robert and Jolin. The lad appeared lost in thought. Jolin's face suddenly shifted from shock and fervor to a peculiar calm. Then, to Robert's astonishment, the female knight extended her hand and grasped the blade of her sword firmly. Drawing it swiftly, her palm was immediately sliced open by the razor-sharp edge, blood gushing forth. "What are you doing?" Robert cried out. Jolin remained silent, stepping forward and gently parting the Roland family's guards. She positioned herself at the forefront of the ranks, watching as a griffin charged toward her. Suddenly, the female knight spread her arms wide, forming a strange seal with her fingers, and in that instant, a yellow halo enveloped her being. Within the halo, her wound erupted with blood, which swiftly dissipated into the air. A massive beam of light shot forth from her embrace, engulfing the diving griffin. The creature barely had time to emit a cry before it was obliterated in a resounding flash, dissolving into countless motes of light. The sight left everyone in stunned silence. Not only the guards of the Roland family, but also Robert and Solskjaer were rendered speechless. The only one seemingly lost in thought was Dewey. Could it be that this female knight was wielding magic? Was she, in fact, a sorceress? After Jolin made the griffin vanish with her peculiar spell, she swayed slightly and began to chant a series of strange, incomprehensible verses, while the yellow halo surrounding her expanded, and the blood from her hand flowed ever more profusely. As the halo gradually enveloped those around her, the surrounding griffins roared in fury, yet dared not approach the protective circle. With the halo's safeguard, the members of the Roland family finally found a measure of security. However, the female knight suddenly weakened, nearly collapsing. Among the astonished crowd, Robert was the first to regain his senses. He stepped forward and caught the frail knight, exclaiming, "She is injured. Who has bandages? She needs to staunch the bleeding." Gazing at Jolin's wound, Robert was astounded. What manner of injury was this? The gash had nearly doubled in size, and the flesh surrounding it had turned pale. It was clearly a case of severe blood loss. How could such a small cut result in so much blood? Even now, Jolin's lifeblood continued to flow rapidly. The speed of the hemorrhage sent chills through Robert's heart. "No, we cannot stop the bleeding." Jolin bit her lip, whispering, "My spell requires my blood to sustain it. Quickly, retreat while we have the chance." Although he was unsure of the nature of her spell, Robert recognized that this was not the time for questions. He bellowed, "Everyone, fall back. We must leave this place. Ensure to keep your bodies within the halo." Jolin added. Yet, amidst the retreat, the only one who remained motionless was Dewey. Robert furrowed his brow and tugged at the dazed young master, suspecting he might be in shock. "Why, lord, we must leave now." No, Dewey stood firm, his gaze still fixed thoughtfully on the griffins. Robert felt a surge of impatience. "If we do not leave now, we are doomed." "No," Dewey continued to shake his head. As if still lost in contemplation, Robert could no longer contain his frustration. His soldiers were bleeding. The female knight was sacrificing her blood to maintain the spell. If they did not quickly staunch the flow, she might perish. Yet here was this oblivious young master, behaving as if nothing mattered. Just as Robert's dissatisfaction peaked, Dewey suddenly smiled. What the devil? This fellow is actually smiling. Dewey turned to Jolin and said, Jolin, cease your spell. The Moon Clan's anti-magic domain is indeed the bane of all spells, but it comes at the cost of blood. That I appreciate your spirit of sacrifice, but it seems we are being toyed with. Robert was taken aback. Was this young master losing his wits? Why was he speaking in riddles? Robert, quickly tend to our female knight's wound. Do you wish to see her bleed to death? Dewey commanded. His tone now clear, Robert hesitated, but Dewey had already seized Jolin's hand, forcefully nudging Robert. What are you waiting for? Then, looking at Jolin, he quietly said, Thank you. Your courage today is commendable. With that, Dewey suddenly parted the guards before him and called out to the horde of griffins. Come, show me what you are truly capable of. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Dewey darted forward. Robert's heart raced in terror as he rushed to grasp his master's arm, but just then, a griffin, observing Dewey's reckless advance, swooped down with alarming speed. Robert attempted to save Dewey, but the griffin's body collided with him, knocking him aside. In a moment of collective disbelief, the griffin's talons pierced through Dewey's frail form as though he were but a leaf. All the guards of the Roland family were engulfed in darkness, and Robert nearly fainted, while the weakened female knight cried out, her body slumping. Witnessing Dewey being flung aside like a mere leaf, crashing to the ground, the hearts of the onlookers plummeted to despair. It was over. It was over. Their young master had perished here, and with him, their fate was sealed. Even if one could return alive, the guilt of allowing the master one is sworn to protect to perish would surely result in execution by the family. Robert lay prostrate on the ground, oblivious even to the sword that had slipped from his grasp. In that moment, the knight found himself enveloped in despair, and a peculiar chuckle echoed through the air. And then, astonishingly, Dewey's lifeless body began to stir on the ground. This sight left everyone in stunned disbelief. Dewey was a grotesque sight, his flesh marred, with a gaping wound in his chest that seemed to pierce him through and through. Blood poured forth incessantly, yet Dewey simply furrowed his brow, glanced down at his injury, and with a faint smile remarked, This sensation is indeed quite painful. It feels almost real. He touched the wound, lifting his hand to examine the blood, inhaling its scent, and muttered to himself, It is indeed remarkably lifelike. Even the blood seems real. The scene was undeniably eerie. Dewey stood there, his injuries appearing grotesque, with the massive wound in his chest nearly allowing one to see through to his back, while the blood flowed as if he felt not a thing. He staggered a few steps, and amid the crowd's astonished expressions, another griffin lunged forward, knocking Dewey to the ground, its sharp claws raking across him, causing blood to burst forth. Master, Robert's eyes were ablaze with rage as he rushed forward without a second thought. Yet Dewey, despite his fragile form, managed to rise again, swaying slightly, his face betraying a grin even in such dire circumstances, leaving those around him feeling an indescribable strangeness. The small boy lifted his head, gazing at the soaring griffins, and burst into laughter. If this is a dream you've conjured, then I have dreamt enough. If possible, let it come to an end. Robert charged forth, his longsword becoming a streak of light aimed at the nearest griffin to Dewey. The loyal knight unleashed all his fighting spirit without reservation, the intensity exceeding the limits of his body. His towering form rippled with muscle, as if blood were about to seep from his skin. The sword imbued with fighting spirit cleaved through the air, piercing the griffin's tough feathers and bringing it crashing down from the sky. Robert threw himself over Dewey, embracing him tightly, presenting his back to the heavens. Dewey, cradled in Robert's arms, gasped for breath, a smile gracing his lips even as blood flowed from his mouth. Listen, we are being toyed with. All of this is a fabrication. He pointed to his injuries and continued. You see, with wounds like these, a common person would have long since perished. Yet, Robert, not a fool, sensed something amiss. The notion that such a frail boy could survive such mortal injuries was absurd. Even a robust warrior would likely have succumbed to such wounds. My mental fortitude surpasses that of the average person, Dewey explained, panting. Thus, the dreamscape created by our foe cannot fully deceive me. Unfortunately, I do not know how to dispel this illusion. It may be a form of mental magic, or perhaps an illusionary spell. Illusionary spell, Robert pondered aloud, then shouted, Sorshika, Mr. Sorshika, the mage, protected within the ranks of soldiers, responded to the call. Robert, clutching Du-Wei tightly, rolled away from the descending griffin's assault, sustaining further wounds, his armor torn and bloodied. Think of something. The master says we are ensnared by an illusionary magic, Robert bellowed. Sorshika, drenched in sweat, was no true sorcerer. His attempts at magic, derived from alchemical tricks, were limited to fire and mental spells. And his knowledge was scant. Robert, bearing Du-Wei, dashed back. Sorshika shouted, I have no other means. To break this illusion, perhaps we must eliminate these creatures, just as we did with that rhinoceros and the wolf. Robert could not help but curse. Nonsense. If we possessed such capability, would we even need to discuss it? Yet, Du-Wei suddenly smiled and whispered, Robert, may I ask you a question? I've heard that every knight who cultivates fighting spirit has a unique weakness. Where lies yours? Robert was taken aback. He had not anticipated his master would pose such a question at this moment. Speak quickly, Du-Wei urged. I may have a plan. Each knight indeed harbors a most precious secret regarding their weakness, and revealing it is a grave risk. Yet, upon glancing at Du-Wei, bloodied and frail, Robert felt a pang of dread and gritted his teeth. It lies just beneath my right chest, under the fourth rib. No sooner had he spoken than Du-Wei's eyes glimmered with an unusual light. The frail boy, summoning strength from an unknown source, suddenly rolled and broke free from Robert's embrace. He swiftly drew a dagger secured to Robert's leg and plunged it toward Robert's chest. Robert could have evaded this strike, but as a devoted knight of the family, he hesitated, for this blow did not come from an enemy, but from his own master. The armor over his chest had already been shredded in the earlier battle, and the cold blade pierced into the space beneath his third rib on the right. Robert felt the chilling sensation of the dagger embedding itself in his flesh. The onlookers froze in shock as their master thrust the dagger into the knight's body. Robert was the most astonished, staring wide-eyed at his small master, unable to fathom why the one he had sworn to protect would betray him in such a manner. Yet, Du-Wei's gaze remained calm, even bearing a hint of reassurance. Fear not, Robert. I shall not harm you. It is merely a nightmare. In a low, somber tone, Du-Wei spoke, and Robert groaned. Feeling his resistance wane, he closed his eyes and fell limp. Just as gasps of shock erupted from the crowd, Du-Wei slowly rose, the dagger in his hand still dripping blood. The guards of the Roland family stared at him in astonishment. Du-Wei smiled, casting aside the dagger with a gentle expression. The dream has ended. At the moment the dagger pierced Robert's chest, the multitude of griffins unleashed a piercing wail. Subsequently, countless griffins, frenzied, lunged toward Du-Wei from all directions, their razor-sharp claws seemingly intent on tearing the young boy to shreds. Everyone shut their eyes, resigned to the belief that they were doomed. Yet, at that instant, something extraordinary occurred. The first griffin to reach Du-Wei suddenly burst into a myriad of shimmering lights, causing all the griffins to freeze mid-air. Their bodies appeared to split open, every crack emitting dazzling radiance. Finally, with a resounding whoosh, as beams of light enveloped the scene, the crowd instinctively bowed their heads, unable to bear the brilliance, except for Du-Wei, who stood tall, head held high, a cold smile gracing his lips. One by one, the griffins disintegrated within the radiant light, melting away into countless specks of luminescence. Scattering with the wind, the evening sky transformed into daylight within that radiant sphere. Du-Wei felt the very fabric of space warp. Indeed, the entirety of the surroundings, the trees, the underbrush, the comrades, and the blood-soaked ground, were all distorted. At last, with a thunderous clap, silence returned. The forest remained unchanged, the sky remained the same, the distant mountains stood firm, and the setting sun still cast its glow, and the blood that had once stained the ground was gone. The bodies, torn into countless fragments, have vanished without a trace. In their place lie scattered figures on the ground, knights of Spawn and their subordinates, alongside the fallen guards of House Roland, all of whom lie with closed eyes. Yet it is certain they are alive, merely rendered unconscious. Du-Wei glanced at his own body. The gruesome wounds had long since disappeared without a trace. Robert lay at his feet, and to his astonishment, this knight bore no injuries whatsoever. Neither the wounds sustained in battle nor the injury inflicted by Du-Wei's dagger moments ago were present. His armor remained intact, with only a slight scratch on the right side of his chest, approximately at the level of the third rib, marking the spot where Du-Wei had thrust the dagger. However, how could a frail boy lacking martial prowess possibly penetrate armor? At most, he had merely left a faint impression upon it. Dewey forcefully slapped Robert's face to rouse the sleeping knight. As Robert opened his eyes and met the gaze of his master, Dewey smiled and said, "I apologize for my earlier actions. It was necessary due to the circumstances. You are the source of this illusion. All the griffins manifest from the memories of your harrowing experiences, conjured from the depths of your imagination. Thus, I had to render you unconscious in this dream. Once you fell into slumber, the source of the illusion dissipated and vanished accordingly as for the moment I struck you. It was merely a dream-inflicted wound." The remaining guards of House Roland, still standing, gazed in astonishment at their own bodies and those of their companions, unable to comprehend how their young master had employed such an extraordinary method to dispel the terrifying beasts while their own wounds had miraculously healed. Even those comrades who had perished, some gruesomely dismembered, lay unscathed upon the ground. The sole individual bearing injuries was the knight, Jolin. The wounds on Jolin's hands were indeed real. She had just utilized the Moon Clan's secret art. The realm of dispelled magic. Within her secret art lies the power to negate all forms of magic. As she employed it, she effectively transcended this illusion. Thus her injuries were genuine. There was no time for extensive explanations. The only one present who seemed to grasp the situation was the wizard, Solskjaer. Although his magical prowess was lacking, his theoretical knowledge of magic was profound. He hastily retrieved several potions to tend to the unconscious female knight's wounds. Dewey picked up the dagger from the ground and observed it closely. Indeed, not a single drop of blood was present. He held the dagger as he advanced forward, at which point everyone noticed a small creature slowly wriggling amidst the grass ahead. This creature, roughly the size of a large rat, bore a light green fur that rendered it nearly invisible in the underbrush unless one looked closely as Dewey approached. The small creature emitted a terrified cry. Yet its movements were sluggish. When it rolled out from the grass in an attempt to flee, Dewey swiftly threw the dagger, pinning it to the ground before stepping on it. Only then did they see clearly that this little creature was rotund. Its green fur concealing a body resembling a fleshy ball, yet it sported an unusually large tail akin to that of a squirrel. In fact, its appearance was almost identical to that of a squirrel, save for its bizarre green fur. Additionally, it had a small protruding horn on its forehead. This horn was not bony like those of other animals, but glimmered as if crafted from some crystalline substance. Dewey stepped on its tail, and the small creature struggled, emitting frantic squeaks that bared its teeth at Dewey, and suddenly, a beam of light shot from the horn on its head, striking Dewey. Although he was hit by this light, he felt no physical harm. Instead, a torrent of memories surged within him, as if his mind were racing to recall countless things. Fear? Yes, it felt as if he were being confronted with his deepest fears. It was as though something was scanning his memories, and those long-buried, otherworldly fears began to resurface one by one. Dewey shook his head vigorously. He was incensed. Since arriving in this world, he had worn a mask of detached amusement. But now his face twisted in rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. He glared at the small creature and, bending down, spoke in a chilling voice. "So, you seek to uncover my inner fears. You shall surely be disappointed." With a swift motion, Dewey seized the little creature, gripping its neck tightly and lifting it closer till he leaned in, whispering, "You can discern the fears within others. You must understand my words, yes? I assure you. While I possess fears, they do not reside within this world. The dreams you can conjure must surely be limited to the confines of this reality. Thus, I regret to inform you that I do not belong to this realm." The creature struggled desperately, beams of light continuously emanating from its forehead, striking Dewey. Yet, in its small eyes, fear and despair finally manifested, for those beams were its magic to create illusions, which proved utterly ineffective against the man before it. Just as Dewey's fury reached its peak, a voice filled with excitement erupted from behind him. Solskjaer dashed to Dewey's side, scrutinizing the small creature captured in his grasp for an extended moment before exclaiming with delight, "My heavens, this is a fear illusion demon." According to records, they were thought to have been extinct for hundreds of years. Goodness, look at the horn on its forehead. It has grown to the length of a finger. This little one is still a juvenile demon. It must be less than 100 years old. Dewey's tone was icy. So, it too is a magical beast. An illusion demon? Is it particularly rare? Solskjaer's face betrayed a hint of greed as he licked his lips, responding, "This fear illusion demon can harness the fears within its enemies to craft illusions against them. It is a creature of remarkable intelligence, far surpassing ordinary magical wolves and the like. Moreover, what else? The wizard's eyes gleamed with excitement. Centuries ago, every sorcerer coveted such a creature. Capturing one, slaying it, and extracting its horn would grant immunity to the vast majority of mental magic. Its horn is a material of the highest quality for crafting magical defenses. As if it understood the wizard's words, the fear-illusion demon trembled in terror, its rotund body quaking as it struggled more vigorously. Its small, bead-sized eyes filled with dread at that moment. Most of the guards from House Roland had gathered around, while others were busy reviving their unconscious comrades. Even Sir Spawn had been shaken awake. Dewey regarded the small creature in his hand with a cold smirk. Immunity to the majority of mental magic. Quite a valuable find. But how does one utilize it? Is it as simple as killing it to obtain the horn? The wizard nearly drooled at the prospect. Indeed, not only its horn but even its fur is a precious magical material, a valuable ingredient in alchemy. I could use its fur to create, before Solskjaer could finish his sentence. A sharp whistle echoed from the distant mountains, followed by a fireball shooting through the sky like a meteor. Exploding in midair. It was a signal from another search party, indicating they had encountered some trouble. As everyone paused in confusion, they noticed a flash of light in the far reaches of the forest, precisely where the other search team had launched their fiery signal. The light soared toward them, landing directly before the group, transforming into a swirling emerald flame. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the fire. Be cautious. This is the high-level magic emerald flame teleportation, Solskjaer warned, his tone tense. The figure stepping out of the green flames donned the standard attire of a wizard, complete with a tall pointed hat and a golden robe. Adorning his chest was a golden three-leaf clover emblem. With his considerable knowledge of magic, Dewey immediately recognized the insignia as that of a grand sorcerer. The magicians on the continent are classified into 10 levels. Those ranked below level 4 are deemed low-level magicians, while those ranging from level 4 to 8 are collectively referred to as intermediate magicians. Above level 8, they are addressed as grand magicians. The golden three-leaf mugwort badge signifies that this particular magician belongs to the upper echelons of the entire magician community on the continent. This individual is at least an 8th-level magician. With a somewhat diminutive stature, they are entirely enveloped in a golden robe, appearing extraordinarily regal under the setting sun. The magician's face is completely concealed beneath a pointed hat, and even their visage is shrouded by a tall collar, leaving not a hint of skin visible. Although the face remains hidden, Dewey distinctly senses the gaze of the other person fixated upon the small terror illusion creature he holds in his hand. The sudden appearance of a high-level magician leaves both Dewey and Solskjaer astonished. Recalling Solskjaer's earlier remarks regarding the rarity of this diminutive terror illusion creature, Dewey cannot help but wonder if the magician harbors covetous intentions. Who goes there? Dewey barked with a stern expression. In response, the quick-thinking knight Robert promptly gestured, and numerous guards from the Rolling family encircled Dewey protectively. A great deal has transpired today. The sudden emergence of a formidable high-level magician has left Knight Robert apprehensive about whether this individual is friend or foe. Who can say? I am a knight of the Rolling family. Esteemed magician, please state your intentions, Robert interjected, positioning himself before Dewey that he first declared their own identity before inquiring about the stranger's purpose. Demonstrating utmost preparedness, he hoped that the reputation of the Rolling family might instill some trepidation in the other party. The magician remained silent initially, lifting their voluminous sleeves before gently removing the pointed hat, revealing their face. Instantly, everyone was rendered speechless. Yes, yes, no, no, no. This magician's voice is sweet and melodious, tinged with a hint of nervousness and timidity. Most notably, this magician stutters quite severely. I am here to find it. Her slender fingers pointed towards the terror illusion creature held by Dewey. This magician, not only possessing a gentle voice, also appears as a girl adorned with the golden three-leaf mugwort badge of high-level magicians. Her face bearing a bashful expression, her round cheeks are flushed, as if she were embarrassed under the scrutiny of many, with a petite nose and mouth, yet her large, bright eyes betray a hint of pleading. Why, you can give it back to me. Can you? The girl's stammer intensified with her mounting anxiety, her expression nearly on the verge of tears. I won't take it back. My teacher will punish me. A magician, a grand magician of at least 8th level, appears to be nothing more than a shy girl, akin to an aristocratic maiden embarking on her first outing. Most importantly, she is a stutterer. The surrounding crowd could not help but widen their eyes, gazing at this girl whose face was flushed and whose large, sorrowful eyes were brimming with tears. It seemed as if everyone instinctively lowered their swords. This girl bore no semblance of a threat. Even Dewey found himself momentarily dazed by the sight of this timid girl, who resembled a frightened little rabbit. Could she truly be an 8th-level magician? However, the robe and the badge were undoubtedly genuine. Dewey knew that badges issued by the Magic Association possessed anti-counterfeiting features. Clearing his throat, Dewey relaxed his grip on the terror illusion creature and glanced at the timid girl. Esteemed magician, are you saying that this little creature belongs to you? Why, yes and no. The girl finally burst into tears, tears streaming down her face before the astonished onlookers. This is my master's. Can you please return it? Dewey genuinely did not wish to comply. Why should he? This little creature had wreaked havoc upon his companions, leaving them in a state of disarray. In truth, Dewey had contemplated slaying the creature and following Salskia's suggestion to remove its horns. Yet, it seemed inappropriate to refuse the request of this girl, especially when the rightful owner had appeared. How could he possibly act with impunity against an 8th-level magician, though this girl appeared rather fragile? Esteemed magician, please hold your horses, Dewey said, tempering his tone to a gentler cadence, as if comforting a young girl. If this little creature indeed belongs to you, why yes, of course. The girl seemed to catch a glimmer of hope. Wiping her tears vigorously and gazing at Dewey with hopeful eyes, her innocent, large eyes were crystal clear, and the pure pleading in her expression made it difficult for anyone to remain cold-hearted towards such a pitiable girl. Do not rush, Dewey continued softly. Even if this little creature is yours, as its owner, you ought to take responsibility for its misdeeds, do you not think? The girl's face revealed panic. She cast a timid glance at Dewey. Please. Is this little creature a high-level magical beast? Dewey replied solemnly. As the owner of this beast, you failed to supervise it properly, allowing it to wander into the heart of the Empire's southern region. Do you not realize the chaos that a magical beast might cause in a populated area? Observing his young master reprimanding an 8th-level magician with such gravitas, Salskia struggled to suppress a laugh. Mindful of the magician's formidable status, glancing at the badge adorning the girl's chest, Salskia swallowed hard. For someone like him, a low-level magician, the pinnacle of ambition was to someday ascend to such heights and don a golden badge of his own. The girl's expression shifted to one of guilt as she lowered her head. My teacher is away on a journey. I was responsible for keeping an eye on it, but it ran away while my sister was visiting me. I've been searching for it for many days. Your oversight cannot serve as an excuse for the mistakes committed, Dewey proclaimed with righteous indignation. Do you not understand the terror that such a high-level magical beast has instigated on the outskirts of this tranquil town? The brave soldiers present here have ventured into the mountains to capture it. Furthermore, do you not realize the injuries your little pet has inflicted upon our valiant soldiers? The girl fell silent. Her eyes filled with remorse and pleading as she gazed at Dewey. He sensed that this girl was likely sheltered and inexperienced in the ways of the world, a sheltered flower easily deceived. This creature has instilled panic in the region. The soldiers have bled and sweat in their efforts to capture it, striving to protect the peace of this land. Yet you would simply take it away without a shred of remorse? As Dewey spoke, the girl's head nearly drooped to her chest. Finally, once Dewey had finished speaking, the girl summoned her courage, cautiously articulating, I am willing to apologize for its actions. Save your apologies, Dewey interrupted, unyielding. If apologies were sufficient, why then would we need law enforcement? What is law enforcement? Dewey cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He had misspoken, as such a concept did not exist in this world. What I mean is, Dewey straightened his posture, declaring loudly, do you think a mere I'm sorry can compensate for the blood and sweat shed by our brave soldiers? In truth, Dewey's words were somewhat harsh towards the girl. The search teams that had entered the mountains had not suffered significant injuries. The earlier dramatic battle scene had merely been an illusion. Once the illusion was dispelled, it turned out that everyone had only fainted briefly, sustaining no serious harm. At most, they would have to endure a few nightmares that night. There was not much loss to speak of. The only one injured was the female knight, Jolin. Dewey would naturally not squander this opportunity to negotiate. He took a few steps forward, revealing the knight being supported by his subordinates. Jolin's complexion was somewhat pale, a sign of weakness from sudden blood loss. But overall, she seemed to be fine. Yet, witnessing Jolin, a woman unable to stand on her own, her hand wrapped in white bandages, with disheveled hair, truly filled the sorceress with guilt. Is there anything I can do to compensate you? The sorceress's eyes turned red again. Dewey sighed. a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes as he glanced at Sorska beside him. Having spent days discussing alchemy with Due, Sorska had come to understand a bit of his young master's temperament. Upon seeing his expression, he immediately grasped the implication. Stepping forward and slightly bowing, he said slowly, "Esteemed Grand Sorcerer." The girl looked at Sorska's robe and promptly bowed in return. "A Master Sorcerer," and I in that instant. Sorska felt a blush creeping up. He could hardly believe that one day an 8th-level Grand Sorcerer would refer to him as Master Sorcerer. "I believe your little pet has caused some damage, if we simply let it go. The soldiers who suffered might find it hard to accept. Moreover, my master, the illustrious heir of the Roland family, Lord Raymond, Due, was also greatly frightened by this incident. Therefore, I think some form of punishment for this little creature is necessary. And no, if the teacher comes back and sees it suffering, he will be angry with me." The sorceress stammered, sweat beading on her forehead. "Esteemed Grand Sorcerer, may I inquire who your teacher is? I truly cannot think of any other sorcerer in the Empire capable of training a student of your caliber." Sorska began to probe. The sorceress appeared troubled. "I cannot say." Sorska frowned slightly, then smiled again. "At the very least, you should tell us your name, right?" "Oh." The sorceress sighed in relief. This question was indeed answerable. "My name is Vivian Yang, an 8th-level sorceress." After speaking, the girl suddenly remembered the most basic etiquette her teacher had instilled in her. Her face flushed as she quickly bowed again, politely asking, "And may I ask your name, esteemed Master Sorcerer?" This time, Sorska truly blushed. "I am Sorska, first-level sorcerer." By the time he uttered the last few words, he practically wished to find a hole to burrow into. A first-level sorcerer to an 8th-level sorcerer was almost like an ant. Many renowned sorcerers at the Grand Sorcerer level had apprentices of 2nd or 3rd-level sorcerers to 1st-level sorcerer. In the eyes of those who had already ascended the ranks of the sorcerer community, was scarcely distinguishable from a mere apprentice. However, the naive girl seemed oblivious to this, continuing to observe the etiquette by bowing deeply, which instantly won Sorska's favor. "Look, an 8th-level sorceress is actually bowing to me." "Sorska? Now, please express your sincerity regarding compensation," Due interjected aptly. The sorceress appeared somewhat distressed. After some thought, she retrieved a small pouch from her robe and opened it. "I have a water-lawn diamond here. Although it is only of medium quality." The more she spoke, the more she stammered, and ultimately, she held out a fist-sized water-lawn diamond. Gazing at Due with pleading eyes at a water-lawn diamond, Sorska was moved. The water-lawn diamond was a premier magical material in water-based sorcery. This crystal was top-tier for crafting scrolls or storing magic. If a skilled alchemist could embed this water-lawn diamond into a wand, it could save a water sorcerer at least 1/3 of their magical energy when casting spells, and even expedite the casting speed. The sight of this glimmering, translucent diamond, certainly of medium quality or higher, suggested it could be worth thousands of gold coins. Any water sorcerer would be willing to pay that price, or even several times more, to acquire it. Sorska opened his mouth to speak, but Due had already placed a hand on his shoulder. Due, however, wore a cold expression, even furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the sorceress. "Oh, is this merely a water-lawn diamond?" The sorceress turned red, her eyes darting in panic, guilt washing over her, sighing. Although this water-lawn diamond was indeed of medium quality, it was something she did not need. Since she was not a water sorceress, it was useless to her. How could she, Vivian, offer something so unworthy as compensation? "May the omnipotent gods forgive me." The sorceress scolded herself internally and hastily retrieved a small green item, shimmering like flowing water, appearing both soft and fluid. This is a green mana potion. Sorska felt as if his eyes were about to pop out. In his excitement, he too seemed to catch the stammering affliction. Due raised an eyebrow as a knowledgeable individual. He recognized this green mana potion as a coveted treasure sought by every sorcerer. This potion replenished the magical energy consumed by sorcerers when a mid-level sorcerer had exhausted their magic in battle. Carrying a small vial of this potion would instantly restore their power. The sorceress's bag seemed to hold enough for at least 7 or 8 vials. Producing such potions was extremely challenging, and the raw materials were exceedingly rare, and more importantly, they were consumables. Each use diminished their quantity. Sorska felt his throat dry. Yet, Due remained displeased, still frowning at the sorceress. "Is this all? Are the blood and sweat of our brave soldiers worth merely this?" The girl's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she anxiously raked her fingers through her hair, contemplating, before timidly producing a small yellow bead. This is a fire resistance bead I crafted myself, Dewey replied. And what about the injuries to my female knight? The sorceress pulled out a handful of magical beast cores. Colorful and vibrant, a dozen low or mid-level magical beast cores had been extorted from her. And what of the shock I personally experienced? Dewey seemed to have transformed into a villainous extortionist. The sorceress emptied her bag, revealing her final treasures, 7 or 8 magical scrolls. Sorska nearly fainted upon realizing they were all mid-level magic scrolls. Not low-level spells, but mid-level. Such items could easily incite a duel between two sorcerers. Seeing his young master still unwilling to relent, even Sorska felt a pang of conscience. The naive, innocent, and somewhat foolish sorceress had offered compensation worth nearly enough to buy a city. Observing Dewey's continued silence, the sorceress wept, timidly emptying her bag. I have brought all of these, devil. At that moment, Sorska, along with Knight Robert and the entourage of the Roland family, could not help but sigh. Witnessing the plight of the weeping sorceress, they felt a sense of guilt wash over them. Yet, Dewey remained unyielding, his appetite perhaps far too excessive. She truly found herself unable to produce anything further. Beside her, Salzgier was practically at the brink of madness, wishing he could strangle Dewey to make him hastily nod in agreement. A medium-grade water orchid diamond, a substantial pouch of mana restoration potions, and a generous handful of premium magical beast cores, in addition to over a dozen intermediate-level magical scrolls inscribed with spells. These items were enough to incite envy in any high-ranking mage across the continent. Even though the mage community is notoriously affluent, such a vast fortune is exceedingly rare at this moment. If they failed to agree, what if things took a turn for the worse? An 8th-level mage is not to be trifled with. Although this young lady appeared somewhat foolish and honest, if provoked, her strength as an 8th-level mage could easily annihilate their entire party. Yet, this girl seemed utterly oblivious to her own formidable status. Even if she possessed a shred of unreasonable disposition, a single high-level spell could obliterate the remnants of their team. Even if this girl were a simpleton, to bully such a powerful mage might lead to unforeseen troubles in the future. Thank heavens, just as Salzgier was about to lose his composure, Dewey finally nodded, maintaining an air of calm. Esteemed mage, I can sense your sincerity. I believe my subordinates will be quite satisfied with the conditions you have proposed. With this, Dewey exchanged a knowing glance, and a relieved Salzgier sighed. Hastening to almost snatch the compensation items from the female mage's hands, Salzgier's eyes nearly bulged out as he swiftly stuffed the magical materials into a large bag he carried. Gripping it tightly, his expression resembling that of a miser hoarding his wealth. In such circumstances, should anyone dare to lay hands on his precious bundle, the mage would undoubtedly fight to the death. Then, you may, release. The pleading gaze of Vivian looked at Dewey, her innocent large eyes, coupled with her angelic, flawless visage, made it truly hard to bear to put such a girl in a difficult position. Oh, while my subordinates are indeed quite satisfied with your compensation terms, I must, however, present a small additional request, Dewey stated nonchalantly. But I have nothing left, the female mage exclaimed in a fluster, hastily rummaging through her pockets to display her utterly impoverished state. No, I am not asking for your material compensation. Dewey finally revealed his sinister intent. You are an 8th-level mage, correct? In the Empire, great mages are exceedingly rare, especially one as young as you possessing the badge of a great mage. Oh, please do not misunderstand. I wish to convey my profound curiosity about magic and my exceptional interest in it. I have long yearned for the brilliant and grand culture of magic, and have expended considerable effort researching this arcane field. You see, I have even employed a mage as my magical advisor. Dewey gestured towards Salzgier, who was clutching his bag tightly, resembling a miser. Then, Dewey feigned a sigh, shaking his head. However, it is regrettable that, as you can see, my magical advisor, despite his earnest dedication to teaching me, possesses such limited capabilities that I find it difficult to acquire further knowledge from him. Thus, encountering you, an 8th-level great mage, here today is an immense honor for me. Although I was initially frightened by your pet, I certainly shall not hold such a minor incident against you, given your outstanding status as a mage. The pitifully naive Vivian felt her mind becoming somewhat muddled. To her, this young nobleman was rather frightening. He had wickedly extorted all her possessions. Yet, who could blame her for being in the wrong? Vivian had considered using magic to reclaim Choo Choo, but from a young age, she had been taught to uphold fairness and kindness. to be amicable towards others, coupled with the innocence of a sheltered girl. It was indeed challenging for her to harbor any malevolent thoughts. Thus, she willingly relinquished all her wealth, unaware that with a mere incantation, she could resolve the issue at hand. This young nobleman was genuinely terrifying. However, in an instant, his words about his profound admiration for magic and his tireless pursuit of knowledge, especially the sincerity in his demeanor, made her feel he was such a kind-hearted individual. God, what a merciful soul he was. The overly naive female mage promptly forgot that this individual had just extorted all her wealth. She stammered, Thank you for your understanding. No, my words are not yet finished, Dewey sighed, regrettably. What I have longed for was to encounter a powerful mage who could offer guidance to this lost lamb wandering the path of magic. Now that I have finally met you, I wonder if the kind-hearted you, esteemed mage, would be willing to provide a bit of guidance to a sincere individual eager to learn magic. The female mage sensed something was amiss. Yet gazing into Dewey's earnest eyes, she momentarily could not pinpoint what felt wrong. Oh, what a kind and lovely person. Moreover, the incident with her teacher's pet had frightened him, which was indeed her fault. However, you wish to learn magic, yet I must take Choo-Choo back. Fear. The female mage found herself in a quandary. No, you misunderstand, Dewey replied with a smile, his expression becoming even more sincere, his gaze warm. I fully comprehend that a great mage's time is more precious than gold. Your valuable time should be devoted to delving into the mysteries of magic, not wasted on a mundane noble like me. Thus, I do not ask for much, merely a smidgen of suitable guidance. You see, I already have a mage serving as my advisor. Although his strength is limited, he can at least address most of my inquiries. What I now require is a bit of advanced knowledge. Dewey's eyes twinkled as he added with a slight smile. For instance, a few higher-level magical incantations. Salzgier was left astounded. He had not anticipated Dewey's insatiable appetite. If those magical materials represented the financial assets of mages, then magical incantations were the essence of their very existence. Every mage dedicates their life to the study of incantations, and they would never casually share the fruits of their labor with others. Any magical literature in the Empire merely records basic magical knowledge. And not a single incantation is ever passed on. Any magical incantation, even the most rudimentary, can only be imparted orally by the mage themselves to their disciples. The superiority of a high-level mage over a low-level one lies not only in their magical power and perception but also, and most importantly, in their mastery of profound incantations. The same incantation, when wielded by low-level and high-level mages, can exhibit subtle yet critical differences. High-level mages can refine their spells, shortening the incantation by omitting unnecessary words, thereby enhancing the speed of casting and gaining an advantage in battle. Additionally, there are advanced incantations that low-level mages do not possess. Mages like Salzgier only grasp a few of the most basic incantations. To learn advanced magic, he would need to apprentice himself to a high-level mage. It was astonishing that Dewey's appetite was so great, seeking to extract magical incantations from this young girl. These were secrets that mages would never divulge. Although this girl was overly naive, she was certainly no fool. Otherwise, how could she have reached the level of an 8th-level mage, upon hearing Dewey's request? The innocent Vivian's expression darkened, and she shook her head vigorously. No, absolutely not. My master has instructed me that incantations must not be shared with others. However, this fearsome phantom is your master's pet. Is it not? Surely, your master has also instructed you not to release it, correct? Dewey's expression at that moment resembled that of a seducer enticing a minor to commit a crime. The female mage was rendered speechless. Am I mistaken? Your master must have charged you with caring for this creature well, yet you have violated that very instruction. Your master must have also advised you not to let it escape, and you have similarly breached that directive. At this moment, I merely ask for this small favor, especially considering that I have assisted you in capturing this little creature. You have witnessed the troubles we have endured to secure it. I myself have been greatly unsettled by the experience. Now, in light of your previous missteps, should you not provide me with some form of compensation? Although Vivian may be a genius, her brilliance appears to be confined solely to her aptitude for magic. In other respects, it is evident that this young girl is sorely lacking. Dewey's intricate logic and theories nearly left her bewildered. She found herself caught in a prolonged internal struggle, weighing whether to obey her instructor's command to watch over the pet, or to uphold the directive against revealing the incantation, ultimately leading her to tears. The innocent girl sobbed, All right, but I can only teach you 1.0. You say 1. Dewey responded, quickly raising his fingers, Let me calculate. That makes a total of 4, correct? No, no, no. That's incorrect. The young sorceress panicked, exclaiming loudly, No, 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 it is 1, 1, 1. As she grew increasingly flustered, the word 1 seemed to escape her lips endlessly, while Dewey continued to raise his fingers at her every utterance. Eventually, Vivian, in her desperation, nearly bit her tongue in frustration. Witnessing Dewey's 10 fingers raised in triumph, she feared he would soon resort to counting his toes. That in a fit of urgency, the young sorceress shouted, Stop, stop, stop. Observing the adorable girl's flushed cheeks, Dewey refrained from pushing her too hard. And after a round of bargaining, they settled on the number of 6 spells. Though the sorceress had reservations about this seemingly disadvantageous exchange, she found herself at a loss for words against Dewey's eloquence, her stammering and simplicity rendering her unable to counter his arguments. With no other recourse, the young sorceress could only wipe her tears in silence. Esteemed teacher, please forgive the unfortunate Vivian for defying your orders. I only wish to retrieve your beloved pet. Is it not right to prioritize your first command over the second? I am a noble, and you are a sorcerer. We both hold esteemed positions. Since we have made a promise, it cannot be altered lightly. That I suggest we should both swear an oath until our agreement is fulfilled. Without waiting for the young sorceress to voice any objections, Dewey promptly declared a solemn vow to the great god of light. Left with no choice, the sorceress followed suit. To Dewey's surprise, as she swore, she even cast a contract spell to signify that their agreement must be fulfilled. Though this young girl spoke with a stutter, her speed in reciting spells was astonishing. A complex and obscure incantation flowed from her lips as swiftly and clearly as if it were mere child's play. It was hard to fathom that such an impressively quick spellcaster would struggle with speech. Notably, even at the end, this poor Vivian did not exhibit the slightest inclination to resist Dewey with any form of violence. One cannot help but wonder what sort of teacher could produce such a naively innocent girl. As for the little master's extortion of this pitiable girl, the many guards of the Roland family remained silent, having suffered greatly at the hands of the illusory creature. Thus, despite the girl's apparent innocence and vulnerability, none spoke on her behalf. The only one who harbored some discontent was Sir Robert, a knight who held the chivalric code in high regard. He found Dewey's actions towards the young girl somewhat objectionable. Yet, as a loyal retainer, he felt it inappropriate to challenge his master's methods. Furthermore, one must wonder if treating an 8th-level sorceress in such a manner would not invite trouble. Sir Robert's concerns soon materialized into reality. The sorceress, having agreed to impart 6 spells to Dewey, was compelled to accompany him back to Half Corner City. After signing the unequal treaty, she began racking her brain to decide which 6 spells to teach, ideally selecting those of lesser importance. One cannot fault such a naive girl for harboring thoughts of deceit after being extorted by a devilish character like Dewey. Even the purest angel may learn a touch of cunning in such circumstances. Thus, as she pondered this throughout the journey, she was unable to reach a final decision, ultimately resigning herself to stay close to Dewey for further contemplation. Fortunately, her instructor would not return for several days, allowing her time to resolve the matter. If only she could avoid her sister's discovery. If she could settle this affair, she would be able to return to her teacher's abode. The outside world was simply too frightening. Could all outsiders be as intimidating as this young noble? Oh, merciful deity, the unfortunate Vivian does not intend to harm others behind their backs. May the divine grant me forgiveness. Nevertheless, that little noble truly is fearsome. Upon returning, I shall never venture out again. Alas, sister, I hope she won't arrive too soon. With the beast incident in Half Corner City resolved, the one who breathed the biggest sigh of relief was Sir Span. For the matter had been settled without harm befalling the Roland heir, though the experience was somewhat embarrassing, with dozens of fully armed soldiers nearly wiped out by a mere small beast. It was, after all, the pet of a grand sorcerer. Such an event could hardly be deemed disgraceful. In good spirits, Sir Span warmly invited Dewey and the others to stay at the governor's residence in Half Corner City, as the environment and conditions there were significantly superior to those of an inn. Dewey accepted the invitation, wishing for a quiet space to discuss the matter of the spells with the young sorceress. Thus, the group bypassed the city and entered the military encampment just outside, a permanent fortress where the local garrison's governor resided. That evening, Sir Span, eager to please the young master of the Roland family, graciously arranged a lavish feast for everyone, even taking the liberty of retrieving fine wines from the governor's cellar, confident that the governor would not object to his generosity towards esteemed guests of the Roland family. After a long afternoon, the soldiers and Roland guards finally had the chance to relax, indulging in hearty drinks to vent their frustrations from earlier. Dewey, however, made a polite excuse to withdraw, intending to check on the young sorceress. Sir Span, recognizing that someone of Dewey's stature would consider dining with him a great honor, refrained from pressing him to stay and graciously escorted him out. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated from outside the hall. Beneath the clear night sky, a colossal bolt of lightning tore through the air. The thunderous clap startled everyone, rousing them from their stupor. In an instant, the area outside the hall erupted in blinding light. A fiery bolt struck the flagpole at the camp's entrance, reducing it to ash in an explosive conflagration. Stunned, the onlookers heard an icy voice resonate from all directions, an eerily distant yet immediate sound. It was the voice of an utterly indifferent woman. "Vivian, my dear sister, where do you intend to flee? Hand over the fearsome illusion at once. Another 10,000 words today. Please cast your votes to help Xiaowu rise in the rankings." Dear readers, do not forget to vote. Chapter 25, Sisterly Showdown. This sudden upheaval left everyone in shock. Thankfully, at that moment, there were not many soldiers present in the garrison, as most were engaged hundreds of miles away in the Empire's spring exercises. Sir Span was the first to regain his senses, his face paling as he snatched up his sword and bellowed, "Who dares to assault the local garrison?" Sir Span was genuinely alarmed. An attack on the Empire's military encampment was a blatant act of treason. The very flag at the camp's entrance had been set ablaze. Such a crime occurring right before his eyes would surely result in his own disgrace if he failed to apprehend the assailant. In the hall, several other officers were also filled with rage, seizing their nearby weapons and charging out alongside Span moments later. Thunderous booms echoed outside, accompanied by bursts of crimson light and the faint sounds of anguished cries. Within the hall, the guards of the Lauren family quickly shielded Dewey. While Robert's expression darkened, he stepped forward to block the entrance, staring in astonishment at the scene outside. The group that had just rushed out, including Span, now lay sprawled on the ground, their clothing and hair singed, moaning in pain yet unable to rise. Suddenly, a silvery figure darted swiftly down the steps in front of the hall. The figure approached with such speed that even Robert could barely discern its form. He barked, "Stand back!" Channeling his fighting spirit, a faint glow emanated from his sword as he swung it down, creating a shimmering barrier across the stairs. However, the silver figure showed no intention of halting, crashing directly into Robert's sword barrier with force. In an instant, Robert felt an icy chill emanating from his weapon, sending a shiver through him. Every finger felt stiff and cold, almost unable to grip the sword's hilt. Then, a tremendous force collided with his sword, overwhelming him. He let out a muffled groan, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body went numb. The sword clattered to the ground as Robert collapsed, his clothes and hair appearing as if they had been scorched, his lips pressed tightly together as he fell, evidently gravely injured. The newcomer had effortlessly felled a 4th-level knight in a single encounter. Amidst the exclamations of the Lauren family guards, the silver figure finally came to a halt in the center of the hall. This figure was undoubtedly a woman, clearly the one who had spoken outside moments ago. The woman, who called out for Vivian, was tall and strikingly beautiful, her face rivaling any man's dream lover. Though her lips appeared slightly pale, lacking color, her eyes, though bright, held an overly cold gaze. Her visage seemed sculpted from ice, radiating an aura of menace, with a slight arch of her brows that suggested mockery. She wore a peculiar white light armor adorned with intricate hollow patterns, which seemed almost too ornate for practical use, raising doubts about its protective capabilities. However, Dewey and Solskia recognized that the patterns were likely magical runes, possibly imbued with arcane effects. A long white cloak trailed behind her, giving the impression that this exquisitely beautiful woman had emerged from a realm of ice and snow. Yet, what truly astonished Dewey was not merely her appearance. In that moment, the young noble's usual composure vanished, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon the woman before him. This woman possessed long silvery hair, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow. Her silver locks, along with her eyes, lips, and delicately sculpted nose, struck Dewey with a thunderous shock. He recognized her, just days earlier, in the secret passage of the Lauren family castle. He had encountered the magical array that held the secrets of astrology. The visage of the great astrologer, the renowned mage and creator of celestial magic, Semmel, sprang to mind. If Dewey were not aware that Semmel had perished hundreds of years ago, he might have believed that the great female astrologer stood alive before him. The resemblance was uncanny, with over 90% similarity to the apparition he had seen. Dumbfounded, Dewey appeared stunned in the eyes of others, who might have thought him merely frightened. The crowd encircled him, while several guards pointed their swords at the woman, shouting, "You audacious rebel! How dare you assault the Imperial garrison?" The woman let out a chilling laugh, her eyes glinting with what seemed like frost from the northern realms. "I have already done it, yet you only bellow threats." She raised a finger, and an ice arrow shot forth from her fingertip with a whoosh. Before anyone could react, the guard who had shouted was instantly frozen, collapsing rigidly to the ground. The suddenness of the attack left everyone taken aback, devoid of any warning to that moment. Dewey finally regained his senses, instinctively glancing at Solskjaer beside him, both sharing a silent gasp of realization. Instantaneous casting. "The Lauren guards, protect the master, fight to the end," one guard shouted, lunging forward with his sword, followed by a dozen others, all charging at the woman with cries of determination. The woman laughed melodiously, and it seemed as though she spun lightly on the spot, releasing a white circle of light that emanated from her. This circle flickered briefly, and anyone who came into contact with it was immediately hurled away. In an instant, several guards were sent flying, crashing against walls and furniture, some even tumbling out of the hall. With bodies strewn across the ground, the hall was left with only Dewey and Solskjaer standing. How unexpected! There's a mage here. The woman's eyes lit up as she noticed the robe adorning Solskjaer. "A mage? Where is your badge? As a mage, why do you not wear the insignia of the Mage Association? What level of mage are you?" Solskjaer flushed, realizing that his badge had been burned by Dewey upon his capture. Faced with her inquiry, he opened his mouth but found himself unable to speak. The woman shook her head. "I did not expect a mere garrison to harbor a mage. In that case, I can duel you according to the mage's etiquette." As she spoke, her long silver hair swayed gently, akin to the icy winds of the north. She raised a finger, which transformed into a small mage's badge. With a dismissive gesture, she affixed it to her cloak, saying impatiently, "All right, mage, you may strike first. I dislike wearing such badges, so let us settle this quickly." Solskjaer nearly fainted. Strike first. He realized that the badge she had conjured was a golden three-leaf clover, a badge identical to Vivian's. She was undoubtedly a top-tier mage of the 8th level or above. Meanwhile, he, a mere first-level mage, was expected to challenge such a formidable opponent. It was akin to a small dog attempting to confront a divine dragon. Thus, Solskjaer's reaction was immediate. With a couple of choking sounds, he tilted his head and closed his eyes, promptly losing consciousness. Witnessing the mage faint before battle, the icy beauty was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. "Coward." She then turned her gaze to Dewey, the only other person still standing in the hall. "And you, a young noble? I overheard your subordinates mention you are of the Lauren family, correct? Are you a member of the Lauren clan?" "Indeed," Dewey replied, his expression unwavering. "My name is Dewey Lauren, the current vice president of the Empire's Supreme Command, and my father is Count Raymond." "Humph. Does the name Lauren intimidate me?" The woman scrutinized Dewey closely. "You are merely a child. How did you end up here?" Seemingly losing interest in Dewey, she raised her voice. "Vivian, if you do not come out, I shall raze this place to the ground. Dear sister, do not provoke my wrath. Hand over that little trinket of yours." With that, impatience crept onto her face, and she suddenly spread her arms wide, her gaze turning vacant. In an instant, a whirlwind erupted around her, surging upward towards the ceiling. With a deafening crash, the whirlwind effortlessly shattered the hall's roof, sending debris flying as it spread outward. "Vivian, do you believe I would hesitate? You should be aware that there is nothing in this world that I fear to undertake." With a hearty laugh, she struck a peculiar pose with her hands, causing the whirlwind to intensify even further. The air around them began to shimmer with the subtle descent of snowflakes. Snowflakes, for heaven's sake. "This is the South." Dewey had already collapsed to the ground when the whirlwind tore through the roof. Today, he finally experienced the formidable power of a sorceress firsthand. Such a sorceress effortlessly obliterated numerous warriors. In her presence, they exhibited no resistance whatsoever. And this woman is exceedingly formidable, is she not? Was it not said that sorceresses are lacking in close combat abilities? Judging by her armor, it seems she is not an ordinary sorceress, but perhaps one who excels in both martial and magical arts. "Sister, I beg you, please cease your actions." At last, a stammering voice laced with trepidation emerged, as Vivian, clad in her sorceress robe, floated out from the military camp. Suspended in midair, she held a small cage, specially crafted with magical markings capable of confining the small, fearsome illusion creature within. Vivian wore a face of trepidation, seemingly unable to confront her sister, pleading, "Sister, please." The ice and snow beauty chuckled coldly. "When will you understand that being a powerful individual requires the awareness of a true champion? You possess immense magical prowess, yet your courage is less than that of a rabbit." As she spoke, she suddenly drew out a peculiar flute from her waist. The flute, a vibrant green, seemed to add a touch of life to the otherwise silver-white beauty surrounding her. Pointing the flute at Vivian, the ice and snow beauty sneered. "Release the fearsome illusion creature. Once I obtain its horn, I shall depart. Otherwise, my dear sister, I will make you suffer." With that, she waved the flute, and countless bizarre orbs of light shot forth from its tip. That Wei, lying on the ground, suddenly heard a strange, sharp, piercing sound emanating from all around. It was unmistakably a sonic attack spell, even from a distance. The sound was grating, nearly causing him to faint. One could only imagine how Vivian, so close, must have felt. The little fool seemed to be terrified of her sister, her petite frame trembling slightly. She raised her hand, quickly reciting an incantation, and a diamond-shaped magical shield materialized before her, deflecting the barrage of light orbs while she shouted, "Sister, it is my teacher's pet. If you harm it, our teacher will humph. That old fool is feared by everyone in the world." "But I am not afraid." The ice and snow beauty dismissed her disdainfully. "I need the horn of that creature. You know this. Without it, I cannot craft the final magical defensive weapon. Hand it over." Upon uttering the last word, the ice and snow beauty suddenly lunged forward. Like a silver meteor in the night sky, she swiftly approached Vivian. A hand reached out towards the cage in Vivian's grasp. "No." In a moment of panic, Vivian spoke without stammering, her body flickering as she vanished from her spot, reappearing 10 meters away. "Haha, my dear sister, your verdant flame movement magic is quite adept. However, a coward like you can only use it to flee." "Am I right?" The ice and snow sorceress laughed mockingly. "Sister, please don't." Vivian's expression was nearly in tears from fear. "That I intend to force you. You pitiful little girl, the sight of your tears makes me furious." The ice and snow beauty exclaimed, suddenly raising a hand, and began to chant an incomprehensible incantation. A swirling mass of white mist began to materialize above her palm, growing denser and spreading icy tendrils. Vivian's face turned ashen as she cried out, "No, no, no. You can't use that kind of magic here." "Why not?" The ice and snow beauty had already completed her incantation, her hand seemingly dragging a colossal iceberg. Within the iceberg, a shadow writhed, threatening to burst forth at any moment. Vivian suddenly looked down at Wei, shouting, You must run." Wei, still on the ground, paused at Vivian's urgent call, sensing that the magic the ice and snow beauty was about to unleash was potentially catastrophic. But as an ordinary person, how far could he run? Before he could move, the ice and snow beauty laughed. "Oh, my poor Vivian, why are you so concerned about this little noble? Is he your beloved?" "Ah, the young master of the Roland family. His status is barely worthy of you. He is somewhat handsome, but lacks any real prowess." As she spoke, she beckoned to Wei, and he felt his body betraying him, suddenly bound by invisible ropes, lifting him swiftly before the ice and snow beauty. "Vivian, hand over your little pet. Otherwise, I shall use your dear companion to forge soul essence." A glint of malice flashed across the ice and snow beauty's face. "No, no, no," Vivian protested urgently. The ice and snow beauty lunged at her again, but the little fool's teleportation magic proved effective, as the ice and snow beauty struggled to catch her, despite her own speed. She missed several times, finally shouting in frustration, "If you do not comply, I will begin taking lives." Vivian trembled, her expression revealing a sense of dread, as if she had finally come to a reluctant decision. She sighed inwardly. "Teacher, I am sorry, but the pitiful Vivian has no choice." The little fool finally raised her head, gazing at the colossal iceberg held by the ice and snow beauty, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "Sister, are you going to release the ice dragon? Then do it." Her resolve had solidified, and her stuttering had significantly diminished. The ice and snow beauty scoffed. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate?" Suddenly, she launched herself into the sky. Hovering about 20 meters above Vivian, an ethereal beauty, she held aloft an iceberg that dwarfed her own form. Then, with a swift movement, she conjured a small silver cone. With a delicate laugh, she tapped the iceberg gently with the cone. Ding! The resounding chime reverberated for miles. Even Wei, unversed in magic, sensed something peculiar about the sound. The clear impact resonated, penetrating the ear and extending into the very soul. The very essence of one's being trembled in response to that crystalline tone. It was bizarre, indescribably bizarre. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from within the iceberg. The sound rolled like thunder, like a tempest, like a tsunami. Dewey shuddered, feeling as though his entire being had turned to jelly. Although he knew not what creature issued that roar, a primal fear surged from within, enveloping him entirely. Crack, crack. Countless tiny fissures began to spread across the iceberg, accompanied by a series of thunderous impacts. Within those booming sounds, it seemed something within the iceberg was striving to break free. Watch closely, Roland's brat, my sister's beloved. The ice and snow beauty chuckled coldly, gently striking the iceberg with the cone. The melodic sounds echoing as she spoke with an icy demeanor. You are likely witnessing a living dragon for the first time in your life. A dragon? There was no time for astonishment. As with a colossal roar, the surface of the iceberg shattered. A massive head adorned with strange horns burst forth from the breach. A resounding roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Below, the pitiful Vivian had turned pale with fright, having tucked the small fearsome illusion creature into her robe. The little fool produced a tiny one from somewhere on her person, her eyes closed. Her expression solemn, as she began to chant ancient, clear words. Instantly, a blazing inferno erupted behind her, resembling a wall of fire that engulfed the sky. Within that inferno, a dragon's roar resonated. Witnessing this scene, the ice and snow beauty's face shifted. As if struck by a blow, she paled slightly, exclaiming, Well, I never expected that old fool would bestow the crimson flame dragon upon you. Dear sister, let us see if the crimson flame dragon can melt my ice dragon today. Alas, my ice and snow dragon has indeed frozen your blazing flame dragon. Yet, Vivian remained silent, suddenly raising her petite wand and delicately gesturing a few times. Instantly, the countless spaces around them began to warp. Dewey felt as though he was on a train in a past life, with the scenery around him rapidly retreating and transforming. When he finally managed to discern his surroundings, he found himself standing not in a military camp, but on the slopes of Half-Angle Mountain. Ha! My dear sister, you truly possess that endearingly naive disposition. You expended so much magical energy to conjure a teleportation spell to this very spot, out of concern that our battle might harm innocent souls. No doubt? Yet, with such a depletion of magic, how will you summon your flame dragon to engage in combat thereafter? The ice beauty scoffed, her voice a low murmur, and suddenly, the ice mountain shattered, a massive head emerged, followed by a colossal creature adorned with scales resembling glistening ice crystals. Gazing upon this behemoth, which was akin to a small mountain in size, with its peculiar horn and imposing form, enveloped in an aura of frost and chill, and claws the size of a carriage. Behind it were two wings that fluttered ominously. This, indeed, is the dragon of this world. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to cast your votes. An announcement. Jingguan has released a new book titled Food and Color Unmatched. Surprisingly set in an urban context. What a world we live in. Jingguan has shifted from fantasy to urban themes, while I, Xiao Wu, have transitioned from urban to fantasy. If you enjoyed the previous work, Beast Blood Boiling, do check out Jingguan's new book. Chapter 26. The outside world is terrifying. In the illustrious history of the Roland Empire, an esteemed emperor once uttered a famous adage: the imperial code is sacred and inviolable. Within the empire's dominion, all must adhere strictly to the constraints of the imperial code. That emperor later ushered in the most glorious era in the empire's history, renowned for its stringent laws and robust governance. However, it is said that alongside this well-known maxim, he privately appended a lesser-known caveat. While this additional statement was never recorded in any official documents, it has circulated widely through various channels. Everyone must abide by the imperial code. Yet there exist two exceptions. The first exception is the emperor himself. Imperial authority may, at times, supersede the code. The second exception is the sorcerers. Potent sorcerers often possess abilities far beyond those of mere mortals. And when such power reaches its zenith, they can even shift mountains and alter the fate of nations. Historical records indicate that those who have attained such formidable prowess are, in the eyes of mortals, akin to divine beings. These mighty individuals can level mountains with a mere gesture, summon storms and blizzards, or scorch expansive plains into arid deserts under the blazing sun. They can annihilate countless armies with a wave of their hand, conjuring disasters capable of obliterating entire nations. For such titans, the mundane laws of society are evidently insufficient to constrain them. and it is unrealistic to expect beings capable of cataclysmic destruction to adhere to secular statutes. Even without considering the legendary champions endowed with godlike powers, the duels between ordinary sorcerers can unleash localized calamities capable of ravaging a city. Historical accounts reveal that during the tumultuous and dark era before the continent's unification, the fierce confrontations between two sorcerers could directly annihilate a city-state. Following the establishment of the powerful and cohesive Roland Empire, large-scale conflicts diminished, and sorceress battles became increasingly rare. Nonetheless, throughout the empire's history, there remain records of sorcerers engaging in clandestine duels that inadvertently led to the destruction of a town or two. Yet, despite this, the imperial code has never enacted laws prohibiting sorcerers from dueling in public spaces. While ordinary citizens are bound by regulations against public brawls, sorcerers are exempt from such restrictions. Even the Sorcerers' Guild merely requests that sorcerers strive to settle personal grievances away from crowded areas. It is merely a request and lacks any binding regulations. Furthermore, the agreement between the Sorcerers' Guild and the Empire stipulates that any sorcerer of intermediate rank or above, regardless of their heinous deeds, must be judged collectively by the Empire, the Sorcerers' Guild, and the Temple of Light before any sentencing or punitive measures can be enacted. Otherwise, the Empire has no authority to arrest or convict any sorcerer of intermediate rank or higher. In the Empire's centuries-long history, there has never been a record of an intermediate sorcerer being punished for legal transgressions. This unequivocally underscores the exceptional status of sorcerers, a group endowed with extraordinary abilities that can transcend the law. Acting according to their whims with minimal constraints in the eyes of ordinary people, sorcerers embody such a presence, engendering both awe and a greater measure of fear. On this fateful night, nearly all the residents of Half-Angle City were jolted from their slumber by a tremendous uproar. The violent tremors roused many from their dreams, some even tumbling from their beds. The lamps overhead swayed, and the wooden doors of their homes creaked ominously. Countless individuals awoke in terror, struggling to maintain their footing amidst the violent quakes. In a panic, people rushed from their homes, only to find that the once pitch-black night was illuminated by a dazzling radiance on the horizon. The colossal light orb flickered ominously, accompanied by the distant roars of some unknown beast that instilled primal fear within their hearts. Waves of tremors emanated from beyond the city walls, as if heralding an unfathomable catastrophe. The tremors, coupled with the fiery glow in the sky and the chilling roars, sent the residents of Half-Angle City into a state of panic. What terrified them most was that after one particularly intense tremor, the northern city wall crumbled in part. The sound of the wall's collapse sent the populace into a frenzied rush throughout the city. In the distance, towards the direction of Half-Angle Mountain, two enormous orbs of light became visible to the naked eye, one silver, the other a fiery red. These two luminous spheres collided with ferocity, their impacts growing increasingly frequent. Each collision illuminating the night with a brilliance that overshadowed even the moon. Accompanying the dazzling light were deep, thunderous booms that sent shivers down their spines, each reverberation striking their hearts like a sledgehammer. Caught in the turmoil were the few remaining light infantry stationed within the city, tasked with patrolling the walls. These soldiers found themselves powerless to maintain order amidst the chaos, their numbers woefully insufficient, and their hearts equally filled with dread. The most alarming news soon reached them. Someone had raced to the garrison seeking aid, only to discover that the few cavalrymen left behind were injured and unconscious, including the esteemed knight Sir Span, who lay gravely wounded. The garrison was in disarray, with remnants of extinguished fires, as if it had recently been besieged. Panic-stricken, the populace began to surge toward the city's outskirts, some frantically climbing to higher ground. Just then, a sound akin to thunder rumbled from the direction of Half-Angle Mountain, followed by a series of crackling roars reminiscent of summer storm thunder. The mountain has collapsed. Half-Angle Mountain has crumbled. Uncertain of who cried out first, the disconcerting news swiftly spread through the crowd. Indeed, Half-Angle Mountain had collapsed. From a distance, the once visible peak that could be seen from the city walls now crumbled within their terrified gaze, collapsing as if it were mere sand. The fierce, blinding light could be seen even from dozens of miles away. Moreover, those with keen eyesight seemed to perceive within that blinding light two peculiar and colossal shadows dancing. For the denizens of Half-Angle City, this night was likely destined to become an indelible memory. Enveloped in an unknown terror, they awaited the dawn with a yearning akin to desperation. When the first rays of sunlight finally graced the horizon, the heart-stopping roar and the fierce radiance that had illuminated the night vanished at last. After waiting for over an hour, as the sense of an unfathomable calamity seemed to dissipate, the hearts of the people gradually settled. The valiant Sir Spawn and others, who had been rescued from the city's guard camp by soldiers seeking refuge in the dead of night, eventually roused from their slumber, including Robert and others. Faced with the overwhelming might of the sorceress, they had been rendered nearly defenseless, sustaining injuries that left them unconscious. Subsequently, under the magic of the ice and snow beauty, the entire hall had collapsed, taking down several of those struck by her power. The first to awaken from their rescue was, surprisingly, the Lady Knight Jolene. Having been injured during the daytime skirmish and losing significant blood, she had rested throughout the night, aided by some sleep-inducing potions administered by Salzger. Thus, it was she, despite her weakness from blood loss, who awoke first. Following her were Sir Robert, then Sir Spawn, and finally the guards of the Roland family. Upon realizing that both their young master and the terrifying female assailant were missing, panic ensued. After inquiring about the situation from those around them, the injured Robert, disregarding his scorched wounds, mustered his strength and gathered a few slightly less injured subordinates to prepare a carriage to Half-Angle Mountain. Learning of the disappearance of the young lord of the Roland family, Sir Spawn felt as if he had stepped off a precipice. Severely injured and unable to move, he could only command those still able in the guard to immediately follow Robert to the mountain. According to the accounts of the residents, it was highly likely that the dreadful female assailant had fled to Half-Angle Mountain. Simultaneously, Sir Spawn dispatched riders at full gallop from Half-Angle City to seek aid from the Guard's spring exercises. While promptly reporting the events occurring in Half-Angle City to the governor's office in Lyre Province, without delving into Sir Span's concerns for his future, let us focus on Sir Robert, who, despite enduring pain, traveled by carriage to the now desolate Half-Angle Mountain, accompanied by Lady Jolene. What lay before them was enough to leave even the most composed speechless. These individuals had previously traversed Half-Angle Mountain just a day prior, searching for magical beasts, their steps having covered the entire expanse of the mountain. When they had arrived yesterday, it was a quintessential ridge of the Southern Empire, a series of hills stretching for 3 to 4 miles. Blanketed in dense, lush forests, the mountain was U-shaped, with the highest peaks situated centrally, offering a panoramic view of the distant outlines of Half-Angle City. Yet now, as Robert and Jolene were helped down from the carriage, their mouths agape and eyes wide, they could scarcely believe the reality before them. Good heavens! If this were a nightmare, let it end swiftly, despite the assertions of a local guard swearing that this was indeed Half-Angle Mountain, or what was once its location. He too bore a look of utter bewilderment, his gaze tinged with fear. Before them lay not a mountain, but a vast circular pit, estimated to be 3 miles in diameter. Where had the mountain gone? This question churned in everyone's mind. The carriage halted at the very edge of this circular chasm, and Robert felt a chill seize him as he beheld the astonishing spectacle. This colossal circular pit appeared to be the aftermath of some violent explosion. It was likely, as surmised by the knights, that the entire mountain had been obliterated in the blast. Scattered around the edges of the pit were various peculiar stones of differing sizes, and the ground was a thick layer of sand. The original earth long since vanished. The pit itself was shallower at the periphery, deepening towards the center. What was even more disturbing was the nature of this immense pit. It seemed as though the divine had wielded an invisible pen, dividing it into 2 starkly contrasting halves. To the left of the center lay a thick expanse of ice, the surface appearing as if it had formed over millennia. The solid, frigid ground, along with a veneer of frost, had transformed everything within that half of the pit into a silvery realm. Even the surfaces of the stones were cloaked in a layer of ice crystals. Conversely, the right half of the pit presented an entirely opposite scene. If the left was a frozen wasteland, the right resembled a parched desert. It seemed as if every drop of moisture had been scorched away. The ground was strewn with fine, dry, and hard gravel, while areas devoid of sand bore the telltale cracks of extreme desiccation. Here, not a single drop of water could be found, and even the stones appeared to be fissured as if burned. Such a vast circular pit, with its left and right sides presenting utterly contradictory landscapes, instilled an inexplicable shock and fear in the hearts of all. A knight of strong character, Robert was the first among them to recover from the astonishment. I surmise that a fierce battle must have transpired here last night. The magnitude of this conflict is beyond our comprehension. The sorceress named Vivian is also nowhere to be found. It must have been she and that female assailant engaged in a fierce duel here. With a solemn expression, the knight analyzed. These matters we need not concern ourselves with. Our pressing issue is the whereabouts of the young master. He was not in the barracks. He had already vanished when we were rescued. Thus, he must have been abducted by the adversary, or worse. The remaining words lodged in Robert's throat. After all, if an entire mountain could be transformed into a pit, the sorceress's destructive power was formidable enough to make the disappearance of a few individuals seem trivial. Robert's countenance darkened to an extreme, yet he recognized his responsibilities. As the highest-ranking officer among them, he could not allow his subordinates to despair. Gritting his teeth, he asserted, "The situation may not be as dire as it seems. Perhaps the young master managed to escape, or possibly he was captured by the sorceress. Regardless, the most crucial task now is to locate him." The knight promptly issued 2 commands. First, those able to move should immediately search the area. Second, dispatch someone back to the Roland Castle in the Kotep province with a message. The situation had escalated beyond the control of Sir Robert and his companions. Where, indeed, was the young master? This question lingered in the minds of all. Meanwhile, what was Dewey doing? Dewey was engaged in an endeavor he had never before dared to dream of. He was riding a dragon, soaring through the skies upon the back of a dragon. The winds howled around him, nearly blinding him, forcing him to shield his face with his cloak. His hands clutched tightly at the dragon's raised scales, watching as the massive creature maneuvered swiftly through the clouds. The sensation ignited a sense of exhilaration within him that made him want to shout. "Please, please, please don't let go of its scales," came the pitiful voice of Vivian, the sorceress, who lay weakly on the dragon's back. Her frail form pressed against its side. Her delicate features were as pale as a sheet, utterly drained. Observing Dewey's tight grip on the dragon, she felt a pang of compassion. It might feel unhappy. Dragons are proud beings, and mine is still but a child. It doesn't like being held by its scales. What else can I hold on to? Dewey frowned, attempting to speak, but the wind rushed into his mouth, causing him to cough and quickly lower his head, casting a glance at the sorceress. "With such strong winds, if we don't find a secure spot to hold on, what will happen if we fall?" "Fine, I'll let go of its scales," he grumbled. "First, let us escape from your terrifying sister's pursuit. Once we're in a safe place, I'll make a bridle for it. A bridle? Oh, merciful gods. Please spare poor little Vivian, and forgive this dreadful creature as well. Does he truly think dragons are mere beasts to be ridden at will?" At that moment, the enormous crimson dragon beneath them suddenly emitted a mournful cry. Dewey's heart leapt in alarm as he exclaimed, "Oh no, your dragon seems to be faltering." Vivian also felt a pang of distress. The blazing sun is still just a young dragon. It has just sustained injuries and now bears the weight of 2 individuals. This magnificent dragon, entirely enveloped in scarlet, bore a ghastly wound on its left wing, rendering its flight somewhat clumsy as it struggled to maintain balance. As it flew, its body began to tilt precariously to one side. "Quick, think of a solution," Dewey shouted. "Otherwise, we shall plummet to our demise. All my belongings have been extorted from me." Vivian stammered, equally terrified and at a loss for words. Tears welled in her large eyes, and suddenly she burst into loud sobs. "Wah! The outside world is so frightening. Teacher, come save me. I want my mommy. I want my daddy. Please rescue poor little Vivian." Why is she suddenly not stuttering while crying? Dewey was nearly driven to the brink of frustration, almost falling from the dragon's back. At such a critical moment, she was behaving like a child, wailing for her parents. He scowled and uttered several reprimanding words. But at that moment, the dragon beneath them could no longer endure. It had fought valiantly throughout the night, expending nearly all of its magical energy, and now, bearing severe injuries while carrying its masters, it had reached its breaking point. With a mournful wail, Dewey suddenly felt a jarring weight pressing down on him. The dragon had begun to plummet from the sky. "Damn it, think of something quickly. Your dragon is failing. Wah! Daddy, Mommy, stop crying. If you keep this up, we will surely perish. Wah! Mommy, please save poor little Vivian." Thud, 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 when Dewey awoke. He felt as though his neck might snap. With a mere instinctive turn of his head, he was met with a sharp pain. Gradually, consciousness returned, and he realized that his body lay against the cold, muddy ground. As his awareness returned piece by piece, Dewey confirmed that he was still alive, that he refrained from making any sudden movements, lying still for a moment to assess whether his limbs and body were injured before struggling to sit up. His head still felt a bit dizzy. The last memory that lingered before his fainting was of the dragon succumbing to its wounds and plummeting from the sky. while that silly girl displayed none of the demeanor befitting an 8th-level sorceress. Instead, crying out for her mother in a moment of crisis, in the final moments, the dragon had summoned its remaining strength, desperately flapping its wings to maintain a semblance of balance, yet it was ultimately powerless to sustain itself. Hurtling towards the ground with its 2 passengers, later, the fragments of memory that remained in Du Wei's mind were a fall, a deafening crash, and trees. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he glanced around and sighed. The mighty dragon lay not far from him, its massive body creating a considerable crater in the earth. This area had once been a forest, now devastated by the dragon's fall, which had toppled numerous trees. At present, it lay quietly on the ground. Indeed, the dragon's scales were thick, and it bore no significant injuries, though the wound on its wing appeared to have worsened, likely due to the prolonged strain of flight. Now, the dragon lay in slumber, its entire crimson form faintly glowing with an ethereal light. Observing the dragon up close, even in its sleep, Du Wei could feel the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from this colossal creature. Perhaps this was the innate fear that humans held towards dangerous beasts. The sound of the dragon's breathing resembled a tempest, with black smoke wafting from its nostrils, reflecting on the fierce battle of the previous night. Du Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Witnessing such intensity firsthand was truly a feast for the eyes. It was far more authentic than the special effects seen in films from his past life. Regrettably, he had been unfortunate enough to fall victim to that ice and snow beauty's ploy. Vivian, the kind-hearted little fool, had expended considerable magical energy to cast a teleportation spell, relocating the battlefield far from the city to the distant Half-Corner Mountain. In her concern for innocent lives, while this act had spared many, her vast expenditure of magic left her unable to contend with her sister during the ensuing battle. Initially, both formidable sorcerers commanded the dragons to fight, with a fire dragon and an ice dragon evenly matched. However, as the battle progressed, it became clear that Vivian's magical reserves were waning, leading to her ultimate defeat. This little girl had displayed an excess of kindness, even forgetting to escape without dragging him along. She was indeed a conscientious child. Moreover, last night she had saved so many of his subordinates, and upon reflection, he felt guilty for being so harsh with her. Sighing, Du Wei glanced at Vivian, who lay not far from him, eyes closed, her long eyelashes gently fluttering. Thankfully, she seemed uninjured. Her breathing steadied. He approached her, gently patting her face. The little sorceress stirred in her sleep, mumbling incoherently, "Mommy, Daddy, I am the poor little Vivian." This little fool spoke without stuttering even in her sleep. Du Wei couldn't help but smile. She was still just a child, feeling a sense of gratitude for having survived this calamity. He patted her cheek again and softly said, "Hey, wake up. Please wake up." Vivian finally groggily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Du Wei's face so close to hers, she let out a startled yelp. Instantly springing upright, clutching her clothing tightly, she instinctively recoiled, her wide eyes fixed on Du Wei as if fearing he might harm her. Seeing Vivian's reaction, Du Wei couldn't help but chuckle, taking a step back and saying with a wry smile, "Esteemed sorceress, you have finally awakened. Our situation is rather dire." Vivian shook her head, fully regaining her senses, and suddenly cried out, "My dragon!" Spotting the slumbering crimson dragon nearby, she leaped forward, throwing herself onto its claws. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, "My blazing sun, my beloved blazing sun that my teacher gifted me." Upon noticing the dragon's wounds, Vivian began rummaging through her robe, but after a moment, she realized that her empty satchel had been completely emptied by Du Wei's earlier extortion. With no magical materials to aid her, she quickly spread her hands and began chanting a series of spells in rapid succession. A faint, milky white light emanated from her hands, yet the glow was so dim that even Du Wei, who possessed no magical ability, could discern that something was amiss. Vivian paused, inhaling deeply, her expression becoming markedly serious. This time, she recited the incantation word by word, her voice low and deliberate. The white light in her hands intensified slightly, and under its glow, the dragon's wound began to heal ever so slightly. It seemed to be a healing spell, yet ultimately the light was far too feeble, barely encompassing the minuscule space around Vivian's palm. In comparison to the massive dragon, such a diminutive healing spell was woefully insufficient. Furthermore, Vivian's spell was only able to mend a small portion of the gash on the dragon's claw, and she soon swayed, her complexion paling as she collapsed to the ground, shaking her head vigorously. She stared at her empty hands in disbelief. "My magic. It doesn't work anymore. Dewey was taken aback. What did you say? My magic. It doesn't work anymore, Vivian replied, her voice trembling with tears. Doesn't work anymore? Dewey was surprised. He had hoped the sorceress would swiftly heal the dragon so they could escape. The surrounding woods were silent, and he had no idea what kind of place they had ended up in. In the chaotic moments of fleeing for their lives, they had no notion of the direction they were heading, wandering aimlessly through the night. Is your magical energy depleted? Are you lacking in mental strength? Dewey inquired cautiously. You should meditate for a while to replenish your magic, he suggested. No, that's not it. That I can feel my magic, but I just can't cast any spells. Vivian's voice trembled as she spoke. This revelation left Dewey momentarily stunned. After a moment's thought, he furrowed his brow and asked, Has your magic failed you? Why not try other spells? Vivian promptly attempted a few spells, but the outcome was disheartening for both of them. For reasons unknown, her magical prowess had inexplicably diminished to an alarming degree. The fire spell she attempted produced only a couple of feeble fireballs, leaving her utterly exhausted. Moreover, she was unable to perform any advanced spells, such as the Azure Flame movement, at all. Even the most basic spells drained her mental energy significantly, resulting in only the weakest of manifestations, with their potency reduced by at least half. Vivian was genuinely terrified. Her sole innate talent had always been magic. Her only source of reliance was her extraordinary magical abilities. Yet now, a staggering 99% of that power had vanished. How could this not instill fear in the young girl? Her eyes widened, and she was rendered speechless for a long moment. Dewey was equally astonished, though he could only attribute it to the fact that this foolish girl might have fallen victim to some spell cast by that icy beauty during the battle. Or perhaps she had sustained an injury. With her magical abilities stripped away, her already timid nature had shrunk to that of a mouse. She could barely muster the courage to form a complete sentence. Looking at Dewey with sheer terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dewey, feeling helpless, could only offer her gentle reassurances. You must have been injured, or perhaps your sister has cast some spell on you. It's all right. Your magical prowess is formidable, and it will surely return in time. Besides, don't you have a remarkable teacher? I'm certain your teacher will have a way to help you recover. Mentioning her teacher seemed to provide Vivian with some solace. Her profound admiration and trust for him allowed her to stand up resolutely. I want to go back and see my teacher. All right, Dewey replied. I shall return as well, but we must be cautious of your sister. She has been pursuing us relentlessly, and we only managed to shake her off at dawn. With your magical abilities diminished, we would be powerless against her should we encounter her again. He gestured towards the injured dragon. Can your dragon still fly? Vivian shook her head and struggled to explain to Dewey. After being injured, a dragon can gradually recover through its own magic, even without external magical assistance, but the process is quite slow. This dragon, having sustained severe injuries, will likely require at least a year or more of sleep to heal. With their hopes of departing on the dragon dashed, Dewey sighed and resolved to explore the surroundings to ascertain their location. Ideally, he hoped to reach the edge of the forest and, with good fortune, encounter a local or two to inquire about the nearest town. However, the dragon remained motionless, resting to regain its strength, while Vivian adamantly refused to leave her beloved Sunfire. Dewey, feeling somewhat indebted to this foolish girl, softened his demeanor and set off alone to scout the area. Breaking a twig to clear his path, he chose a direction and ventured forth. Careful not to stray too far, merely seeking to explore. Today, however, seemed to be a day of mixed fortune for Dewey. His plan to escape the forest unfolded smoothly, as he emerged after less than half an hour into an expansive vista. Upon breaking through the last line of trees and gazing upon the beach ahead, Dewey was momentarily taken aback. Have we really flown all the way to the seaside? He pondered, but without lingering on the thought. He turned back to as he walked. An unsettling feeling began to creep in, prompting him to hurriedly return to where Vivian and the dragon rested. Breathless and anxious, he called out to the young sorceress. Quick! Can you still use your flying spell? You must ascend and survey the surrounding terrain. Hurry! Vivian hesitated for a moment, but seeing Dewey's panicked and breathless expression, she complied. However, her wind-based flying spell could only sustain her for approximately 10 seconds at most. Yet that brief moment proved sufficient. Vivian soared into the sky, reaching a considerable height before plummeting back down in a state of sheer panic. Fortunately, Dewey was there to catch her, and they both tumbled to the ground. With Vivian landing in Dewey's arms, this time, however, she did not hastily push him away. Her face had drained of color as she realized something even more terrifying. Here on an island. Meanwhile, that evening, the townspeople of Half Corner were diligently engaged in repairing the city walls. At that moment, a cloud of dust rose in the distance along the main road outside the city. Amidst the swirling dust, a troop of cavalry raced towards Half Corner. Clad in the standard armor of the Imperial local garrison, they charged straight into the city. I demand to see your highest officer, the cavalry captain, a 5th-level knight of the Empire, bellowed from his mount. Soon, Sir Span, his body partially bound in bandages, was brought forth. The cavalry captain glanced at Span and inclined his body slightly. Esteemed knight, I am Gorin, the deputy commander of the 2nd Cavalry Regiment under the direct jurisdiction of the governor of Riel Province. By the governor's orders, from this moment forth, the area within a 300-mile radius of Half Corner is to be designated a military control zone. I hereby assume the highest command here. He spoke. Gorin tossed a document towards Span. This is a letter personally signed by the governor. Span, surprised, asked, Is the governor nearby? No, the governor is in the capital, Gorin replied, his expression grim as he regarded the injured Span. He sighed. Sir Knight, I must remind you that you have found yourself in grave trouble. The eldest son of Count Raymond, the vice president of the Imperial Command, has gone missing under your jurisdiction. The governor was deeply shocked upon learning this, and, regarding your serious dereliction of duty, I suggest you brace yourself for what is to come. The urgent appointment document was transmitted directly to the various military units participating in the spring exercises through the magical transmission array of the Magic Guild. According to the governor's decree, the 30,000 local garrison troops of Riel Province are to cease the spring exercises immediately and commence an all-encompassing search for the whereabouts of the young master of the Rolling family. Furthermore, regarding your report of the public assault on the local military camp by a sorcerer, you should prepare yourself as well. It is highly likely the governor will summon you to the capital to testify during the trial. You must understand that your report might escalate tensions between the Imperial military and the Magic Guild. Span's countenance turned ashen. He realized his prospects within the army were likely over. The local garrison camp he was responsible for had been attacked by a sorcerer, resulting in the disappearance of the young master of the Rolling family. Although it was difficult to place the blame solely on him, after all, as a mere 4th-level knight, he was powerless against such a formidable sorcerer. Someone had to take responsibility for this monumental disaster. Span saluted, striving to stand tall despite his injuries, which made him sweat from the pain, yet he maintained his composure. Thank you for your warning, sir. I shall adhere to every command issued by the governor. I will now relinquish command here to you. When shall I depart for the capital? Immediately, Gorin commanded. Observing Span with a hint of exasperation, he raised his voice. By the 2nd order of the governor, Sir Span, deputy commander of the local garrison cavalry, is hereby stripped of his deputy post due to severe dereliction of duty. All officers of the local garrison cavalry in Half Corner are to be demoted by 1 rank. I expect each of you to redeem yourselves and atone for your failures through meritorious service. Sir Span, you must set forth immediately. The governor desires your arrival in the capital before sunset tomorrow evening. Observing the multitude of injuries upon Sir Span, Sir Golan felt a sudden stir of empathy and murmured, Sir Span, I am acutely aware that the blame for this incident does not rest upon your shoulders. Given the wounds you bear, I privately surmise that you have exerted yourself to the utmost. I shall report all that I have witnessed, and I firmly believe you have not been derelict in your duties, but rather that the situation has vastly exceeded your capacity to manage. Thank you, Sir Span sighed, shaking his head. Indeed, I have my shortcomings. Very well, Your Excellency. Sir Robert of the Rolling family is stationed at the garrison just outside the city. I believe it is imperative for you to meet with him. Beyond that, there is little else to convey. As the soldiers removed Sir Span's helmet and the insignia of Imperial officer from his battered form, Sir Golan could not help but reflect inwardly. Span, do you comprehend the magnitude of the consequences your report has instigated? On the surface, it appears to be merely a matter of the Rolling family's young heir being abducted by a sorceress. However, even a noble scion such as he could hardly justify deploying 30,000 local garrison troops to search for him. The root of this dilemma lies in the discord between the military and the Mage Guild. Although sorcerers are generally acknowledged as an exalted group above the law, this instance marks a brazen attack upon the Imperial local garrison by one of their own. Such conduct is viewed with utmost severity by the Imperial military. It is a blatant provocation against the Empire. Moreover, it could even be interpreted as an act of treason. At present, the governor's aides in the capital of Lyre Province are in an uproar over this matter. One can only imagine the uproar this report will incite once it reaches the military command. The Empire's leadership has always harbored discontent towards the Mage Guild's tendency to operate above imperial law, believing that the privileges afforded to sorcerers are excessively generous. This incident will undoubtedly strain the relationship between the military and the Mage Guild. Rumor has it that His Majesty the Emperor has also expressed dissatisfaction with the Mage Guild in recent years, particularly due to their insufficient support during the Southern Navy expedition. The Emperor is contemplating diminishing the annual concessions granted to the Mage Guild, and as soon as news of this assault reached the capital of Lyre Province, it ignited considerable outrage among the officers of the military. Even before Sir Golan set forth, over 1,000 officers of the local garrison had co-signed a petition demanding that the governor compel the Mage Guild to punish the assailant. However, prosecuting a sorcerer, especially a high-ranking one, is unprecedented in the annals of the Empire. Having seen off Sir Span, who, despite his myriad injuries, was compelled to embark on a hasty carriage journey to the capital of Lyre Province under the governor's stern orders, Sir Golan swiftly took command of the city defenses and allocated men to expedite the repair of the walls that had collapsed during last night's earthquake. He then proceeded to the garrison outside the city, where he encountered Sir Robert, who was returning to change horses. Sir Robert, also bearing numerous wounds, was nonetheless striving to maintain his composure. He had been tirelessly patrolling the area throughout the day, his body weary yet his spirit indomitable. His steed, however, could endure no longer and required replacement. Sir Golan promptly conferred with Sir Robert, and after a brief exchange, learned that the local garrison had mobilized for a large-scale search. Sir Robert exhaled a sigh of relief. I believe the Rolling family's private forces should also be assembling. Their light cavalry should reach Lyre Province by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. The implications of this situation are profound. It seems that Sir Robert, being a loyal retainer of the Rolling family, is well acquainted with the circumstances. He interjected, is it the impact of the sorcerer's assault on the military camp? Indeed, Sir Golan replied slowly, I have brought 1,000 cavalry with me, and the main force is still gathering. For the time being, command over the surrounding 300 miles belongs to me. However, to be frank, I harbor little confidence. Yet, the governor has issued a strict decree. We must locate Master Dove. Sir Golan glanced around, lowering his voice, because, in the confidential letter the governor entrusted to me, it was stated, although the repercussions will be swift, I suspect that those in higher echelons will not dare to confront the Mage Guild directly. At most, they will seize this opportunity to impose some pressure, but no significant action will follow. Even His Majesty the Emperor is likely wary of provoking the Mage Guild too rashly. It is merely a fade they will maintain, issuing some public statements of condemnation, and most likely, the matter will be downplayed. Although the military has suffered an attack, there have been no fatalities, which leaves some leeway for reconciliation. However, that young nobleman is the crux of the issue. To put it bluntly, if Master Dove were to meet with any misfortune, this matter would be exceedingly difficult to resolve. Sir Robert, you understand my words, do you not? Sir Robert pondered for a moment before nodding. If, heaven forbid, Master Dove were to come to harm, then, considering the Rolling family's stature, the death of the Count's eldest son would certainly not be overlooked, even if the Count is said to have little affection for this son. The death of a scion of the Rolling family would compel him to pursue justice for the sake of the family's honor. How could the illustrious Rolling family, with its centuries of martial glory, allow itself to be so casually violated and humiliated? If they could tolerate the murder of their own son, it would undoubtedly tarnish the family's reputation from the perspective of the family patriarch. The Count would assuredly seek retribution, should the Count remain resolute. The Rolling family's influence and connections within the imperial military could galvanize significant support. If this leads to direct confrontation between the military and the Mage Guild, it would spell considerable trouble. Thus, the key to diffusing this situation lies in whether we can recover Master Dove. What is the Mage Guild's response? Sir Robert inquired. The Mage Guild? Humph. Sir Golan's tone was tinged with disdain, clearly reflecting his dissatisfaction with the Mage Guild following this incident. What more could they possibly say? The response from the Mage Guild in the capital of Lyre Province is that they will handle this matter internally. Did you hear that? Internally. A brazen assault on the imperial military. This is outright rebellion and treason, and they expect us to be satisfied with a mere internal handling. The Mage Guild has always been protective of their own, and their so-called internal resolutions often lead to nothing. These arrogant individuals believe that the Empire cannot function without the assistance of sorcerers. Sir Robert contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, Sir Golan. I believe that merely searching within a 300-mile radius may not suffice. The sorceress who attacked the military camp is far more powerful than we can fathom. I suspect she has long since fled beyond that range. Therefore, I recommend. I am aware, Sir Golan nodded. Although the governor's order specifies a 300-mile radius, he has informed me through a confidential letter that the scope can be appropriately extended. It would not be an issue to venture beyond Lyre Province, as he has already contacted the local officials in surrounding areas. Furthermore, as you know, traveling 300 miles brings us to the sea. The governor has even requested the support of the Imperial Navy. Given the Rolling family's deep ties with the Navy, I believe we will have no trouble securing their assistance. Sir Robert forced a smile. I just hope Master Dove is faring well. How is Dove faring? Not well? Very poorly. Dove's shoes are in tatters. The luxurious lambskin boots typical of nobility are ill-suited for traversing the forest, and the hems of his trousers have been torn by thorns. He leans heavily upon a sharpened wooden staff, which serves both as a cane and a weapon. Now, without the powerful sorceress's magic, he is but an adolescent, and both must remain vigilant for any lurking beasts in the woods, although staying close to the dragon is the safest option. They still need to scout for sustenance and fresh water. After circling the island, Dove has nearly concluded that the majority of the terrain is densely wooded. His throat is parched, yet what troubles him most is their failure to find a single drop of fresh water. There seems to be no springs or freshwater lakes in sight. Alas, the island is not extensive. From one end to the other, it is merely a bit of a flattened circle, and it took them only half a day to traverse its length. Based on Dove's estimations, the island's diameter is about 5 miles. A small island indeed. That on such an island, if there were no fresh water, Dewey could only shake his head and sigh. The pressing issue now was that they could no longer rely on that dragon. The hope of riding it away from here was futile. Furthermore, this foolish girl had lost her magic. Her flight spell could sustain her for no more than a few seconds before she would plummet. And all around them was nothing but the vast, unfathomable sea. The two were trapped on this small island. If they could not find food and water, they would surely perish within 2 days. Behind him, Vivian followed Dewey with a look of utter despair. The young sorceress was consumed with fear, stranded on this unfamiliar deserted island, stripped of the magic she had always depended upon. And now, her heart was filled with profound confusion and anxiety. This moment, it seemed that the little nobleman who had always bullied her was her only source of an odd sense of security. Thus, when Dewey suggested they scout the terrain, Vivian insisted on accompanying him, even though staying by the dragoness side would have been far safer. After all, what ferocious beast would dare approach a dragon? Having lost her magic and walked a considerable distance, Vivian's feet were aching, and she suspected blisters might have formed on the soles of her feet. However, upon glancing at the sullen-faced young nobleman, she refrained from voicing her discomfort and merely furrowed her brow as she trailed behind him. Although Dewey himself felt a bit agitated, he noticed the frown on the little girl's face. After walking such a long way, it was certainly exhausting for a delicate girl like her. Let's take a break, Dewey sighed, using a stick to probe the surrounding bushes to ensure there were no snakes lurking. Before helping Vivian to sit down, Vivian's feet were in such pain that tears were welling up in her eyes. She had never imagined how delightful it would feel to sit down. Dewey pondered for a moment, then removed his outer coat, quickly tearing it into several strips before handing them to Vivian. Here, your leather boots have hard soles, so it's no wonder your feet hurt after walking so far. Wrap these cloths around your feet. It should feel a bit softer. Thank you, she replied, her expression somewhat embarrassed. Is there any way we can leave this place? Dewey smiled bitterly. He did not wish to further dishearten this young girl. First, we need to find food and water. We can figure out the rest slowly. He paused, adopting a serious demeanor. After walking all day, I can confirm a few things. Firstly, based on the wind direction, I can ascertain that we are experiencing the spring monsoon over the sea. This leads me to conclude that we are on an island in the eastern sea of the Empire. Furthermore, considering the vegetation here, we are likely still in the southern part of the Empire, possibly in the waters just east of the Lyre Province. At this point, Dewey's expression turned peculiar. I am quite concerned about one thing. What is it? Vivian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Have you noticed, despite our long journey, we have traversed half of this island, yet we have not encountered a single animal, not even a snake or a mouse. It's as if this island is devoid of life. Not only are there no ground animals, but listen, Du Wei raised his hand to his ear in a listening posture. His tone eerie. You notice how, on such a large island, amid such dense woods, there are not even the sounds of birds. There are no animals on the ground, not even birds in the sky. It is utterly strange. As the sun began to set, Du Wei's search finally bore fruit. He discovered a small puddle deep within the western woods of the island. This puddle was likely a remnant of the rainy season. With no wild beasts on the island, the area surrounding the puddle was relatively sheltered from sunlight. Du Wei cautiously examined the vicinity and found no signs of animal activity. After tasting the water and confirming it was fresh, he felt a sense of relief. The two thirsty youths immediately disregarded their appearances and rushed to the puddle, drinking greedily. The cool water, slightly peculiar in taste, quenched their parched throats, prompting Du Wei to exhale a contented sigh as the refreshing sensation coursed down his throat, making him shiver with pleasure. After satisfying their thirst, Du Wei promptly removed his sheepskin boots to wash them in the puddle. What are you doing? Vivian blinked at him, puzzled by his actions. Washing my shoes. Du Wei replied nonchalantly, continuing his task, and then using them to collect water. Collecting water. With shoes? Vivian's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Of course, Du Wei smirked. Can you find any other vessel to hold water? Do you have a bottle or a jar? Since you don't, we have no choice but to use the shoes. My boots are made of sheepskin, which is quite waterproof. He glanced at the little fool. Stop frowning. This is our only option. We don't know how long we'll be stuck in this wretched place, that we can't stay here guarding this puddle. We must head to the coast. If you find my shoes too smelly, you're welcome to remove your own shoes to collect water. Vivian, still a bit dazed, was urged by Du Wei. Hurry up, unless you want to drink the water from my shoes tomorrow. Perhaps it was his last remark that spurred the poor Vivian into action. She hurriedly fumbled to remove her shoes. The young sorceress's shoes were also made of leather, seemingly of finer quality than Du Wei's sheepskin boots. Once she took them off, she appeared somewhat flustered. Her feet were clad in white socks, now stained with blood, as it seemed the day's journey had resulted in blisters, some of which had burst. Soon, the young sorceress mimicked Du Wei's actions and quickly began washing her shoes in the puddle. She scrubbed fervently, but after a while, Du Wei grew impatient. 2 washes are sufficient. Why are you washing them so many times? My shoes are dirty. Du Wei chuckled, observing the innocent girl. Look, the puddle isn't large. There's only so much water. You can wash your shoes, but the water will become dirty, and in the end, you'll still be drinking this water. Vivian was taken aback, then pouted with a look of utter dismay as she filled her boots with water. But, do we really have to drink this? When you're parched tomorrow, even water 10 times dirtier than this, you'll drink it without hesitation. Du Wei replied flatly. All right, let us head back. On the way back, Du Wei continued to clear a path with his long stick. But after a while, he noticed that the young sorceress had fallen further behind. He paused, frowning at her. You'd better hurry. Time is not on our side. Once the sun sets completely, this place will be engulfed in darkness, and it will be even more difficult for us to navigate. It'll be hard to discern directions in the woods at night. Vivian nodded vigorously and quickened her pace, but after a few steps, she couldn't help but cry out in pain. My feet. It hurts so much. Du Wei frowned and approached her, lowering his gaze. The delicate soles of her feet had been pierced by thorns in several places, and her once smooth ankles and dainty toes were now smeared with mud and streaked with blood. Sighing, Du Wei felt a twinge of helplessness. It was indeed unfair to make such a fragile girl walk barefoot through the underbrush. With a stern expression, he hung both shoes around his neck and turned slightly, bending down. Get on. Huh? I said get on. Du Wei's back was to the young sorceress, his voice still cold. Hurry, we can't waste time. I'll carry you back? But, no buts. Listen, little girl, we need to hurry back to the dragon before nightfall. We are unfamiliar with this island, and who knows what else might be lurking here. Neither of us has the means to protect ourselves. We need to move quickly. Now, no more talking. Get on. Du Wei's stern tone left the poor Vivian with no room for argument. She quickly followed his example, hanging her shoes around her neck before obediently climbing onto his back. As Du Wei carried the young sorceress for a few steps, he felt the strain. Despite his mature mind, this body was still that of a frail teenager, one who had always been weak and sickly. Thank you. After walking for a while, the young sorceress on his back suddenly stammered a low remark, her voice barely audible to Du Wei. That he merely grunted in response, choosing not to speak. Thus, under the cloak of nightfall on this desolate island, the unfortunate Vivian lay upon the back of a stranger, gazing upward at the inky sky visible through the dense tangle of branches and leaves, while looking down revealed the boy's arduous progress. Accompanied by the sound of his labored breathing, Vivian suddenly felt that this seemingly brutish noble, who had been bullying her and spoke so harshly, was not quite as terrifying as she had initially thought. Upon returning to the site of their unfortunate crash, they found the colossal dragon still in slumber. According to Vivian's stammered explanation along the way, the dragon, having sustained injuries, fell into a deep sleep to recuperate slowly, a process during which it required neither food nor drink. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Du Wei. Otherwise, the scant fresh water they had would scarcely suffice for a human, let alone nourish a dragon. After struggling back to their makeshift campsite, Du Wei unceremoniously dropped the young sorceress onto the ground before collapsing beside her. Gasping for breath, "I can't go on anymore," he wheezed, akin to a dying man. His body feeling limp and powerless, lamenting, "In the past, I could have sprinted 1,000 meters, even while carrying a girl or cradling one in my arms. But this body now is far too weak." Vivian, having been unceremoniously set down, did not cry out in pain this time. Instead, she sat up, observing Du Wei's labored state. Suddenly, the little fool jumped to her feet, flailing about as she plucked a large leaf from a nearby tree. Then quietly settled beside Du Wei, raising her small hand to fan him gently. After catching his breath, Du Wei looked at Vivian and asked, "What are you doing?" I see that you seem very tired." "So I am fanning you," she replied earnestly with wide eyes. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Du Wei found her endearing despite her foolishness. "Thank you, but don't you realize it's early spring? The weather is still quite chilly." He gently took the large leaf from her hands, observing the flush on her cheeks, then added, "All right, we need to start a fire. Otherwise, the cold tonight will be unbearable. With our current resources, if you fall ill from the chill, it could spell disaster." In truth, the issue of nighttime cold was not insurmountable. They could simply sleep beside the dragon. After all, it was a fire dragon. However, the thought of lying next to such a massive creature, risking being crushed if it turned in its sleep, was daunting. Moreover, Vivian would likely become the first sorceress in history to be crushed by her own magical pet. Du Wei gathered sufficient branches and leaves, prompting the sorceress to cast a small fire spell, as her magical abilities had dwindled to this mere flicker of power. Igniting the branches, they ventured to the beach where Du Wei constructed a sizable bonfire. Stacking the wood high to ensure a fierce blaze in the enveloping darkness, the bright flames were likely visible from afar. Du Wei sighed. This was their only hope. He could only wish for a passing ship to spot their fire and send assistance. A glimmer of hope that perhaps they might yet be rescued. Having accomplished all of this, Du Wei was utterly exhausted, sprawling out on the beach with a long sigh. Just then, a gurgling sound startled him, followed by another. Sitting up, he cast a bemused glance at Vivian. "I'm sorry. It's my stomach," she said, her face aglow in the firelight, a hint of embarrassment as she clutched her belly. "I'm hungry." "So am I," Du Wei sighed. "Unfortunately, at this location, we haven't encountered any small animals. Otherwise, catching a couple for an outdoor barbecue would be delightful." "What about wild fruits?" she suggested, her hunger perhaps sharpening her wits slightly. "Look around. Do you see any fruit trees? Not even a bramble of berries exists, only leaves and wild grasses," Du Wei replied, exasperated. "Do you think I need you to point that out? Then, what about fish?" Vivian pleaded, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. "There must be fish in the sea, right?" Du Wei shrugged, observing her intently. "Can you swim?" She shook her head. "Neither can I," he replied with a wry smile, "that I'm just as much a landlubber as you are. I've already scoured the shoreline during the day and found only empty shells and sea snails, unless your stomach can digest hard shells. But I'm so hungry." Vivian pouted, her eyes blinking at him in desperation. "I can't help that. We'll have to sleep for now. In the morning, I'll find a long branch and see if I can catch some fish in the shallow waters. But for now, it's dark and we both can't swim. We might drown, and that would be disastrous." Vivian sighed, resigned to sit quietly beside him. "Let us talk. Chatting can help distract us from hunger." Du Wei smiled. "We haven't formally gotten to know each other yet. Speaking of which, we are now somewhat like comrades in adversity. What does it mean to really know someone? For instance," Du Wei mused, hugging his knees as he gazed at the stars. "You seem quite young, not much older than I am. How did you become a grand sorceress? That's quite an impressive feat." I don't know," Vivian replied, mirroring his posture and softly sighing. "I've been with my teacher since I was little. I've never been outside. This is my second time." Du Wei turned to glance at this little fool, suddenly chuckling. Actually, your voice is rather pleasant, sweet and soft. If only you didn't stutter, it would be even more delightful. That I'm sorry. I don't do it on purpose, Vivian said, her cheeks reddening. That I've just always struggled to speak. In truth, the more you stutter, the more you should practice speaking. With time, it will surely improve, Dewey encouraged. Now, tell me about yourself. How did you become an 8th level sorceress at such a young age? You must be quite unique in the entire empire. Vivian looked at him, bewildered. Dewey sighed, a wry smile on his lips. Hey, I'm complimenting you. At least give me some acknowledgement. I'm sorry, she stammered. Flustered once more. Foolish girl, he shook his head. It seems you know little beyond magic. He patiently conversed with Vivian for a while, as she struggled to share some details about her life. She, Vivian Yang, had been learning magic alongside her teacher since she could remember. However, when Dewey inquired about her teacher's identity, the little fool stubbornly refused to divulge even a hint, despite his attempts to coax her. It seemed prudent to consider her teacher as a reclusive sage. Vivian had lived in a secluded place with her teacher, situated deep within the mountains. For over a decade, she had ventured out only twice, spending nearly all her time at home studying magic. Her daily routine consisted of learning various magical concepts, memorizing intricate and esoteric spells, and assisting her teacher with laundry. Do you wash clothes? Dewey chuckled. You can do that? He playfully took her delicate hand to examine it. Such soft hands hardly seem suited for household chores. That I can, she insisted, her cheeks flushing, unsure if it was due to his disbelief or the contact. I can use magic to wash. Just cast a spell, and the clothes will clean themselves. Oh, does that not resemble a washing machine? Dewey felt a stir in his heart. Vivian's 2 outings began with her teacher escorting her to the headquarters of the Magic Guild in the imperial capital, where she participated in a secret, private magical level assessment. Before that assessment, her teacher had proclaimed that he wanted the fools of the Magic Guild to be left agape, to realize the magnitude of the genius he had nurtured. The result was that the several wizards responsible for the assessment indeed nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. For, from a magical perspective, Vivian was indeed a prodigy among prodigies. A 14-year-old 8th level wizard. Such a feat was unprecedented in the annals of wizardry. That was a year ago. Vivian felt a bit shy. Those wizards initially wanted me to stay in the imperial capital, but my teacher said there was no one to wash the clothes at home, so he brought me back. Humph, your teacher did not want you to be lured away by the people of the Magic Guild. Dewey, of course, was not as naive as Vivian. An 8th level wizard was a significant figure anywhere. How many wizards of that caliber could there be even within the Magic Guild? Humph, and you are so young. Vivian blinked her eyes, struggling to comprehend Dewey's words, but she soon brightened up. That assessment, I passed. My teacher was very pleased, and he gifted me the blazing sun. That dragon. Yes, as Vivian spoke of her magical pet, her face lit up with excitement. That's it. Dewey sighed. What kind of person was her teacher to give away a dragon as a gift? This was no mere cat or dog. It was a dragon. Meanwhile, Vivian had stayed at her teacher's secluded abode for a whole year, diligently studying magic and washing clothes. Recently, her second venture into the outside world was to retrieve the fearsome phantom beast that had escaped. Which was her teacher's pet? Wait, Dewey suddenly jumped up, a flicker of excitement on his face as he looked at Vivian. Where is that phantom beast? It's still with you, right? Vivian nodded, untying her robe to reveal a small cage hanging from her waist, within which the phantom beast was confined. Oh, Belly, you are saved. Dewey's eyes gleamed with a hungry light, swallowing hard. Hey, little silly girl, we won't have to starve anymore. This little creature looks plump and delectable. Although there are no seasonings here, after skinning it and roasting it, it should taste quite delightful. Vivian blinked, taking a long time to grasp Dewey's words, before suddenly shrieking. Ah. No, you can't eat my Chio-Chio. It's my teacher's pet. If you eat it, Dewey shouted loudly. We've been hungry all day. If we go on like this, none of us will have the strength to go on tomorrow. And who knows if we can even catch fish. No. Don't eat my Chio-Chio. Vivian clutched the small cage tightly to her chest, refusing to let Dewey take it. Don't eat my Chio-Chio. Humph. Then let's eat your dragon, Dewey declared loudly. With such a large creature, cutting off a piece of meat wouldn't kill it, right? Eat the dragon? Vivian felt herself on the verge of fainting. Just when she thought this little noble seemed rather decent, he suddenly transformed into a demon. Eat a dragon? Oh, merciful deity, Have pity on poor little Vivian. In my lifetime, I have never heard of anyone daring to consider a dragon as food. No, no, don't eat my blazing sun. No, no, don't eat my Chocho. Seeing Du Wei's fierce expression, Vivian unleashed her tears that Du Wei, helpless, gazed at the sobbing little girl and could only shake his head. This won't do. That won't do. Fine. Tonight, we will indulge you. Tomorrow, I will try to catch fish. If I fail, we cannot starve to death. If my life is lost, then nothing else matters. If it comes to it, then we will have to resort to the phantom beast. At that moment, it was not only Vivian who cried. Even the plump little phantom beast in the cage trembled in fear, its big, bean-sized eyes foolishly staring at Du Wei, its rotund body curling up in fright. After hearing Du Wei's words, Vivian felt somewhat relieved, but she quickly began to pray in her heart. Merciful deity, please bless poor little Vivian, so that this demon can catch some fish tomorrow. Oh no. Not because poor little Vivian is greedy, but merely to save Chocho's life. If possible, little Vivian could do without fish, or perhaps just eat a small piece. Please, merciful deity. However, I am also very hungry, and Vivian longs for fish as well. When morning came, the campfire had long since extinguished, and a faint wisp of smoke lingered over the ashes. Du Wei felt a chill and shifted his body, only to discover something nestled in his embrace. Looking down, he found that Vivian had unknowingly burrowed into his arms while he slept, the little wizard slumbering soundly, though seeming a bit cold, curled up tightly, her small hands even slipping into Du Wei's clothing. Seeking warmth, it appeared that in her sleep, she had instinctively sought refuge in his embrace. Driven by the need for warmth, Du Wei sighed. He chose not to wake the girl immediately. Instead, he gently removed his clothing and draped it over her before setting her down and standing up. As he lifted his head, Du Wei's expression changed dramatically. No. Damn it. No. On the desolate island at dawn, Du Wei let out a shout of anger and frustration. Thick fog enveloped the sea before him, a heavy mist that seemed to cloak the world in a dense white veil. The air was laden with moisture, and under such fog, the vast ocean was utterly obscured. In such dire conditions, the visibility at sea was likely less than 10 meters. How could Du Wei not feel anxious, trapped on this barren island with no food and only a meager supply of fresh water? He desperately needed to leave. Thus, his only hope lay in the chance that other vessels might pass by the island and rescue them. For that reason, Du Wei resolved to ignite a fire on the beach, burning continuously day and night to attract any passing ships with smoke and flames, should any vessels be nearby. Yet now, faced with such dense fog, Du Wei felt his heart sink, with visibility so low. Even if he lit a fire here, any passing vessels would be unable to see it in this ghastly weather. The despair deepened as he recalled his knowledge. Generally, such fog at sea often lingers for quite some time. While fog on land might clear within a day, at sea, it could persist for 3 to 5 days without abating. 3 to 5 days. Du Wei sighed within himself. Do I have 3 to 5 days left? So far, I have not even had a morsel to eat. Vivian, startled awake by Du Wei's outburst, looked at his darkened expression, her heart filled with unease. Du Wei remained silent as he quickly gathered branches from around, piling them up before igniting a fire, striving to make it burn brightly and fiercely. He then scurried about, collecting more branches to throw in front of Vivian. Hey, you keep an eye on the fire. If it weakens at all, add more wood immediately. We cannot let the fire diminish, let alone extinguish. Do you understand? At the same time, be vigilant for any ships on the sea. If you spot one, find a way to attract their attention, whether by making the fire larger or using magic to shoot fireballs into the sky. I understand. Vivian nodded, but soon a look of confusion crossed her face. In this thick fog, can we see any ships? Can the ships see us? Du Wei sighed, not answering her question. Just do as I say. This is all we can do for now. Having spoken, Du Wei selected a long wooden stick, weighed it in his hand, and began to stroll along the beach. Where are you going? I'm off to find something to eat. Du Wei replied coldly. I suspect I might discover some fungi, and perhaps some wild fruits. In such a vast forest, there could be plenty. I hope I can find something. This is certainly simpler than fishing. If I fail to find anything, I shall have no choice but to venture into the sea for fish. At this point, Du Wei paused and added, You'd better pray that I succeed, for if not, regardless of how much you might weep for me tonight, we shall have to consume your precious Chocho. A human life is always worth more than that of an animal. Watching the frosty glint in Du Wei's eyes as he departed sent a shiver down Wei Wei's spine. Du Wei was gone for the entire morning, alone on the beach. Wei Wei and was engulfed by fear. There was no one around, and most importantly, she felt utterly helpless at that moment. Previously, even when she had secluded herself with her mentor, there were many occasions when he would leave her alone at home. However, back then, Wei Wei and still possessed magic. Now, she had nothing. Throughout the morning, she diligently tended to the fire, her hands suffering several scratches from sharp branches, and her small face was smudged with soot from the flames. She strived to keep the fire roaring. Just as Du Wei had instructed at noon, Du Wei finally returned. From a distance, Wei Wei and observed him trudging back, his gait somewhat unsteady as if he had injured his leg, yet his expression bore a hint of joy. Hanging from his neck was a vine laden with peculiar items that appeared to be roots of some plants he had unearthed. Still caked in dark soil, one hand leaned on the wooden stick while the other held a small bunch of shrub branches adorned with numerous bright orange fruits. These fruits looked incredibly appealing, vibrant in color and of a size comparable to grapes. They must be delicious. Wei Wei's mouth watered at the sight. Until now, the young sorceress had never tasted hunger, let alone endured it for so long. Food, 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 you found it, Wei Weian exclaimed, leaping barefoot towards Du Wei. Du Wei regarded her with a faint smile that quickly vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Don't celebrate too soon. It's merely a small discovery after an entire morning. His gait appeared peculiar, and Wei Weian then noticed the multiple wounds on his feet, likely caused by sharp objects while walking barefoot in the woods. All right, let us eat. Du Wei set down his spoils and gestured towards the roots hanging from the vine. These plants are identifiable to me. I have some knowledge of herbalism. All these wild plants have various uses, and they are edible as well. Plus they are of considerable size. As he spoke, he rinsed the roots in the seawater and handed them to Wei Weian. These are all yours. You can eat them as they are, or roast them over the fire first. Wei Weian paused, looking at the handful of roots in her hands, suddenly feeling a sense of grievance. Pouting, she glanced at the bush laden with vibrant fruits. I want to eat the fruits. No, you eat this, and I'll have those fruits. Du Wei's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Wei Weian felt tears welling up. She was deeply saddened. Surely, this fellow was doing it on purpose. He was intentionally tormenting poor Wei Weian. Yes, it must be because she wouldn't let him eat Chu that he sought to retaliate in this manner. Overwhelmed by grievance, Wei Weian could only squat pitifully by the fire, roasting the roots for a moment before stuffing them into her mouth. The roots Du Wei had chosen were quite large, and their taste was not unpleasant, or rather, they bore almost no flavor at all. They were simply tough and required considerable effort to chew. Poor Wei Weian, exhausted by the effort, managed to consume only 2 pieces. More importantly, they were utterly tasteless. Their blandness was overwhelming. Across the fire sat Du Wei, silently consuming the fruits one by one, chewing and swallowing them with ease. Gradually, Wei Weian found her gaze irresistibly drawn to him. Swallowing hard, she contemplated how delectable those fruits must be. That stingy fellow. What are you looking at? Du Wei sneered. Are you upset that I let you have the fruits and instead forced you to eat the unappetizing roots? Wei Weian remained silent but pouted her lips. Seizing the moment when Du Wei was distracted, she stealthily plucked a fruit from the bush. Her ample sorceress robe concealed her movements, and Du Wei was oblivious. Then, while Du Wei was not looking in her direction, Wei Weian quickly tossed the fruit into her mouth and bit down hard, eagerly anticipating the sweet flavor. However, upon tasting it, her expression transformed in an instant. Her face contorting in bewilderment, she barely had time to react before she spat it out. What in the world? The fruit was so sour it made her teeth ache and so astringent that it felt as though her tongue were twisting. After just one bite, she felt as if she might retch. Could this fruit truly be edible? Du Wei observed Wei Weian's reaction with a faint smile before slowly biting into his last fruit. Savoring it deliberately, he then stood up and announced, Well, I finished eating. We still have work to do. At that moment, Wei Weian glanced at the barren bush, then at the handful of roots in her grasp. In comparison to the horrid fruit she had just tasted, these bland roots now seemed almost gourmet. She recalled Du Wei's words, You eat these, those fruits are mine. She also remembered how he had silently consumed those dreadful fruits without a hint of distress. Suddenly, Wei Weian felt completely at a loss for words. Clutching the roots tightly, she fixed her gaze on Du Wei. What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. We have things to do. Du Wei frowned. Yes, Yes, Wei Wei and turned and stuffed the roots into her robe, then skipped over to Du Wei's side. Her expression and voice softened considerably, even laced with a touch of contrition. What shall we do? I'm listening to you. We'll catch fish. Otherwise, if we only eat roots, we won't survive for long. Du Wei chuckled, saying, This vine is tied to me. You hold the other end while I wade into the water with a branch to see if we can catch a few fish. However, he hadn't finished speaking when a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the air. Following that, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Neither Du Wei nor Wei Weian could maintain their footing and fell to the ground. The roar seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, an unbearably heavy sound that struck fear into their hearts. Du Wei had previously heard the roar of a dragon and had thought that it must be the most terrifying sound in the world. Yet now, this noise was far more dreadful. The volume was greater, instilling even more terror. The ground continued to shake violently, and Du Wei felt as if he were enduring a horrific earthquake amidst this chaos. Even the sea began to roar, with waves rising violently. What in the world is that sound? Du Wei's expression changed dramatically as he held Wei Weian, who had collapsed against him, her face pale with fear. At that moment, Wei Weian's pet dragon in the woods seemed to awaken from the roar. The slumbering giant had stirred, but distinctly, both Wei Weian and Du Wei heard the dragon emit a mournful cry. The sound of the dragon was laced with terror. I must confess that the reason I have crafted such an adorable character as Vivian is due to my recent indulgence in the enchanting game Princess Maker 5. Haha. Chapter 31. Du Wei's gains. Du Wei and Vivian dashed into the woods, arriving at the resting place of the great dragon, only to discover that Vivian's fiery dragon had awakened. Its demeanor one of fright and restlessness, emitting a series of terrified roars. Without hesitation, Vivian rushed forward, grasping one of the dragon's claws and softly chanting an incantation that a faint glow began to emanate from her delicate hands. Despite its weakness, it gradually soothed the dragon, transforming its roars into soft whimpers until it lowered its head once more and succumbed to slumber. After casting her spell, Vivian appeared visibly exhausted. Du Wei approached, noticing how unsteady she had become, and gently supported her arm, whispering, What happened? I don't know that it seems the dragon was startled, just now. Have you calmed it down? Du Wei inquired, and upon seeing Vivian nod, he continued solemnly. You must have heard the earthquake and that strange roar that I suspect there is something on this island, something we have yet to discover, perhaps a beast. That Vivian's expression darkened. Though innocent, she was undeniably perceptive. A beast? What kind of beast could produce such a terrifying roar? What kind of creature's roar could frighten even a dragon? I must go and see, that Du Wei suddenly declared. Is there any danger? Danger? Du Wei shook his head. That I cannot say for certain. However, it is evident that this island is not ordinary. Look around. There isn't a single animal or bird in sight. What does that imply? I suspect there may be a fearsome creature that has claimed this island as its territory, which is why no other life exists here. Regardless, we are stranded on this island for the time being. That I must unravel this mystery. Otherwise, we may soon encounter that creature. Did you hear that horrifying roar? We must gather information first. That way, should we face that entity, we will be somewhat prepared with strategies to counter it. Vivian nodded vigorously. I will go with you. Du Wei's expression grew serious. No. Listen, little fool. You must stay here and watch over your beloved pet. What if that roar returns and the dragon awakens again? It is best if you care for it here. If it stirs, you can calm it down. Besides, with your clumsiness, bringing you along would be troublesome. You have no shoes. Can you traverse this island barefoot to the north? Vivian fell silent, contemplating. With a pitiful glance at Du Wei, she lowered her head. All right. Du Wei grasped the long branch and set off. Instead of cutting through the forest, he chose to follow the island's coastline, skirting the edge of the woods as he made his way north. This may take a bit longer, but it could prove to be safer. The weather was shrouded in thick fog, and Du Wei was now convinced that a formidable beast lurked on this island. Let us assume it is a beast. Knowing this, wandering through the jungle would indeed be perilous. He ventured northward, nearing the northern tip of the island. Du Wei suddenly spotted some low trees beside the forest, adorned with intriguing objects. They were large, round fruits. Elated, Du Wei rushed over and picked two, only to be disappointed when he discovered they were entirely hollow. They resembled the dried gourds from his past life. Nevertheless, after some consideration, he diligently collected several of these large gourds and bound them to the vine on his back. This way, should he encounter any terrifying beast, he could make a hasty retreat into the sea. With these hollow gourds secured, they would serve as flotation devices, allowing him to leap into the water if danger arose. Upon reaching the northern edge of the island, Dewey surveyed his surroundings in astonishment. The northern tip was still cloaked in trees, yet to his astonishment, the ground was carpeted in frost. Along the beach and in a small patch of woods nearby, a thick layer of frost blanketed the landscape, as if a minor snowstorm had recently passed through. However, it was evident that such a climate should not produce a snowstorm. Moreover, the area covered in frost was limited. Elsewhere, everything appeared normal. Suddenly, a thought struck Dewey. He looked out to the sea, scanning for something, but the damned fog obscured visibility. He ran along the beach for a while, exploring the nearby woods, examining the frost on the ground. With great effort, he dug through the layer of frost, uncovering the moist, warm soil beneath. This indicated that the frost had been artificially applied, perhaps by magic. Dewey raced towards the shore, standing by the water's edge as the gentle waves lapped at his calves. He strained to peer into the distance. Faintly, he seemed to see something large drifting on the surface of the sea, its details shrouded in mist, revealing only a vague outline. Could it be a ship? Hope surged in Dewey's heart as he called out loudly, waving his arms. Unfortunately, after several attempts, the object remained unresponsive, appearing to drift further away. It was not a ship, Dewey confirmed, as prolonged observation revealed it to be a conical shape. Regardless, he resolved to investigate further. Stranded on this island with nothing to eat or drink, every opportunity must be seized. Who knows what he might discover that could avert disaster? Dewey tightened the bindings on the gourds and leapt into the sea. Clumsily swimming towards the object, he exerted himself, but alas, in his past life, he was a poor swimmer, and his floundering resembled the frantic paddling of a dog. Fortunately, the waves were mild. Otherwise, swimming in the ocean would be exceedingly challenging. As each wave could push him back several meters for every two, he swam forward, summoning all his strength. Buoyed by the excellent flotation of the gourds, Dewey finally approached the mysterious object. Staring in disbelief, a wave crashed over him, nearly choking him with seawater. What on earth? Before him loomed a small iceberg, floating serenely on the sea. It was neither a ship nor anything useful to Dewey. More alarmingly, atop the iceberg lay a figure, a person, clad in intricately designed white armor and a flowing white cloak, with hair as white as snow. As evening descended, Vivian anxiously awaited Dewey's return. The sky darkening around her, her stomach growled once more, and although she still clutched a few roots from the plants Dewey had dug up earlier, she refrained from eating them, instead rubbing her belly and sighing as she tucked the items away. He must not have eaten anything either. Jujui, the creature in the cage at her waist, emitted a sharp cry. Its name was indeed reminiscent of its sound. Vivian gently patted the cage, speaking softly. Jujui, please be quiet. I know you must be hungry too, but we cannot eat these things. We must wait for him to return. Finally, just as Vivian was about to lose hope, Dewey reappeared. She watched in disbelief as he labored step by step, each movement requiring tremendous effort. His back was nearly bent under the weight of a person he carried. Vivian's eyes widened in shock. Fearing she was imagining things, she rubbed her eyes vigorously to confirm her vision. Dewey had indeed returned with someone on his back. With urgency, Vivian gasped. Rushing towards him, Dewey, utterly exhausted and nearly gasping for breath, did not wait for Vivian to reach his side before he tilted his body and collapsed onto the ground, causing the person on his back to tumble aside. Water, quickly, bring me some water. My heavens, I could die from exhaustion. Dewey managed a wry smile while panting. This fellow is far heavier than you. My goodness, I can't take it anymore. Vivian hurriedly scurried over, frantically holding a shoe filled with water, but Dewey shook his head and pointed at the large gourd strapped to his back. Vivian promptly picked one up, only to realize how heavy it was. Shaking it in her hand revealed the unmistakable sound of sloshing water. I picked these from a tree. They can hold water. On my way back, I filled one from that puddle. You can wear your shoes again. A sense of gratitude welled up within Vivian, for indeed, after a day of trials, her delicate little feet had suffered greatly. And look at this fellow I brought back, she exclaimed with a laugh. Whether to revive her or not is up to you. Upon finishing, Dewey seized the gourd Vivian had handed him and took several deep gulps before lying back down, continuing to catch his breath. Only then did Vivian glance over at the person Dewey had carried back. It would be unfair to say that Vivian's eyesight was poor upon seeing Dewey return. She seemed to forget everything else, her entire focus fixated on him. Thus, the unmistakable features of the individual he had brought back, clad in white armor and a matching cloak, with hair as white as snow, had gone unnoticed by her moments earlier. However, at this moment, Vivian's attention was drawn to the figure, and her eyes widened in shock as she clamped her mouth shut in disbelief. Cautiously, the young sorceress approached, attempting to turn the person face up, only to confirm that she had not been mistaken. Sister? I'm truly sorry for yesterday. I promise to update 2 chapters today. There will be another chapter tonight, and I will post it as soon as possible. Please show your support. Indeed, the individual Du Wei had rescued was none other than the cold, snow-white beauty who had fiercely battled Vivian in Half-Corner City over the coveted fear illusion. Yet now, this woman lay unconscious, her lips tightly pressed together, brows furrowed in a deep frown, revealing a lingering expression of panic and terror. Du Wei had witnessed firsthand the formidable prowess of this ice and snow beauty that fateful night. Observing her in a state of unconsciousness, yet exhibiting such fear, he could not help but ponder what dreadful ordeal she had encountered. His thoughts wandered back to the inexplicable roar he had heard earlier today. Followed by the tremors of the earth, Vivian, cautiously cradling a gourd of water, sat beside her sister and then looked up to stammer. How did you see her? What happened to her? Du Wei shrugged and succinctly recounted the events. Vivian appeared bewildered. She even examined her sister's body, finding no injuries, only a weak and labored breath. Attempting to offer her sister a drink, she found the ice and snow beauty clenching her teeth tightly, growing impatient. Du Wei knelt beside her, roughly prying open the woman's jaw with a stick, snatching the gourd from Vivian's hands and pouring water into her mouth. No, you'll choke her, Vivian exclaimed, quickly grasping Du Wei's arm. Her large eyes studying him for a moment before she whispered, You seem unhappy. Should I be happy? Du Wei shook his head. You ought to consider what will happen once she awakens. Right now, your magic is ineffective. If she regains consciousness, we will not stand a chance. He sighed, feeling a conflict within. When he first saw the unconscious woman in the sea, he had contemplated this dilemma. That Tio save her. She was not an ally. What if she awoke and became enraged again? Let us not forget that she had threatened to capture him to forge some soul essence. Whatever that entailed, it certainly did not sound pleasant. Yet, could he really allow such a woman to perish upon that ice mountain? Du Wei found himself unable to harden his heart. Lost in thought, the ice and snow beauty on the ground was suddenly jolted awake by the water. Coughing violently before struggling to sit upright, after a prolonged state of unconsciousness, her body felt weak, and she fell back down, but ultimately, she had awakened. Sister, Vivian called softly, her younger sister appearing anxious, as if intimidated by her elder sibling. Quickly moving closer to Du Wei for comfort. Ow, my head aches, the woman groaned, clutching her head in pain. What on earth happened? Who are you? As the fog of confusion lifted, she gradually focused on Vivian and Du Wei, her eyes widening in realization. You? How did you end up here? Did you save me? Before either Du Wei or Vivian could respond, the woman sprang to her feet as if struck by a revelation. Her expression shifting drastically as she shrieked, My dragon! My dragon! My ice and snow dragon! My OKT! Her face contorted with grief, she suddenly collapsed to her knees, burying her face in her hands and weeping uncontrollably. My dragon! My OKT! My OKT! Vivian blinked in surprise, unable to contain her curiosity as she observed her sister's profound sorrow. She timidly asked, Sister, what happened to your dragon? It died. It died. The woman wailed in despair, pounding the ground with her fists. As if the depth of her anguish could not be contained. But it was eaten by that monster. It sacrificed itself to save me, and now it's gone. Du Wei's eyes widened in shock. Eaten by a dragon? What kind of monster could possibly devour a dragon? Aren't dragons the most powerful beings? Vivian's sister cried for quite some time, her sobs unyielding despite Vivian's attempts to console her. Her voice grew hoarse, her eyes reddening. Eventually, she could scarcely catch her breath, and only then did her tears begin to subside. Du Wei gently tugged at Vivian, gesturing for her to remain quiet. He regarded the ice and snow beauty with sternness. Pray tell, what exactly did you encounter? What is this monster you mentioned? Is there truly a monster here? A flicker of fear flashed in the ice and snow beauty's eyes. A monster? Yes, there is a monster. She glanced at Du Wei and Vivian, suddenly enraged. It's all for the sake of pursuing you too. I was searching the nearby seas on my OKT when I finally found this island, thinking you might be hiding here, but as I approached... OKT suddenly became agitated, crying out as if sensing something terrifying nearby. No matter how I urged it, it refused to land. In the end, I had to suppress it with my magic before it would. Here, tears streamed down the Ice and Snow Beauty's face again. It was I who caused my OKT's demise, my Ice and Snow Dragon. Du Wei, his expression cold, interrupted her. Stop crying for now. First, tell me what transpired, with a fierce glare. The Ice and Snow Beauty shot daggers at Du Wei before springing up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. And Vivian, it's all your fault. Vivian, you refused to hand over that illusion demon to me. If not for that, I would not have pursued you here. Du Wei raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of anger. This was nothing short of a robber's logic. However, there was no time to argue with her. The woman's eyes glinted with malice as her hand moved toward her waist. Looking for this, Du Wei produced a vibrant green flute from behind his back, the very weapon of the Ice and Snow Beauty, which he had confiscated while she lay unconscious. Humph, you think that because you've taken my wand, I'm no longer your match. The Ice and Snow Beauty initially faltered but quickly retorted, bring it on, Vivian. Even without my dragon, I can still defeat you. You've never bested me since childhood. With that, the Ice and Snow Beauty took a deep breath, and suddenly, her body soared into the air as she began to chant a spell rapidly. Damn it! Du Wei cursed inwardly. Wishing he could slap himself, he had suspected that such a scenario might unfold. This infuriating woman, whom he had saved out of kindness, was now attacking him upon awakening. Just as he was seething with anger, an inexplicable event occurred. The Ice and Snow Beauty, elevated to the height of the branches, suddenly changed expression, her body swaying midair before she abruptly toppled downward. Fortunately, Vivian rushed over in time to catch her, and the two tumbled into the grass together. The Ice and Snow Maiden cried out in terror, her face paling in fear. What have you done to me? My magic, my magic! She forcefully pushed Vivian aside, unwilling to accept defeat, and began to chant her spell once more. However, this time, only a palm-sized shard of ice shot forth from her fingertips, striking Du Wei. Though somewhat painful, Du Wei felt a sudden realization surge within him. And disregarding the pain, he exclaimed, Your magic has failed? My magic! The Ice and Snow Maiden stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide as she stared at her own hands. Just moments ago, she had been casting a mid-level spell of freezing air. Yet now, only a tiny ice crystal had emerged. Du Wei's expression shifted to one of incredulity, and he erupted into laughter. Your magic has failed too. Ha ha, it has indeed failed. How dare you? The Ice and Snow Maiden bellowed, her anger boiling over. What have you done to me? Vivian, what magic have you cast upon me? Du Wei regarded the enraged woman with an icy glare, scoffing. Please, from a standpoint, we are foes, not friends. Would we merely stand by and allow you to strike us when you awaken? It was you who did this. The Ice and Snow Maiden's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with dread. No, sister, the innocent little fool spoke up, gently embracing the Ice and Snow Maiden. My magic has also failed. Sister, humph, why would you tell this detestable woman such a thing? Du Wei scoffed, but after a moment of contemplation, he chuckled. It seems we have found the root of the issue. Vivian, your magic has faltered. And this insufferable woman has also lost her powers. It appears the cause lies not with you, but rather in this place. Perhaps some force here suppresses all forms of magic, with the realization that the fearsome Ice and Snow Maiden had also lost her powers. Du Wei sighed in relief. The tiger may be fearsome, but when faced with a tiger stripped of its claws, Du Wei felt less trepidation. He even approached her deliberately, leaning in closer, and whispered with a sly grin. So, what now? Oh, esteemed sorceress, what do you intend to do? Cast your magic? Or perhaps turn me into some soul essence? As the Ice and Snow Maiden observed Du Wei drawing near, she appeared momentarily stunned, almost frozen in place. As he nearly touched the tip of her nose, a glimmer of malice suddenly flashed in her eyes. Du Wei's heart raced, an ominous premonition stirring within him. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then, he was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The Ice and Snow Maiden clenched her fists, glaring at Du Wei with disdain. Humph, even without magic. Do you think you can bully me at will? I am not merely a sorceress. I am also a warrior, a swordswoman who has passed the 6th level examination. Troubling. Du Wei lay on the ground, offering a wry smile. It seemed he had become overly complacent and almost forgotten that she had demonstrated her strength during their previous encounter. This woman was no mere fool who could only wield magic. She was a formidable being who excelled in both martial and magical arts. Even without her magic, Her exceptional combat skills could easily overpower him. Having successfully landed a blow, the Ice and Snow Maiden swiftly aimed to deliver a follow-up kick. Vivian rushed forward, spreading her arms wide to shield Du Wei. "No. Please, sister, do not harm him," the Ice and Snow Maiden sneered at Vivian. "Ah? Useless Vivian, it seems I was not mistaken. This insufferable little noble is indeed your beloved. You are so protective of him." "And no, that's not it." Upon hearing the term beloved, Vivian's face flushed crimson, her eyes flickering with embarrassment as she shyly lowered her head, stammering, "It's not like that, we fell here together. And he has taken good care of me. He found me water to drink and even food to eat, and he is the one who saved you." After considering Vivian's words, the Ice and Snow Maiden hesitated, retracting her fist and standing tall, coldly declaring, "Very well. So this little brat saved me. Then I shall spare him this once. Thank you. Thank you." Vivian sighed in relief. Du Wei, still on the ground, merely chuckled coldly, suppressing the pain in his abdomen as he got up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Humph. Had I known, I would not have fished you out of the sea." "Humph," the Ice and Snow Maiden retorted with a chilling laugh. "Too bad you currently lack the ability to cast me back into the sea." Du Wei shrugged off her words. "Indeed, quite unfortunate that I lack such capabilities." "That is the truth," Vivian chimed in. "You saved me and brought me here, right? Humph. Then I owe you one, so I shall spare you now, but you had best not provoke me again." The Ice and Snow Maiden turned away, instead of feeling angered. Du Wei laughed heartily, even clapping his hands, exclaiming, "Bravo, spectacular. I have encountered many unreasonable women, but I have never seen one as beautiful and unreasonable as you. You truly have opened my eyes." The Ice and Snow Maiden, taken aback by his words, felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted fiercely, "What, do you have something to say about it?" "Not at all," Du Wei replied calmly, his tone unhurried. "I find it quite fair. The one with the strongest fist is the leader. The one with the strongest fist has the most reason. Such has always been the way of the world. You are stronger than I, and it is only fitting that I am bullied by you. Had I been stronger, perhaps I would have kicked you into the sea by now." The Ice and Snow Maiden stared at him, taking him in with her eyes. This time, she did not grow angry. Instead, a peculiar expression crossed her face. You little noble are indeed unique. Your words are quite intriguing, unlike the other nobles I know who are so hypocritical." Du Wei rubbed his abdomen and said lightly, "Now that we have fought, let us discuss serious matters. You have lost your magical powers, and we are effectively trapped on this small island. There is little food, and fresh water is scarce. We have no means of leaving. And you mentioned that there is a creature here capable of devouring dragons, correct? It is now imperative that we sit down and discuss matters thoroughly." His tone was grave. The Ice and Snow Maiden paused, recalling her dragon, and her face fell into a mournful expression. My octet, now is not the time for sorrow. You had better tell us what transpired." Du Wei said coldly, "If that creature can devour your dragon, it may very well come for us as well. Speak up so we can prepare ourselves." The Ice and Snow Maiden's temperament was much stronger than her sister's. After shedding a few tears, she finally managed to calm herself, her face still bearing a sorrowful expression, yet her emotions were more stable. I rode Octet down, suddenly, from the sea beside the island. A monster leaped forth that it was enormous, truly massive. I cannot find words to describe its appearance. It resembled a giant meatball, with two eyes on either side. That I cannot ascertain its full size, as only part of its body was above the surface, while the rest remained submerged. Octet panicked, and the monster let out a roar before launching an attack on me. It employed magic, specifically water-type magic, and its magical power was formidable, conjuring waves that soared 30 meters high, nearly sending me and Octet crashing from the sky. The Ice and Snow Maiden's voice trembled with fear. Then, Octet retaliated against the monster, but Octet's ice magic failed to inflict any damage. It seemed that the creature possessed some sort of magical defensive barrier. The icy tempest that Octet unleashed was immediately repelled upon contact. I too cast spells, but to no avail. I have never encountered a monster so powerful. I have not even heard of any magical beast capable of such might. Even a top-tier sorcerer could not possibly conjure a magical barrier capable of withstanding a dragon's frontal assault for so long. And then what? Du Wei inquired, furrowing his brow. Then, of course, I thought of fleeing. The Ice and Snow Maiden maintained a serious expression. Since I could not defeat this creature, I immediately sought to escape. However, I soon discovered that it was too late. The monster seemed to have cast some sort of barrier. As I rode Octet into the air, I could barely ascend before crashing against an invisible wall, forced back down. I attempted several times from various angles, but I could not break free. Finally, what happened next? The ice and snow maiden wiped her tears fiercely. In the end, the monster's roar summoned colossal waves, the likes of which I have never witnessed. I believe that even my teacher could not summon such monstrous waves using water magic. The colossal waves swept us down from the sky, and I fell from the back of Octet, witnessing with my own eyes as that monstrous creature opened its gaping maw and devoured Octet in a single bite. My dragon plummeted from the heavens, only to be swallowed whole by that beast. One bite, it consumed such a grand dragon in one go. Just how immense is that creature? Du-Wei's face turned pale. I uttered but 2 sentences. The first, I wish everyone a delightful weekend. The second, please support us with your votes. That concludes my words. The news brought by the ice and snow beauty rendered everyone momentarily silent. Du-Wei's heart grew heavy, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A beast capable of effortlessly swallowing a dragon, a creature capable of easily overpowering a dragon and an 8th-level sorcerer, leaving behind the pair of sisters. Du-Wei wandered to the shoreline, seeking solace in the cool sea breeze to calm the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. The area under the monster's suppression renders magic useless, devoid of food and fresh water. With a sigh, Du-Wei murmured to himself, "It seems this is the only way." Thus, he turned back to the forest, returning to the side of the 2 sisters, where the ice and snow beauty was vehemently arguing with Vivian about something. Oh, perhaps arguing is not the right term, as it appeared that only the ice and snow beauty was doing the talking. Given little Vivian's stutter, it was nearly impossible for her to engage in any verbal contest. "You should have handed over that damned illusion creature to me long ago. Don't you realize that old man doesn't even know where we are now? Do you still expect him to come to your rescue?" "Humph. What's wrong?" Du-Wei approached, casting a glance at Vivian, who wore a look of grievance. Her eyes reddened as she cautiously regarded Du-Wei. "And nothing. I must ask, what on earth is going on with you 2 sisters? One is as innocent as a newly hatched chick, while the other is as fierce as a she-dragon." Du-Wei sat down, busily stacking branches in preparation for a fire. The ice and snow beauty huffed in irritation. Though somewhat vexed by Du-Wei's audacity, she had previously stated that she would not trouble him further, given that he had saved her once. Thus, despite her annoyance, she could not bring herself to immediately retract her words. Vivian glanced at her sister, then at Du-Wei, unable to resist inching closer towards him. The ice and snow beauty noticed this and quietly cursed, "Little rogue, abducting maidens." Du-Wei, unyielding, swiftly retorted, "Thieving she-bandit." The ice and snow beauty's fury ignited, her eyes widening as she glared at Du-Wei, poised to unleash her wrath. Yet at that very moment, an incongruous sound dissipated her anger and momentum. Gurgle, gurgle. That Du-Wei couldn't help but chuckle, casting a sidelong glance at the ice and snow beauty. Her face flushed crimson, the anger giving way to a considerable degree of embarrassment, leaving only a fraction of her ire, which was no longer intimidating. How peculiar. Could I have misheard? What was that sound just now? Could it be the monster from the island calling out? Du-Wei intentionally spoke aloud to himself. The ice and snow beauty's face reddened to the point of nearly dripping blood. Glaring at Du-Wei with resentment, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "It was me." "You?" Du-Wei feigned astonishment. The ice and snow beauty felt her lungs might burst from frustration and finally shouted, "It was me. My stomach is growling. I'm hungry. The sun is nearly set. Are you all not eating?" "Of course," weird. Du-Wei lazily stretched. "If there is food, I would certainly like to eat as well." Nearby, Vivian rummaged through her clothing, and under the watchful gaze of the ice and snow beauty, produced a handful of dark, suspicious-looking roots, whispering, "Sister, if you're hungry, you might as well try these." "What is this?" The ice and snow beauty frowned, then suddenly erupted in fury, leaping up and glaring at Du-Wei. "You wretched boy! You let my sister eat this kind of stuff, this root." Du-Wei replied coldly, "If you don't want to eat, then by all means, go hungry." The ice and snow beauty's anger intensified. "You scoundrel! Can't you catch a beast or 2? Du-Wei laughed heartily. "A beast? Go and catch one yourself. If you succeed, I shall sing your praises to the Almighty. Go on." Vivian subtly tugged at the ice and snow beauty, whispering, "Sister, there's nothing on this island. Nothing at all." But Du-Wei had already turned away, his tone indifferent. "You decide for yourself. Either eat these things or go hungry. By tomorrow, when you're too weak to stand, Perhaps I shall take the opportunity to exact my revenge and kick you into the sea." Those words proved more effective than anything else. The ice and snow beauty immediately grabbed the handful of roots Vivian had offered and shoved them into her mouth, chewing with a frown. Realizing she had likely never tasted anything so dreadful in her life. Good heavens, have I been reduced to eating grass? Am I a horse or a cow? The more she ate, the angrier she became. Yet her hunger compelled her to consume faster. Ultimately, her stomach could no longer endure, and she quickly finished the entire handful of roots. Though unpalatable, it did provide a modicum of satiety, and she couldn't help but glance at Vivian. "Is there any more?" "None left," Vivian replied with an expression of helplessness. "None left?" The ice and snow beauty was taken aback. "What kind of world is this? It's bad enough there's no fish or meat. I am already reduced to eating roots, and I still can't fill my belly." "Listen." Due turned around, his gaze icy, fixing his stare on the ice and snow beauty. "I believe you need to understand our current predicament. We are on a deserted island, devoid of food and water. Do you realize that the food you just consumed was the ration Vivian had saved for today? Do you understand that I nearly spent the entire morning procuring this meager fare? And what about you? You merely sat there and consumed it without a shred of guilt or gratitude, only to complain. Let me tell you, if you feel unsatisfied, then it is your responsibility to find food. I hope you don't continue to deplete others' rations. Here, no one is a noble. You, I, and Vivian are all equal. No one is here to serve you." Although Du Wei's ungracious demeanor infuriated the ice and snow beauty, and such accusations made her feel quite embarrassed, she found herself at a loss for words in response to his serious demeanor. This frail youth, whom she could easily overpower with a single kick, suddenly made her feel a sense of guilt in the face of his reproach. Yes, guilt. Guilt so profound that she couldn't even bear to meet his gaze for the first time in her life. The ice and snow beauty found herself unable to muster any resistance against such blunt chastisement. The slender figure before her, with a gaze so steady and indifferent, seemed like a towering tree amidst the night. "I understand. I didn't mean to eat Vivian's food," the ice and snow beauty stammered, but abruptly realized how weak her tone sounded. "Why should I bow to this child?" Du Wei, however, merely smiled gently and turned his gaze back to the sky. The mist had yet to clear, and not a single star was visible above. Du Wei's sighed. "Let us get some sleep. We have much to accomplish tomorrow." He added a few branches to the fire, then suddenly glanced at the silent Vivian. His heart softened. Almost instinctively, he reached out and patted her head, his tone becoming gentler. "Little silly girl, are you hungry?" Vivian paused, initially shaking her head, but then shyly nodded. "I apologize. I am the only man here, and I should be taking care of you." Du Wei chuckled wryly. "Unfortunately, I've allowed you to go hungry. Well then, let us do this. Close your eyes and imagine that this island is a giant cake, with the surrounding trees as candles stuck in it. You are lying on a large, fragrant, and sweet cake, drifting off to sleep, dreaming of a grand feast. Cake." Vivian's eyes sparkled. Du Wei had already turned away. Yet Vivian continued to quietly watch his retreating figure. By morning, Du Wei awoke. To be precise, he was awakened by hunger. "Yesterday, I consumed a meager amount of unpalatable fruit, and my stomach feels as if it is on the brink of perforation." The fruit was both sour and astringent, exacerbated by gastric acid, leaving Du Wei tormented by this sensation, causing him to barely sleep throughout the night. Upon waking, he discovered that the ice-cold beauty had also roused. Sitting there, clutching her abdomen and lost in thought. Awake? Hungry? Du Wei mused, reflecting that perhaps his words from the previous night had been somewhat harsh, considering this woman was still unfamiliar with the circumstances of the island. Consequently, he softened his tone slightly. "Not hungry." The ice-cold beauty shook her head, clearly lying. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Where can I find water? I wish to wash my face." "You need only walk a short distance to see the sea." "You expect me to wash my face with seawater?" The ice-cold beauty widened her eyes in disbelief. "Apologies, but our fresh water is quite scarce. It barely suffices for drinking." This time, the ice-cold beauty did not dispute further. Instead, she sighed and stood, heading towards the shore. In the morning, Du Wei ventured out again in search of sustenance, spending more time this round due to the presence of another individual, another mouth to feed. He returned with a handful of plant roots. This time, without hesitation, the ice-cold beauty took the food and began to eat. Du Wei chuckled. "Hey, what?" In that moment, Du Wei found himself suddenly perceiving this woman as less detestable. Her current demeanor resembled that of a petulant child. He stifled a laugh, saying, "Though the food may be rather rudimentary, at the very least, you could wash off the dirt before consuming it." Noticing her expression darkening once more, Dewey quickly shifted the topic. "Now that we are both trapped here, we are comrades aboard this vessel. I still do not know your name." As he spoke, a smile graced his face, and he rose, performing a standard nobleman's bow, and added with mirth, "I am Dewey, the current head of the Roland family, vice president of the Imperial General Staff, and son of Count Raymond." The ice-cold beauty hesitated, clearly displeased, yet she replied, "I am Joanna." Joanna is a rather lovely name. Observing that Dewey and her sister had ceased their quarrel, Vivian chimed in, "You can also call her Jojo. Jojo is an odd name." "Silence, Vivian," Joanna coldly retorted, casting a glance at Dewey. "That name is reserved solely for my parents. If you dare to call me that, you shall regret it." "Very well." Dewey appeared unfazed. "Miss Joanna, now that we are acquainted, it is time to discuss our endeavors." "Endeavors? What sort of work?" Dewey's expression turned serious as he replied, "We must devise a means to escape this place." "Escape? You propose constructing a raft to leave here?" Joanna frowned, regarding Dewey with skepticism. "Is this truly your brilliant plan? You intend to navigate the vast ocean on a flimsy wooden raft and return us to the mainland? You must be mad." Dewey chuckled softly, gradually articulating his hypothesis. "I believe there is promise in this. You and Vivian are both formidable sorceresses. You could traverse great distances using any tool or mount. Am I mistaken? If your magical prowess remained intact, you would have already employed wind-based flight to depart this cursed island, correct?" "Indeed," Joanna replied icily. "If I could still fly, I would have left long ago." "That is precisely the issue," Dewey remarked. "You have lost your magic. However, I surmise that the cause lies not within you, but rather on this island. I suspect there exists something here that suppresses magic, perhaps a barrier or a zone of magical prohibition, likely linked to that terrifying beast you encountered. Therefore, I wonder how extensive this magical suppression might be. Does it only envelop this island, or does it extend to a small portion of the surrounding waters? However, I am certain that the range cannot be vast." Finally, Joanna grasped his reasoning without needing further explanation, continuing, "So, you do not intend to rely on a small raft to navigate the ocean back to the mainland. Rather, you believe that by using this raft to breach the barrier of magic suppression, my and Vivian's powers will be restored, allowing us to fly back to the mainland without the need for the raft. Is that correct?" "Precisely." Dewey nodded. "But what if it doesn't work?" Joanna frowned. "What if you are mistaken? I mean, it is possible that both Vivian and I have been afflicted by some form of magic, rendering our powers irrecoverable even after leaving this island. Or it may take days, or even months, for them to return. What then? Even if we managed to escape, we would be unable to fly, with only this flimsy raft. We would surely perish in the vast ocean. That would merely be a different manner of dying." Dewey raised an eyebrow. "I can assure you that if we do not leave this place, we will starve to death within 2 or 3 days at most. This island is abundant in trees, yet those edible plants are exceedingly few. I have already discerned this while foraging for food. And I cannot guarantee that I will find anything to eat tomorrow. We can fish." Dewey burst into laughter. "Fish? Go ahead and try. The monstrous wave unleashed by that creature yesterday, along with the colossal tremors, would have sent any fish in the vicinity fleeing far away." Despite the apparent risk in his statement, Joanna pondered carefully and began to see the merit in Dewey's words. Remaining would only lead to starvation. Thus, it was preferable to venture forth and take a chance. Next came the matter of constructing the raft. The dilemma they faced was the lack of tools. Even if they needed to fell trees to make a raft, one must have an axe, right? Even a knife would suffice. Yet, Dewey and his companions had not even a dagger. Though Joanna was also a warrior, the weapon she wielded was merely a flute. Without tools, how could they fell trees with their bare hands? It was unlikely that Dewey's group possessed such capabilities. Even Joanna, as a swordswoman, lacked the supernatural strength to cleave a large tree with a single strike. Initially, Dewey contemplated the possibility of using Joanna's armor. After all, it was made of metal, and if he could manage to procure a piece of iron, he could sharpen it into a makeshift blade. However, Dewey soon found himself disappointed. Joanna was generous with her magical enhancements for the armor, but her armor was adorned with intricate filigree, lacking even a single substantial piece of iron. After much deliberation, Dewey devised a plan: dragon scales. Regardless of the pain it caused him to part with his beloved pet, Vivian obediently consented to let Du Wei remove a few scales from her dragon. The scales of a dragon are renowned for their strength and durability. In ancient times, legendary heroes fashioned formidable shields from them. Vivian expended a modicum of her remaining magical energy to soothe her fire dragon. While Du Wei boldly removed 2 scales, they then spent an additional day scouring the seashore for a sizable rock, successfully sharpening the 2 palm-sized dragon scales into reasonably sharp blades. The trio of 1 man and 2 women labored for 2 more days. Du Wei and Joanna felled several trees while Vivian tied the trunks together with vines. Du Wei even fashioned a few paddles from the tree trunks. He also ventured out to gather some large, gourd-like objects, which could not only carry fresh water but also be affixed to the raft to enhance buoyancy. In the end, Joanna offered her white cloak, which was transformed into a sail for the vessel. As they neared completion of their labor, Vivian suddenly recalled an important issue. What about my dragon? The poor Vivian suddenly remembered this vital concern. The raft could not accommodate a dragon. In truth, this predicament had long been contemplated by Du Wei and Joanna. Yet they found it exceedingly difficult to broach the subject with Vivian. Vivian's pet dragon, which she could once confine using a sealing spell during her magical prowess, was now beyond her reach. As she had lost her magic and could not take the dragon with her, Du Wei and Joanna exchanged glances, feeling a sense of hesitation in addressing Vivian's pitiable dilemma. Upon realizing their unease, the naive little girl burst into tears, exclaiming, "No, no, I don't want to part with my sunshine. My sunshine." She ran to the slumbering dragon, clinging to it tightly and refusing to let go. Du Wei sighed, observing the innocence of the young girl, feeling a pang of guilt within himself. Yet, what alternative did they have? They could not transport such a large dragon. Moreover, in the depths of Du Wei's heart, he did not regard dragons as the formidable, exalted beings others in this world did. In his mindset, human life was paramount, be it a dragon or a serpent. They merely fell under the category of animals. Sacrificing human lives for an animal was, in Du Wei's view, an incomprehensible folly. On a deeper level, if not for Vivian's sake, he would have even considered slaughtering the beast for its flesh to make provisions. However, he knew that such an act would surely devastate Vivian. Despite her vehement refusal to abandon her beloved dragon, Du Wei and Joanna forcibly led her away. To Du Wei's surprise, the usually fierce Joanna exhibited an unusual tenderness towards her sister this time. It was no mystery. Joanna had become somewhat familiar with Du Wei and could discern his thoughts simply by looking into his eyes. I too have just lost my dragon. I can empathize with this little one's sorrow. Du Wei noticed a glimmer of profound sadness reflected in Joanna's gaze. The 2 girls sat on the wooden raft, while Du Wei exerted himself to push it into the sea. He then leapt onto it, with Joanna managing the sail while Du Wei vigorously paddled with the oar. Poor little Vivian was forcibly brought onto the raft, silently shedding tears as she gazed back at the island and her cherished dragon. Fortunately, the waves were small. However, both Du Wei and Joanna wore anxious expressions, as they silently prayed they would not encounter that monstrous creature again. If a beast could ambush a dragon beneath the waves, it could easily capsize their small raft. Du Wei hoped that they could quietly distance themselves from the island before relying on the 2 sorceresses to take flight. Omnipotent deity, grant us your protection, Joanna murmured. For Du Wei, exerting himself to paddle was quite strenuous, but the instinct for survival propelled him forward. Despite the fatigue in his arms, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Visually, they had already traveled at least 200 meters from the shore. "How do you feel?" Du Wei called out to Joanna. "It's still not working," she replied, attempting to summon a wind spell to bolster the sail, but to no avail. "Keep trying," Du Wei urged through clenched teeth. Yet, it seemed that the divine forces of this world were not inclined to favor an outsider like Du Wei. Just as the small raft surged forward another 100 meters, a massive wave suddenly erupted from the tranquil sea. In an instant, the terrifying roar that had once instilled dread reverberated once more. Then, before the 3 in horror, a colossal wave, towering about 4 to 5 meters high, surged forth from the calm waters. Roaring towards their fragile raft, with a thunderous crash, the wave struck, snapping the vines on the raft, which shattered into pieces, and the 3 were flung into the water simultaneously. Du Wei plunged into the sea. He felt an unseen force constraining him. His entire body was immobilized, and as he opened his mouth, copious amounts of seawater rushed in. Believing he was on the brink of death, darkness enveloped his vision as a whirlpool ensnared him. Swiftly dragging him downwards, Du Wei felt as if he were sinking endlessly. A new week has begun, and another chapter has been added. Chapter 35. Open sesame. When Dewey awoke, he felt his head resting on something soft. His entire body ached, as though it had been subjected to some tremendous force. Every muscle and joint throbbed with discomfort. With great effort, he opened his eyes. The first wave of relief washed over him when he saw that his two female companions were still by his side. Dewey's head was resting on Joanna's thigh, while Vivian lay against him, her head nestled beneath his chin. As Dewey stirred, the two girls also groggily opened their eyes. "Where are we? Have we been swallowed by the monster?" Joanna exclaimed, rubbing her head, only to realize Dewey's head was on her lap. She immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Get away!" With that, she rolled over, causing Dewey to tumble off, struggling to his feet. Dewey rubbed his painfully sore legs, feeling as if he had pulled a muscle. "Why are you so tense?" "It wasn't intentional," he replied, glancing at Joanna, who sat up without acknowledging him and instead reached for Vivian. The poor little girl still appeared somewhat dazed. All three were drenched, their hair matted together, with Dewey faring better than the two girls, who looked quite disheveled. Joanna was fortunate to be clad in her intricately designed magic-enhanced armor. But poor Vivian was in a sorry state. The robe she had worn was already tattered after days on the deserted island, and Dewey had even torn it into strips to use as ropes for the raft. Now, Vivian was left wearing only a thin, form-fitting garment. Normally, this attire would be unremarkable, but soaked in seawater, it clung to her, revealing her youthful figure, particularly accentuating the contours of her upper body. Dewey couldn't help but steal a glance. Momentarily lost in thought, clearly, this young sorceress, despite her naive demeanor and childlike appearance, had already developed a distinctly feminine allure. The outline of her budding form was evident beneath the thin fabric, and worse still, her garment was a light-colored. If Dewey stared a moment longer, he feared he might discern even more. Despite the perilous situation, his mind wandered, and gazing at Vivian's bewildered face, he sighed, "What a shame." "What are you staring at?" Joanna, being slightly older, keenly noticed Dewey's gaze. With an indignant huff, she yanked her sister closer and glared at Dewey. "Perverted little noble. If you keep ogling, I'll surely gouge out your eyes." Dewey chose not to argue, instead turning his attention to their surroundings. They appeared to be in a cave. Just a couple of steps from where they had awakened, the sea could be seen. Dewey surmised they were likely in an underwater cavern. Due to the peculiar topography, no seawater penetrates this cavern. The walls of the cave seem to flicker faintly, casting a dim glow that allows Dewey and his companions to discern their surroundings. As Dewey reaches out to touch the cave wall, his fingers graze over a rough, uneven surface dotted with granules, within which he perceives tiny, sand-like particles emanating a subtle luminescence. Night pearls? No, they are too small. They must be what one calls luminous sand. Dewey withdraws his hand. His knowledge from a previous life informs him that such self-illuminating crystals or minerals are, in fact, hazardous due to radiation, offering no benefits to humans. "What are you groping around for?" Joanna inquires from behind. "Merely surveying the terrain." Dewey replies, "We ought to count ourselves fortunate to be alive. We must have just been attacked by that monstrous creature. But I cannot fathom how we ended up in this place. I think I might have an inkling." Vivian timidly interjects, a slight blush gracing her innocent visage as she dares not meet Dewey's gaze. Despite her naivety, being a girl in her teens, she undoubtedly sensed the nature of Dewey's glance towards her chest. As Dewey turns to Vivian, Joanna promptly clears her throat, interrupting, "What do you know?" "Vortex, vortex," Vivian gestures emphatically. "Just moments ago, I felt as if we were swept into this place by an underwater whirlpool." Dewey furrows his brow. Is it merely coincidence? A vortex ensnares us, yet spares all else, conveniently depositing us in this cave without allowing us to drown. His expression is complex. I refuse to believe this is mere happenstance. This cavern is neither vast nor minuscule. It resembles an inverted bowl, its walls devoid of any entrances, entirely sealed. The only conceivable exit appears to be the adjacent waterway. If we wish to escape, it seems we have no choice but to plunge into this passage and swim with the current. Dewey concludes, "Had I known, I would have preferred to remain on the island." Joanna observes the situation and arrives at the same conclusion as Dewey, her frustration evident. At least on the island, there was water to drink and roots to eat. Here, there are only stones. Not quite. Dewey counters. At least there is oxygen. Our survival thus far implies there must be a passage to the outside world, even if we cannot locate it. Oxygen? What is oxygen? Joanna frowns that Du finds himself at a loss for words. Explaining the principles of chemistry to inhabitants of this magical realm proves exceedingly challenging. He deflects the conversation and changes the subject. We need to devise a plan. Can you use your magic? Both female sorceresses shake their heads, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within Du. What now? Joanna asks. Unconsciously, after a few days on the island, both women seem to have appointed the youngest, Du, as their leader. Even Joanna cannot help but feel a sense of reliance on this young boy. After all, among the three, Du has consistently remained the most composed, devising plans for escape, searching for food and fresh water, and tending to the needs of the two women. What to do? Du truly finds himself at a loss. He is no deity, trapped in this desolate place. What can he possibly do? He feels as though he can scarcely muster a bitter smile, that he wishes to scream in frustration, for he too harbors feelings of vexation. However, seeing the two women gaze at him, especially Vivian with her wide, trusting eyes, Du sighs. Forcing a smile, he attempts to reassure the two women with comforting words. Do not fret, since fate has not allowed us to perish. Bringing us to this place, it stands to reason that our lives are not destined to end here. We will find a way. With a silent sigh, Du walks to the nearby wall. Gently touching its surface, smiling as he speaks, we should rest for a while to regain some strength. Then, hesitating, he adds, there will surely be a way. Hey, would anyone like to hear a story? Joanna purses her lips. Not as naive as Vivian, having discerned that Du, in this dire situation, may be out of options. Yet, seeing Vivian shivering beside her, Joanna sighs and remains silent. If we must die here, then so be it. Perhaps it is also a form of liberation from the burdens I have carried for too long. While Joanna contemplates her thoughts, Vivian has quietly stepped away, her eyes brimming with hope as she gazes at Du. What story? A story, you say? Du smiles gently. I once heard a tale about a thief and treasure, the legend of a young man named Alibaba. Du proceeds to recount the renowned story of the 40 thieves from his previous life, concluding with a grin as he gestures towards the cave wall. You see, perhaps the divine will grant us a miracle. Who knows? If you touch the wall and exclaim "Open Sesame," a door may appear, allowing us to escape. Vivian ponders for a moment, then, lifting her gaze, tears stream from her eyes as she softly murmurs, Du, you are comforting me, aren't you? Without a word, Du gently strokes Vivian's hair in silence. Suddenly, Vivian beams with effort, her smile radiant despite the tears. If Du says there is a way, then there must be a way. We can try, one by one. Let us start with "Open Sesame." The innocent girl's face lights up with a charming smile, even as tears linger in her eyes. She then raises her hand and gently taps the wall, carefully enunciating in her sweet, melodious voice, "Open Sesame." At that moment, Du feels a pang of sorrow. Must this adorable girl face her demise here as well? Yet it seems that fate is determined to toy with him, just before his tears can spill, as Vivian utters the magical phrase. The wall before them suddenly ripples. Indeed, the once solid surface appears to waver like water. A bony hand emerges from the wall, startling Du and his companions, as their eyes widen in disbelief. A frail, almost breathless voice emanates from within. At last, we have guests. Please, come in. The new week has begun. Dear friends, let us rally our tickets and elevate the demon to the top of the rankings. Thank you all. Dance at midnight sharp. Christmas is upon us. Consider your tickets as gifts to me. Chapter 36. Servant. The hand's skin is aged and withered, resembling a skeletal appendage enveloped in layers of skin. Desiccated like a piece of ancient, blackened timber, the fingers beckon gently towards Du and the others, inviting them to enter. Before retracting, Du is the first to regain his composure as he steps forward, placing his hand upon the undulating wall, feeling a soft, yielding sensation, akin to pressing against water. That a thought crosses his mind, and his hand sinks into the wall. It seems we can enter. Du's voice is hoarse. The two girls, unable to contain themselves, grasp each other's hands tightly, standing close together. Shall we go in? Joanna glances at Du, her anxiety palpable. What if their intentions are malevolent? This scene indeed feels peculiar. Remaining here as a dead end. It is merely a path to death. Du replies coolly, signaling for Vivian to join him. She immediately steps to his side. Do you trust me? Vivian nods vigorously. Du grasped Vivian's hand, casting a deep gaze upon her before turning and being the first to step into the wall. Vivian inhaled deeply, silently praying, "Oh, omnipotent deity, grant your blessings upon the poor little Vivian and Du, as well as my sister." The two vanished into the wall. Joanna gritted her teeth and followed suit. Thus, Dewey led Vivian, and Vivian in turn grasped Joanna's hand. The scene was somewhat surreal. As three living souls traversed into the stony facade that they entered, the wall rippled like the surface of water, only to gradually settle back into its solid form. Dewey and the others. It felt as though they were traversing a nightmarish landscape. The surroundings were engulfed in pitch darkness, devoid of any light or sound. They could only advance guided by instinct, with Dewey uncertain if they were even heading in the right direction. Perhaps some form of magic was at play, and if it were to be withdrawn midway, they could find themselves entombed within the very stone. Just as Dewey pondered how long this darkness would endure, the atmosphere suddenly lightened. They had entered another cavern, one vastly larger than the previous one. In the heart of this expansive cave stood a figure draped in a long, dark robe, crowned with a tall pointed hat. Appearing exceedingly emaciated. To Dewey's astonishment, he noticed that the figure's feet hovered above the ground. "Hey, are you the one who brought us here?" Dewey mustered the courage to inquire. The figure remained silent, merely beckoning them with a gesture of his hand. In this vast, dimly lit cavern, the chilling air and the sight of this man, floating in his black garments, were undeniably unsettling, causing Dewey to feel a dryness in his throat. "Why are you afraid?" the ancient, almost breathless voice inquired. Taking a deep breath, Dewey replied, "Shouldn't it be us asking why? Why have you brought us here?" The figure showed no response. Steeling himself, Dewey pressed on. "You must be the master of this place. It was you who overturned our raft at sea, wasn't it? Or perhaps you summoned that monstrous creature. Or are you that creature yourself, and it was you who caused us to be swept into that whirlpool leading to this cavern?" "Correct. Where exactly are we, and who are you? Why do you wish to confront us?" Silence ensued, followed by a series of sinister cackles. By the heavens, I have never heard such a terrifyingly ugly laugh in my life. "Foolish mortals," the ancient voice responded, "you ought to be grateful that I saved you. Had it not been for my magic, you would have already been devoured." This revelation startled Dewey and the others. "Are you saying you saved us? What is this that you speak of?" Dewey's heart raced. "Who are you? Where are we?" Another round of cackling ensued. The figure floated closer, drawing within a few paces of Dewey and the others. At last, Dewey could discern his face. It was an exceedingly pale visage, so much so that it appeared almost translucent. It was no exaggeration to say that the skin on his face seemed semi-transparent, revealing the skeletal structure beneath. Anyone who beheld such a face would likely be haunted by nightmares. While Dewey managed to maintain his composure, the two women behind him turned pale, confronted by a face wrapped in withered skin. Resembling a skeletal apparition, Dewey felt it remarkable that he could still keep his tone steady, yet his demeanor softened slightly in respect. "May I ask, who are you? Where are we? Could you not ask more meaningful questions?" Came a tone laced with mockery. The figure gently raised his arms, the wide robe billowing as his emaciated hands gestured that a cascade of star-like luminescence erupted from his hands, illuminating the cavern in an instant. The previously empty space transformed, with walls adorned by flickering candle flames that cast a brilliant glow throughout the cavern. Following the path of the light, stone tables, chairs, and even cabinets appeared, all exquisitely crafted. Finally, several stone doors manifested upon the walls. "Please, take a seat, my dear guests." The figure gestured towards a nearby stone chair. "We can converse at our leisure." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Oh, let me think. What else is missing?" I know. He tilted his head upward, raised a finger, and with a gentle flick, a beam of light shot forth, striking the cavern's ceiling. The astonishment of Dewey and his companions. The ceiling began to descend. Once it reached a certain height, it halted, transforming from a dome into a flat ceiling, from which a golden light unfurled, eventually morphing into an opulent chandelier, adorned with 12 flickering candles. Dewey and the others were left in awe, especially Vivian and Joanna, both of whom were adept in magic and possessed discerning eyes. Such magic was nothing short of miraculous. "My little guests, do you have any further requests?" The figure's voice was devoid of warmth. "Food and water," Dewey tentatively suggested. "We haven't had a proper meal in days." The figure smiled, thankfully without a sound. Yet the sight of a semi-transparent skeleton smiling was far from comforting. "I regret to inform you, I cannot fulfill that request." He shook his head, his expression tinged with apparent regret. "My magic can conjure anything within this realm, except for food and water. I cannot deceive your stomachs or quench your thirst." He appeared somewhat remorseful, yet Dewey and the others found themselves greatly impressed by this being's capabilities. Vivian, can you conjure such things in an empty room? Dewey whispered to the girl beside him. Vivian immediately shook her head. Even the old master cannot. Dewey then turned to Joanna, who added, do you think mages are gods? Oh, little white-haired girl, did you just say that? The figure had overheard Joanna's remark. You asked, do you think mages are gods? If that is your belief. He floated a few steps closer to Joanna, his tone grave and low. Then what do you perceive a god to be? Joanna grew anxious, instinctively leaning backward. A god is a god. A god creates the world and all within it. Before Joanna could finish, the figure erupted with fury. His robes swelled as if inflated, and he unleashed a roar that left Dewey and the others in shock. Lies! The roar reverberated throughout the cavern, disorienting Dewey. The figure's countenance twisted with rage, his robe billowing violently. Clearly in a state of extreme anger, Dewey immediately replied cautiously. Then, sir, what do you consider the truth to be? This question seemed to bring the figure back to a state of calm that he lowered his arms, casting a glance at Dewey. Now is not the time for such discussions. The figure retreated slightly, surveying his three guests before stating, please, first tell me your names, my little guests. Why? Joanna inquired. Because it is the least respect one can show to their host. The figure smiled, a hint of mockery in his tone. Dewey did not hesitate, declaring loudly, Dewey Roland, of the Roland family in the Roland Empire, Vice President of the Imperial Command, son of Count Raymond. Vivian followed suit, reluctantly revealing her name, and after a moment's hesitation, Joanna added, Joanna. Ah, splendid. The figure smiled, a nobleman and two sorceresses. This gathering is far more intriguing than the last. And what is your name? Dewey inquired, a smile upon his lips. As the host, you two should show at least a modicum of respect to your guests. The voice of this individual grew hushed. My name is of little consequence, but if you must know, it is Chris Driel Sonia Alabart Hila Iglold. He breathlessly recited an exceedingly lengthy name, leaving Dewey and others in a state of bewilderment. Finally, he arrived at the crux of the matter. In truth, I am not the master here. I am merely a servant. A most loyal servant to my master. A servant? Such magical prowess belongs to a mere servant. Who else could possess such a servant? Thus, who is your master? Dewey inquired cautiously, his tone laced with newfound respect. After all, the strength of the individual before them was evident. My master, this fellow chuckled, a smirk playing upon his lips. You must be aware of his name. Although he is known by many different monikers in various texts, the common folk refer to him simply as he paused. Smiling, the demon. Please excuse me, for that is all for today. Tonight, I shall celebrate Christmas with my wife. Although I personally do not hold much regard for this foreign holiday, it appears that women are quite invested in it. I have neglected my wife for too long due to my incessant writing, and tonight I must make amends that I also wish all readers a joyous holiday. Fellow brothers, do not be careless. Remember to present a gift to your wives or girlfriends. For women truly cherish such occasions. Lastly, consider your tickets as my Christmas gift. A servant of the demon? If someone were to approach you earnestly, claiming to be a servant of the demon, you would likely deem that person a lunatic. However, if this individual had just demonstrated astonishing wall-passing magic and conjured magnificent chandeliers, exquisite candlesticks, and an array of furnishings from an empty cavern, transforming the frigid space into a warm reception room, would you still dismiss his declaration of being the demon's servant as mere jest? Dewey felt an urge to laugh, yet found himself stifled. The two women beside him clearly wore expressions of unease. It was evident to all that the individual before them, possessing extraordinary magical power, was not jesting. Dewey's laughter felt dry. You, the servant of the demon, may I inquire about the purpose of your summoning us here? You may call me Chris. The servant of the demon cast a glance at Dewey. His gaze cold. It was then that Dewey noticed both of Chris's irises were of different colors. One was green, while the other was black. Very well, Mr. Chris. Dewey inhaled deeply. You, who claim to be the servant of the demon, what business do you have in summoning the three of us here? Chris did not respond. Instead, he floated gently to the other end of the rectangular stone table. Young nobleman, how do you perceive history? Dewey's mind stirred, and he casually replied, history is but a lie penned by the victors. Oh, what an intriguing notion. Chris smiled. Charming young nobleman, in truth, I have been observing you all for several days, and you especially pique my interest. You expressed some thoughts that I found quite fascinating. For instance, you once had a dispute with that female sorceress on the island. during which you proclaimed, "Let me think. How did you phrase it?" "Oh yes," you said. "There is no such thing as justice or evil. It is always the one with the strongest fist who is deemed just, the one with the strongest fist who possesses reason. Is that correct?" Dewey nodded, although the words may have been slightly distorted. "The essence remains the same. Then I have a request. Could you relate this perspective to your understanding of history?" Dewey pondered the question. What was there to elaborate on? Nevertheless, he casually articulated, "Very well. In my view, so-called justice and evil are merely distinctions made from differing standpoints. The victor is just, the vanquished is evil, for history is always inscribed by the conquerors, while the defeated have no voice and must accept the label of evil. This is a simple truth." "Excellent." Chris appeared quite pleased. He suddenly crossed his arms, tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply. "Oh, great master, I have finally found another of your acolytes." "Wait, you refer to me as an acolyte?" No, I am not a follower of the demon," Dewey immediately retorted. "I am a devotee of none. I believe neither in gods nor in demons." "Then what do you believe in?" Chris grinned wickedly. "I believe in myself. I only believe in myself," Dewey declared loudly. Behind him, Joanna and Vivian exchanged alarmed glances, covering their mouths, while Joanna even gasped. "Oh my," Chris laughed even more joyfully. "You see, your declaration of disbelief in everyone but yourself is a quintessential tenet of demonic faith." Dewey felt somewhat perplexed. "Very well, let us cease this discourse," Chris said nonchalantly. "Relating to your earlier thoughts on history, as well as the intriguing notions of victors and vanquished, perhaps you should contemplate what the concepts of gods and demons truly signify." "Must I even articulate it?" Dewey chuckled. "Two strong beings clash. The victor is the god. The vanquished is the demon. The one who prevails gains everything, holds the power of voice, and writes history. The defeated are left in eternal ruin. Am I not correct? In truth, the so-called gods and demons possess no distinction of good and evil, merely a division of winning and losing." Joanna and Vivian both appeared unsettled, in the eyes of the two sorceresses. Dewey's perspective was exceedingly audacious. It bordered on heresy and rebellion. Should such notions be espoused publicly, he would undoubtedly face judgment from the temple and might even be burned at the stake. Yet Dewey was unperturbed. He contemplated. "Winning and losing. Ah, speaking of which, Mr. Chris, I am part of the losing side." Chris tilted his head. "Regrettably, in the last war, my master was defeated, and I too am among the vanquished. Thus, this place is, in fact, a prison, and I am but a prisoner here." Chris continued slowly. "I have been confined on this island for an eternity, so long that I have begun to forget certain memories." "You mentioned an island?" Dewey immediately interjected. "You said you were imprisoned on this island. Does that mean we are also on this island? Have you brought us back to this isle, to be precise?" "It is within the island," Chris chuckled. "Or rather, within its very body." Dewey's expression shifted. "Oh, you not comprehend?" Chris sighed. "The so-called monster you refer to is, in fact, this island. It is not merely an island, but a beast. For days now, you have been living atop this creature's back, and I have been imprisoned within its body, for it is tasked with guarding me." Having said this, Chris waved his sleeve to silence Joanna, who was about to speak. No, do not interrupt. Allow me to finish. It has been far too long, so long that I have nearly forgotten how long I have been here. Throughout this time, you are not the first guests to arrive. Others have stumbled upon this small island and have been brought here by me. Some were wise, while others were fools. And you, dear little nobleman, along with your two sorceress companions, are, in my estimation, among the latter, while you are a wise one. Who are you calling a fool?" Joanna could not contain her anger. "To you, a servant of the demon." "Oh, the sorceress is angry." Chris remained calm, gazing at Joanna with a penetrating look. His mismatched eyes shone with an otherworldly light. He gently posed a question to Joanna. "That God claims that all power originates from him. Everything. Natural forces. Magical powers. Therefore, you sorceresses are all acolytes of the god, are you not? Yet I, as a servant of the demon, am no follower of any deity. Pray tell, from where does my magical power derive? Dear little sorceress." "Can you address this question?" Furious, Joanna found herself at a loss for words. Chris sighed, his gaze filled with pity for the sorceress, unable to answer. "Then allow me to provide the answer. The deity you venerate has deceived you. The natural powers derive from him? This is nothing short of a colossal deception. Joanna's complexion turned pale as she felt her beliefs being shattered. Yet, she found herself utterly speechless, unable to utter a single retort. Indeed, since the commencement of her magical education, she had been indoctrinated with the most fundamental tenets. This world was created by the divine, and all natural forces emanated from the deity. The unwavering faith of a magician in the divine allowed them to borrow a portion of natural power from the gods when casting spells. Such is the essence of magic. However, how could one explain the existence of a servant of demons who possesses such formidable magical prowess without any belief in the divine? Is it possible that the power he wields while casting spells is also bestowed upon him by the gods? Otherwise, how could one account for this? See, I speak the truth. Some among us are wise, while others are fools. Although Chris's tone was aged and frail, there was an undercurrent of mockery that pricked Joanna's heart like a needle. You are not the first magician to arrive here, and I have witnessed this expression of yours confronting such doubts before. Chris glanced at Dewey, and when he turned his gaze to him, his tone and demeanor softened slightly. Ah, dear young noble. You are indeed a clever one. Thus, I can converse with you in an intelligent manner. I have waited here for far too long, and I am always eager to engage in transactions with those who possess wisdom. A transaction? Indeed, a transaction. Chris smiled, then tapped his forehead. Let me ponder. Who was the last individual to engage in a transaction with me here? Ah, yes, it was a fellow named Aragon Roland. Aragon Roland? This time, both Dewey and the two female magicians gasped in unison, not for any trivial reason, but solely because that name resounded with unparalleled significance. Acknowledged as one of the few supreme paladins of the continent over the centuries. Recognized as one of the exceedingly rare, top-tier magicians of the continent, the name Aragon Roland signifies a legend. He is the only individual in history capable of mastering both martial and magical arts to their pinnacle. Even Joanna is among Aragon's admirers, which is why she chose the path of dual cultivation in both magic and martial prowess. Yet, the astonishment of the three was not solely due to the fact that Aragon Roland was such a legendary figure. More importantly, Aragon Roland. He is the founding emperor of the current Roland Empire, His Majesty, the great Emperor Roland I. It was he who led his army in campaigns across the lands, uniting countless small nations. City-states, alliances, kingdoms, and principalities after decades of warfare, ultimately establishing the Roland Empire, which spans the entire continent. No need to be so tense. Aragon Roland was the last human to visit here and engage in a transaction with me. Here is a chapter for the evening. Chapter 38. The Heart of a King. When that fellow Aragon Roland first arrived here, he did so aboard a dilapidated ship. Unfortunately, that ship should never have docked on this island, resulting in its complete demise, while Aragon was brought here by me, and it was here that we reached certain agreements for transactions. Chris spoke somewhat ambiguously. However, such a degree of implication was already sufficient. Dewey had certainly studied the history of the Roland Empire. In fact, during the initial years of his arrival in this world, Count Raymond had found an enlightening tutor for him who taught him many things. And Dewey had also read the biography of the founding emperor of the empire, treating it as little more than a fantastical novel. Aragon Roland, the great creator of the Roland Empire, his life, in Dewey's eyes, could almost be likened to a legendary tale he had once read in his past life. This Aragon possessed fortuitous luck and bizarre encounters akin to many protagonists in novels. To use a trendy phrase from his previous life, his fortune was almost otherworldly. His resilience was comparable to that of a cockroach. The biography detailed this founding emperor's experiences in great depth. Aragon was born into a declining noble family, and he was not even the eldest son, but rather the third son of his father, lacking any claim to inheritance. From a young age, he had harbored a penchant for adventurous pursuits. At the age of 16, he departed from home to seek adventure on his own. Aragon had participated in various mercenary teams, embodying the spirit of youthful adventure. That era was one of the most adventurous times on the continent. Unlike the present day, where only the flag of the Roland Empire flies across the land, the Roland continent during that time was a period of warring states, with various nations vying for supremacy. Continuous local wars erupted, with large and small nations engulfing one another in conflict, rife with chaos, schemes, and treachery. Truly an era that birthed heroes and legends. After mingling in a mercenary organization for several years, 16-year-old Aragon became enamored with maritime adventures. By the time he turned 21, he had already become an exceptional swordsman, having accumulated considerable savings from his mercenary career. Thus, he invested all his wealth into a merchant ship and embarked on a venture of maritime trade. However, his inaugural sea voyage dealt him a heavy blow. His ship met with a disaster, sinking entirely, and he alone miraculously escaped with his life. All historians agree that had it not been for that calamity at sea, this great founding emperor of the empire might have ultimately become a prosperous maritime trader rather than an emperor. Yet, it was precisely because of this, after his dream of maritime trade was dashed, Aragon returned to his hometown, only to find that his father had passed away, bequeathing his meager estate among his sons, with Aragon receiving the least, his father being merely a low-ranking noble with a modest title. Left little behind. In a seemingly reckless move, Aragon sold off all his possessions to organize a small private army. This act of financial ruin drew ridicule from all, for at that time, Aragon's hometown was a peaceful nation on the continent's periphery, far removed from the ravages of war, rendering such a private army unnecessary. Yet, Aragon's gamble paid off. Within half a year, war erupted, and this small nation was ensnared in the conflict between great powers, being absorbed within a month, subsequently caught in the tug-of-war between two major nations. Both of Aragon's brothers perished in the turmoil, their estate and farmlands laid waste by marauding troops. Meanwhile, Aragon joined the army of one of the great nations with his private army and quickly rose to a notable military position. Following this, Aragon began to demonstrate extraordinary prowess. He exhibited immense martial strength, even slaying a renowned general of the enemy forces, a distinguished knight celebrated across the continent, subsequently accruing countless achievements in the war. After the war concluded, he was granted a noble title and a fief that was exponentially larger than his father's former domain. Astonishingly, Aragon later declined the invitation from that great nation, withdrew from military service, and turned his attention to the Mage Guild, where, in less than a year, he astonishingly attained the status of a magician. 3 years later, war broke out once more, and by then, Aragon had become a high-ranking magician. Throughout history, no one had ever accomplished such a feat. It was once inquired of Aragon why he chose to become a magician, to which the young noble replied, "My army requires the cooperation of magicians in battle. But alas, magicians are too scarce. Hence I had no choice but to learn magic myself." When war broke out again, the kingdom Aragon belonged to fell into dire straits, with the capital besieged by enemy forces for 3 long months. The king issued a decree summoning all nobles to lead their private armies to the aid of the kingdom, and Aragon's was the last to arrive. Prior to this, both the enemy and the kingdom's armies had exhausted themselves in battle. Undoubtedly, Aragon's arrival was at the most critical moment. In the final showdown, Aragon personally slew the enemy's commanding general, a prominent knight. Subsequently, in the magical confrontation, Aragon unleashed a forbidden-level spell, annihilating the enemy's chief court magician on the spot. The tide of war shifted dramatically, and thereafter, the conflict ended, with the ailing kingdom's regime nearly falling under Aragon's control. At that time, the king was compelled to bestow upon Aragon the title of duke. A year later, the king passed away. Historians have long debated this matter, with the majority privately believing that the timing of the king's demise was rather too convenient, coinciding precisely with the zenith of Aragon's prestige. The old king's death, without leaving direct descendants, plunged the nation into a state of awkward uncertainty regarding its highest leadership. Although various historical texts do not explicitly document this, they subtly suggest that this event might have intricate ties to the great founding emperor. Ultimately, the one who reaped the benefits was undoubtedly Aragon. He wed the king's collateral niece and subsequently elevated her to the status of queen. 3 years later, upon the queen's untimely death, Aragon was officially crowned as His Majesty the King. In the annals of history thereafter, Aragon Roland was sculpted into an invincible commander, leading his army to countless victories, vanquishing numerous nations, and unifying the entire continent in less than 15 years, planting the thorny flag of his empire in every corner of the land. He single-handedly forged the enduring Roland Empire. All of this resembles a tale straight out of a classic legendary novel, does it not? Dewey's mind frantically searched for any recollections he could muster about the life of that founding emperor. Clearly, according to Chris, Aragon encountered the servant of this demon during his first maritime venture, which ended in failure. Subsequently, Aragon suddenly ascended like a meteor across the war-torn continent. Right after that maritime escapade, it was evident that the founding emperor must have gained some advantage through his dealings with this demon's servant. Reflecting on Aragon's almost miraculous life, and his monumental achievements, Du Wei felt his heart, which had remained calm for over a decade, begin to race at the mention of the word deal by the demon's servant. Dear little nobleman, your heart is racing, Chris remarked with a perfectly timed smile. Du Wei took a deep breath. Respected Mr. Chris, my heart races because I am being tempted by a demon. Chris's enigmatic smile widened, and with a sudden gesture, he lightly tapped his hand, causing the women Vivian and Joanna to simultaneously emit a soft sigh before fainting gently to the ground. Our transaction shall remain undisclosed, Chris said with a smile. When they awaken, they will forget everything that transpired here, even my existence. The opportunity lies before you. Du Wei's breath quickened. A deal, you say? Pray tell. What can you offer me, and what do you intend to take in return? Chris did not directly answer Du Wei's query. Instead, he slowly responded, Do you not wish to inquire what I initially granted Aragon? I believe I can surmise a portion. Du Wei pondered briefly before replying. What did Chris bestow upon Aragon? The first thought that crossed Du Wei's mind was Aragon's astounding prowess, comparable to that of a paladin's formidable combat skills, and the might of a high-ranking archmage. These two attributes endowed Aragon with the status of a peak warrior upon the continent. He could slay the mightiest of foes on the battlefield and vanquish adversarial spellcasters. He successfully crafted an image of an invincible commander, inspiring countless soldiers to follow him with unwavering loyalty. Yet Du Wei harbored a lingering suspicion. Historical records indicated that Aragon seemed to have fought innumerable battles throughout his life. Yet he appeared to have suffered no significant injuries. Even in his later years, he was free from ailments, passing away peacefully one night in his slumber. His life was nearly flawless, aside from his formidable combat skills and magic. Did you also grant him an almost immortal physique? Du Wei inquired tentatively. Not immortality, but rather a body devoid of fatal weaknesses, Chris smiled. When Aragon departed from here, I extracted his heart. His body may have left this place, but his heart remains forever here. Thus, he finds it exceedingly difficult to sustain any injuries, for even the most lethal wounds or poisons cannot harm his heart, which resides by my side. Du Wei's lips and eyes twitched involuntarily. His heart? You wouldn't be seeking my heart as well, would you? Du Wei regarded Chris with a hint of mischief. What purpose do you have for it? Are you planning to consume it? Fried or grilled? Neither. Chris seemed unfazed by Du Wei's jests, responding calmly. I keep his heart as a memento to a true king's heart. What could be a more fascinating collectible? Du Wei sighed, though he sensed that the matter was undoubtedly more complex than Chris portrayed. However, since the other party was unwilling to speak the truth, he had no recourse. That so, you've merely retained Aragon's heart. No other conditions. Du Wei frowned. At Chris's response was straightforward. No, only a heart. Observing Du Wei's puzzled expression, Chris added with a smile, to personally cultivate a king and hold his heart in my grasp. Such an endeavor brings pleasures you cannot fathom, my dear little nobleman. Du Wei let out a sigh. Very well, what do you intend to take from me? Du Wei smiled. If you desire my heart, I cannot guarantee I will acquiesce. No, a king's heart as a collectible suffices. I do not relish redundancy. Chris chuckled. Moreover, so much time has elapsed. My powers are waning that I fear I can no longer bestow upon you the same formidable abilities I granted Aragon. When Aragon departed, he took with him half of my magic. Otherwise, do you think it's so simple for a knight to become an exceptional mage? No wonder Du Wei whistled. Furthermore, that fellow Aragon ultimately breached our agreement. There were final terms of our transaction he failed to fulfill. Chris shook his head. Thus, I have concluded that such one-time transactions are quite perilous for me. If you were to leave here and not adhere to my stipulations, I would be powerless, for I am but a prisoner confined to this isle. Therefore, following Aragon's transaction, I devised a method. I shall divide future transactions into several parts rather than bestowing all benefits at once. For instance, I could initially offer you a taste of sweetness. My dear little nobleman. Then, you must fulfill certain tasks according to my requirements, and once you accomplish them, you may return here to receive further rewards. Chris grinned slyly. Sweetness, you say? You intend to provide me with sweetness? You may have whatever your heart desires. Chris's smile at that moment was undeniably sinister. His voice carried an indescribable allure. I can offer you anything. Though it may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it would be enough to entice anyone. If you fancy the company of women, I can grant you a pair of enchanting eyes. Thus, when you gaze upon any woman, she shall inevitably fall hopelessly in love with you. For instance, these two sorceresses. Should you desire them, Merely casting a glance their way would inspire them to dance unclad before you, even if the woman you covet is a holy maiden devoted to the divine. With but a single glance, she would shed her sacred robes, revealing her exquisite form for your pleasure. That does sound rather enticing, Du Wei sighed. It was indeed an appealing proposition, yet it seemed insufficient to secure his agreement. You see, I am of noble blood. I believe I shall not lack for women, Du Wei subtly conveyed his meaning. Moreover, I am not one to indulge excessively in carnal desires. Very well, if your need for women is not so pressing, I can offer you the heart of a dragon instead. Your current physique appears rather frail, but with a dragon's heart, your body shall rapidly strengthen. You will possess the formidable physical prowess akin to that of a dragon. You could emerge as an invincible warrior on the battlefield. Additionally, I could grant you a small gift, such as the ability to wield a fraction of dragon language magic. Du Wei envisioned himself transformed into a brawny powerhouse. On second thought, let's pass on that. I apologize, but I have little interest in warfare. Great strength does not instill in me a sense of security. In fact, historically, the vast majority of formidable warriors merely serve as henchmen to those truly in power. Then I shall grant you power, Chris pondered. If you have a penchant for power, I can bestow upon you the ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of others, enabling your eyes to penetrate the facades of your adversaries and your ears to directly hear the whispers of their souls. With these gifts, you shall gain a significant advantage in the political arena, and with your astute intellect, you will swiftly ascend to the ranks of a formidable power player. Du Wei smirked, as the first heir of the Roland family. Do you truly believe I would ever worry about my position and influence? My father is poised to become the military commander of the empire and may even ascend to the role of chancellor. Thus, I am likely to inherit everything from him. Therefore, I regret to inform you that your proposition fails to stir my interest. In truth, Du Wei was deceiving. However, Chris, having been marooned on the island, was oblivious to the fact that Du Wei had been stripped of his status as the heir within his family. Even a being as powerful and wise as Chris, a millennia-old entity, could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. What is it that you truly desire, you petty noble? Chapter 39. The Goal. At SN, Inter Milan leads AC Milan 2-1. The great Grosso has inherited the glorious tradition of Italian football. Facchetti, Maldini. At this moment, their spirits embody him. He is not alone. What nonsense. Du Wei frowned at the television. Why is the Serie A broadcast filled with World Cup commentary? He approached the screen, gave it a firm slap, and then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table, lighting one and taking a deep drag. How pleasurable. It had been ages since he last smoked. There were no cigarettes in the Roland Empire. What was I saying? What Roland Empire? Du Wei suddenly felt his mind become muddled, and one fragment after another rushed into his consciousness. Suddenly, the scene before him, the living room of his home. The sofa, the coffee table, the television, the cabinet. Everything began to twist and distort. Finally, the surroundings spun rapidly, transforming into a colossal whirlpool, and Du Wei found himself standing within it, instantly being sucked in. Damn it, my Milan derby. Let me finish watching the match. Boom. It felt as if a thunderclap resounded in his mind, followed by the incessant beating of a drum beside his head. Du Wei felt an intensifying headache. It hurt so badly that it felt as though his skull might split open. Du Wei could not suppress a groan as he cradled his head in his hands, only to suddenly realize that his hair was soaked. What is happening? Du Wei opened his eyes. He had finally awakened. The living room, the sofa, the television, the Milan derby, all mere dreams. Now, Du Wei lay upon a wooden raft, his entire body damp, hair disheveled, and feeling a bit cold. Rubbing his head vigorously, the ache persisted, far exceeding the migraines he had suffered in his past life. Du Wei began to massage the acupressure points on his head to alleviate the pain. And soon he pinpointed the source of the issue, right at the very top center. Yes, precisely there. Gently parting his hair, he distinctly felt a small bump on his skull. It was a horn. The after effects of his unconsciousness had finally faded. And Du Wei sighed, recalling his transaction with Chris. Indeed, a horn. I now have a horn growing from my head. This horn felt firm and cool to the touch, seamlessly connected to the skin and bone of his skull. Not at all resembling a transplant. Thankfully, it was not excessively long, only about the length of a fingertip, approximately 1/3 of a finger's length, and about as thick as a thumb. Du Wei continued to explore this horn on his head. Alas, I wonder what material Chris used. It doesn't seem to be boned at this moment. The sea was calm, and surveying the vast ocean around him, it was clear that he had escaped from that dreadful island. The wooden raft beneath him was precisely the same one he had constructed on the island. Identical. Even the rough seams connecting the fabric strips were identical. Those had been sewn together using sharp little branches as needles and finely twisted tree bark as thread. Hadn't this raft been destroyed and sunk? Somehow, Chris managed to restore it. Quite impressive. And there were two women. Joanna and Vivian lay on the raft, both female sorceresses, embracing each other with closed eyes. Their breathing steady and even, clearly in a deep slumber. Noticing the slight flutter of their eyelids, indicating they were about to awaken, Dewey quickly tousled his hair to make it appear more voluminous and even. And then, on a whim, tore a piece of fabric from his attire and fashioned it into a sailor-like hat for himself. Vivian was the first to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she groggily regarded Dewey for a moment. How long have I been asleep? Dewey smiled. Not long. Suddenly, Joanna shrieked. Ah, where are the waves? Where is the storm? Dewey blinked, looking at Joanna, suppressing a laugh. What storm? What waves? Joanna appeared bewildered. I remember we encountered monstrous waves and a storm, which caused our raft to capsize. Dewey gazed at Joanna's face, sighed, and gently touched her forehead. Are you feeling feverish? Look around. We are quite well on the raft, aren't we? By the heavens, you must be exhausted. Hence you had a nightmare. Vivian then chimed in. I also had a dream in which we faced a storm, and the raft sank. The two girls exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Dewey sighed inwardly, realizing that Chris had spoken the truth. When they awoke, they would have no recollection of what had transpired. It was a mystery what sort of magic that devil's servant employed to erase their memories. Joanna sprang to her feet, her brow furrowed. There really was no storm, but my dream was utterly terrifying and far too vivid. Her delicate face was serious, brows knitted in concentration, yet she could not recall anything. Vivian simply stared wide-eyed at Dewey. Looking utterly perplexed, Dewey felt a twinge of guilt and smiled. I think you two are merely fatigued. Speaking of dreams, how curious that you both experienced the same one. I too had a dream, and it involved both of you. What? The two girls exclaimed in unison. Dewey chuckled. I dreamt of the comfortable bed in my castle, lying between the two of you, one arm around Vivian and the other around Joanna. As he spoke, he boldly approached and draped an arm across each of their shoulders. Vivian immediately flushed crimson, her gaze dropping. Joanna, however, displayed a flicker of embarrassment, though her primary emotion was indignation. Smack. She swatted Dewey's hand away and followed up with a swift kick. Dewey nearly toppled into the sea from her kick, forcing a grin. It was just a dream. There is no need to be so upset. Shut up. Do not mention that dream again. Joanna's face still bore a hint of red. Then, surveying their surroundings, she suddenly exclaimed, We've escaped. We've left the island. Looking at the boundless ocean around them, the three erupted in jubilant cheers, though Dewey was merely feigning excitement. Let us test your magic, Dewey proposed with a smile. Vivian and Joanna both attempted to cast spells, but there seemed to be some issues. Vivian invoked wind magic to accelerate the sails, but only managed to summon a gentle breeze that tousled the hair of the two beauties a little. As for Joanna, her impatience drove her to attempt flight, but unfortunately, after ascending for a brief moment, she plummeted into the sea. When Dewey finally swam over, adorned with several empty gourds, to rescue Joanna, the poor sorceress had already swallowed copious mouthfuls of salty sea water, struggling to climb back onto the raft. She lay there retching for quite some time. Well, it appears that your magic has somewhat returned, but it is still far from being back to normal levels. At least it is a slight improvement compared to your abilities on the island. Dewey suppressed a laugh as he looked at Joanna. For instance, Joanna, when you were on the island, you could only fly a mere 10 meters, yet just now, you managed to fly over 20 meters. Are you mocking me? Wow. Joanna had just countered with half a sentence when suddenly a wave of nausea overcame her, and she collapsed again, continuing to retch. Dewey squinted, chuckling. I suspect that although you have left the island, the suppression of your magic will likely persist for a while longer before gradually fading away, rather than returning all at once. I conjecture that it will take about 2 days to return to normal. How do you know that? Joanna asked coldly. Just a guess. Dewey shrugged. In truth, it was Chris who had informed him. 2 days is not particularly arduous, provided the three of them are fortunate enough to avoid any storms. Moreover, they must endure 2 days of hunger. While on the island, They could only consume the roots of that plant. As they set off on the raft, Due had devised several methods to unearth a meager supply. Yet it was still far too scant to last. It would only sustain them for a day. By the time the sun set on that day, they had already run out of provisions. All three, being young and still growing, had hearty appetites. Having gone without sufficient food for several days, they had reached their limit. Due couldn't help but eye the small cage hanging from Vivian's waist. That plump, meatball-like creature. Vivian had long since grown accustomed to Due's intentions. As she noticed Due's gaze increasingly darting towards her cage, she could no longer feign ignorance of his thoughts. Startled, the silly girl clutched the cage tightly, her pitiful, pleading eyes fixed on Due without pause. Benevolent deity, please bless the unfortunate Vivian and the pitiful Jioj Iudati. Last, on that night, the benevolent deity heeded Vivian's prayers for the first time in many days. A glimmer of light appeared in the distance over the sea. As the light drew nearer, Due discerned that it was a ship. Instantly, his empty body surged with energy. Joanna and Vivian leaped up, waving and cheering towards the vessel. Due, however, remained calm, focusing his gaze on the approaching ship for a moment. It was indeed a two-masted sailing vessel, modest in size and somewhat worn. Yet, what made Due's heart skip a beat was the unmistakable black flag hoisted on its mast. The flag bore a dark background with the emblem of a skull and two crossed swords beneath it, a pirate flag. A smile crept onto Due's lips. How fortunate I am. For it appears I have encountered a pirate ship. The sailors on the ship spotted the three on the raft as the vessel drew closer, and several sailors stood at the railing, gazing with keen interest at Due and his companions. The two female mages quickly recognized that this ship was likely not a merchant vessel. It bore signs of wear, and several crossbows were mounted on the deck. Yet there was no banner of the Imperial Navy. Hey, look, a few little ones, and two women. Came the raucous laughter of the sailors, followed by a chorus of guffaws as more pirates crowded to the edge of the ship to gawk at Due and the others on the raft. Due sighed and called out loudly, "We've encountered a shipwreck. Could you offer us assistance?" The laughter grew louder, clearly laced with malice. Soon, a rope ladder was lowered, and Due breathed a sigh of relief. He exchanged a glance with Joanna, who understood his intent and was the first to ascend. Joanna, bold and skilled, though her magical powers had not fully returned, had regained about 30% of her strength, sufficient to be classified as a low-level mage, and she also possessed remarkable martial prowess. With such abilities, while she may not stand a chance against a master, dealing with a group of petty pirates was well within her means. Joanna climbed aboard first, followed by Due, and lastly Vivian. The surrounding sailors gathered, laughing and leering at the trio, as if they were lambs delivered to their doorsteps. Look at those two lovely girls. Indeed, look at the one on the left. Her legs are so long, the captain will surely take a liking to her. Ha ha. I must say, little ones, you've boarded quite a fine ship. These ruffians were poorly attired. Many barefoot, some in tattered garments, their faces dirty, yet they grinned menacingly at Vivian and Joanna. Vivian felt a surge of fear. Her courage was far from matching her abilities, and she instinctively edged closer to Due. Joanna's expression darkened, and she seemed on the verge of exploding with rage. This fierce ice queen, who dared to openly assault the imperial garrison, certainly would not hesitate against a band of pitiful pirates aboard a decrepit ship. "Silence!" rasped a hoarse voice from within, followed by the sound of heavy boots. That a tall man emerged, dressed in a somewhat tattered Imperial Navy uniform, though the insignia and badges had been torn away. The uniform was dirty, yet his boots were polished to a shine. He wore a captain's hat, one hand on his hip, and in the other he clutched a pocket watch. This man appeared to be the captain. Though he was tall, his face was decidedly unattractive. Slanted eyes, a bulbous nose, and two small, deliberately cultivated mustaches. The word sleazy immediately sprang to Due's mind. "Quiet. Let us not frighten my guests." The captain smiled with a hint of malice, then scanned Due and the others. Upon catching sight of Joanna and Vivian's brows, a lewd glimmer ignited in his eyes, though he paused slightly at the sight of Joanna's armor. Then, the captain seemed to relax. What could such a young lady's martial skills possibly amount to? She is likely just the daughter of some noble. As for Due, he was completely disregarded. His clothes were tattered, he was barefoot, and with his unkempt hair and several large empty gourds tied to his body, which served as flotation devices, he resembled a wild man. "Welcome aboard my ship. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Captain Morales of this vessel, or you may simply call me Captain. There was a tone of pride in his voice that I never anticipated encountering such beautiful ladies on this dreary day. My captain's quarters are just behind. I'm sure you two would appreciate a change into something more elegant, followed by a hearty meal. Wouldn't you? Clearly, Dewey and his companions had not eaten their fill for several days. And even the lovely female mages bore signs of malnourishment. The captain could hardly contain his gratitude towards fate. The past few days had been dreadfully unfortunate. Firstly, an order from the Lyre province had summoned the entire Eastern Imperial Navy fleet to patrol the nearby seas. He had no idea what those naval forces were up to. This had naturally made life difficult for the pirates. Just the day before, the captain's pirate ship had encountered an Imperial naval warship. And after a hasty and disastrous skirmish, the captain had ordered a retreat, relying on the agility of his lighter vessel to elude capture, managing to evade the pursuing warship for 2 full days. However, today, they had inexplicably sailed into a fog bank, successfully shaking off their pursuers. These past days had exhausted him, yet he never expected the heavens to reward him so quickly with a few plump lambs. Oh, just look at these 2 girls, their skin so tender and fresh. They are 1,000 times more appealing than the whores in the port. If I were to undress them, clean them up, and take them to my bed, what a splendid sight that would be. Come now, my lovely ladies, the captain said, growing more relaxed as he reached out to grasp Joanna's arm. A beautiful lady should not suffer. I will make sure you enjoy your time aboard my ship. As the captain's hand settled on Joanna's shoulder, Dewey sighed and could not help but close his eyes. A scream erupted. Suddenly, a radiant burst of light erupted from Joanna. This was a skill only possessed by those above the intermediate warrior level, battle aura. Amidst the captain's cries, he was sent flying.